And we're back. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to part two of Snowy Summit here in sunny Colorado, Denver, Colorado. I'm Raul. I'm joined by
Ethan.
Ethan.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ethan. How are you doing, man? How are you doing after that round one?
Brain's a little fried, but the food helped,
Yeah, it was
Plenty of lunch, and we get to enjoy hopefully another game. I mean, we're spectating Evan again, so we'll see what happens.
Yep.
And it might go long.
Oh no! I did tell him I was like, Evan, please, for the name of God,
Please have mercy.
So yeah, let's go ahead and jump into the game and let's see how this game develops.
Yeah.
Alrighty, folks. All right, Ethan, what do we got?
Okay, so we get seat one. We have Timna Thrasios. I mean, grindy mid-range pilot, kind of like the epitome of what we've seen in this post-dockside format. Next up, Sisse. Sisse's been interesting, I think. I mean, I think you've probably played against it a bit too, but Sisse has definitely been changed by the bans. Losing Jeweled Lotus, Mana Crypt, and Dockside all kind of impacted the deck, but should still be very strong and just plenty of instant speed win lines as long as your commander's out and you can play some legends to just win on top of whatever someone else is doing. Jacob's deck is one of a kind. He's I don't know. I would assume he's like the premier pilot of the deck.
Yep, we were actually talking about this not too long ago, right? About how there was not many people were playing turns, right? And Min's actually one of the only ones that does.
Yeah, no, his deck is so explosive. I mean, it's very much. I would say it's predictable, but it's really hard to stop if he does the plan. Like just casting Narset, you can't interact with it very profitably because it has hexproof.
Exactly.
Usually has haste, and you usually just lose. Because all of a sudden it's gonna be 3 extra turn spells in the stack in exile.
With a couple counter with maybe a counter spell, whatever.
It's crazy. And then lastly, we have the winner of our round one that we sit through, which was Evan, aka Freedom Waffle, on Kinnan.
Yep. Which is just ramping and good. So we'll see if we can keep that fish around for how long.
What are the odds we end up going into time again?
Don't do that to me.
I mean, I had to ask,
I'm not mentally prepared for that. So it looks like we're still resolving mulligans, which allows us to kind of. We can talk a little bit more about the maybe extra turns or the Sisse. There's two kind of essays.
But before you do this, I forgot to mention. I found out afterward actually that Jason had molted 2 in round 1, like the seat 1 in our round 1. He was a molted 2.
Molted 2 and almost 1.
Ancient Tomb Mystic Study.
Wow.
And then drew the Tithe and like everything else. So I just thought that was incredible. But yeah, back to this game.
Yeah, so I guess can you walk people through the Sisse lines? There's two kind of Sisse. There's Clam Chowder and then there's Planeswalker Sisse.
So Clam Chowder is gonna be more your typical kind of. It's the kind of the middle ground between what I would say like combo Sisse, like chain. The term usually uses like Sisse chains, like the Planeswalker build. It's kind of the Clam Chowder is the midpoint between that and say like a Nagila, where it's a lot of just good stuff you're playing. A lot of times you're playing Ad Nauseam, you're playing Underworld Breach. Like Sisse is there as a 5-color option. You have stuff to get with Sisse, but it's not going to be I'm going to activate Sisse and win the game in the same way. Do we know what this build is? Do we know if this is Clam Chowder?
Let's
I guess we could. Yeah, it should be the deck list. Should be already up.
Let's see. This looks like it's a standard Sisse list.
Okay, yeah. So the end game here is probably going to be some combination of. I mean, the combo that I know the best is Nicol Bolas, Dragon God with Amanatu, and then Oath of Teferi, where you're flickering. They can each activate twice. So they're flickering each other as well as burning people out.
Yep.
There's some lines where you can make infinite mana with Derevi, a Gaia's Cradle, and Emil. And that makes infinite mana that you can use to activate Sisse and find some other out. Like Mount Doom is a common one because you can just keep activating Mount Doom and then flicker it. Or no, you flicker Derevi to untap Mount Doom and then do 1 damage to people again. I think there's other stuff. The cool thing about the deck is there's a lot of different directions that it can go depending on what's around it, what cards you have in hand, what cards you have on board. I mean, because the size of Sisse obviously matters a lot.
Quite a bit. All right, so
we're starting off with Ragavan. So Esper Sentinel first and then Ragavan. Ragavan Sisse is a big deal because 1 is acceleration, 2 it's a legend.
Yep.
So
double whammy, and he can also potentially steal something from an opponent.
I can't count the number. Like every once in a while, I don't know, Ragavan's one of those cards that it's like the baseline's solid, and every once in a while it steals like a Mystic Remora and just wins the game. Like
no, that's a fair. So it looks like Min made a land and a Mox Opal.
Yeah, okay.
And then we got Evan.
What land? That's not the red
hasty one, which is it's notable, right? Because if you land Narset and give it haste right away, it's
it's very, very hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Because you don't want Narset. Like, Narset's not going to get to stick on the board very often. A lot of mana here from the TNT player, David. Pedal and 3. Okay, Timna. Yeah.
Timna, we're getting
Started the card draw.
card draw? Card draw?
The name of the game. Draw cards, draw more cards.
And draw some more cards. So, yep. Now we get a Timna trigger, so we'll see how many engines we'll get in this game.
Out of TNT or out of, like, in general?
Out of the whole game.
I wouldn't be surprised to see like 2 or 3 on TNT's board and like maybe 1 or 2 from Cannon and 1 from Narset. Like I would not be surprised to see any of these decks with like a Ristic Steady or something like that.
And we'll see what.
I think least likely probably Sisay. I don't.
Sisay runs Fish and Mystic Remora.
Yeah, or like Fish and Mystic.
Fish and Mystic, yep.
But I mean, drawing cards with Sisay has downsides that you could draw your combo pieces, which is a little awkward.
You draw those bulk rares.
Mm-hmm. Where you draw your Nicol Bolas and it's like, oh shoot, I have to cast this now.
For sure. So yeah, we're seeing some early ball taking already. Just taking some cards from men and see what
mega mental misstep. Okay, that's not bad.
Counterspell.
Yeah, I was gonna say if this is gonna be like a time stretch or something off the top, like
that would have been wild. Don't know if you can cast that, but
yeah. But like knowing the contents of that Narset list, it's like very plausible that it's some crazy extra turn spell.
So Esper's has drawn 2 cards, and then Tim has drawn 3 cards. Just to keep track of how many cards extra David has drawn from.
Tim draws 1. Wait. Yeah.
Esper drawn 1 twice. Esper's drawn 2 different cards, and then Tim
so it's 3 total.
3 totals so far. Yeah. We'll see what.
One ring.
Okay.
Oh boy.
That's a good one.
So there's engine number 3.
Engine number 3. Put it on your bingo box.
Yeah. Okay, and then the mental misstep is gone.
Okay, and we'll see how this. Do you activate it or?
These were slow hands for Jacob and Evan. This not like I would expect a little bit more speed out of both of them, but I guess they're taking a little bit slower.
Maybe Evan or isn't wanting to feed the Esper and he's sitting on a bunch of rocks. But I'm not entirely sure. We've seen this hand be super.
Is this
fast
Kinnan here or is this Elf? Yeah, and then Kinnan, I assume.
Elf is good.
Okay, Simic.
Yep. Sure. So we're just on the ramping blank. So yeah,
I mean, Kinnan doesn't need to have haste or anything, so you're totally fine. Just
you're setting up for next turn, right? Next turn, if you play Kinnan, you have 6 mana available to you.
That's pretty good.
7, 6.
The issue here is that next turn TNT is gonna have drawn 5 cards.
Yep. And draw more cards and some more cards, and then you're gonna be drawing more cards.
Yeah, I expect to see Timna at Evan and Esper Sentinel at Jacob. I think would probably be the best. We'll see. I mean, obviously, you're asking whether Evan wants to trade the elf or to
no.
The elf.
There's
probably not happening.
0 chance Evan gets rid of that elf. I think he's just drawing cards. Tenant Terrasius, pretty good spot right now. You're on the play for starters.
Yeah,
and then you're going to draw 2 more cards this turn.
Yeah.
And then you have Esper as a draw engine, and now you're getting your engine on. Only that's missing its mana, right? And that's something that deck struggles with, is just like having a lot of mana available to itself. If you're not having those fast mana or dorks, it is hard to cast a lot of some of those cards.
Yeah, I think that's something that I found. Like I would imagine it's not as much of a problem with having access to green, but like playing any kind of Esper like value pile, you have no issue getting a bunch of cards, but you struggle on mana. So like Lotho and Smaller Tide become super important.
That's right.
Otherwise, you're kind of stuck with like probably like 10 cards in hand, but no, like you get to cast like 1 or 2.
Exactly. And you're like, oh, and then you have to like sometimes tap out weirdly because you don't want to tap out for interaction, right? So,
you're not winning the game when you probably could.
Very important for the deck to have that kind of mana available. So they forgot that the 1 ring was played and they have protection. So just 1 trigger from Timna.
Unfortunate. 1 ring protection is hard to track.
Yeah, especially if it's been a while since it's played. Has not been a crazy game so far, but we're still in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, this could definitely get out of hand very quickly. That's all I'm gonna say.
Looking at the board state, I know obviously Min's a little behind, but what are you thinking so far?
For him?
Or for just generally, like who's ahead, who's playing a little ahead, or people even?
TNT
someone's going to discard.
TNT's got a big advantage so far.
Yeah.
But I think like you said that they're struggling a little on mana. We'll see if that changes. I would assume they drew into some sources, but they're discarding to hand size.
They are discarding a bunch of cards.
That's awkward.
Yeah.
Do we know anything specific about this build? Are they doing anything out of the ordinary? Or is it just
Super
like pile of combos?
Nice. It is. Let's see what we got here. Okay, it's on a lot of creature heavy. It's on the controlish version.
Okay. Yeah.
Control is it's very creature. It's not very creature heavy. It's just it looks like a standard pile of Demetrius cards.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Nothing like they're not gonna do some reanimator stuff or something like that. Right?
no, nothing super wild.
Okay.
Oh well,
What?
you could they do run some kind of spells. Like,
I mean, I think reanimate's just very good value.
yeah. Oh dear. Oh god. Oh god. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it is a good card.
Like I think I just kind of default to running reanimate unless I have a good reason not to, because there's sometimes where say someone cracks a ranger captain of Eos and the other person doesn't win, you can reanimate the ranger captain, and then all of a sudden you got a ranger captain, which is a pretty big
It's
step
good for
towards. Or like even like I love reanimating Grand Abolisher because that's the kind of thing where people are like, oh no, like
Oh, no.
okay, they're arguing over Ragavan again. Makes
Yeah.
sense.
Where should it go? So, you're either attacking Jacob or you're attacking Kennen.
Mhm.
Narset or Kennen. Which one do you go for?
I mean, neither of them care about their life total particularly. I think in either case, you're kind of getting some weird stuff. Is that Staff of like,
It looks like it's one of the new staffs. Yeah.
I think that's the one from Phyrexia All Be One.
Yep. It helps you draw cards. I think it's a mana rock as well.
Something like that. Yeah, it pays a lot of life, but
In this economy,
yeah,
Narset's got to draw cards one way or another.
true. That's just one of those cards that like I guess is just in the deck. I mean, I can never tell. Like, there's no like stock list to compare this to because Jacob is the one that plays this deck
It's like a
that
singular.
I know.
What do you think about Brewer's Advantage then, in this sense? Or do you think there is no Brewer's Advantage
I
because
think
this deck is old enough that people know about it?
I think the commander itself has got enough of a reputation that it probably loses out a little bit on the Brewers. Like people know that Narset is a very, very, very strong commander. And like as far as like directions in which to go, the commander itself constrains your directions pretty hard.
Mm-hmm.
Because why wouldn't you play some like big splashy spells? I mean, I'm sure there's some reason not to, but then at that point, you might as well play something else.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I'm not saying it's predictable, but I'm saying it's like you do definitely have a direction.
Yeah, for sure. So we play
Man,
Sisei.
are we seeing another One Ring or what's going on here?
It's a Sisei got played.
Yeah, I saw
We got
Sisei.
One Ring activation on Daniel's side.
Mox Amber as well.
Is that a Mox Hammer? Yep.
Yep.
So 3/3 Sisei. What can you tutor with the 3/3 Sisei?
3/3 Sisei gets
Kennen, yes, 2-drop.
Yeah, Kennen's a big one. What else? I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Do we have the list? Because there's definitely stuff. I think getting Lotho is pretty good.
Lotho's really good.
What else? There's not a whole lot of 1-drops, but there's definitely 2-drops. I think yeah, Kennen and Lotho. Oh yeah, okay. Ruby's a big yeah, okay.
Yeah, so there's a handful of cards you can get.
I think it's
Sisei.
primarily Kennen or Lotho though.
But I think it is Kennen, so you can you get 2 more pips, right? Makes Sisei from a 5/5.
Same thing with Lotho. They both add 2 pips.
You're correct.
Yeah.
I would go for Kennen just so it doubles mana.
Mm-hmm.
You can get maybe looking to get potential more activation, especially the Ragavan out.
Mm-hmm.
But Lotho is also a good one in this kind of matchup where you can be making a lot of treasures.
Yes.
Both choices are good, and we'll see if they even activate or maybe they have another.
I mean, they don't have an activation up right now, so I mean, from my experience, it's like Sisei is you're building up to holding up an activation. You're not holding up an activation just yet. Okay, we should Fabricate from Evan.
Is this a One Ring or is this a
Basalt?
Basalt?
Oh no. Okay, so paying for Esper Sentinel. Soul Ring, okay.
A Soul Ring.
Yeah, they're kind of just discussing the Fabricate is scary.
The Fabricate is
but
scary.
I think
you're not getting a Basalt right now. You don't want to make yourself.
There's no way. I played against a Kitten player the other day that was just so set on like jamming Basalt, and it's like that's a good way to have people just remove Cannon a bunch of times. Like I think Cannon ended up costing 8 at the end of that because he.
Oh goodness gracious!
Did OBS have an
No,
issue?
Nope, no, we're still good.
Okay.
So yeah, it looks like Jacob's Narset's not doing anything, just kind of making land
Yeah, he
drops and
he
passing.
kept a weird slow hand, but I mean, there's a what's it called, counter souls. So
Oh,
Narset's not getting countered.
counter assaults and haste.
Yeah, that's a pretty good combination.
That is a I am playing Narset and this is happening kind of thing. You can
The
silence
only
me.
issue is that currently it's gonna be turn 6.
Yeah.
Like he's gotta find some other
Will it be
boost or
too
something.
slow? Yeah.
It'll
Yeah.
be turn 5 probably.
Yeah. So it looks like from the fabricate you get the one ring, which makes sense.
Well, that's the soul ring.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
A slow ring to help move his game playing along.
makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like as I said, like even if he's not doing anything, it's just doing something to keep the game going. I mean, unfortunately, you're tapping a lot of mana there to get to that point, but I mean, soul ring is still good.
Yeah, it's a 3 mana rock for one. So
Mhm. But you're only colorless, so you better have some free interaction if something else is
fears
down.
for fours, or maybe you're
Like,
this-
does TNT see this as a window now?
I think so.
And then like because 2 players are tapped out and Narset, who knows? Like,
Yeah. Is it do they have a bunch of counter extra turn spells or do they have
well,
gas?
I know I know that Jacob plays a bunch of really wonky interaction. Like, I don't know about you, but he plays like he plays the split second bounce spell, for example.
Oh, sure.
Is something to do. But like, we'll really see because. I mean, obviously, you got to protect Narset, but you can never know. Like at the same time, you could have a whole hand worth of unplayable, like big spells. You could have like omniscience in hand.
That is very true. Yeah, that's the thing about this kind of decks, right? When you're so depending on, you don't want to you don't want to draw that wrong side of your deck, right?
Mhm.
If you will,
Mm-hmm.
because that will make it awkward.
Yeah, no, it's those games where you're like you draw, say, all of the mana, but nothing to do with it,
Yeah.
or like that. It feels good to accelerate out really fast, but then you don't have any reason to have accelerated because there's no like card that either draws more cards or wins the game or anything. It's just I have a bunch of mana. Now what?
Yeah. So it looks like we just played a Bloom Tender. We're
Mhm.
looking to pass.
That's pretty scary. I mean, just in
Okay,
general.
it's just 4 mana, right?
Yes, I mean because there's Timid and Thracius both
Yeah.
out. I mean, Bloom Tender is not going to be you lose the game immediately, but it's certainly a
Strong.
lot of value.
If you get a Delny out or a Kinnan out,
Yeah.
it's like 6 mana.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Passing back around. Okay, untapping the One Ring.
This one line.
Oh, did they hit it for 2 by accident?
I think it went from 37 to 1.
Okay.
37 to 36, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Cisse, what are we doing this turn?
I think this is like the weird point where Sisse is looking threatening, but like isn't necessarily prepared to win the game. Like if someone, like when I play against Sisse, I would probably start accusing them of holding up a win at this point. They'd be like, no, I don't have any cards in hand that do anything. And it's like, well, you definitely could. Like at least soon. Like, so this is probably gonna be like play one thing, pass, and then like you were saying, like end step tutor for Kinnan, like
Yeah.
something to set up a win next turn. But I wouldn't see a win right now unless they have something crazy.
Sorry. Okay. Looks like we got some. Cisse is also really hard to interact with, right? Because
Yeah.
it's all ability based.
It's all activated abilities. It's almost always like instant speed stuff. And the other thing is you can't remove Sisse in response to an activation because the Sisse activation checks a quality, it being Sisse's power, that is, it'll go based off of the last known value. So even if you kill Sisse, you still they're still gonna be tutoring for that same value.
Which makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Just refreshing our screen real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Get it all lined up. Sorry, that was like a little bit mislined. Okay. Oh, Relic of Legends. That's really good.
Relic of Legends is a really solid card in this deck.
Oh yeah, makes skin and tutor better.
Yeah, it's just Commander Sphere with upside, which is like, I mean, yes, it's the 3 mana rock, but you end up tapping it like for 3 or 4 mana over the course of a turn. Like say you don't go to, like, you just tap Sisse for mana right now.
Yeah.
If you don't attack with
2,
Ragavan, you
3,
can tap
4.
Ragavan for mana.
So yeah. Daniel has 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm seeing 4 mana available right now.
4 mana available. Seeming Spirit Guy is an option.
Potentially.
Does Sisse run Seeming Spirit Guy?
Jack. I would be surprised. Maybe that's a little bit clunky. Doesn't look like it. Do they run Elvish Spirit Guide?
Nope.
Okay, so they're just not holding up an interaction, or they're just holding up mana for other stuff, not holding up an activation just yet.
Yeah. So it's just 4 mana. Maybe I'll make a treasure somehow or whatever. Unlikely to happen like this, but just setting up, right? Like you said.
Yeah, I mean it's Sis is weird in that it's like the original, like, wait until somebody else tries to win deck, but then the problem is that everybody else is doing that now, so you have to time yourself even better because if you try and go for it, they might win on top of you.
Yeah, which is kind of what we saw, right?
Mm-hmm.
In game one, the
Yeah,
nightmare.
for sure.
Okay, so we're just some politicking, some slight politicking on, do we let this relic of Legends resolve?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like the answer is probably going
Relic,
to be
again,
yes.
Relic does represent a lot of mana next turn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and as you mentioned, as soon as Sisse plays a land, he's actually up to 5, and then
Oh, have they not made a land drop this turn?
I don't think so. Oh, what the heck?
What is this?
Oh, he thought Relic was a pitch spell.
Oh, no, the relic.
Okay, so just Deadly Relic targeting Sisse or Ragavan, presumably Sisse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, I don't. Is one Sisse activation at 3 power shouldn't win the game?
No, it's just a lot of setup, right? If you're getting
Mhm.
cannon, right? Because if you get cannon and you can float a lot of treasures, it can
Mhm.
like double it essentially and get you 2 more.
Yeah.
So I understand the CC carry. It's good to always, if you're a different player, right, to be shifting like
Yeah.
the focus into somebody else, right?
Mhm.
Um,
Like that might have been an overreaction, but we'll see because I think
oh, there was a land. Gas Cradle. Play
Kratos pretty good.
Gas Cradle. Yeah, 2 mana.
Doesn't affect the Sisse power, but is still a good combo piece. Like I said,
Yeah.
with something like Derevi and Emil, where you get to make a lot of
Emil.
mana
Yep.
and then go
Emil the
infinite.
Revi,
Yeah.
right? That's the point line there at that point.
Mm-hmm. Although you need to have Sisse at 5 power for that.
Yes, correct.
Which
Which
Derevi does.
And so does Kinnan in this battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
So I keep talking about the good old boy Kinnan.
Mm-hmm.
It was good.
Well, it's stuff like you tutor for Derevi and then you get to untap everything and tutor again.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
is usually the kicker. I was trying to diffuse some stress, say that my kin is not meant to combo win the game. It's meant to be a mid-range kin. It's like, well, I mean, sure. Let's see. What does Jacob have?
Oh, Gildrake. That's a
Gildrake.
Kinnan.
Oh, there's a way to get a kin.
That's a
Gildrake Drake into Sisse list is interesting.
wow. That's really good lining, right? Because you were going to have the Relic of Legends, and then you would Gildrake the Kinnan.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty decent.
I mean, yeah, you lose Sisse in the process, but
Yeah.
still, like, yeah, if okay, so we're getting we're not getting a spell cast, but we're getting a threat of interaction. Okay, you just trying to hold up interaction for something else.
So there's some politic, and do we Gildrake?
Please don't hit my cannon, please,
please, sir. Don't do it. No, the Kinnan. Do you take the Kinnan either way, or do you?
I mean, you're not winning the game this turn.
You're.
So what are you taking with Gildrake then?
If you're not taking Kinnan,
What, hit Thrasios?
Strasses or Timna?
Timna would be really good.
Bloom Tender's better.
I mean, Bloom Tender's also really good for the deck. I mean, because Bloom Tender taps for 2 right now. It'll be 3 with Sisse out. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay.
Taps for 3. Yep.
Yeah, because it'll be Ragavan, Sisse, Bloom Tender for 3 colors. That's a lot of mana. And a One Ring. So we'll see, I guess.
So what does Min need to do now to get into this game? For them make land drops.
We need to see like a land into 8. Okay, so City of Traders, that's 5 mana. Opal's not live. Huh, he's got to have some more fast mana somewhere.
Like if he has a ritual, would that get him there?
I mean, ooh, I don't actually think. Oh yes. Well, so if it was, I think it depends which ritual because.
Oh, you're right.
Because the red mana needs to come from the haste land, or is that tap to? Does the creature enter with haste, or is it?
It needs to be
you
giving.
give target creature haste.
Let's find out. Flip it or rip it.
Where is the land?
It is
the below one. Yeah, that one.
You need to give it haste. So
okay, so
you
need to have,
needs 7.
to have that mana open, and not only that, it's 2 mana to give it haste.
It's 2, yeah. Because he counted himself, yeah.
Yeah, so he could probably cast Narset if he had a ritual, but he wouldn't be able to give her haste.
And then you're kind of presenting win next to the following turn, right?
I guess I could see like Seething Song maybe.
But you'd have the colors for.
Well, the Seething Song plus the command tower Cavern.
Okay, but then Narset's counterable. But
No, you can still use a cavern. It's just you wouldn't have haste.
oh, I see. Got it.
I guess you'd have 1 mana extra. I don't know. That's just awkward.
Yeah, it's
The Mox. This is Mox Opal at its worst. Unfortunately, it's like just Mox Opal just not doing anything, sitting there.
yeah. This is a interesting hand by Jacob. I'm sure there might be a lot of interaction. That might be what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is being a lot of setup. It's just being land drop, pass, and Mox Opal.
Yeah, I would be interested to see what his keep was.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get a little bit of deflection from Kinnan trying to keep people's eyes off the fact that he has an activation available.
Oh no!
Mr. Gamora. Ooh.
Not this.
No, yeah, that Mr. Gamora is going to be very. I mean, it's not going to be ridiculous because nobody's going crazy casting a bunch of spells, but it'll still be very, very good.
Very good, yeah.
And once again, I wouldn't be surprised if he kept it for 4 or 5, 6 turns.
Yeah, because it's gonna stay there. So there's a you've made the Light Halfling can tap for legendary.
Yeah,
and
then Kinnan also adds a mana that doesn't have the restriction
of the same color.
Mm-hmm.
So he used a blue one and he has a blue legendary one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mystic Remora. This is a card.
That is always scary.
Mm-hmm. Especially what do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Vampiric Tutor.
Vampiric Tutor in response, I assume.
You get Orcish? Bullmast?
Bullmast would be really good.
Does it kills Bloomtender and punishes card draw?
It kills the elf, it kills Kinnan potentially. I think Bowmaster is just a very good card on this kind of board.
Yeah.
Because everybody's trying to set up and Bowmaster just tears a lot of that down.
Yeah. It's a good way to punish. Oh, Mental Misstep. I guess we don't have to worry about it.
Mental Misstep is a pretty good way to punish Vampiric Tutor.
Do you Mental Misstep the fish or do you Mental Misstep the Vampiric Tutor?
That's actually a good question. Because I think
I go for the.
Looking at TNT's position, I would assume it's the Vampiric Tutor, but at the same time, Kinnan with a fish is pretty scary.
I would do the fish if I mean,
probably. It's like Vampiric Tutor to get something else. It was the Vamp Tutor.
It is a Vampiric Tutor. Okay.
Interesting. Not the fish.
Not the fish, okay.
Okay. I mean, I guess
you think they want to win this turn then? They're setting up for win next turn.
Well, because Sissy doesn't care about the Mystic Remora, but
you don't want to have your opponents draw cards though.
True, and I don't think you want Kinnan to just have that. But I assume he probably got told that like, I'm not going to win with the Mystic Remora, therefore it's fine. Like, let me have it.
Yeah. Just moving my game plan along, and again, Sissy probably it maybe is looking for a win next turn. Oh dear God.
Okay.
The only thing I'll say, Evan, come on, sir, we can hear
this man is trying to imagine if they flicker the Gilded Drake and take it.
That would be funny.
No, this is. I don't want to die, he says as he plays a Mystic Remora and a Consecrated Sphinx. Yeah, that's good interaction. That's not going to win you the game.
No, there's some.
I don't know. I'm being too sarcastic. We need to be objective with this. Consecrated is very good.
Consecrated is good. The fish is really good, right?
Yes.
Esper will feed the Consecrated Sphinx, right? Tamna will feed it as well.
Yes.
One Ring. It's pretty good. The One Ring will feed it.
One Ring will feed a lot of cards.
Yeah. So I think it makes sense. I think so. The case that Evan's making, and it's a valid one, is that we are facing potential death by Sissy, right? More or less. Evan only has 2 cards in hand. We don't know what's going on with Jacob, right? He's done making land drops, right? TNT is just kind of sitting there like, I'm not really sure. I just tried to Vampiric Tutor and he got countered by Mental Misstep, right?
Looking at Jacob's board again, it's even more awkward by the fact that it's a cEDH trader. So like the next land he plays,
you're right,
will cause it to die. So he better have a way to get Narset out and give it haste immediately. Otherwise, it's just gonna be cast Narset pass.
Yeah. So we'll see. Maybe we're gonna turn the audio on them, and we'll just kind of let them listen.
Sounds good.
So you guys will tune in at the table.
I'm gonna try pass turn.
And Consecrated Sphinx resolved.
No, yeah, they're. I think Evan managed to convince them that Consecrated Sphinx was
Here,
worth keeping, and he's trying to convince them to let him draw cards instead of just removing the Consecrated Sphinx immediately.
yeah. Let's go ahead and listen. And we're back to our politicking.
If you have interaction, you have to show.
I think the only thing I can do is like you don't cast this.
Well, what? This is a matrix,
I know, but
so I don't have to go.
I
crazy.
can't have you have anything that was my head either.
Do you want to just show you with interaction for it? If you're casting, think about casting.
I'm casting it, but I want to make
Wait. So the deal I'm going to offer you is that I let you remove it after we get past this turn.
No.
Why?
Because this pushes too far ahead.
No, I draw 4 cards. That's it. Well, they don't. He doesn't draw it to the. It's a lot. No, it's not.
I'll remove it. You don't cast this.
You're drawing 5 cards on your turn.
Did you cast this? Then it's just too much. I can't. Let him draw.
I'm thinking.
I can't let him draw that many cards.
You see my deal, though, right?
I understand your deal, but it's.
But look at the logic.
But it gets to your turn and it's.
No. Look at the logic. I'm saying I won't fight over it no matter what I draw. He's drawing 4 on board without any mana. I just have it out.
I
That's
to
fair.
say, but I only activate that entire rotation. If
No.
if we're gonna
You don't cast this.
if we're gonna lose.
You don't cast this. That's not because you're so far ahead, right? At least it slows down one turn.
I feel like that this puts us like too far behind.
You draw.
That's why I'm
My
saying-
deal is that I'm letting you remove it, not fighting, and you're drawing that many cards off your One Ring that's already in play. That literally. So like,
You cast the same.
you see what I'm saying, right?
I see what you mean.
He'll just still have.
Because the thing is,
9 cards.
How many cards do you have? 4. Okay.
we are at an impasse.
I am almost down to take a deal. I'm just worried about this as well. What am I going to do?
I have answers if you trust me.
Okay.
I want to
Then
just
yes,
plead
I'll
to you
look
one
at
more
it.
time because the reason is I'm gonna draw 4 cards, and that's it.
Alrighty. So we're kind of back. We're gonna keep their audio going, but we'll mute it a little bit so you guys can still hear us.
Welcome to Grindy Tournament CDH in a nutshell, unfortunately. We've got deals going left and right. Everybody's afraid of each other, and it's all a question is who is drawing interaction versus who's just drawing a card to win.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Spider-Man meme where it's like holding guns at each other.
Pointing at each other. Yeah.
Like, no, you.
Because Consecrated Sphinx is drawing cards to interact, for sure. At the same time, if your concern is the One Ring, then if Consecrated Sphinx is still around by the time he activates the One Ring, yes, Sisse draws 4 cards, but the Consecrated Sphinx draws 8.
Yep.
Like,
And that's gonna be before that's gonna be 2 from
That's a-
David.
and 2 from Daniel.
Yeah. That's just gonna be 12.
Yeah, 12 cards
minimum.
to 4. That's
Assuming he doesn't go to combat or nothing gets cast into the Esper.
and don't forget the Mystery War. Like,
Yeah.
But he's drawing as many cards as I would draw. The same amount.
So yeah, there's a couple like hidden things here, right? Because there's a Mystic Remorse here that no one's talking about that has resolved. Consecrated Sphinx will draw a gazillion cards.
But he, look, he's
I think they was just kind of chilling, like, all right, guys, hello.
I mean,
so Jacob's basically saying, I have interaction for the Con Sphinx.
I'm limiting it to 4
And-
unless he activates the One Ring.
Okay, so Evan's making a deal, but Jacob's like, no, there's no chance. Like, which I think is correct. Like, Consecrated Sphinx is just such a powerful draw engine.
If we get to his
Like,
turn, he taps. He develops
they're if you're leaving it around, especially in a deck with so much mana, like, is such a problem
You see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
because
Using your removal spell,
Consecrated Sphinx will outvalue every single card at the table.
the exact same amount.
Like, it's because, especially because it's so parasitic.
It is. So it looks like maybe we're at a crossroads here.
That's great. That's no issue.
What are we gonna see?
It has like a source to plowshare.
Probably
I'm not target his though. He's gonna
Chain of Vapor.
He's next in turn.
Huh?
Make him sack the land because he's next in turn. He's got everything.
Oh, I see. So Evan's making a good point, right? You have a Chain of Vapor, have balance the One Ring from Daniel. So he's gonna. So it's to force the Consecrated Sphinx back into even Evan's hand.
I think that's pretty reasonable. Like
What
bounce
is-
the One Ring, then make him bounce the Con Sphinx. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Which taking Sisse off mana as well.
Yeah.
Ooh. What color? Mm-hmm. So you're off red.
Wait, what's conflict is in play? Hold on, I have a trigger. No, it has to be in play. Sorry, I thought it was on the stack. Obviously, can I? I have a trigger on Sphinx. I apologize.
Okay,
What
so,
is
so okay, so it's probably a mental misstep. This man is like, oh yeah, you should bounce my thing.
Yeah, so there's
I thought, yeah.
Okay. Am I good to
Sorry, that was kind of fun.
Of course. Of course.
Oh, Evan. Oh no.
Yeah, that's a good way to make sure people don't make deals with you ever again.
Yeah. So it's unfortunate. Um. So yeah, this is
Why is all of Jacob's mana tapped?
I don't. May pay for S first.
Maybe. Or he probably paid for fish.
Pay for fish.
Yeah. Looks like it, 'cause it's 5 mana.
Yeah. So we're gonna just turn their audio off a little bit, and actually we'll keep it on
I don't
because
know. What
this.
do you think of this whole situation? Because that like saying, "Oh, you should bounce the One Ring." Oh, I have a mental misstep. That just comes off as like that. I don't know. That hurts me mentally. That's like what? What?
I was also under the impression that they said they weren't going to protect it, but maybe I misheard. Maybe it was a different set of deals. So I'm
Well, I
not-
think that was like, let me draw 4 cards and I won't protect it. That
I
kind of
see.
thing. Like,
Got it. Okay.
but because okay, so we're seeing a force negation on the mental misstep, presumably. How hard are we gonna fight over this? Because this Con Sphinx will get way out of hand
Yeah.
if it gets to stick around.
Yeah.
Okay, that's countered. We're back to Chain of Vapor.
I'm good on force negation.
Yeah. So we're back on Vampiric Tutor.
Chain of Vapor, sorry.
Chain of Vapor. Chain of-
Vampiric got misstepped a while ago.
Okay.
Okay. What's the holdup? What now?
What's next? Okay then. Okay then.
Yeah, no, it is. Oh man, Consecrated Sphinx is such a card. I wish my experience with the card was better. Like it's very, very good, and then like I swear like 75% of the time I see it, it gets like copied, and then you end up with a game where everybody's drawing. We talked about this in the first round. Like
Yep.
like Consecrated Sphinx is such a powerful card. It's just that the fact that it gets scaled by a copy of Con Sphinx just makes it get out of hand really fast. We're seeing like Chain of Vapor copied. What's it gonna hit? I think is the question.
See, the chain of vapor was perfect though. Dealing with both is like that's fine. But I thought you were
See,
saying about
now he's happy that both got dealt with, even though he tried to fight over it.
Yeah.
no, that's so.
It's good warding, if you will, right?
That's fair.
So
Okay,
now
so Bloom Tender's bounced.
Balance
Gotcha.
to hand. Okay.
So Sisay's been disarmed
yeah. So
a significant amount. They're kind of back to where they
oh,
were.
we're copying something else.
Okay.
Gilded Drake.
Oh,
We're gonna get the kitten now.
Give the Drake. What a card. Oh, jeez.
Scalding Tarn. Okay. So who came winning out of this? I think TNT won out of this exchange along with Narset.
Yeah, I probably. I mean, TNT. Narset didn't really lose much. They just had the Chain of Vapor and they paid for Remora because that's what they have. But TNT is it, like I don't know. They didn't really lose much. They lost the Gilded Drake obviously, but they have the Bloom Tender back in their hand. They still
Yeah.
have the 3 engines.
Also,
Both of them.
Most of the interactions having use as well.
Well,
be honest with you.
we saw Mental Misstep, we saw Chain of Vapor, we saw Force Negation. That's
Right.
like,
Put a win on the stack.
I mean, having to pitch a card over Con Sphinx is rough, but
Yeah.
I think it's probably still correct. Like, if they just untap and have a win, that would be like not ideal for the rest of the table, I guess. I mean, but it's not impossible for sure.
For sure. All right, so we're going
They got 4 mana available.
TNT turn. Okay, not as much mana.
Uh-huh.
Still can draw. Looks like he can get 1 free attack from Sisay and Narset, right? They're both wide open.
Yeah, I don't think that. Oh, would Evan trade?
I
Timna?
think he would.
Yeah,
You don't think so?
maybe. I don't know. I mean, we know the Gilded
He's got a
Drake's
fish.
hand. Yeah, true. Well, and I guess we know the Gilded Drake's in hand too.
Exactly. You know that.
So-
Yeah.
Oh, so we're seeing deals around the Timna. Okay.
Yeah.
Turn the table mic back off.
Yeah, we're gonna turn the tables mics off.
Mm-hmm.
Let us know if you guys want us to bring them back on, but I think it gets a little hectic with them, and we become hard to be heard. But anyways, if you're just tuning in, I'm Raul, and I'm joined by Ethan here at Snowy
Yes.
Summit. Round 3. Long, beautiful day.
We
Looks like we're
have
going to
yet
come-
another fairly grindy game, unfortunately, for us. I will say this has been really interesting so far because it's been very political. Like even without the stakes being super high, we haven't seen the actual win attempts so much as that we've just seen like fighting over, for example, a Consecrated Sphinx, which is a very impactful card, but does not necessarily win the game on the spot. So, like, what is going to constitute an actual win attempt in this game? I think is the real question, because there's,
Exactly.
I think it's one of those games where like an inch is the equivalent of a mile for everybody
Yeah.
else. Like, because if you get ahead, you are ahead.
So I'm just showing the timer for people just so they can keep track of where they're at.
Yeah. Thanks for adding that.
80-minute rounds. I'll hide it here in a second, but just so folks can see how much time is spent politicking some games, right? And I would imagine that last turn, I actually wish I would have tracked it, but I imagined that whole conversation lasted
40 minutes, yeah. More than
I would say 40 minutes, but pretty close. It maybe felt like maybe 20, 30 minutes or so.
Oh wait, last turn. Yeah.
This
That
last, the
was
whole
probably
last
like
full
yeah,
ticking.
15 to 20, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that they have to keep in mind that there is kind of a ticking time bomb on the table in the form of Jacob's Narset.
Yeah.
Like if he draws the right card here, they could just lose.
But it's also equally true.
Yeah. So we're seeing the Bloom Tender back out. We're seeing the table kind of redevelop. I wouldn't be surprised to see something out of Sisse. Probably nothing too big. Maybe they try and take the cannon with Gildrick again.
Ooh.
Survival the Fittest.
Okay, that's pretty
a
good.
card. Do they have Devoted Druid in hand?
Or
Or
well, they don't
is
have
it
the
just-
mana to do anything. But next turn they have the Devoted Druid,
Oh, true. They
so
can't
they're
cast with
maybe they're setting up for next turn.
Yeah, that is a very scary next turn. Does the list doesn't play any actual creature interaction though, does it? They're not playing, I guess, maybe Endurance,
Endurance, yeah.
but not like Subtlety or anything else.
No. Okay, so let's see. We got some fetching. So do you Gilded Drake the Kinnan, or what do you do?
I mean, looking at Sisse, it's probably still correct, but I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, it's still taking Kinnan. I mean, with the Mystic Remora in play, it's probably not the end of the world, and it's still just gonna be very, very effective when it comes back.
Yeah, we'll keep the timer so folks can see time on the round. So we'll just upload that. Good suggestion, Chad. There is a bracket. It's hard for me to pull it up while we have this kind of set up, but I'll make sure to put it in the chat here soon so folks can see.
Yeah, we just put like a bot in the chat. I don't know if you have that.
Surely don't have that. We're very low tech here at MTT Vexus.
Okay.
Okay.
No, but survival definitely represents a win next turn. I mean, depends what they have in hand, obviously, but
Yeah. Looks like we missed it. Looks like we did have the Gilded Drake take the Kinnan,
yeah.
which makes sense, right?
I mean, because we're gonna see Sisse right now. Yeah, because
Yep.
Sisse Relic of Legends, you're looking at 6, 7 mana.
No, that's a Gas Cradle.
Oh, it's a Guy's Cradle. Okay, great. Yeah, so that's 9 mana in play, right? Because 2, 4, 6 on the treasures, plus 3 on the cradle, plus tapping Sisse. That's 10 mana.
Sisse
can-
is Summon Sec though, right? Next turn.
No. It's the Relic of Legends taps the creature.
Oh, that
Yes.
is win then.
Yeah, so they could just be presenting one right now. So it's basically if someone else is going to present a win, then Sisse will activate. But I'm sure they could phrase it as I'm just going to hold up for whatever, because they do have options like Urtai
Yeah,
to
that's right.
interact on the stack or on board. So they're not guaranteed to go for winning the game, but they can
Do
definitely
they have
present a win.
2 activations? Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
by
So,
the looks of it, because Cradle's 3 with Kinnan,
and-
Ragavan, and then the Relic of Legends taps for 2 with Kinnan.
so it does
So
make
it's-
2?
That's
Okay.
5, and then
Yeah.
plus 2 for each treasure. So that's actually 11 mana.
Oh my goodness. So yeah. So yeah, this is
the question.
scary.
I think the question is colors though. So they'd have to do both interactions, or both activations at the same time, because they can't make multiple colors off the treasures
For sure. Oh, we got a Force of Will. Pitching Consecrated Sphinx.
on Sisse.
Yep. Which, yeah.
That's probably not a bad idea.
No.
Like at this point, because that is a lot of mana to be untapping with Sisse, or like just be sitting down with.
Well, just 2 activations usually should win.
Oh no,
the game,
you,
right?
you
With
do,
the Kinnan in the
with the
battlefield.
5/5 Sisse, yes, you win the game. Like that
Yeah.
is. Sisse resolves, and then whenever they feel like it, they can just choose to try.
Like feel like it.
Well, usually
Yeah.
it's not like immediately just sorcery speed. Usually it's going to be, again, one of those flash things where it's like someone else is going to do things. You're just sitting there like, is this Sisse going to try and win? Okay, so just bringing Sisse out at the cost of all the treasures and everything. Interesting they tapped that much. I think they should have been able to leave were they able to leave a treasure out? Because Cradle was 2, and then each of the... No, they had to tap everything. That's
Yeah,
unfortunate.
that makes sense. But I mean, they're still looking pretty for next turn.
Yeah. And they didn't attack with Ragavan, so they didn't make a treasure there. Just tapped it for mana, unless I missed it.
We got someone in chat that says Kennen doesn't make creatures tap for 2 with relics, it's just 1.
I thought it was the ability of Relic tapping the creature.
Okay. We'll have to check that.
Let me look at Relic of Legends right now.
Okay, we'll look at the
Well,
wording.
I think it's the same thing as Springleaf Drum, where it's the effect tapping the creature, not the creature tapping.
Sure.
Because that's how Dargo can combo with Relic of Legends. It's Relic Legends tapping Dargo.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah, so it's I mean, I'm gonna pull it
But
up.
you
to
don't
confirm.
make mana.
Huh?
You don't make an extra mana though.
No.
Yeah, so yeah, so I don't know if that triggers Kennen.
Oh, true.
Okay, so yeah, maybe chat. You're right.
Let me
You're
look.
right, chat.
I think it's the wording on Kinnan probably. Tap an untap creature you control, add 1 mana of any color, and then Kinnan says, whenever you tap a non-land permanent for mana. Okay, yeah, because it's
So you're tapping something that
you're tapping something else to activate a mana.
Yeah, and
okay,
it
so
makes
it's not the
mana.
relic tapping itself.
Yep.
My bad.
Thanks, chat. Correcting us here. Looks like Min or Jacob played a Grand Arbiter, which is yucky card.
Grossy. Yeah, that's a classic card.
That's a classic. Makes Narset costs 2 less, so that's next Narset turn next wow, words. Next turn Narset with haste, I think. That's what that
Yeah. So it's 4 mana, and then I think he needs a land drop to do that.
yeah. Flow the 2.
You just don't want to lose the city traders just yet.
Wandering
Archaic.
Okay.
Oh no, against Narset?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That is awkward.
Don't know if we're getting to Jacob's turn with Sisei, so
Well, I don't think Sisei is representing quite as much mana anymore. Because they did have to sacrifice the 3 treasures to recast Sisei.
you're right.
So they're looking at 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think they have exactly 10 actually. Which we'll see if that changes before then. Wonder Cake certainly not doing much about Sisei though.
9, 10. You're right, it is 10. Wonder Cake is not doing absolutely nothing. It is I am praying to get to next turn.
Yeah, no, Wonder Cake is not good against Sisei, but it is good against TNT potentially, and very strong against Narset.
Yep.
Just because Narset is so likely to rip some big instant source at the top.
We all
If
take
it's something like a one with a multiverse or like Omniscience, like that could very well come out of that deck, and that would not be impacted by one Archaic and make things much harder to deal with.
And I'm pretty sure Ivan would get the extra turn or the Enter the Infinite or whatever first, right?
No, not Enter the Infinite, one with a multiverse.
Sure.
The Omniscience
But he would get it first.
But yes, if he cast Enter the Infinite and he couldn't pay for one Archaic, yeah, that would be bad.
Wild, yeah. Which I don't imagine he's doing.
I think the best case scenario if he went for that would be to have like a ritual or something in the process and cast the ritual first to pay for it. But
the only upside is that Evan would still need to pay 2 or pay 1 to cast it because of Grand Arbiter.
True.
So he only gets 1.
Well, he does have a mana open, so there's that.
He has 1.
Yeah.
So something to just consider and think about.
I don't see Grand Arbiter very often anymore, but I had a friend that's like, oh, I want to play cEDH again. So he brings out this Grand Arbiter deck.
Oh no.
And we're like, okay, sure, play your Stacks deck. And then he said he hadn't played in a while. We got hit by Hull Breacher. And I was like, wait,
Hull Breacher?
how long has it been since you played? What is going on here?
Known ban card from 3+ years or whatever.
It's not that old. Like it's like what, 2020, 2021?
Well, it got banned like that years. It's like 5 years.
It's not ancient, but it's old enough that like you should know it was banned. Like if it's
4.5 years ago or so.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like Wonder Archaic resolved. Where is our active player card?
I think it's back over on Jacob. I think they've
Jacob, no. There it is.
They got it.
Thanks, David. MVP.
I mean, that makes sense. So the question is, does TNT win now with their survival on board?
They did activate it at end step. I'm down for a draw, yeah.
Jacob proposing a draw. I mean, that's fair at this point. I mean, I think all of them are doing pretty well. I think Evan has 10, right? And then Jacob has, I want to say 6.
It's not, yeah, I guess from our perspective, I don't see like this being a draw. I'm like, though you aren't fighting through 3 Ristic studies, 2 Smothering Titan.
Yeah, it's not very different. It's just convoluted for sure.
Yeah. But we'll see we'll see how this TNT manages this. That, oh God, what is that card? Bloom Thunder?
Oh, are they complimenting Grand Arbiter? Wait, is he copying it?
Mockingbird.
Oh, no, it's for 2. X equals 0, so he's actually paying 2 mana, so it can still be a cannon or something.
Yeah, it's a cannon. It's a cannon.
It would make the most sense. Yeah, that's a funny use of Mockingbird.
That isn't.
You're not paying any extra mana. It's the same effect as Trinisphere.
Yeah,
Where like you're or like Sphere of Resistance, where you're paying the mana, but it cares about the fact you pay the mana.
exactly.
So you're just paying the minimum.
Yeah, we'll see the Mockingbird. So this is a cannon. That
Presumably.
cannon is 5 mana. Gilded
Oh, it's a
Drake.
Gilded Drake.
Still
it's
Sisay. Okay.
Yeah, they're realizing that that Mockingbird is not dependent on the value of X, it's the amount of mana paid total. Because Mockingbird for X equals 0, you paid 1 mana, therefore it enters as a 1-drop.
Yeah.
So in this case, with Grand Arbiter increasing the cost by 1, you can pay X equals 0 and it costs 2 and it enters a 2-drop.
Yep.
So Sisay gets stolen by a copy of Gilded Drake.
Yep.
That is gotta be awkward.
That is be awkward. Oh, yeah. I wonder if the cannon makes sense, but I guess,
I mean,
it depends on what's in the hand, right? It's hard to judge with
yeah, no,
view.
I mean, like if you've got a creature tutor in hand, for example, I don't think you really care about cannon that much because,
Yeah.
I mean, yes, you make extra mana with Limb Tender, but at the same time, like it would just be an extra add-on. You're not necessarily finding Basalt when you have a survival on board already.
Exactly.
I mean, what do you think? What do you think is gonna be the win line here in your experience?
I don't know if CZ does anything in this list.
I think it's just
to take it?
taking Sissy was just to take it.
Yeah, makes sense. Just to prevent Daniel from doing anything. Who's pretty behind? What is this?
Is that?
What is this?
Huh?
Um,
I'm gonna pull that. Fiend Artisan. Oh,
Feeder Artisan. Oh,
so it's a birthing pod effect.
okay. So we have survival
Interesting.
of Fetus and
That's a lot of ways to just bring out random creatures. I like that as an include actually.
yeah, that's cool.
It's a little slow because I think it has to tap, but
Yeah,
still,
it's a next turn kind of thing.
that is a very powerful effect.
It's a lot of setup for Jacob, who's about to unload with Narset.
Well, and I think the table Evan I think pointed out that Narset will come down with haste next turn.
Yeah.
I think the Wandering Archaic does make that awkward.
Just one for 1 mana. Because Evan can only play 1 spell.
Yeah. So it's a
Once.
matter of what are you gonna play.
Yeah. So if you get three extra turns and then 1 counter spell, like what do you copy, right?
I mean, probably the top extra turn. So you take it. Well, how does that work? So it's gonna be because you cast your extra turn, and then I think Jacob still takes the extra turn first, correct?
I think it's
Because
whichever one resolves last.
You put them on the stack, and then the Wander Archaic trigger happens. You copy it. You have an extra turn in the bank, but then he just takes more extra turns before that extra turn happens.
Correct.
So I don't even think that stops an extra turn spell, doesn't it?
It depends on how the stack is layered. I
True.
think, right?
True.
So we'll have to see what actually ends up happening.
You can cast them this turn. Correct. So yeah, he can put an extra turn spell or whatever on the stack, and then it's all just a matter of how Evan chooses to interact with it. Like which one he decides to copy.
What's that? The One Ring.
It's back. Okay.
It's back.
Yeah,
so
so you tap the guy's critical for 3 and then 2 more for 5. Yeah, so the Grand Arbiter.
Makes extra infinite combats awkward with Narset.
True.
But there's other lines
But
that you can do.
he plays some ways to get around damage prevention though, right?
Yeah. What are we countering here? Commandeer.
Commandeer on the One Ring? Is that what's happening?
Yep, we saw Commandeer.
That's pretty good. Whoa. I've been seeing Commandeer a lot more, and it's definitely a gamble, but when it works, it's so impressive. Because there's so many powerful non-creature spells. And especially in Narset, like when you can just Commandeer for free sometimes.
Yeah.
Like it's a counter spell that's just better. What now? Okay, so Evan can copy. Evan could hypothetically copy the Commandeer, and then yeah, he can copy the Commandeer, target the One Ring, resolves. Then Jacob's comedy resolves, turn one, and he still takes it. So that's
Got it.
kind of what I was talking about earlier with the extra turns where Evan's stuff's going to happen first, but that just means that Jacob's effects are probably going to
Yeah.
resolve and be more.
And hopefully we're not
Significant.
forgetting about the Grand Arbiter, right? Because the Grand Arbiter should have cost
Well,
Evan.
I don't think it mattered.
Yeah.
Is what they're saying. Like they can say like, yeah, like why wouldn't they copy it? But I mean, they're calling a judge.
No, I think they
Nope.
they moved on.
Or they said they could call a judge. But I think
Yeah.
basically what it ends up as is like hypothetically they could copy the commandeer, it just wouldn't do anything because they understand that the Jacob's copy will resolve afterward and still take control of it.
Correct. I think what's happening is, did Evan tap out for the Commandeer, correct? Because
I don't
then
know.
that would have Min or Jacob be hands off on his turn with Narset.
Yeah, no, I don't think he ended up doing it. Yeah. I think he's probably correct. Having played against Narset a couple times, if this happens, are you floating mana? Yes, you're floating mana with City Traders. Okay.
No, he has hasty uncounterable.
Uncounterable Narset.
Yeah.
I think this might be
This might be it.
it. Yeah. Okay. Everything is up to date. Now that he can give her haste. And here is where it all comes down to the gamble. Is he going to whiff horribly or do they just lose the game?
Yep, it's a 50-50.
Are they offering a draw right now?
Interesting.
I mean, I think, what are the points values right now? So this over.
This table.
Okay, so we got 2 5s. You got 2 5s, a 6, and a 10. So
Yeah.
the 6 being Jacob and the 10 being Evan.
It's not bad. And draws are, people have very strong opinions in either way. I try to, be neutral when it comes to these kind of things.
I'm sure Evan would be. I'm sure Evan would be totally fine with a draw. Getting to 11 points in round 3 is crazy.
It's pretty good.
And then Jacob we have 7, and we have 2 6s. But the one thing is that they have to all agree to draw right now.
Yep.
Like I'm sure they can make some deal to draw later, but I don't think they're gonna let Jacob go to combat without deciding yes or no.
Yeah. Let's go turn their mics on since this seems to be a critical moment.
Let's see what they have to say.
Looks like
No, first strike. Anything that matters. Sure. Attack.
Let's see.
Sorry, trigger first.
okay. Let's see what
Attack
happens.
trigger. Basic study. J will.
Ooh, what?
Ooh.
Pretty good.
DK restoration is pretty
No
good.
extra turns.
No extra turns, but
Okay.
J will.
You need a block though, for sure. You have to, because otherwise, it has to be everything. Otherwise, it dies. It doesn't matter. Because the Jessica's will is why it matters.
People do forget that Narset has. She might be a 3/2 and she might be vulnerable, but she does have first strike. So Sisse has to block with everything.
Everything.
And then you'll build. Oh, it's 2 health. It's 2 health. It's 2 health.
Okay.
I know. I forgot I only had 2
And the Gilded is a 3/3.
Gilder
So
gets a 3-3. Yep. Okay, so it looks like we're moving past the draw argument and we're just kind of back into the game 4. I feel kind of bad for Daniel because he's.
Wait. Why not lose the? I think
Oops, muted our mics by accident. And Daniel's been having to answer everything.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the one that's been bullied for just putting I guess not direct wins, but moving himself quite ahead.
Oh, so he's just casting Heuristic Study. He's letting the other go. Okay, interesting.
They keep forgetting about the Grand Arbiter. Okay,
Well, he can still pay for it, and then
he just won the one.
yeah. So he's basically saying that if he casts the Seagate Restoration, that Evan can still just copy it
For sure.
and then we'll get to draw. I don't know how many cards he has in hand right now, but like enough cards that he probably wins. I mean, Jacob now has a Heuristic Study in play. I think is the deal. Once again, they are offering a draw.
This is kind of unfortunate with the dog side ban, where just this becomes like this slog of games. Like we said, when
Yeah.
we were casting earlier. It's unfortunate that I know Dockside was warping the
Mhm.
game, but now the alternative is this, and I'm not saying on ban
This is the
Dockside.
kind of board state where Dockside would make like I think the Dockside count
Punish.
right now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. That's enough to just absolutely
Yeah,
destroy a game.
just win the game.
Like yeah.
Yeah,
And I mean, yes, as much as it's like, oh no, they win it out of nowhere, that can be a good thing for like the health of the game. In that, yes, it was annoying, but at the same time, it meant that things wouldn't get stalled out and that someone could just explode into a win.
I guess probably not the I'm not in favor of bringing back Dockside. I'm more so in favor of getting rid of Ristic Study as a starter. Like, get that out of here. Maybe Mystic more as a casualty of war. But this is just, I don't know. This seems like the format's not a healthy format when we're just offering draws every round.
Mm-hmm.
But we're still politicking as well.
That was a really awkward set in our spell. I don't know why we wouldn't still cast the J Will. I think that Jessica's Will was still possibly like, and maybe there was something that like he wouldn't want Evan to copy it still, but
For sure.
Jessica's Will might have flipped into something worthwhile. Definitely not the Seagate. I think that not
Seagate
casting
doesn't do
Seagate is
anything.
probably correct.
Yeah.
And
Makes sense.
then you can't play the what's it called? The stadium that gets haste that from MH3.
Sure.
Yeah.
Copy enchantment.
Copy
So it is now
enchantment.
Evan's turn. We forgot to move the active player card.
Yes, active player card, please.
No.
Please float over there.
Copy enchantment. What are we copying? Are we copying a Mystic Remora?
Probably copying the Ristic Study. I mean, that's just
Or is exciting? Sure.
yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I think TNT probably gets to do a lot on their turn.
You don't think so? Or you think so?
No, I do think,
think so?
especially because they have 2 different creature tutors on board without needing to cast a spell between the Fiend Artisan and the Survival. So we'll see. Fiend Artisan, I think is 1 or 2 mana to activate. Let's see.
Okay, let's.
I mean, cards in hand for you.
So we're getting close to more poll taking, so we'll just turn their audios on.
Okay, Fiend Artisan is X and a Golari hybrid.
What?
No, it's okay. I think we can.
Sacrifice 80 support.
That's right.
Less. Okay. Sorcery speed only.
Mhm.
Okay.
You're awesome.
Subservience. You know, subservience.
So we're offering a draw. It looks like we
Okay.
have shaken the draw,
Sounds like we
folks.
took a draw.
We did it. We did the draw
Okay.
thing.
Well, sorry to people that wanted a more intricate game, but I think that probably might have saved us a little bit of time and brain power because this was going to get gross. It was probably going to be a couple wins presented over the next couple turns, and who knows how it would have turned out. I think the players agree on that, where they would just better off taking the draw than trying to survive through everybody attempting a win on their turn.
Yeah, I don't know how many more turns they would have left, right? Arguably, you can maybe think David and Daniel have another turn.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It's hard to say sometimes. This is what you're playing for. But yeah, folks, that is the game. We're gonna change back to our faces so you can see our beautiful faces after
Yeah.
that game.
Are we bringing anyone in for an interview?
I don't know. Maybe we'll bring somebody in.
Mm-hmm.
Hello everybody, even though we haven't muted yet.
Yes.
Hello, Raul, joined by Ethan.
Ethan.
How's it going, everybody? That was a game. It is unfortunate that some games just come to draw, but that is.
I mean, that kind of made sense. There was enough going on that board that I think it was going to end poorly like the players were just expected to end poorly for them because either it's not going to come back around or they just don't think they'll get to their turn or there's too much interaction or that's just one of those games where there's a lot and you have to weigh your options. Do you take the draw and guarantee a 1 point or try and stick it out and get the full 5 potentially? But I don't know.
11 points for Evan. I'm looking pretty if I'm Evan, right? He's still at the top of the leaderboard.
That's pretty comfortable, I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
you got to win. You just got to win one more, and I'm pretty sure you're locked in.
Especially it was the first 2 rounds. Like, yeah, that should be pretty safe. Jacob with 7 is definitely in good position to be doing well. I mean, like no losses in general, and in 3 rounds is a pretty good spot to be in. The other 2 on 6 are doing okay. I mean, they need at least 1 win more, I think, to really feel confident in their spots in top 16. And yeah, I guess we'll have to see how the round pans out.
Yeah, we'll bring one of the guys that just played, and maybe just we can ask them their logic through it. So hang in tight, guys. Give us a few minutes, and we'll set up an interview for you guys to come watch. But yeah, we'll be right back, folks. Thank you.
Sorry, everybody. I hit the wrong unmute button. So I'm here with Jacob, who played Narset in the last round, and that went to a draw with a pretty convoluted board state. And like, how would you describe your game plan? Because it looked like you were starting pretty slow, just playing lands and passing.
Oh, so I had the Grand Arbiter the whole time. So
Mhm.
I was like trying to find a window to play Grand Arbiter to give me a 4 mana in our set. And then once I put it down, I was like, okay, this gives me a window to get one attack in.
Mhm.
And I talked to Evan about it, Freedom Waffle. If I flip anything better than that, I win right there.
For sure.
'Cause I had a silence basically
Mhm.
with Grand Arbiter, and David, the TNT player, only had 1 mana open,
Mhm.
so he can't stop everything I do.
Well, and the two of us were discussing it that like he could copy something with the Archivist or the what it was called Wandering Archaic,
Yeah.
but it would still cost 1 mana to cast it with Grand Arbiter out, right?
Yep.
So he had 1 mana up, and that's
I guess
so,
he
so you don't cast what's
It doesn't even matter
Yeah.
because if I cast an extra turn spell, his
Yeah, no,
copy resolve first.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
We were interested to see what happened with the Commandeer. That made a lot of sense because I had just talked about that interaction with Roll
Yeah.
about how you still get to take the extra turns first.
Yeah.
But the Seagate, that one would have been a little awkward.
No, see, I want. Well, we probably could have cast Seagate into a draw. That's what I was. Yeah, that was me and Evan talked about. I was like,
Yeah.
yes, you're right, but it's all right. That's all.
I mean, because you're not taking an extra turn after that. You kind of just load your hand up and then probably have interaction for everyone else's turns.
Exactly.
That's fair. If you agree to draw and agree to both cast the Seagate, and then
Oh.
yeah, move a little closer, and
Understand.
then you probably would draw into enough interaction that it would end up in a draw. What about the other ones? You cast the Rhystic Study. You
Yeah.
cast on the Jessica's Will, just like not good enough.
No,
there?
he was gonna kill my Narset.
Oh,
He had a copy of Gilded Drake and a bunch of creatures. So if he blocked multiple blocks on Narset, he dies. So I was like, nah, I was cast Rhystic and pass. That's
okay. Yeah, that's probably pretty fair.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
could you just get to hold up like
I
Ace
don't know.
Spears?
Overall, I'm happy with my game plan. My game plan was like find a window to attack.
Yeah.
And I got my window, and I just didn't flip well. That's why I love the deck.
That's what I like. When we saw you were moving to attack, I just like did a little mini drum roll because your deck is very much like a gamble where you either absolutely win the game or you can just pass the turn.
Yes, I was talking to Evan. I looked at next 4. I win. If I had another turn, I win there. Like no questions asked.
Yeah, what was the next 4?
It was Rise,
Uh-huh.
Eldrazi, Karn. So we
Okay.
just bounce and kill the Wonder Cake and just
Mhm.
storm off. When we had 16 minutes left, I could find a way to win.
Yeah, no, well, yeah. What's your out for the One Ring? Because I know the One Ring protection came down.
I have Jace.
Okay.
A little bit of mysteries.
So you can deck yourself and
just-
then have a Jace out, yeah.
And then I see what Jace is. You plus Jace, he draws card himself.
And that would win the game because he has the passive
Yeah.
ability. Yeah. Do you think you would have done anything differently? You're just generally happy with what happened in that game?
No, I'm genuinely happy because I was very patient with my windows.
Mm-hmm.
I could have played Grand Arbor much earlier, but I
Mhm.
feel like that would just throw the game.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting watching everybody else develop. Like, for example, the person playing TNT built
Yeah.
out really fast.
Mm-hmm.
They were like double creature tutor on their board.
Mm-hmm.
And then like Sisay had they were threatening wins for a while.
Every turn.
Like,
Every turn for like 3 turns, yeah.
well, but I'm glad that patience paid off. I was really worried for a second that you just kept a bad hand.
Oh, no, it was I thought it out. Like, Narset's one of those decks that turns the corner so fast,
Mhm.
people don't expect it.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen it before.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, cool, I'm going to combat. Okay, well, let's see. One with the multiverse or like all this different stuff. Like, yeah,
No, I have lost games before, though, just on bad flips. It happens.
that's fair.
Mhm.
Anything else? Like, what are you planning? Like, are you feeling good about the next couple of rounds? I mean, because you got 7 points now.
Yeah, I'm at 7 points. I think I just need 1 win to make it.
Yeah.
The
I mean,
cutoff last time was 12.
I think 12 would make sense.
Yeah.
Do you think that this is better? Like, how did you do last time? I don't remember.
I made top 4 last time.
Oh yeah, you did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then so that was you, and then it ultimately got decided by Clam Chowder Sisay, right?
Clam Chow Sisay, yeah.
That was Grant. Yeah.
Well, I had a turn 2 Narset that game,
Mhm.
and then we were losing to Wounded or Max anyways.
Yeah.
On his turn with a 1 ring, turn 1, and
Yeah. Which Lewis said that he's actually on his way. He's in a concert in Mexico today. We're missing on that. But yeah. So glad to have you in here for the interview. Good luck in your next couple of rounds, and we will keep things moving.
yep, appreciate it.
All right.
Can you hear us now?
All right, now we're actually back. My apologies.
Yeah, we'll take that one over.
But
Should be
yeah,
able to hear us.
just resolving mulligans. You didn't really miss much.
Yeah.
I'm Freddie, joined by Lewis Stardust.
Hello.
And we got some pretty wacky commanders going on here.
Yes, we're just getting into round 4 of this 5-round tournament, which means it is a big deal for these players right now to either make those wins. We've seen a couple draws. We've seen a draw last round as well, but it is really important for those points because it's pretty close. A lot of the top 16, we're seeing a lot of 11-pointers, some 10-pointers, and a few 7s, but I think the bubble's going to be really close in this event,
It will
especially
be,
this
yeah.
size. Yeah.
Yeah, especially going with no draws. If you don't have the IG of a draw in your head, you're going to play a lot differently. So I think we're going to see more aggression, more aggressive hands,
Yeah.
mulligans.
I think I also would just not feel confident going into a game with draws for this next round because of how close the numbers are starting to look. So I'd be definitely pushing really hard for a win. But we're going to take a look at this pot in just a second. They're resolving mulligans, as we said, but it's a spicy one. What do we have today?
So let's tune in to the current Why does it keep changing?
Apologies, when we transferred, it seems like the caster mic's turned off again on us. But what did we catch? We talked about Grant, who is here playing T and K today. You said last time he was playing something else, right?
Yes, he was playing Clam Chowder, the
Yeah.
sissy variant, and yeah, he took the whole thing.
He took the whole thing on Sisei, so excited to see him playing T and K today. We also have a more traditional list as well of Timna Thrasios, and then we have the fun ones, which are Gitrog and Plagon. We could probably talk all day about fun commander decks, of course, but Plagon's just gonna get you through that deck, draw tons of cards, which is kind of what we're seeing in this meta today, anyways. Gitrog seems like it's gonna do pretty fun stuff right now. What do we got on the field? We got some lands.
Pretty important Esper Sentinel. Just a lot of
Esper
doors.
Sentinel.
Turn 1.
A Giver Rune's pretty good to have for Plagon on Plagon side for sure.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Yeah, just doing a run back. They're playing quick. They're like, these minutes matter. We got a
They
little
do, yeah. I don't think anyone wants to go to a draw, so.
No, definitely not. I feel like that was our pregame. Look how fast they're going. Whoa, what was that?
Is that Chains of Mephistopheles?
I think that sounds correct, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it definitely is, if you need to explain it.
Wow. We were listening on that. We should have maybe cut the table that's on us, but that was very, very quick right out the gate. 2 lands for Plagon. What is that?
Oh, Shield Sphere. Pretty important card. I remember using it in, it was that Simic Crocodile that cares about toughness, but.
Yeah, so what's the toughness on that one?
It's a 0/6.
That's what I thought they said 0/6. Yeah, Plagon plays a lot of the big booty cards for sure. We're really focusing on that. A lot of value in those.
0 mana, so not really spend anything, just,
Pretty good. Wow, they are passing around this active player. Wow.
They really are, but there's not a lot of action in between passing.
I was going to say that too. I feel like there hasn't really been a lot of draws on Esper. Not too much going on yet, despite how quickly these players are moving.
Little explanation on Chains of Mephistopheles. It's basically just a impulse draw.
Timna on the board. Yeah, swing with Thrasios feels pretty good right now, I think.
Hmm. Really curving out well, Tommy has. Just going into Doric, into Thrasios, and now you have a Timna attacker with some mana open.
They are arguing where to swing this Thrasios, though, whether if anybody is playing Adnals or any other life efficient or life focused decks, right?
Mhm.
It's pretty fun.
You always got to make sure to take it down.
Yeah, totally. I'm always a fan of Gitrog, though. I'm really rooting for this. I'm a fan of like a funny little guy doing the thing, so hopefully we'll see a big play from our Gitrog player too.
Yeah, I'm a fan of it too, but commentating it might be different. I'm gonna make a fool out of myself trying
you're
to
not
follow.
alone. Yeah. I'm like Putrid Imp, and that's what I got. And Dagmar Sandwich, that's what I got.
And then you win somehow.
Yeah. I actually just got like a really nice new printing in Innistrad where it's like a cool horror poster.
Oh,
It's very fun.
Dagmar?
No, the Gitrog, which I think might be the one that's there. I can't really tell, but
I believe it is. Yeah.
yeah,
Now it's
really
above the deck.
fun. Felwar Stone on the field. Oh, mean bet in the discard. Okay.
All right. Not too bad. Yeah, this Chains of Mephistopheles actually putting in a lot of work against TNT. It looks like you're at an advantage right now, but you really just draw a discard.
Yeah. They are enlightened tutoring though, so I'm curious as to what they're gonna go get here. I guess you could really get anything on TNK. It's just a deck full of good cards, right?
You could, yeah. If you have a way to get rid, yeah, there's the Tithe. I was gonna say.
My second guess was that.
Yeah, I would have been Ristic first, but yeah, the chains is kind of restricting
Exactly.
you. So
Yep. Normal would have been Ristic. I think this is a smarter thing to do. Especially because they seem like they're behind on mana and like hopefully we'll draw into some good stuff with Esper Sentinel, allowing them to use the mana they'll presumably make from Smothering Tithe. So
yeah, unfortunately, you need mana to make mana, and only at 2 at the moment.
yeah, it's pretty rough. They're talking about slowing Thrasios down and Plagon. Really going in with the chains, like you said. And yes, chat, we can see you. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Who do we think is gonna take this one today? Mentioned earlier that Grant is a returning champion and won the Snowy Summit last time. So
I think this play pattern though is great. Ancient Tomb did have the mana to play it, and now you can just get ahead because no one's really gonna beat you in card advantage. Now you have the mana advantage.
What is that?
There's players debating what to discard at the moment.
Yes. You know, there are worse things you could put in your graveyard between all the things that have been in there so far.
Oh yeah.
So I guess it's a tutor. I didn't see what tutor was, but
Not sure either. Maybe they can tell us.
Right now, I'm sure you do. He also wants you to get rid of some of his max resources. Oh, yeah.
Just getting the treasures ready.
I'm reading in chat that they believe it's an Almari's call. Almari's card. Okay, I can't read.
Elodamri?
Almari's call.
That's not even English.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't even sound like it.
It's just yeah. Going to get some kind of cool creature.
I wonder what you get. Would you get something to destroy the chains? Maybe you run Reclamation Sage, something?
I think it depends on like what their exact game plan is, right? Because it seems like the chains are kind of helping keep a few other opponents at bay, right? So like it's kind of like a stacks piece. Well, it's kind of like a stacks piece where like if you're gonna blow it up, you better be trying to win or getting like a really progressive board state, right?
True. Yeah. I like that take.
Yeah. As a stacks player, I try not to have people blow up things unless they're going for it.
Oh yeah. I love my Liberator.
I will say the chat is rooting for Gitrog. There's a lot of Gitrog support in there. We will take it.
Yeah, Geralt kind of the underdog in this position.
And there we go, making those treasures.
Yeah. Tithe might as well not give you the option to pay. No one ever does.
Oh yeah. Unless you're making lots of mana, which our players seem like they're not doing quite yet. So so we're just attacking with Timna. Okay, interesting. That seems good. Lifelink is always nice in this position as well, too.
Yeah, I wonder why you wouldn't choose to attack Gitrog.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Grant might be in a better position, maybe between having the Smothering Tithe and the Esper. Plus, what's in his graveyard is a little bit threatening. So maybe putting the pressure on him feels like the right choice here.
I could see that. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, this chains will benefit Crom a lot more because you have access to Underworld Breach. Those combos. Flagon's just been ramping.
Yeah.
Just biding its time.
I'm wondering if it is going to come out on next turn, and then if it does much, right? Because what does the chain do again?
I'm actually not too familiar with the commander.
No.
I know it draws cards.
So Plagon will draw lots of cards. It has an ETB, so you draw a card for each creature you control power with toughness greater than its power. But I was wondering about the chain. So it's chain of what?
It chains. If it's each, then I think you have to do it one by one.
Right. Oh. Attack trigger. Drawing cards seems pretty good right now. Smothering Tithe is gonna be really happy. Oh, we're just getting the land. I see. Because it's out.
Is that a Savines I see in the grave too?
There is a Savines in the grave. That is true. A Lotus Cobra? Okay.
Huh.
Play a land. There we go. Make some mana. Making some green mana. Okay.
Looks like it's an Urza Saga as well.
Yeah, Urza Saga. Paying for Esper Sentinel to play an Agatha Soul Cauldron. Pretty good card right now, I think, if I'm being honest with
Cauldron? Oh, yeah.
you. Yeah.
I think you sniped that Savines.
There's a lot of great options for it actually right now. And it's also just a good way to be like, okay, I have this out here now. Be careful with what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Also making mana.
Yeah. A lot of great options for it. Cut. We have some conversations with our players. Maybe we'll check in on them.
Oh, geez, we're way behind. There we go. We forgot.
Seemed like they were debating a bit between moving, but oh,
A little contemplation.
Tutor.
In the chat, though, discarding Devoted Druid seems pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Is that a demonic tutor?
Yes, I believe so. Mean Betrayal was already thrown away, too. I'm surprised with chains.
Yeah. Okay. What is it that they did? Because they tapped down 2 mana.
I believe it was a rock.
Another rock. Maybe it's an arcane signet.
On top of the Felwar
I
Stone.
think so. I am curious as to what Grant's going to do with all of this mana that he's accumulated. I don't know how much card draw actually happened off this Esper, but Grand Abolisher.
It looks like he's just going to try to win.
Okay. Our players are kind of questioning if anybody has answers for Grand Abolisher right now.
Asking Gitrog if he has answers to Grand Abolisher. That's dire. Ooh.
Is this Soul Partition? What is that? They are attempting to get rid of the Abolisher, though.
Here.
Ooh. A lot of pitching to draw cards has been happening.
I know a lot of great cards in the bin, too.
Yeah. So Freecon, thank you.
I know this isn't information supposed to be revealed to us, but looks like It almost looked like an intuition. I
It
don't know.
does look like they're asking to go back because they have the intuition in hand, but I don't think they're going to be going back.
Mm. I mean, when there's a Grand Abolisher, like, your interaction's not going to work anyway, so you might as well.
Yeah, try and do what you can.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with a Grand Abolish, and ad nauseum. I don't know what Grant's life total is. 30. Okay. Duh, it's right on the screen, Luo. 30 is not a bad place to be with ad nause with everything that you're having there. Are we showing each other cards?
The
Interesting.
Abolisher is gone, isn't it?
Is that not it right there? I don't know if this is still while it's on the stack.
Unsure. But
Unsure. Oh, one ring. Okay. Oh,
one of those specially has a pedal. Okay, there's more mana.
we're doing our best to look as we're going. Ristic study. Brain freeze. Psych rift.
I think you're looking for Breach at this point.
Simian spirit guide. Ooh, yeah, that's a hard hit right now. I'd go again. Yep.
Misstep.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have to keep going. You're dead on board.
He's gonna stop? I don't know.
Yeah, and unfortunately, not a lot of draw engines on the other side. So
Right. You're already at such a low life total with not a lot of blockers either. And you know they're gonna come for that for sure.
yeah, you know you're getting swung at. But I think this is pretty tough to even win through with the Breach line because of the Agatha's Cauldron.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Ooh.
Okay, Grand Abolisher is resolving.
So is it just a traditional console Oracle?
I don't know. They drew through a lot, but nothing that's really helping with like the game plan that we were looking at with like Savines and Breach and all that, right?
Yep. But I guess maybe that's not even a viable option because of the Cauldron, so
Yeah.
might just have the win.
And that's an opal down there, Mox Opal. Okay, we're exiling with Simian Spirit Guide. 2 red. Does he have it? Oh, Final Fortune! They're asking to play it out or draw, but I guess our players are drawing.
Right, we're drawing. Was the Abolisher on the board?
Oh, so they're conceding. Yeah, the Abolisher, I believe, is on the board, but the intuition is why they were conceding, I guess. Like they had a conversation where they flipped it. I guess maybe we could pull in Grant to talk about it or somebody from the table if we get a chance to.
Yeah, Grant was the one who initiated the draw, but
Yeah.
All right, another draw, another quick game on stream.
Yeah, we'll pan back to us so we could chat with you for a second. That was
Awesome.
kind of wild.
It was,
not
yeah.
where I thought that game was going. I really felt like Grant was in a good position there. Maybe I didn't hear through all of the politicking that they had, but I know he did flash in the intuition and said that he had more things, which to me felt more like I'm going to do the thing.
Yeah,
But I
as
guess
opposed to like, let's just draw.
right. Maybe I'm not sure of other players' positions in the tournament. I don't know if they conceded or if they drew, but it kind of sounded like they drew.
It sounds like a draw,
But let's see what they turned it into. I'm hoping it was a concede. We'll see, but you know, they
you're hoping for concede.
I mean, well, when they do whatever they want, they're in pod 1. They're all kind of at probably high points anyways, so maybe a draw is better for them. I personally would have just been like going real hard for a win, but it kind of felt like they drew. I might be wrong, y'all.
Whenever I see the handshakes, I doubt 3 people just immediately surrender and they're like, yeah.
I mean, but it was a quick game, right? Like, what are we at for time wise? Because it might just be that it went so quick and they're like, all right, we're out of here. You know what I mean?
Possibly, yeah. Maybe you're hungry, you want dinner.
After that big lunch, yeah, definitely. It felt like it was a clear win. I would agree with it.
Yeah, 55 minutes still in the round.
Yeah.
So.
It kind of felt like they were saying they were drawing for a second, which felt crazy. But we're going to get them in here and just double check for us. If you want to ask, maybe.
Yeah, I'll go get Grant.
Yeah. We'll be back shortly. Figure out what's
But it stops like
Keep doing that. It keeps doing that. Did it do it the whole time? I've turned it off like twice. The whole thing? Okay. So sorry. Yes, it is. Grant said stuff, and Grant's going to tell us more stuff. When we switched over from the stream, it has been muting our mics, so thank you for being patient. I am Lua. This is Grant. Grant was our player in the last round, and he's going to tell us a little bit about the kind of like Rule Zero conversation that happened prior to playing the game. Grant is also the previous winner of the Snowy Summit, and they were on a different deck today, so we're going to talk about that deck versus last year's deck and kind of the decisions that they made. So can you tell us about that Rule Zero conversation?
I don't know if people heard it through this microphone, but short and sweet of it was I need a draw, seat 1 needs a draw, seats 2 and 3 need a win. So effectively, seat 1 and I on seat 4 make the decision that if either of us make a win attempt, we'll both back each other's win attempts up and then ask the table for a draw. And that's what happened.
So if either of the players were to try to stop you, they had enough to back up what you were doing.
Yeah.
Got it. This is where we were confused because we saw at the end of the
It's a
game.
good game. I mean, at the end of the day, right? Because we still played a game, right? So
It's an interesting dilemma as like because the two of you were around like 11 points and this is a tournament where I think the bubble's going to be really close. It sounds like those players were either at like 5s or 6s, which like right now we're seeing only up to 7s in the top 16.
Yeah, I think you really want to have 12 or 13 to get in. Last year I had 13 points out of Swiss and I was seat 3 in the top 16 game. So.
And I guess this is like a kind of a question too, because we've been seeing a lot of draws today. I feel like that was maybe the correct thing for you to do. Do you feel like you could have just still had the win? Because I would have just pushed really hard to go for the win.
I mean, this is all before we look at our opening hands.
Right.
So it's, fully equally as likely that I would just, brick. But seat 4, I take into account seat position a lot in terms of how it comes to like win attempts, win percentages, what you're looking at. And seat 4 is just an unlikely position to win a game of cEDH in, unfortunately, with the current, whatever rules that are in place. So for me, I would have taken an ID going seat 4, looking at people who were, seats 1, 2, and 3 ahead of me. So it was just, mathematically, I'd get more points by asking for a draw effectively. That's what I did.
Yeah, I feel like in your position, it's better to be safe to have a draw versus like lose, right?
Because I'm pretty sure 12 points will bubble me. It's hard to tell. Last year we had one player who had 21 points out of Swiss that basically ate a ton of the points available. So it's hard to tell what this year is going to be cutoff wise.
Yeah.
But I'm feeling really good about 13. 12 is 50-50. 11 points, you might want to start crossing your fingers.
Yeah, it's getting really close. What was your choice for picking the commanders that you had today?
Yeah. So I think I talked about it last year. I played Clan Shatter Sisei last year. And actually I had the most amount of practice on Blue Farm. It's what I've been playing mostly since August or July of 2022 now, I guess.
Right.
And I took a break from Magic after the bans happened. Tried to feel out what I wanted to go back and do. I tried Timna Thrasios. Still kind of suffered from the same problems that I felt like it had pre Dockside ban, which was that OBM exists and you play Dorks.
Yep. Yeah,
So,
OBM is pretty rough on everything.
Feels pretty bad playing a deck with Dorks in a format where potentially 4 to 4 players have an OBM. So that's kind of why I stuck with Blue Farm.
Seems like a safe deck for an event like this too, of this size.
It's consistent.
Yeah.
I've won events on it before. It's, my bread and butter. The other thing that I found with it was that, you're playing in an event where you potentially may not have the most amount of sleep the night before.
Yeah.
I traveled here with some of my buddies, and we got here at like 9. Of course, classic Magic players stay up until whenever playing more games.
Yeah.
I'm probably only going on about 6 pretty bad hours of sleep.
So I guess like my other question for you is like when it came to your ad nauseum
Yeah.
and you stopped at the point you did, is that just because of the conversation you had prior to playing the game, or did you feel like that was a pretty good stopping point if you were to still try to attempt to win?
I had it right there regardless.
Right.
Hitting the Mox Opal and the Saint Spirit Guide meant that using the mana I had, I could FF and then untap with, I believe, enough mana to Intuition into a Breach Pile. At that point, my Granite Ball should have resolved, so
Right.
Seat 2 could not use their Agatha Soul Cauldron to eat any of my pieces, so I was pretty confident that if I wanted to play that game to, continuous point, I would have no problem doing that. And I'd be able to back it up and see someone had a Mind Break trap. Because my first spell was the Grand Abolish, your second spell was Adnaz. So theoretically, if I played FF, the next one could be Mind Break trapped. And I had the ability to cast Flusterstorm and still FF.
Yeah. I don't know, like this is a very interesting pod, right? Because right before this, our first game was the longest game of like 2 hours.
I was unfortunately sitting in that room for lunch.
Yep.
And, yeah, that was cool.
It was a long one. Then the next one was like a short game, and then the last one was a draw, and then this one was a very like surprise draw, which I don't think anybody watching was expecting, especially with what you had in your hands. So.
Yeah, so I'm a really firm believer in upholding your end of deals in cEDH. I know some people are, scum whatever you got to do as long as it gets you points. It's totally fine. For me, I consider myself to be a pretty established cEDH grinder.
Yeah.
I travel for events, and honestly, my reputation and having people trust me in the future is worth more than a tournament.
Yeah, I think trust is an important thing to build an event, especially, and like obviously if that's something that you had as a conversation prior to starting, I totally understand that. I think it's a rough position to be in for everybody involved, right? Like if you want to get
it
this
was rough for, it was great for the guy in seat 1 because he was like, sweet man, I turned 0 points into 1 point, right? But again, statistically, he should have had that game. And he only barely didn't win because of the fact that seat 2 had played a Chains of Mephistopheles and he's sitting there going, I think I've read this card in years. And you're like, this was not a part of my plan. And for me, I've played against that player a lot. We both traveled out here together. That's why you saw when I played the Chains of Mephistopheles, from that point forward, I basically tried to pivot to win as fast as possible because a grindy game with the Chains of Mephistopheles out is not going to end in your favor.
Yeah, the Chains was really interesting. I think a lot of people were excited to see that on the board and how it affected the game.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, so you're going into this round with how many points?
I'm at 12.
12 points. All right. 1 round left before top 16. Maybe we'll see you back here.
I'm hoping. I think I'm pretty much locked in at 12.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm going to try. If I get, potted against people who are in a similar point bracket as me, theoretically, I should only have to ask for an ID, and everyone should say yes. Top Deck has changed their algorithm.
I'm not sure about any.
I think it was like back for the Invitational, but I'm saying like, semi-recently in terms of how long it's existed for. But I believe the system actually tries to put you people who won't ID at the end of round 5 intentionally, even like up pairing or down pairing. So if I have to end up playing, it's no biggie, and it's statistically unlikely for me to be seat 4 because this was my seat 4 game.
All right. Well, maybe statistics will be in your favor in this game. Who knows? Thank you for just taking a couple minutes to talk with us, especially because I know people saw that you won last year and wanted to hear from you. So that's great.
Yeah.
All right.
Hello, everybody. I am back real quick. Oh, no. Hello, everybody. Hopefully, you can see me and hear me, and it's not awkward. Since there's like 40 minutes left in the round, I'm just going to put like a background video for folks to listen to. There is roughly 40 minutes, plus who knows how long time it's going to last. So, in interim, and for the sake of like people not just watching a mobile screen, I'm going to put something in the background. And yeah, anyways, thank you. We'll update as we get updates for the next round. Thanks for sticking with us. We will be going to round 5 here soon. We're here at Denver, Colorado at Snowy Summit 2, hosted by Fabled Events. Thank you. I'm Roland. I'm joined by
Joseph.
the myth, the man, the legend. We are on episode 2 of Nameless Podcast. If you have any cool recommendations of the names, let us know. I think it used to be called basically MTG. That's what we have it.
MTG basic podcast. I think we could go a few ways, but for now it's just nameless because we don't know. We're
Yeah.
not great with that.
We're not very artistic or name strong, but nonetheless, enough that time. Cool. We are here to talk about some of the cEDH scene, both in the national level, US, and then some of the local scene. And we're also going to fill you guys in with some of our gameplay statistics.
Yeah.
I kind of went through all of our games and got some cool statistics to share. So it'll be kind of cool to share with folks. We'll have to like caveat a bunch of it, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to going into that. Before we dive too much into the details, if you guys are interested on any topics Joseph and I could cover, let us know in the comment section down below.
We're trying to do more of these, so we do want recommendations. We've got a few topics in mind, but definitely want to hear if a bunch of you guys say a topic you want to hear about, then we'd love to. But
yeah, let us know what you want us to talk, and we'll definitely talk about it. We can talk about puppies, dogs. I'm just kidding.
favorite dog breed, go.
Chihuahuas, 100%. Favorite football team, Broncos. They're actually playing today against the Chargers. Nonetheless,
Right now?
they're playing in a bit. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
So the one is recording. Anyways, but yeah, let us know in the comment section down below, and also let us know what you think. If you disagree with our takes, let us know, and we can have a conversation down there. But yeah, let's go ahead and start with the question of the podcast: is cEDH dying? Starting off with the national scene. What's been happening, Joseph, on the national scale?
So the next few months and past few months, we've had a good few large tournaments, especially like Boyle. Got some largest coming up: Royal Rumble, Snowy Summit, and then Fishbowl.
Mhm.
So some large tournaments are still going to be happening, but I think we've definitely seen a large decline post bans in play rate, meta. There's been a lot less decks in the meta and been a lot more sluggish.
Mhm.
But unfortunately, I do think we're seeing a decline in cEDH played. Maybe not dying quite, but going towards that route. I've still very much enjoyed it, and I know a lot of people have not had that experience, but I still love the format. I love playing cEDH Commander, expressing wins and expressing cool lines and finding awesome like ways to win through a bunch of other players and their stacks. And I think that's always a challenge, and that's the whole part of Magic, right? You want to improve, become better, and grow as a player and as a deck in the format.
Sure. And I think let's kind of break that down. So I know some tournaments might have per se least attendance, but I know the Boyle, right? Boyle 2.
Like 320.
Yeah,
Boyle
that
is a
got
ton.
overcapped twice, right?
Yes.
Or something like that. So it's like very mixed signals,
Signals.
if you will, right? Because that's really impressive, right? A 300 plus tournament. That's actually like
Ton of people.
impressive. I don't know if people back in the day when cEDH was still in its even infancy that it is right now, like that is a dream, right? So that's like wild. But I do agree with the sense like it is player percentage at some events are decreasing quite a bit. They're not selling out quite a bit, which is just interesting. And that might be because of the ban, right? I think the ban had a massive impact on cEDH along with other formats. But we're a cEDH podcast, so
And
we will focus on
brewing
that.
associated with it. A lot of decks were just like auto combo Dockside in a different way than anyone else does it, or I'd have my commander turn 1, pay off turn 2, and that is obviously much drastically different. But I do still think that there's so much room to like grow, make cool decks, play completely differently than everyone else, and still do well. And we see that a lot recently too. I've seen some really weird decks that have been either popping off or winning tournaments that I just didn't before the bans, and I think it's awesome to see that.
Yeah, so I think let's kind of talk about kind of the different decks that we have been seeing post-ban, and then I think we can probably talk about the ban and the effect it had as well.
Yeah.
Because I think a big shift happened after the ban. There was like definitely a lot of things happened after September 24th or 25th, whenever that was.
24th, yeah.
24th day of Infamy. We can talk about the effect that happened, but let's just kind of like talk about the decks that have come out after the ban that we kind of been seeing and people are brewing and playing.
Yeah. The newest decks that I've been seeing do well, I think there's 3 main ones. The first one is Glarb.
Yep, Reanimator.
Yes. US scene, at least, has been doing really well. Its conversion rate, I think, is above 34%. Like, it's doing very, very well in the last few months for a deck I didn't expect to do nearly as well. Another one we've been seeing recently is Plagon, which I think both Tim and Comedian have been playing and trying to expand upon, which is interesting. And I don't super see it being as good. They've been doing well, but I think it's a little more monotone. And then the third one is Rawl.
This is my kingdom. First witness, the time of Caesar. Apes. Together. Strong.
The virus we created, it made apes smarter.
Caesar was our leader.
We've got to put those apes down.
No! It's a man! He taught us what it means to be ape.
Rawl Monsoon Mage, I think is what it's called.
That deck.
That deck is really stormy, and you try and pop off as soon as possible because it's Is It. So you either reach combo or you kind of manual storm until you have enough value to win. Very interesting deck. I think its win rate is a good bit less, but I've seen it a lot more recently. And it's very interesting. It was a kind of modern play card, and now coming over to competitive is cool.
Yeah, it's definitely a very fast deck. I think we both have lost to it on the same game. We were playing each other, and we have lost to it because I was irresponsible and you decided to move your game playing along. Yeah, so it's a really storm deck just because they're usually trying to play Rawl turn 1, turn 2, and then storm off shortly after. And if you're not ready for it, if you don't have removal for Rawl or a counter spell to interact with one,
it's just over.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is generally over. So yeah, it is kind of cool though because I know the ban impacted a lot of existing decks, right? Like obviously you were a Nadu player before you were a TNT player.
Nadu was my bread and butter, and I was crushing with it. I loved it, and then it went away.
So people lost decks, right? If you were a Nadu player, if you had invested into a lot of the cards, you were essentially out of a deck to an extent, right? Because you're not playing Shuko or those other cards. Yeah, those are not I don't even know if they're EDH cards, to be honest with you. Maybe somebody
one
artifact equipment
+1/+0 is generally not that good. Besides the equipment.
Yeah. So those are that deck's kind of dead, right? A lot of turbo Dockside decks were also hit a lot. Yeah. Like I thought Caesar was going to be a deck, but it's still a deck. It's just not as fast. Rockside still a deck, just not as fast. There's other decks that were more dependent on Dockside, which like Timna Dargo, heavily dependent on it. Dargo, Thrasios, probably dependent on it too.
Red, black, white decks.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Or some green themer deck as well that were just pop off with Rockrat.
All Dargo decks too.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Dargo.
Yeah. So I think those people were probably frustrated when they lose because when they lose their commanders because the former EDH committee or whatever they're called, they didn't really do anything, and then out of the blue they just banned 4 cards that are very strong for cEDH.
Without really saying anything, it
Yeah.
just kind of dropped it, and then it happened. I'm like, oh my gosh, what the heck? What do we do now?
And actually, like, I knew based on people that were really like upset because they have bought into the format, right? That, like, obviously we have the fortune that a lot of cEDH tournaments are proxy friendly, but like myself, like I like
All
owning
these
the cards.
Yeah.
I like owning the cards, and I lost like thousands of dollars on just cards that were banned. And like as a new player, if you're into the format, that is like upsetting.
It's very upsetting and very tragic to have spent the money and it'd be worth now a $20 card. It was 120 before, you know?
Yeah.
Or especially if you own multiple, like some of us did, and a lot of us did.
Obviously, like, when you're playing a game, you should realize that, you're not probably going to get anything back, but you're still putting that, like, that is worth money. And people were understandably so upset because time is money. As you get older, like, time is money. You're going to work to earn something and you're putting into a hobby and you no longer are able to use it. It feels bad.
And when you still see there's a market for it, it's not necessarily like I buy this expecting I can get it back later. It's like I can always get something worth for it. Or if I keep it and it's sentimental to me, I'll keep it no matter what. But I still sunk that money into it, and I don't want to have just necessarily lost it all just because something I couldn't control.
Yeah.
And that kind of sucks. And I think a lot of people agree to that sentiment.
Yeah. So that happened in September. Before that, the cEDH community had also gone through a few like negative back-to-back weeks as well. So there was like this storm that was just brewing of just like negativity and like just a lot of feels bad, right? We had a lot
All
of
in a month.
issues. Yeah, it was like September, if you will, like late August. Like we had people, making very negative statements for cEDH, and we're not going to get into specifics of it because we're not reliving any of it. We had certain programs that the cEDH community rely on heavily for tournaments just be,
questions
surrounded by a lot of negativity.
Yeah.
We had the whole ban happening that was just full of negativity and was not well received. Then we have the cEDH, a group of people that had well-intentioned meanings or well-intentioned things in their mind go through very poorly, create their own cEDH like ban list, and that was not well received. And like it got really nasty as well. And then
very death ready also.
it's like it's
disgusting.
wild. And then after that, there's like the cEDH committee point 2 happened, and then that was essentially shut down by Wizards making their own like cEDH
Bracket
community.
system?
Yeah, whatever
Yeah.
it is. Yeah.
I don't know the correct term, but that's what I'll use. That's what I usually hear it as.
So I think after that, like it was like a month and a half of just literally like negative news in cEDH, just like back to back to back to back. And if you're a new player, you're like, why would I ever want to try this, right?
I saw a lot of comments in Discords of like those committees and groups, and they're like, I don't want to join now. I was trying to get in last month, and now all of a sudden I'm like, everybody sucks in the scene. They're all attacking each other. They're being rude to each other. Like that's not where I want to be. And then I felt that too. I was like, this place kind of sucks right now. It wasn't a good spot for really any of us, and it was hard to push through and still want to play.
Yeah, and obviously we are we're conscious of like the cEDH community being like such a high place in the summer, like early June, July. It was like flying
amazing.
high.
Yeah.
Like it was cloud nine to be part of that community because it was like such an amazing like time. I think even though there were still issues, but the issues weren't as prevalent, in my opinion.
There weren't like 100 all at once either.
Yeah.
It was like one or two things at a
It's like
time.
just
We
dripping.
kind of got through.
Yeah.
I think also this summer we had just so many large tournaments back to back to back, and everyone was excited to go to them,
Yeah.
meet up with each other, have fun, express themselves deck wise also.
Yeah. So I think I've talked to a lot of people. Obviously, you're more connected to the online scene than I will ever be. I am a boomer, if you guys will. Like, I have a pretty good like local scene presence, but I have like non-existent online presence. And I think I definitely talked to a lot of locals or like the local scene, and a lot of people were just frustrated with cEDH in the sense of like they were tired of the politics because people were being extremely aggressive in politics. They were tired of how people were just taking advantage of newer players. They were tired of every week something was negative about it. Like people were just not being pleasant with each other. Yeah. And I saw quite a decrease of just attendance and people just showing up. I saw a lot of like older players stop coming, and then but at the same time I'm seeing a lot of new players coming because they're not at this point they're not aware of all the stuff that happened a few months ago, right? I don't know what you feel on that on the online scene.
We definitely saw it local. Online, I did see it as well. I think everyone really saw it in like chaos tournaments and some of the other online scenes. Like they didn't really get good attendance. Whether as a result of any of those other factors or not, but like a lot of them didn't fire.
Well, I think the online scene, like webcam tournaments, are all but dead, if you will.
Like,
And that's really sad to say because that's what carried a lot of the format initially.
Yeah. Especially through COVID.
Yeah, exactly. I think you were like a TO for Chaos, right? Yep. I don't know if you still have that role and how involved you are with Chaos still.
Partially.
Right.
Obviously in good standing with them, but like we don't really have tournaments to fire, so I don't have to do much, and I'm just kind of there.
Yeah,
there was unfortunate.
There was an online tournament that happened not too long ago, and I think, well, I mean, plug for Joseph here, first place, baby. Someone stop this man.
But that was still only about 26 people, and we were a little worried if it didn't fire that day of, and we're like.
And he had some big names behind it too.
There were a bunch of big names. LJ was in there. Helping run it was Ashani, who is a Jamaican dude, Jacoby, Hire. There's a bunch of people involved, all who've been in the scene for a long time and great folk. But even then, even with all those names and it being the first real big online event in a while, was close to not firing, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. So I guess to answer the question that we've posed initially is, do we think cEDH is dying? I guess from my perspective, and this is on the national scene, and we'll go to more the narrow down to the local scene. On the national scale, I think a lot of the older players are probably not coming back to the scene for a while, or they're move on to different formats like dual or modern or legacy or whatever or have you. I think there's an influx of new players that are coming into the format, which is good. But I think there's it's definitely on a decline, if you will, from what we have seen before. Maybe it will recover with unbannings or, the format reestablishing itself and just maybe, if it took 5 steps forwards, it'll take us a little bit back to get to where we used to be.
And I love that, like you said, there are a lot of new players that are coming into the scene, but this also does mean that games are a little less, I don't know how to say correctly, but like skill-wise, definitely we want to encourage those players to continue to play and become better, but as some of the more experienced folk are leaving, the game quality is decreasing a little bit, which is definitely not a bad thing, but something I've noticed for sure.
Yeah, I think I've seen a lot of people, make suboptimal plays, but I think I'll prefer that over somebody yelling and making somebody else uncomfortable.
Absolutely.
I've been on the back end of getting yelled at, if you will, be called straight out a liar. But if you know anything about me, I'm an extremely honest person. I will even tell you your triggers. Even if we're at a tournament, I'll be like, you have an Esper trigger. You should draw a card, right? There's
even if it's not beneficial to me, I'm gonna tell you.
I have I'm there to have fun and play, and I want you to play your best, kind of thing, right? Mm-hmm. But I prefer to play with somebody who's new than to play with somebody who will make me uncomfortable, who will make me be like, oh God, I don't want to play this game anymore. Yeah. Christ, that was uncomfortable. Which I've had games of people over the summer just make me feel extremely uncomfortable, and I am a dude. I can take stuff. I just it got to the point where it's Jesus Christ, move on, kind of thing.
It's not that big of a deal. It's just a game.
It's just
as
calm
much
down,
as I
bro.
love winning, it's not everything to me.
Yeah. So, I think that's kind of the national scene. Yeah. Let us know if you agree or disagree. I think, like I said, Joseph is very involved in the Discourse and he has a better view of it. But I'm actually interested to, if you're a tournament grinder that does webcams or somebody who travels a lot to different kind of tournaments, let us know if you agree or disagree with us. If you're a non-tournament grinder, you're you two don't know what the heck you're talking about. Let us know.
Please tell us. I mean, I try to be as involved as possible, as you're saying, but I definitely miss things or misinterpret things. So let us know.
For sure. Now, narrowing down our perspective when it comes to the local scene here in Colorado. So when I say Colorado, I mean the Denver metro greater area. So that means Colorado Springs, Fort Collins, Denver, and probably Boulder. Sorry, everything else outside that bubble. 95% of the population.
It's what we see. Yeah, it's not everywhere, unfortunately, but it's what we see.
Yeah, so I'll generally just describe it as Colorado. I have definitely seen the scene died off quite a bit.
Yeah.
Or decline to to very large levels, which is really, really sad to see, in the sense that every weekend we used to have cEDH tournaments at our local games or level 7 games. Shout out, but we would have 40 plus people sign up for our Friday or Saturday events.
Yeah.
Now we're down to 20s.
It's 20s or high 10s sometimes, or even on a good night, maybe 25. Which is still a good amount of people for just a weekly, but it used to be so much
from
more.
what it used to be, right?
Yeah.
I guess in comparison, right? If you're going from 40 plus to 20, that's a 50% decrease.
Exactly.
Which is, it's quite large.
And a lot of those players are new, which is great. But a lot of the old folk who have been playing for a long time or been going there for a long time just have stopped showing up or gotten busy with other things or expressed less of an interest in the format.
Yeah, I think people, like I was mentioning earlier, I think are just frustrated with some of the politicking that comes into the game.
Yeah.
Because it's, people are trying to win and that's fine. But I think they go in such a dark or bad way around it, which is just the, like, I'm going to straight out lie to your face, or I'm just going to, like, be abusive in this game, or, like, I'm will, like, downplay every single one of your plays and whatnot. And I just, like, So I feel I get that, right? Like, I see, like, definitely, like, again, during the summer, it was like we were getting 40 plus people. All the tournaments, we had, like, a month of back-to-back tournaments.
Filled up.
Every single one of them was, like, almost cap, if you will. And now we're seeing tournaments. We had a tournament not too long ago, the 5K that we mentioned last time. Obviously, there was a snowstorm and what have you, but that only had that had barely 50 people.
I don't even know if it did. Yeah,
49, if you will, or something.
I think
like that.
the largest recently was the charity event, and that had like 56.
Yeah,
and that had a great turnout because there were also other events for other formats, and that was great success. But that was multi-format. That wasn't just a cEDH tournament. Right. So in that regard, it kind of was higher because there was other things. It wasn't just like the one tournament.
Yeah. So I've definitely seen that decrease. I don't know if you feel differently about at least the local scene.
It's been unfortunate.
Yeah, and I think for Colorado specifically, we had a lot of things happened in our local scene too, with big names just doing things that weren't, up positive for the format. One of them being cheating and the other one just being super aggressive in games, right? So like people were just like turned off by that too, because they're like quote unquote the bigger names in the scene and they're doing these things and people are like just like, oh, God, do I need to go to a tournament with them or whatever kind of thing?
Seeing it locally is a lot harder than I think nationally, because if you just hear about it from a friend to a friend over Discord, it's like, oh, whatever. Like, yeah, I played with that person or whatever. But if you're going to their local every week, it's a lot different than when you think about it and you're like, oh, do I really want to go this week because of blank, right?
Do I want to spend time and have the chance of A, I'm going to be facing a cheater, or B, I'm going to be facing with someone who's just going to make me uncomfortable, right?
Which is definitely a negative. But I think as of recent, it's moved past that, which is good.
Yeah, we're past that, which is good, but that surely had an impact on what's been happening. Yeah. So that's kind of the local scene in Denver. Hopefully we see a shift on it. We have a 5K coming up.
Yes.
In February.
Snowy Summit.
Yep, Snowy Summit Part 2. You should definitely go check it out. I will be there helping with commentating, and Joseph will be participating, kicking some butt with TNT. Heck yeah.
TNT only right now.
TNT, baby.
There's also going to be a modern event. I think it's also a 5K.
Yeah, a 5K as well. So I think we'll link that information down below.
Yeah, absolutely.
And 100% should participate. That will be the test for me to see where this local cEDH scene is, along with some of the national.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple events happening that day, but if we're struggling to hit 64 people for that 5K, that will tell us like where we're at essentially. And if we get 128 people, that's going to tell us where things are at. So it will be a cool factor to see what happens. And I'm looking forward to it and seeing what's going on.
I've had a few people before we got it started here tell me they were still probably going to come, which is awesome. And I'll be like, hey, I can try and house you or help with travel or help with
there's a couch.
Ticket. Oh yeah, there's a couch. Because we do want people to show up, especially good friends or people we've played with for I don't know how many years and like love the presence of. But I agree.
I know we're being a little negative, if you will, on the scene, but I think something that is amazing about the cEDH community, and I guess I can only speak to the local scene, but I imagine it's similar in the national scene, is how close the community is.
Absolutely.
Like we all know each other to an extent, and we all respect each other. We might disagree with each other, but at least we acknowledge each other, and we're like, at least in the local scene, most of us like each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're all like really good friends. We can all have a conversation with each other and respect each other.
Even if it's not positive all the time, we can talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that stays, and that's one of the sadder things to see when everything kind of decreases. So that's the local scene.
Yeah.
And now the exciting part of the video, Joseph, our statistics of the gameplays. What if you made it this far into the video? I'm sure this is what you care about. This is what I care about.
Absolutely.
So, so I have to caveat a bunch of this because obviously there was a banning that happened. right? A lot of our games
halfway through the year, like, more than halfway
September,
through the year.
yeah. And we recording in advance, so that means our content through like October included dock sites and whatnot.
And Joe Lotuses, and
yeah, and all the
Metacrypts,
cards and every single
Nagu.
game. Actually, there's like 4 Nado games back to back we had to scrap. Anyways, so I have to caveat, a lot of our statistics are based on our gameplay only, because it has the data there. Everybody can see the same data that I'm looking at. They're posted. We can maybe come to this different conclusions, but it's like locally available, and you don't have to you can check my numbers if you like.
Absolutely.
Taking into account that Dockside was in the game, different meta, new year, the data will be different. And let me know if you want to include something different on the data as we talk about it, because maybe next year if we do this, we can get into other finer details if you find numbers as interesting as I do. So yeah, let's kind of jump into it. I know some of it by memory, but there's a little cheat that I'll have to pull out on the side.
Pull it up.
Pull it out. All right. Here it is. Alrighty. Let's start with some. Do you want to start with the most interesting statistic?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, let's just rip off the band-aid. Already. I was actually thinking of this should be the name of the episode.
Historical too good in cEDH.
It is. It should actually. We'll get there.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting statistics that I found when pulling this up was, out of 52 games, 52 weeks in a year, we had, I believe, 15 games included a game 0 action, which, if all the game 0 actions, is Gemstone Caverns. Gemstone Mines.
Gemstone Caverns.
Yeah.
I don't think we had anything else. No like leylands or
There's no
anything.
leylands in our games. So out of all the games, there were 15 out of 52 games, which is roughly like 30-something%.
15 is kind of a lot.
15?
Yeah.
30% of the games?
Yeah. It's like a quarter.
Yeah, it's slightly over a quarter.
It's like 29, 30%. Yeah.
Which it'll be interesting. Maybe next year I'll do some more of my own tournament trackings. So I didn't really question that of 30%. The thing that I found interesting was, out of all those games, Joseph, and I know you already know this, so you have to play dumb, how many games won with the Gemstone Cavern?
Probably like 5?
No.
How many?
Wow. A singular game won with Gemstone Cavern,
Which is absurd.
That was the most wild statistic, I think, out of the whole thing.
I don't know how that many games people lost, including myself with Gemstones out. It's like, oh my gosh, that's a lot of losses.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, like, you can be like, well, Raw, it's only 52 games. Yes. However, the 52 games happen with many different people, many different decks at many different times, right? So that variance, for it to be that low, it's wild to me.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Gemstone Cavern is a trap card. If it has a 7% win rate, I would cry if I see it in my opening.
Same. Oh, I'm gonna lose this game statistically. Ooh, maybe I should just mulligan this away. I don't know. I think every time I've had a gemstone, it's been really good. But then I get further in the game, and I'm like, oh, that card I pitched would have been really useful right now because I needed all 7 cards in my hand. Or, oh, now I can pregame Vamp Tutor or something, and it still gets countered, and now I'm even further behind because that was my whole game plan. But it has seemed like, at least statistically wise, like very bad.
Yeah.
And I'm curious what with my future, like now that I know this, like how I'm gonna play around and be like, oh, I lost this game and I had a gemstone. That's weird.
Keep track of it. Yeah, it'll be an interesting one to track, and I'll be keeping an eye on it too, because it is. Maybe we're like doing breaking news here 2 years from now. Maybe we're just so wrong, but that's. So let's keep an eye on that one. If people like track their games, let us know if you keep Gemstone Caverns and how it goes.
Yeah.
And something that goes along with that is that the win percentage is depending on your seed, right? So what I found on our statistics was that if you were going first, you had a 33% win rate. If you were going second, you had a 27% win rate. If you were going third, you had a 21% win rate. And if you were going fourth, you had a 19% win rate, right? And I think that's somewhat consistent with already established stats.
It's pretty damn close.
Yeah.
I think the only thing is that our seat 1 win rate is a little bit higher and our seat 4 is a little bit lower than the average. But like even then, all those numbers are on a graph like very consistent to what the national average is and what tournament average is, which kind of sucks right now. Having first place or first seat win that often is like,
oh, that's
frustrating.
Wild.
Yeah.
I mean, so if you're fourth seed and you're going to a tournament, right? Like your mentality is like, I have to draw this game, or like
I have like a 20-ish% chance
Yeah.
to win off rip.
if you flip a coin, you're winning only 1 out of 5 times.
Yeah.
Right. Just to again for visual people, that's really bad.
It's terrible.
And if you put that with your gemstone cavern stats, that makes sense, right?
You lose even more.
Well, it's like saying like you're not going first, so you're likely already going to lose the game at a higher chance, right? And then the gemstone cavern is just here, making you waste a card too. Ramps you, sure, but you're going down a card and you're starting with one less card in your hand, which could be impactful later on. So I don't know. This is some interesting data. I like numbers, and I think numbers tells a good story.
Yeah.
Let us know what you think so far. A couple more statistics I was able to come up with was that out of our gameplays, absolutely 0 games ended in turn 0. Absolutely 0 games ended in turn 1. 6% of our games ended in turn 2. 14% ended in turn 3. 18% ended in turn 4. 16% ended in turn 5. 6% ended in turn 6. 14% ended in turn 6. 14% ended in turn 7. Turn 8 with 6%. Turn 9 with 10%. And 10 turns with 2%. So I will put a graph of that because I'm sure I didn't understand what I was saying.
We have a graph, and then I think we're also going to put it in the Discord too to like talk about it and discuss it. But I mean, again, that's just our findings from a year's worth of gameplays, right? But it seems pretty statistically close to what I see a lot in tournaments or in data ATOG's data. But yeah, kind of rough.
Yeah, what does that tell you? That tells you that it is highly likely your game's going to be finished by turn 7.
Yeah.
So your hand, if you're a new player, you're playing cEDH, like it needs to say, how do I win by turn 4 through 7, right?
Yeah.
That's something like keep in mind, I guess.
Especially post bans. I think pre-bans, it was a lot easier to say, how do I win turn 3 or 4?
Mhm.
Now it's, how do I win turn 4 through 7, or really grind and try and play late game and like go through turns quickly.
Yeah.
Without Dockside especially.
So that's another interesting piece of data, and I think it's just again keep in mind that for your games, and obviously all the caveats again, but just keep that in mind. That I think like from turn 3 through 7, I think that's like 60+% of your games will be finished in that time frame. Sometimes you will lose to turn 2 by turbo decks, but that doesn't happen very often.
It's a lot harder without Crypt, Jewel Lotus, Dockside for sure.
Another fun statistic is that
this is my favorite
is that, and I didn't like calculate this, every player that won their game had either a draw engine, a mana engine, or some sort of engine to win in the game, unless they were a turbo player.
Absolutely.
So if you have none of that, it is highly unlikely you will win the game based on what we found on our data. It's like literally 0%, unless you're a turbo player and you're winning turn 2.
And you need at that point, a win condition, which is like Necropotence, Adnos, something that just basically says you win the game.
Yeah, exactly. So let's just keep that in mind for mulligans. I guess this section is like how to help you think about cEDH games as you start playing it, right? Because he helps you like
statistics too,
yeah.
Right? Like these things will all help you in the future, especially if you're a new player and be like, oh, I really should mulligan for what it is right now. Rhystic Study, Mystic Remora, Smothering Tithe, Draw Engine, or Mana Engine.
Yeah. I think there was literally players that had none of that didn't win a single game.
Yeah.
Again, unless you're turbo.
It's just so much less likely because when everyone else has advantage over you, you have to naturally have it, and then they can't have anything after they've drawn a bunch of cards. So it's harder for you to win.
Yeah. And then the last statistic that we'll share with the class is win cons. Alright, Joseph, what do you think? Or how prevalent do you think Thoracle is?
I'll say 35%.
Close. It's almost like we saw this data beforehand.
I don't know what you're talking about, Raul. Okay, anyways.
So, Thassa's Oracle wins had a 44% win rate, which is wild to me on how representative that is. If I was assigning a game and I saw a card be used to win 44% of the games, I'd be changing that card or I'd be banning it or changing it. Not saying that should happen because that talk about warping the format. But maybe, I don't know. Combat damage had 23%, and this is when you go to combat to kill your opponents.
Including Finale. Right?
Yeah, including Finale, including like Nagila, infinite attacks, right? Because you have to go to combat to win beat. 27% of the games had damage, and this is just infinite damage. So like a walking ballista or some other like form of like damage that
maybe
you
do.
do.
Yuriko damage.
Yeah, Blood Chief or
Blood
something.
Chief Ascension.
Shieldred. We had a lot of Shieldred.
Yeah.
So that's another statistics. And then forcing your opponents to draw from an empty library was 6%. And
Which
that's
is usually, I think, breach lines without casting Thoracle in the
Yeah,
end.
if
You
Thoracle's
mill
gone,
everyone.
Italy
Yeah,
can do
Italy.
that. So there's a couple ways that you can do that. Our Fairy Mastermind, Smothering Tide.
I've
Spoiling.
never done that in my life.
So isn't that is pretty wild to see how representative Toracle is in our games so far. Obviously, sometimes that is the cleanest way to win, because we're like it's already the end of the game here. Like here's the
no one
Toracle.
has anything. I'm gonna cast Thoracle. Oh,
Yeah.
there's no response. I'm gonna cast the Impact. Yeah.
Yeah. So that I find that to be extremely interesting. I'm not saying Thoracle should be banned by any means. I think that would warp the format quite a bit to like unseen levels, I guess.
I think it would change very, very much, even more so than we've already seen with the current bans in place.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people say ban Thoracle because they see the statistic and say like, oh my god, that's way too much. It should be banned. But I think something really important to note is a lot of the times it is an outlet for once you have won the game and no one can interact with you, right? That just says you win the game, so you don't have to do anything else. You don't have to do anything convoluted. You just have infinite mana, or you have your breach line, and you just cast Thoracle because it's easy. A lot of the other times you have Thoracle Taint Impact or Thoracle Demonic Consultation, and that's a 2-card combo, and you just win. It's still easy to interact with, especially with the instant spell in the stack, right? But it's not nearly as often, I think, that happens. Most of the time, you're going through your whole combo, making sure you're protected, and then casting the Thoracle to win.
Yep, I
not
agree.
just jamming.
Yeah.
And people often see something like that as a statistic and be like, "Oh my god, Thoracle is crazy. Needs to be banned." 44%.
Everybody, close your mind.
Yeah. But I think it's important to think about it being a finisher piece more often than it being a win the game piece.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point to bring home, because statistics can all be interpreted however way you want, right? I can sit here and tell you how you should take out gems from out of your deck, even though I'm never going to do that, at least not yet. But
maybe with some more
check out next year. We'll see. But I think that's a really good point. I think sometimes when you have infinite mana, you've already won the game, right?
Yeah.
It's very hard to lose the game once you have infinite mana, or like your whole deck in your hand, right? Like it's just easier to be like Thoracle, done. We're done. We can all go home. We have to spend 30 minutes finishing this up. Like we're done.
I don't have to cast 18 more spells to make sure that I win. I have no cards in library. I have a Grand Blush out. I'm casting a Thoracle.
Yeah.
I win.
Yeah, it's Garnet Ball under a silence under like my deck of interaction,
Exactly.
right? So yeah, cool statistics, I think. If you have any statistics, let us know. Let us know what you think about our statistics, or if they're if you've been tracking your games and you just wildly disagree with what numbers we're putting out.
Please let us know.
Yeah,
for sure.
These are our games that we record here. All of them are literally on the YouTube. You can go check out and give me some views.
Once a week, every Friday.
Every Friday at noon MST. Before we wrap up this call, I actually wanted to see how we can do a quick tournament recap on the webcam tournament you did.
Went very well. Round 1 was a very grindy game. I think it was Timna Crom, Derevi, myself, and another grindy deck. I don't remember the fourth one. But basically, I got to an unlosable spot. I didn't have a Grand Abolish or a Silence in play, but I got to a point where I finale'd a player to death, like 1. I cast a finale for 10. It was really stupid.
What?
Oh, no, I did have a Grand Abolisher out at one point. I killed them and had to pass because I couldn't kill the other 2 players. And then on my next turn, the Grand Abolisher got bounced, and I got Angel's Graced, so it ended in a draw. Because unfortunately, I didn't have the resources to win through the Angel's Grace. The next game I crushed. I think I had a turn 4 win, just with like an early ramp engine, and then just found a win line. No one had interaction. The game after, I also had, I think, an early turn 4, turn 5 win. I think that game I had like a turn 2 Smothering Tithe, so it was like
turn 2
pretty aggressive. Yeah.
Not much.
And then I made top cut by placing in those earlier games, so I didn't have to play top 10. I want to say us 2 finished above.
Yep.
And then our top 4 pod, we were all really late. We're like, I don't want to do this. I have stuff to do. We all had stuff to do. And the game before that was a 3-hour long top 10 pod. So we were all like, let's split prize money and go about our day. So that I did end first there because I was top of Swiss, which felt great. But we split prizing, and I'm almost always more than happy to do that because we all want to have the rest of our days to hang out with our family or go play games with other people or work, whatever it is.
So I mean, that's 2 back-to-back tournaments, right?
Yeah.
Placing first. Dang. Someone put a mark on this guy's back.
TNT's good. I don't know.
TNT is great. I agree.
It's really good at not losing the game.
It is good. It's just good, period. Like there's just that. I have lost 2 turbo decks, and I beat myself because I should be playing more responsibly.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, I want to play this this mana dork.
I mean, the deck is kind of poised for success because I had a game yesterday where I went Ancient Tomb, Soul Ring, Mox Diamond, Smothering Tide turn 1. Yeah, that was really gross. I definitely didn't crush that game. But I think it's just in such a good spot with how grindy the meta is that even small pieces you get out, like dorks or mini value engines like Fairy Mastermind or Archivist, just take over a game. It draws you only 4 cards, but those 4 cards change so much more than your opponent's board states did. You're just in such a good spot. I love it.
Yeah. I guess while we're here, let's put this like the Team Natrasius corner for the people watching Team Natrasius and care about Team Natrasius.
Start playing.
You should. Agreed. 100%. What new changes have you made since we last spoke?
I added some spice. There's one card I'm not gonna. There's one card I'm not gonna
Jesus
talk about
Christ,
here
that's
because I'm still testing it. But I did take out, I think, Elves of Deep Shadow for right now. I put back in Imperial Seal. I think you really were harping on that, and I think it's just a really good include to have right now.
Well, with Timna too, you can draw it, right?
Exactly.
Second main.
Or Thrasios, really
Thrasios,
anything.
yeah.
I really don't like sorcery speed top deck tutor. That's just me, but I'm gonna try it out, and I think it's gonna be great. There was one other thing I added back in Phyrexian Metamorph.
Mhm.
I took out
Demonic Consultation.
Demonic Consultation, which is kind of a stab in the heart for a lot of people. But again, I think even what I was saying earlier about Thoracle is like I don't see myself jamming a Thoracle pretty much ever unless I have Grand Abolisher out and both pieces. I don't really need to, and I'm still gonna have Thoracle in the deck to win later or cast it with Taint Impact, but Demonic Consultation a lot of times is a dead card in my hand or a hey, maybe we get a draw if I find my Mindbreak Trap off my Demonic Consultation, which is really unfortunate. I don't love that card. I like forcing draws if it needs to be done, but exiling 90% of my library to find it is really bad. At least with Taint Impact, you can decide to keep going or not. But yeah, I've been really liking Metamorph as a clone. I think creature tutoring into it has been great because I can't do that with Mockingbird. So something I was missing. And then it being an artifact too can be like another Wish Claw or a One Ring or an artifact piece that's really good. That is very good.
Yeah. I don't agree with the whole Demonic Consultation. For the record, I think that card.
I'm testing spice. I'm testing spice. Don't look at me.
Let the man who's been winning cook, Raul. We'll see what you. I'm interested to see what you find. The only addition that I've changed is I think I'm this close. I'm just waiting for the card in the mail. Is to take out Mean Betrayal for Rev, Tithe Executioner. I think the card is good. I don't know how good it is, but I want to try it because it makes your team attacks better and it gives you mana, which you need, and it exile cards from your opponents.
Mana cards and Death Touch attackers.
So I just want to try it. I know it's 4 mana, and that might be a lot, but we also play Seaworm Muse and we play a lot of other different spells that are large, and this one's really easy to cast.
And ramp.
Yeah.
3 colorless pips and 1 black is pretty easy.
Yeah, that's asking for nothing. So I'm trying it out. I'll see if it makes the list. I'll include both Joseph's and I's list in the description down below, and we keep changing it every week. So we'll see what new changes come
every few days. I keep changing True Spice. I don't know.
Raul, I added this card. It's like, what the heck is this card?
Yeah, there's one I'm not gonna go over here, but it's spicy.
If you check the history, it'll be there.
It's still there.
Excellent. Well, thanks everybody for watching. If you have any comments, feedback, or anything you'd like us to talk about next, or anything you disagree with us, let us know in the comment section down below. Both Joseph and I will monitor the comments and we'll reply accordingly.
Yeah.
But with that, have a happy holiday season, happy New Year's, and we'll see you next year.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks. Hello, everybody. We're back to Snowy Summit here in Denver, Colorado. I'm Raul. I'm joined
And
by
I'm
Ethan.
Ethan. Yeah.
We're in round 5 of a very long Swiss day. How are you feeling, Ethan?
Oh boy. I don't know. I'm surviving. We've had some fun games.
Still like
This should be a lot of fun because we are faced with. There's so many people on the bubble right now. There's a lot of 6s and 7s, and we just happen to pick a game that for sure is not drawing.
Yep. Every single player needs to win. There needs to be a winner in this
Yes,
match.
there will be a winner, and this should be a fun one. I think there's also double TNT and blue farm, so we'll see how this goes.
And Glarp. Glarp.
Might take a while though.
The frog. So yeah, we're pretty excited to be here at a tournament hosted by Fabled Events, Snowy Summit, the second 5K of its kind. It's been a really fun day, but let's go ahead and jump into I almost said commanders and opening hands because that's the line I do for my videos.
I think they're still. Did they finish resolving the giveaway?
Not quite. So they're probably resolving mulligans, but you can just showcase the players and
Yeah, let's go
through that. So let's go ahead and change over right now. Oh god. Yep. What is happening? Oh, yeah.
I don't need to go check.
Sorry. We're just looking for. Looks like we lose a screen or something. What's happening here? 1 second.
Gonna mute.
We'll troubleshoot this for a second, guys, and stand with us on. We'll be right back as we troubleshoot this.
Tithe turn 2 is we just never pass the active players anyway. So the early game sucks. It's so hard. Yeah. So once we get to like 40-minute turns, then like
They need to create a button on this where you just like bang and it just shoots it or whatever.
untap.
Yeah. Shocks it.
City of Brass.
Yeah, the commentator should just fucking buzz us.
City of Pax.
Did you pay?
For the draw, I didn't. So you can
Still can.
Yeah.
Absolutely still can.
Yeah.
Untap. Use life on draw.
And just, you are able to look at it before you pick.
You get to draw your card, then there's a trigger.
All right, guys. We're truly sorry about that. We kind of have somewhat technical difficulties, but we are in the game. We're gonna have to do a lot of catching up. I guess can you explain? We'll start with Glarb and just give us a quick download.
Yeah, so it looks like. It looks like we're just ramping out. Soul Ring and Arcane, Soul Ring and Mox Amber, pretty standard. Holding up mana is interesting instead of playing Glarb. I see a Smothering Tithe from the Timna Crom, which is pretty standard and definitely going to be scary. And then meanwhile, Mystic Murmur on 2 from TNT, as well as what's the Mockingbird?
Mockingbird. That's nice.
What do we know what it's copying?
We don't know. I'm gonna assume it's gonna be a Serra Ascendant or something like that. There's no other creatures, relevant creatures in the battlefield, or Draneth.
Yeah, one of the two.
And then we have the other TNT. We have a Cliff playing Serra Ascendant. He was telling me he's pretty high on the Serra Ascendant because he's a 6/6, and in this stacks, man, you just go to town with beatdowns.
Well, it's an insane Timna attacker, and then if the game's going long, it really adds up very quickly.
Yep.
Okay, the bird is a Draneth. Gotcha.
Okay, makes sense. That makes sense.
The Mockingbird is a copying Draneth Magistrate.
Yeah, so Cliff is going at Jason, who has Smothering Tide, and we've seen the power of Smothering Tide today.
Yes. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse. Because we could end up with a really long game if that's the case.
But yeah, like we were saying before all the technical difficulties, this is going to be a grindy game, I imagine, right? If I have to put money on it, betting money on it. Oh, just kidding.
Okay, Kinnan from hand.
It's pretty good. Making a land drop and passing.
Breeding Pool, okay. What was the Soul Ring top for?
I'm not sure. Paying for the Smothering Tide.
Oh, makes sense. I guess if you're just playing Kinnan and passing, that's not terrible. It's now your Mox Amp is online as well. Intuition
and Sep. So if you're Jason, what are you getting here?
I mean, is he just sending it with Breach, Savine's Wreck, and
there's a Draneth out.
Oh, true. Interesting. Okay, I see Mystic Remora.
Mystic Remora, Fish.
So it sounds like he's just getting an engine online.
Yeah, that's a value intuition.
Makes sense.
There. If I'm Jason,
it's probably like Mystic Remora, Ristic Study, Sabine's Reclamation.
Yeah. Give him the. Do you give him the Ristic Study or the Fish?
With Smothering Tithe in play, probably Ristic.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's easier to deal with, and the Fish is going to stick around if the Tithe sticks around.
So it makes sense. I totally agree. I think that's the best play to give him. We'll see if this is the end pile.
Maybe just Sabine's Wreck, but that gives him the choice.
They give him the choice of it makes him spend mana on it. I guess if it's a Fish, the thing we have to remember is if you're Jason, you're facing.
Actually, wait, no, there's a Draneth in play. You can just leave the Sabine's Wreck in the graveyard, and it's probably safe.
Well, you put it into the battlefield.
Yeah, but I'm saying like if you just leave sometimes Sabine's Wreck put it in the graveyard is it's still a threat.
Yeah,
in this case, it's not. So
So we have the one ring Ristic Study, and we give him the Fish.
Okay, interesting. I probably would have given Ristic Study, but that's just personal choice.
Yeah,
Ristic triggers off of more, but I think in this situation,
it's two creatures, the heavy decks, right? TNT.
True.
Glarp. I'm not sure what they're planning on. Typical Glarp lists are.
Do we have the list up?
Do we have the list up?
There's a list from I think there's a list from last round.
So this is round 5.
Yeah, this is table
5. Yeah, let's pull up the list.
I think the real question is this a Doomsday Glarb?
Doomsday Glory.
Karn the Great Creator is. Whoa, that's a bunch of planeswalkers.
Okay, not too.
Is that normal for Glarb?
It is no, but makes sense because it's Glarb wants to play off top, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
guess. Doomsday. Let's see if they run that card.
It's a sorcery.
Okay.
Yeah, so it is a Doomsday Glarb. That makes Jace makes sense then.
Yeah. Okay. So, what I've been trying to say is, Jason's under life threat because people just keep hitting him.
I mean, makes sense.
Because that's kind of, at the end of the day, Cliff is kind of ahead right now, even though he doesn't look at it good, because he's using beatdown mode.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph isn't really doing much. Jason's playing a fish and passing, so, which it looks like he got countered.
Did he get mental misstep? Do we see a mental misstep somewhere?
I don't see the mental misstep anywhere.
Huh.
Maybe you went to discard?
That would be weird. There's a Besage in the graveyard. Did he get
There's a
Besage?
Besage, yeah. And that's why we made another land drop. Okay.
Okay, makes sense.
Let's see what chat is saying. Oh. Chat. Okay. Let's show that little timer for folks so they can keep.
Yeah, Cliff being at 51 is.
Oh, jeez. Let's see if Cliff runs Oddnows.
I'd be surprised. I mean, TNT.
It's not the best, but if you're running Sarah Ascendant, right? Like, is there a chance that you're also running?
Maybe, yeah.
Let's find out. Let's see what our friend Cliff is playing. Deck list. Does not look like it. Okay, so just a value.
Good value attacker, yeah.
Well, which again makes sense in this kind of meta.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Okay, so we're just developing our boards a little bit more.
Yeah. You want to put the timer up?
Yep. There's a little timer for everybody to see, and I think this timer is kind of their timer as well. So. Okay. Was we're in the beatdown plan.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. 57 life. Again, if he was out on Adnos, wow. But I don't think that's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think what's Glarb trying to do right now?
I mean, if I were Glarb, I would just be building out mana. Because, I mean, Glarb, it's an okay engine, but it's not like you're getting a ton of cards off of it. I mean, it's also in the command zone.
Yeah, and to run it out, you're never
it's probably just like looking for a Kinnan activation. Okay. That's interesting. Oh, I mean, I wonder, you could probably hit something decent, or I guess not. You just whiff.
With a bunch of creatures or planeswalkers in the deck. Hey, Mark. How's it going, buddy? Amigo.
Unfortunately, we're not available to play on spell table.
Okay, it looks like there was a Kinnan activation past the turn into Jason's turn, who paid for mana bolt. So he's thinking, oh boy, this is gonna come down to life. Pass the turn.
Probably, yeah.
Are you paying for fish? If you're Joseph, are you paying for fish?
Magistrate's just brutal.
Oh, will you pay for fish? Jesus, this is very event-like.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
What are we gonna see out of here? Because this. I mean, it feels like a lot of the decks are just hanging out. I mean, I don't know what's in hand, but it doesn't seem like they're doing that much.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Wait, so of the decks here, like, how do I put this? Like, which engine do you think is most likely? Because I mean, I'm surprised Cliff hasn't played out Tymna.
Well, there's another Dragon.
Oh, there is another Dragon.
Yeah, we're in the this lumps.
There's not much going on.
Yeah,
nobody's casting non-creatures to feed the fish. Kinnan is being activated by Glarb.
Yeah.
So this is like grind.
We're going to combat.
This is mid range, but without the mid range. Like there is no Rhystic Study. Like
in wholesome calm down. If I'm Cliff, honestly, I'm probably killing Blue Farm maybe first, because the other team that player isn't doing much, and you're going to beat him through combat as well. So,
and now there's a Noble Hierarch for Exalted.
Yeah. So that's what I would do, but I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. I think killing single players is always kind of hard because I mean you risk just
losing to somebody else.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I mean currently everybody is in such a weird spot where they're a little bit locked out that it's hard to say whether or not Just like killing one player is correct. I mean, yes, Jason is most likely to pop off as far as like decks go, but it's hard to say again.
And this Smoldering Tide is a huge engine in this.
Yeah.
As
But
it
if he
set up.
has like 2 cards in hand, then not much is happening. And
Exactly.
because I mean, all that's 3 draw engines in the graveyard.
That is a good point.
Like he's not gonna be drawing a fish, not drawing a Ristic, not drawing the One Ring.
Yeah, that is.
Timna's in the command zone.
And so is Chrome.
Yeah. So it's gonna be hard for Jason to pull ahead on cards.
We're paying for Smoldering Tides as well. I wonder where the
is that?
Sarah
That is
Ascendant
the-
went at.
that
It
is-
went to Glarb.
It hit Glarb, yeah. What is that? Is that's just like the most saturated thing I've ever seen?
The Sarah Ascendant?
No, on Glarb's board.
Oh.
And white.
Looks like we got another cannon activation on a whip.
Oh,
It's
okay.
unfortunate. What creatures are we trying to hit here? Let's see.
That's the right one. Go back to that's the last round.
Was it? Oh,
You
sorry.
just close those ones.
Oh, here it is. I'm sorry, folks. The timer doesn't work when we have text. There's a few amount of creatures. There's some strong creatures in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, there's a handful of strong ones for sure.
Yeah, I could hit Seaborn Muse, which would be pretty crazy. Could have Consecrated Sphinx.
Valley Flock
All kinds of
Color
stuff,
to
yeah.
start the whole shenanigans again.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so yeah, there's hits.
Yeah. I don't think you have the timer on the main screen. Right?
Oh, oops. See if I can show the timer.
Yeah.
Or
Okay, we just added the timer just to keep track of the round because this has been a slog so far. Like, unlike the other mid-range battles we've seen, there's just no card advantage in play, or at least the card advantage that is in play, the aka Mystic Remora.
There's a Thorgal.
Oh, okay. Everybody picks up their cards. Jason, what do you have?
This is a value
What are we doing? Historical for value.
Yeah, wow, that's where we're at. This is a good
Did he just
clone
value
figure.
Thoracle?
Hey man, sometimes you cast a value Toracle. What the heck? It's a value born? That's hard to sell.
Oh, they are all trying to dig. What is going on here? He's got 1 mana. I'm so confused. I think they're all loopy. Like,
Yeah, I think this game is cursed.
Are we delirious? This could be something, Joe. You're right. But sure.
Yeah, maybe like I don't know. I'm not really sure what.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing with 1 mana. I mean, if he's just cycling it, that's sure. 2 mana draw card is something to do.
Oh, Orcish Bowmaster.
Bowmaster. That is one of the cards that could break this pod open.
Yep. We haven't seen that card today as much.
I'm surprised because I feel like I tutor for Bowmaster so much at the moment, and it really Luca hates it. Like all my friends, they just know. Like we see Orcish Bowmaster every game, and like it is getting a little egregious because the card is so ridiculous on the right table. Like,
Yeah, it is.
in this kind of pod where people are drawing cards consistently. I mean, maybe not this kind of pod, but like hypothetically, double Timna Thrasios, Timna Crom, Glarb, like there's gonna be a lot of Ristic Mystic like card draw.
Yeah.
Going on. We saw the Consecrated Sphinx in Glarb's list or in Cliff's TNT list. No, it was in Glarb's. Yeah. In Aiden's Glarb list, you can just hit Consecrated Sphinx. That feeds so many cards to Orcish Bowmaster. They just get to destroy everything.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And out, you also have another beater too. That's
yeah,
going
so
to be.
between Orcish Bowmaster and Sarah Ascendant, this could be a lot of damage flying around the table from Cliff.
Yeah, which again doesn't look like they have much because they have no engines, but they have all the.
Joe plays a Thoracle.
Oh no!
Is this Tainted Pact? Is this Tainted Pact? No. Oh my gosh. He's also scrying 3. And it's not even scry. It's look at the top 3, put on the one on the top,
4
two on the bottom.
There's 4 permanents, right?
Oh yeah. No. It's a copy of Drenith.
Oh, you're right.
So,
Yeah,
so
so
the
top 3.
devotion's only 3.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be look at the top 3. We'll put 1 on the top, 2 on the bottom.
Oh goodness.
That's why. Why are people doing this?
Let me go. Let me just put this win card.
Are they that convinced that they're just not gonna win ever?
We don't know what's happening.
Are they planning to copy it? Like what's going on?
There might be a clone effects. I know both Blue Farm and TNT are known for running blue effects, and it's likely that they're trying to, put blockers or something. There's a gas girl that might be coming. I'm not sure.
That would be crazy.
That is a take. That is a take. Okay, and we're passing. Okay.
Okay. Spectators, I hope you understand how wild that pair of turns was. I don't think I've ever seen people play Thassa's Oracle as a value scry effect, especially not 2 turns in a row.
back to back.
Like, why?
Put it in your bingo box in your deck.
I don't understand. Is it a blocker? Is that what's happening?
Well, no. Searing Ascendant is going to be flyer.
I mean, yeah, Saracen is going to keep hitting them. Just the Oracle doesn't block it.
Yeah.
What does it do?
And notably, I know we were kind of talking while this happened, but the Orcish Bowmaster killed the cannon. So Glarp is just kind of hanging out at this point. Yeah. We have to also keep track of the Smothering Tide. All that mana is a lot. And Jason's holding to a grip. If I were Cliff, I'm swinging Sarah Ascendant nonstop.
Yeah. Oh no, Cliff's at 62.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Cliff, no.
That's tragic.
Well, if he swings with Sarah Ascendant at Jason and gets his Exalted trigger, he'll be a 69. Get a Xbox.
Thanks.
Achievement.
Can I get a lol in the chat? +1 in the chat.
Well, not for the algorithm. This is a completely wildly different from the one we've been talking about today.
Especially knowing
all these players have to win.
Especially knowing 3 of the 4 players here. Like this is, I don't understand what's going on.
It's a very different kind of game, which is just because the Drannith is shutting down everything.
That's what happens when you have a command zone engine, I guess.
Yeah.
Like Drannith Magistrate is still a very good card.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's definitely been seeing less play, and there's fewer like specific command zone engines in play with the loss of Jeweled Lotus. Like you're not seeing Corvold or some of these other decks around. Like even like my Obnixilis is not as common because it's still good, but it's harder to get the commander out.
No, I agree.
So I mean, you're just looking at shutting off stuff like again Kinnan, Tymna, Thrasios, like Crom. Like they're good, but like they don't usually defy the game. But right now we're seeing a game where it's defined by Drannith Magistrate, or at least it seems like it is. I mean, Jason's sitting with, again, 3 crazy value engines and a Savine's Wreck in his graveyard, but he can't cast the Savine's Wreck because there's 2 Drannith Magistrates.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that card and there's 2 of them, right? So if you deal with one, you still have to deal with the other one.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see where that Sarah Ascendant is coming. So yep, that's damage. Makes that the thing about being also under combat pressure, Jason has to push for win soon.
Oh yeah, no,
he's gonna be dead.
Well, we already saw the Oracle. That's what I thought the Thassa's Oracle was. Thassa's Oracle just appeared all of a sudden. I thought, okay, well they're gonna fight finally. Things are gonna grow, and like we're gonna end up with an actual stack fight.
But we're looking for maybe a Cyclonic Rift to maybe get some on the War Breach lines. Is that kind of what we're setting up for?
Does he have enough mana for that? Probably. Oh yeah, no, he's got 6 treasures. Yeah, I could definitely see that actually. That's probably pretty good.
We're tapping out for Sensei's Divining Top. Okay.
What do you pay for fish?
Okay.
Is this end step Psych Rift?
We'll see.
Huh.
We'll see what.
Well, I mean, players have mana up, so
yeah, a couple of them do have interaction. Fighting through a fish with an Orcish Bowmaster, right? If Jason starts doing anything, would you start picking him that way? And Cliff, can do a lot of damage that way.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of, you're not allies, but you're definitely working. Because who's pressured to push win right now? Jason.
Well, I think Jason's just offering a draw, and that doesn't benefit any of them.
Well, actually, I think Jason's actually at 11 points, so he would actually, yeah.
Okay.
Accept the draw.
No, I guess it doesn't benefit anyone else. Or at least I'd be surprised if it did.
Yeah.
But I think he has to keep in mind that if he does Cyclonic Rift, he does put the Thassa's Oracle back in Joe's hand.
Yep.
So if he drew into Consult or Tiny Pact, that could just lead to a win attempt on the next turn. Like
assuming there's no interaction, but I assume there has to be some sort of interaction.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, we're passing the turn.
We're passing again.
Fish is 10.
And the active player is lost.
No.
Halfway around the table.
No, the active fire player. You guy. That's okay. We do our I forget every time I record, so it's really hard to keep track of it when you're in the various. This is make or break for a lot of these players, right? They've been playing for many hours. We're around 5 each round is 80 minutes.
Yeah, I thought we were tired. We're only commentating every other round.
Yeah,
they're playing every single round.
Yeah, so it's the mental strength at this point is pretty large.
So,
yeah, we'll see what Joe's able to do this turn. He played his Gemstone Caverns. and
Reanimate
reanimate.
targeting Kinnan. Okay.
Okay.
Seems pretty good. I mean, maybe there's
Mana.
some kind of value off of this. I don't think there's a win attempt unless you have removal for Dranith and Basalt Monolith, but I could be surprised.
Yeah. Do you think so for Dranith? I don't think. I don't. If I'm Joseph, I'm not fighting right now. I'm not pushing right now.
Watch it be reanimate Kinnan, Basalt, Finale. Just swing with 3 creatures and kill them.
Is it? I guess for get a huge creature.
That
Yeah, we will see what happens. I'm okay having Joseph having a cannon. I don't think he does
he
anything.
doesn't have. He's just a Soul Ring, right?
He's just activating cannon too at Inceps.
Yeah,
that's where we're at.
Okay, so we're seeing interaction showed around the board. Jason's probably holding on to something, but not much. I guess he still has a lot of mana up.
We'll see.
So who knows?
Okay, we'll see what the players decide.
Does Blue Farm have a big mana instant speed interaction besides Born or Valley Flood Caller?
Let's see what we got going on here. Oops, sorry. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up somebody's list.
Just close the other ones from last round to the right. Close those. And just open up the rest of the current ones.
Smart. That's why Ethan makes the big box. Everybody.
Yeah, so it should be.
There we go.
Check and see what. So that's Jason's list. Which ones are already open?
I was like, I think this is good enough. I know Joseph's list is pretty good, so.
Okay.
So yeah, in an instance here, it looks like it's just. Oh, we don't even have Cycrift.
There's no Cycrift. Okay. Interesting.
Okay.
Is he tapping mana right now? Okay, so we're seeing Into the Flood Maw.
Are we into the Flood Mod Smothering Tide?
Into the Flood Maw was targeting.
Oh, it's Zelmi. Ooh, so that's an additional extra mana too.
Mm-hmm.
From Kinnan.
Yeah, Kinnan. Okay, Flood Maw. Bounce Kinnan. Okay. It only resolves.
Okay.
Things are heating up a little bit.
Okay. Delmi, typically you need for ETB triggers. So if you have an Orcish Bowmaster or something like that, everything goes ×2, which is it can be pretty strong.
Delmi is a very powerful card. Sometimes it comes off as a little bit win more in my mind because it doesn't do anything solo.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
But I mean, when it works as an enabler, it is an incredible enabler.
Like now, like Shapeshifter's probably copying Orcish Bowmaster, and you're gonna get 2 ETB triggers.
Yeah, that would be gross. I mean, that could also just be like a Smothering Tide or something.
Yeah. I wonder what they're going for. Torkoal?
Because
no crossing hand.
That would be interesting. I can never tell. Clever Impersonator is a card that I wouldn't have expected until recently, and I think it does a really good job. It just is not a clone that I would have seen at all, like when Dockside was around, just because we were so big on stuff like Phantasmal Image.
Sure. Yeah.
Because you just want the most efficient clones. But meanwhile, we're at the point where the games go long enough that a versatile clone is more helpful.
A 4 mana clone.
Yeah.
Is good enough.
No, for sure. How long until we play? There's the 6 mana clone from Doctor Who that has Myriad.
Oh my gosh.
That you attack and you make a bunch of copies of other things.
Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious. That's where the meta is right now.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so we're still deciding if the Shapeshifter is going to resolve. There's a trigger. We'll see if if we're drawing or killing something Orcish Bowmaster.
How would you rank the current clones in the meta?
How I rank them? I think Monkeybird's really strong because you can get it from Ranger Captain of Eos, which is the cEDH staple.
And it has flying. Yeah.
Super relevant for them attackers, right? Then I think Metamorph is the second one for me.
Metamorph is very, very solid, yeah.
And then I think I'm agnostic about the other ones because I don't know if I would play them on my decks.
Clones are definitely in a weird spot right now where there's not like a definitive best target to clone anymore. Both a good and a bad thing. And I mean, yeah, I think those two are definitely very versatile. Metamorph being castable off colorless mana is really nice.
Yep.
Even though it's only artifacts or creatures.
But
I've been seeing Mirror Maid has been interesting. Seeing Clever Impersonator has been interesting because
yep, that's another
they
one.
both do a lot kind of from different angles. But I mean, they're usually like a risk study or something. Like
Yeah. So no, I agree with you. I think we don't see Phantasmal Image as much now.
there's not many creatures that you really care about.
You're not
because-
copying Dockside anymore, right?
Yeah, because there's so often like again a Ristic Study, Mystic Remora, like a Spelling Tab, or something you'd rather a copy of. And Fimage is efficient; it just doesn't copy those.
Exactly. I think only Kenrith runs it just because of the combo that they run.
Yeah, it can still combo with some things, right?
Yeah, I think Kenrith runs that line where you can target it and you're making mana.
They used to be as a copy of Dockside.
Yeah, exactly.
It would combo with Kenrith as a copy of Dockside, but no, I don't think. I assume we could ask Kane or someone who
Someone who plays a Kenrith main. There's any Kenrith main. I think there's still a line where you can like make infinite mana. And,
well, one of the judges, Kane, I know
Yeah.
plays Kenrith. You can ask him.
Yeah. Remember trapping
the
impersonator.
Clever Impersonator gets Mindbreak Trap. That is an interesting use of an MBT.
Okay.
That like maybe the vibe they got from that was like very aggressive, but that seems like I don't know. My Mindbreak Trap is always like a win turn kind of like shut everything down kind of card.
Yeah.
Not a counter the value engine.
So I guess who do you think is ahead right now?
It's really hard to tell. I think if things continue the way they do, I think Cliff just has an edge because the Sarah Ascendant is doing so much work. And the Bowmasters could throw everything. But it's really hard to tell. I mean, Jason has a lot of mana up.
Yeah.
And
we just wasted a Mindbreak Trap on.
Yeah, that was interesting because
they might be holding more interaction. Maybe there were, there's a chance that they were.
I'd be interested to see exactly how many cards Glauber has in hand and like what they wanted to do with the Mindbreak Trap because like what they have else to do because.
Yeah, so we're sending.
They didn't feel like saving the Mindbreak Trap, so clearly they have other stuff to do, or they valued the Clever Impersonator enough to use that as like.
That's another route, sure. So we're sending the Sarah Ascendant at Jason, which I would continue doing because Jason has to win the next turn. Essentially, that's where we're at.
Okay, that's interesting. So he's just swinging a bunch at Glarb, Aiden, and then the Sarah Ascendant is once again going at Jason.
Yeah, which again makes sense to me because you can 1v1 against Joseph for pretty easily.
Yeah. I mean, because he does have a flyer in terms of the Mockingbird, but if he blocks with the Mockingbird, that opens up Timna and Thrasios.
Exactly. And Joseph no longer has any draw engines too, so he's more or less dead on water. Yeah.
This will be interesting.
We'll have to see how he gets himself back into this game, but it's looking a little dark for him.
I mean, I just can't tell. Like, this is weird. So it's always these games where nothing is really going on. Like things are kind of just stalled. I mean, it's obviously things aren't completely stalled. We've seen some impactful plays, but it feels very. I don't know, just like that people aren't trying, nobody's pushing, but it's also nobody has the option because maybe they're short on cards in hand or they're just not in a position where they feel like they want to try and win. I don't know. It's really complicated. So I mean, there's definitely some like it's a kind of board state we can never tell. Like maybe they're all holding wins.
Yeah, whoever's holding more,
and they don't want to go for it, or just nobody has anything. Therefore, the biggest creature wins.
They're just
like. Maybe it's just a casual game.
It's a casual. We're in punchies, beat down.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll see what the mystical tutor for.
Yeah, shuffling with a sensei top.
Yeah. If I'm mystical tutoring, am I refreshing my hand with a wheel? Am I?
Does Glar play Windfall?
I don't know. He's not.
It.
Nope. Does not look like it.
Yeah, I don't think they play a wheel.
They do not. We'll have to see what
what is that? Is that Floodmaw? Yeah, it looks like into the Floodmaw.
Into the Floodmaw. What are we targeting with this?
That's hard to tell. I mean, it could hit anything. It's probably not a Dranith because that would cause things. What are you? That shuffling looks dangerous.
When you shuffle your $10,000 deck or whatever it is,
just like jamming it together. But the Floodmaw, is it bouncing the Sarah Ascendant? Just to like
just to not die?
Save Jason for a turn, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, you could bounce the Thoracle. Yeah, you certainly could.
Okay, we'll see what Aiden decides to do this turn. He could replay the cannon like you mentioned. There it is.
Okay, there's cannon back.
Into the flub mod for
Yeah.
something.
We need to get more excited.
Let's go, guys.
This game is just very passive.
This is like nothing.
I swear I'm not falling asleep. It's just not a whole lot going on.
Okay. Enlightened tutor for Underworld Breach. Would imagine.
I mean, Underworld Breach doesn't work. There's still 2 Dramatic Magistrates on the board.
Yeah.
Unless he has an
It's
answer
like
for both of them.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of what other artifacts or enchantments you would get at this point because you're facing death.
Yeah, literally. I mean, you could be Metamorph for...
Kish.
Metamorph for a Saracen.
But you're already below... It's a 1/1.
Oh, yeah, wait. He doesn't do anything. Oh, I forgot it's not always a 1-mana 6/6 flyer. That's crazy.
1 mana drop 6/6 flyer. That'd be broken, bro.
Okay. It can't be wheel. No, it's an enlightened tutor anyway.
Yeah, enlightened tutor. So you're looking at it's typically so it's the One Rings, Mystic Remora, Rhystic Study,
Those
which
are
are
all
all
in the graveyard.
gone.
Yeah.
Underworld Breach or some sort of rock.
Underworld Breach would be wild. I mean, if it's like Cycrypt, you said Cycrypt was cut already.
So it's not in the deck yet.
Okay, so
we have.
I'm really interested to see what his answer is. Huh?
Yeah.
Because is it just a mana rock? I don't know what you can get with Enlightened Tutor still. Because I mean, typically it's just Breach, Smothering Tithe, Fish, Rhystic, One Ring. Like that's kind of just like the selection. But we've already seen them all. They're all either on the board or in the graveyard.
Exactly, yeah.
Or I guess Breach is still in the deck, but just not super helpful because you can't escape anything.
Exactly. No, I agree. So this is just
this is kind of just a Hail Mary almost looks like.
Yeah. This is a
Wishclaw?
Okay. Tutor for
Wishclaw could be interesting. Joe's a little desperate.
A Wishclaw could get him back into the game, right?
Wishclaw definitely could. What do you Wishclaw for?
If I'm Joseph?
If you're Jason.
If you're Jason. Wishclaw.
So they're making deals around the Wishclaw.
Yeah. If I'm getting a Wishclaw and I'm Jason, I'm getting, I don't know if I'm, depends on what's in my hand, but I would get some sort of removal because I'm not dying to the Ascendant, but you're losing the game at that point too.
Mhm.
You're wasting a tutor on a creature. This is killing you, but you're losing the game either way. 2,
Yeah, definitely.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's a Canyon activation up too, right? From
1, 3, 4, 5. Yep, looks like it. I mean, if the previous two are anything to go by, maybe he'll hit something. But so far, the Cannon has been very poor as far as flipping things. We'd have 2 whiffs on 2 activations.
100.
And who knows, it might just be like a mana dork.
Yeah. Or it could be Seaworm Muse, right? And then that's really strong.
Oh, and then then you're doing fine.
And you're winning the game.
I mean, it's not quite like playing Kinnan as a deck. There's still plenty of other things to whiff on, and there's plenty of humans in the deck. Like, you're not hitting a Notion Thief off of Kinnan, unfortunately.
Yeah.
What does it say in chat?
Chat says, is that Pigeon, aka
Yes,
Joseph?
that is Pigeon, Joseph playing TNT.
The myth, the man, the legend, the protege.
The son of chaos.
The son of chaos. So yeah, we are kind of here. It looks like we're getting a Wishclaw. So we'll see what Jason decides to get with
Wishclaw is a great political tool. I mean,
I'm giving it to Joseph. There's no universe
yeah.
I'm not giving it to not Joseph.
I'd be interested to see what Joseph ends up getting with it. I mean, like I'm sure Jason has some. He probably offered Jason some control over that. It's just a question of like, what do they actually find with it that does anything? Like, is it removal for a creature like Sarah Ascendant, or is it just another value engine somehow? Like, is it like something like a toxic deluge that would clear
the board?
Yeah, like I don't know.
Yeah, if I'm Joseph, it depends on what I'm getting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you care or listen to whatever Jason's telling you because he has to give it to you anyway. Regardless, anything that happens, he's giving it to you.
You don't think you could give it to Glarb?
No, because he's got Kin activations.
True.
Joseph has 0 cards in hand. I need to stop decking.
He has 0?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's probably a pretty convincing argument.
Yeah. Like, okay, give it to somebody else who loses the game. I have to tell you.
Okay, so Jason's saying he's going to get Savines to have a Rhystic Study in play.
Okay. I thought Savines was already in the graveyard.
No. It was Wandering Fish.
Okay.
Rhystic.
Got it.
I thought it was going to be Savines, but that's not the case.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. He doesn't run any board wipes, according to Jason. That is probably rough in this board.
That is
state.
very true.
When there's a Bowmaster and a Dranith or two Draniths and a Sarah Ascendant, that board wipe would be pretty valuable here.
Yeah.
Okay. He's saying, please don't get Bowmasters. If you do get Bowmasters, don't shoot me, please.
Please, sir.
That's probably pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Does anybody have an opposition agent? Let's see.
Looks like it resolves.
Yeah.
Physical activation. Okay.
Man, if Cliff had an Oppo there,
Ooh.
it's
Brutal.
like,
That's just how you win the game.
yeah, that's just like, I'm going to keep punching you, beating you down. Okay, so Vian's Rec for Ristic Study, presumably. Do we have any responses?
It's kind of brave for Jason to be putting a Ristic Study because there's an Orcish Bowmaster.
Yeah, I think he's assuming that Joe's going to do something to deal with the other Bowmaster.
Yeah.
And that he's probably not going to get hit by the Sarah Ascendant? I don't know.
Yeah, I would commit to this if I'm
just put him to 2.
Yeah. Because you don't want to give him Ristic Study and Smoldering Tide.
Who are you giving the Wishclaw to now, though?
Oh, if I'm Joseph?
Yeah. I don't think you give it back to Jason.
Back to Jason because he's losing the game. I don't think Jason's getting another turn.
Okay.
Right? That's kind of the
probably
the thought.
yeah. Does Cliff just full swing on Jason?
I think you push the envelope because if Jason's going to win, he has to do it right now.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're Cliff, you can 1v1 Joseph, and you can likely be the Glarp player.
Mm-hmm.
That's my thought.
Okay, so Joseph activated the Wishclaw. I don't know who he's giving it to. If he's going to Jason, I think that we're going to see Cliff probably aimed. I mean,
oh, he's going to cast spells to kill the cannon again.
Interesting.
Okay, we'll see what Joseph ends up getting. What do you think Joseph's getting if you were a betting man?
Oh, I think if I were him, I don't know. Orcish Bowmaster is not amazing right now. It would clear the other one, which could open up some things.
Yeah.
What else? I mean, you know his list better than I do.
It really depends on what he drew.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you kill the other Dranith and start getting your engine online.
Mm-hmm.
But I only do that after Jason's dead.
Yeah.
There's no universe I do that before.
Not with a Smothering Tithe in play. Okay. Let's see. What is the card? The mystery card.
Are we gonna cast it? Is it gonna be Ristic Study? Oh, we gave it to Cliff. Oh Jesus.
Interesting. I guess he thinks that Cliff is already like not doing that much. I don't know. That was not on what I was expecting.
No, I was expecting because
does he think that Jason just has a way to not die?
I'm intrigued, but let's see. Maybe there's something we missed, some politicking we missed, but we'll see. I'm sure very high color players to be one win away from making top cut. So we'll have to see how this turns out. Smoldering Tide, really good card. Ristic Study, really good card. Well,
do we have any games that have finished yet? I guess we can't. We've been able to see. Can we?
Yes, we can. Let's see. Pot 1 drew. Pot 2 drew.
Makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
Table 3 and 4 in progress.
Table 4 progress. Table 5
is finished.
Table 5 is in progress. Good job to player. Table 6. I think that guy is probably making winner.
7.
Table 7 1.
Yeah. Table 8's in progress. Okay.
It's in progress.
There's so many 7s.
Yeah.
Look at this. Like
Table 9 is in progress. Progress. Winner here. And then in progress is table 15. We have a winner in table 17. Okay, then that's good.
I think you do just kill Jason.
I mean, agree. You don't let him have a turn.
He's leaving him at 2. Ooh. Is he saying that he'll kill him with Orcish Bowmasters?
Yeah. if something happens. Yeah, if he draws cards with risk excited, yeah. Orcish Bowmaster will just kill him.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. He's over 3 on the Kitten. I don't know if activating Kitten has been a good plan for Glarb, unfortunately, because that's been 3 turns of mana wasted.
Well, if they got nothing else to do, that's kind of what you
True.
do.
I mean, Glarb is pretty central to some of the plans in the deck, so it's...
All right, here we go for another one.
What do you got? What do you got?
Another one.
4 for 4. Or 0 for 4. Let's see. I mean, this could be really good. We'll see.
Okay.
Delighted Halfling hits the board.
1 for 4.
1 for 4 from Glarb on Kennen.
Funny enough,
Gambling
Delighted Halfling is 1 for 1
Aiden
2.
the gambling man. Oh, Jason untaps.
Okay, we'll see. He has to win.
Does he have a win?
He's got to push right now. We'll see what happens. Okay.
Okay. I'm surprised. Oh, he just passed?
He just passed.
Okay.
Holding him to Born up on a win.
Born is risky because it does draw a card.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you can draw the card, the bonus triggers, and the stack can respond to it.
Yeah. We'll see how this game turn plays out. Joseph now has 3 cards in hand, right? 1 the tutor and 2 Drew. So he went from Hellbent to at least something, hopefully.
Mm. Now what?
We'll see what.
Also, did Cliff say he wasn't going to activate the Wish Claw? I don't know if we...
Probably.
That would probably make sense as the deal to make.
Yeah. How many cards does Glarb have? Like 3 or 2?
I can't tell. I mean, they haven't been playing many.
No,
because it's been cannon activations.
Okay, just pass the turn.
Okay, so it's just Cliff's turn. Is he going to kill Jason? Probably.
He's living Cliff to this. So this is when everything's going to happen. If Jason's going to do something, I think
folks, we
he
might
does
be
it
in
now.
for a crazy explosion because Jason does not want to go down.
No. Like we've all that mana, 13 mana.
Mm-hmm.
I would kill him, Cliff.
Is he not killing Jason?
No.
Why not?
I'm not sure. So 6 Joseph.
This is okay.
3 at Glarb.
Oh, because that's going to be 1 Draneth down.
That.
Now what? Sarah Senate has been going crazy this game.
Okay.
Cliff has almost doubled his life total with like.
This is when you odd nos for
Literally, no. This is like you remember that Varagoth deck that like popped up in Utah a little while ago where they add nos their entire library and then discard a bunch of because they play like 70 lands.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Discard a ton of lands to burn everybody out.
Oh, that's funny.
Because Varagoth tutors for add nos like on top of your library and then you somehow draw a card.
Okay, and then just odd nos for lands. And
you just pick up your entire library.
Oh, there's a Seaworm Muse.
Oh, okay. That I guess sure. Yeah,
that's a pretty good hit.
That will do something.
Okay.
Ooh, does Jason because
now Glarp's actually able to be played too.
Yeah.
No, actually, no, he's not.
No, there's still a
there's no
Draneth out. I'm interested to see what the outcome here is because Aiden playing Glarb is become a threat. At the same time, I wouldn't trust Jason just to sit there and say I have nothing because usually when he says that, he ends up finding something pretty soon.
Yeah.
Are they showing each other their hands?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we'll see what
swords on
swords
Seaworm
is.
Muse.
Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
You don't let him hold up the mana, just get it out of there.
Okay, we're fighting for this.
Taking 1. Make sure you're taking the City Brass damage.
I don't know if you fight over the Seaworm Muse, friend.
I don't know.
You're going to lose to blue form. Unless he absolutely is sitting on absolutely nothing.
I don't know. We'll see.
See what the players decide.
Like the kind of pod where blue form untaps says Grand Abolisher, and then all of a sudden they all lose.
Yeah, there's a pact being used on this.
Pact of Negation on the Swords to Plashes. You really, really want that Seedworm Muse, which I mean, to be fair, you do have a Kinnan now. That
Yeah.
Super Muse is pretty good. It's not quite as good as when you are like fully playing Kinnan, but it's probably gonna be okay.
Yeah.
You might just whiff again, but you have 4 activations in a turn cycle. Jason just said, "I don't have a use anymore in this game. I'm gonna die." It's like, I mean, probably.
You're not wrong. I've seen Jason got out of worse situations.
True.
Blue Farm has like 14 treasures. Sorry.
Yes. 14 treasures off a smothering tithe. Oh my, he's at 1.
Okay, so we have a
What do we
active
see
Kinnan.
here? What do we see here? Great. That's a good card.
What is that?
Ad nauseum.
Ad nauseum.
Ad nauseum at 1 life. Let's see it. Jason, you wouldn't. Jason, I bet. I'm gonna have to call him on that after this.
So I think Glarb's actually going to probably take away
well,
from this game.
We'll see. What? Is this like a docent or something? It's like, no, there's no way. What could be
Doesn't
so
give
bad?
it.
Oh, you just whiffed again?
Yeah.
Okay.
This deck does not appear to be a Kinnan deck.
It's not a Kinnan deck. That's why I'm like, I was interested to see. Is that High Fate Trickster? What is that?
That is a half-8 treasure, yeah.
High Fate Trickster. Interesting.
Okay.
Is it just an attacker? Like it's just like supposed to block the Sarah Ascendant? Is that what's going on?
We'll see how this game continues to develop. Because now Cliff is going to have answers to his Team of Trash too now, right?
Mhm.
We got the other Draneth on the battlefield.
Yeah, he can play both of them out and start swinging because his Orcs Bowmaster army is a 4/4.
That's pretty big.
And then the Sarah Ascendant's still big. This, I don't know. Again, like I'll say, this is a weird game, but I think it's definitely it's still pretty representative of what I would consider grindy cEDH because there's just
It's just a different kind of grind. I
yeah,
think.
they're not all triggering everything. They just don't have anything going on, and nobody has anything going on. So we're just like in full like I don't know. I would describe it as cope. Like they're just all grasping for straws for things to do because a 6/6 flying lifelink is beating them down.
Yeah, looks like
Is he killing Jason?
looks like okay. He's forcing the issue. All right, Jason.
That is hilarious. He's swan songing it.
Okay,
Yeah,
makes a blocker.
that does make a blocker. Okay, 6 mana, make a 2/2. That seems pretty good. Can he decline to reveal cards with Ednos?
Well, it's Swansong countering the Outlaws.
Well, but like, say the Swan Song got countered. Does he have to reveal 1 card, or is it 0?
I think you have to reveal a card. Yeah, I think so. We'll see. So we know that one of the players has into the flop mob, but they're not.
Glaber's holding it in their hand, yes.
Yeah.
They Mystical Tutor for it.
Yeah.
Their Glaber also has a pack trigger on their upkeep,
Yeah.
which I assume they can pay for, but if Kinnan dies, it'll be pretty
1,
rough.
2, 3. They actually want to. They will be able to pay for it. Just nothing else happens.
Wait, oh, how big is High Trickster?
4-2.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a 2/4.
So
Kinnan spin
Trades.
on the end step, sure, makes sense.
another whiff or Consecrated Sphinx. What is that? An Opal?
Opposition agent, by the looks of it.
That's a human. You cannot.
Yeah. That. I think that's opposition agent. I don't think that works.
Yeah, there you go. They figure it out.
Okay.
Figure it out. Okay.
Oops.
Awkward.
Yep. Just so everybody remembers, Kinnan is non-human.
Yep.
It's not quite that insane.
Okay.
Is he going back to figure out?
Just
if
they
there's
have to
anything else in that-
shuffle. They have to shuffle.
Oh, okay. Did we find anything else in that 5? Doesn't look like it.
Does not look like it.
That's rough.
That is the worst Seaworm Muse. Kinnan.
I mean, normally with Glarb, it's pretty crazy. He's just surveil 2 every time. Like,
Oh, it's pretty great, right? Especially with Globe, you can cast things, right?
Yeah.
If they have flash or whatever.
Mm-hmm. No, Glob doesn't give things flash.
No, sorry. I mean, like if you, I think
Oh,
the one
if
of the
they-
fairies have flashes, and I think
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
maybe cast some spells. Okay. Cliff's turns. What are we doing?
So the Wish Claw is still just sitting there, I think, based on the deal. Is he not paying for Smelling Tithe? Now what? Are we going to see an actual win attempt from Cliff, or are we just going to beat down again?
I think we're gonna beat down.
Just
Cliff must
swing.
be holding into a lot of interaction.
Yeah, I think Cliff should just have like the Dranith and the Noble Hierarch swing at Jason, like, and then he could hit Joe with the Sarah Ascendant probably. I mean, like he could just very easily finish off Jason here, but I don't know if he's planning to hold it up like exclusively
Holding
with
hostage.
the Bowmasters.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just attacking with the Sarah Ascendant, so it's actually 7.
Yep. Okay. We'll figure out where attacks are going to go here soon. Okay.
Okay.
We finally
84 life.
We've crossed the 80 threshold.
84 life in a CDH game without Aetherflux Reservoir. I don't think it's ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen that been done. Like,
Today's a day of many firsts.
Huh?
Today is a day of many firsts.
True.
Get an activation here.
What do you think the record for the longest Swiss game ever has been?
Swift game?
The longest game in Swiss.
Oh, I don't know. I think it was like.
Can we get
100
close?
We're gonna be up there. We're gonna be up there in the length of that. So it looks like another whiff. We'll see what.
Glarb choosing to leave Timna Crom alive, or not Glarb, Cliff playing TNT.
See what he does.
Glarb goes their turn.
For
now what?
High Fate Tracer. Okay.
High Fate
That's
Tracer.
pretty strong.
Okay. What do they have? Paying for Ristic Study. Interesting.
Okay, that's pretty strong. No, that's really strong.
Okay, now what? Does Glarb have something, or is it just a blocker?
It might be just be a blocker. Or just present a win at some point.
Killing Jason.
Again, I think I'm surprised Jason's still in the game.
It's been like 2 turns and he's been sitting at 2 or 1 life.
Yeah. Like Jason has no incentive on interacting at all, right? In this game. He's just kind of sitting here like I'm only making a window for myself. I don't really care. This game's like I'm losing, right? And I think you have to force the issue so you can move on.
Okay, we're seeing Ragavan. Okay.
cEDH All-Starred.
Ragavan, I mean, like I said, Ragavan is usually okay in the first couple turns, and I've seen it be ridiculous. So
yeah. Right now it's a blocker.
Yeah.
Right now it is just a 2-1 blocker.
Yeah. Okay, we're seeing another Cannon.
Do you know there's a Consecrated Sphinx?
Yeah,
That's a
Consecrated would be
Thorgal.
crazy.
Oh, hello.
There is also just what is that? Oh, Thorgal.
Tainted Back.
Console Tainted Back. Oh, okay. Oh, he missed a tap life there. He should be at 8. No,
No, it's just 1.
No, it was just the City Res.
There's a Fierce on the Tainted. Okay.
Fierce. Who is a commander out? Is it Hardcast?
I actually don't think this game. I don't think either of these players can draw. They are
It's
not.
pot 5.
Oh, I see. Both the players can draw.
Okay, so yeah, so if first and second seed are both at 11. They're saying that they can draw.
Yeah.
Potentially, and then
Bummer. We're gonna get one of these games. So here we thought it was gonna be a draw, and now Jason's forcing a
do
draw.
they not have? Okay, so is it? So Jason has the Fierce.
Fierce, yeah.
Oh,
so
wait, does everybody else not have anything?
I can't imagine.
Interesting. Why Cliff didn't play any? Like Cliff didn't play Timnet or anything last turn. Did he think he just couldn't?
Maybe Tim's Cliff is just sitting on nothing. And again, this is
He's
why
got a
you
lot
kill
of
them.
mana up.
Yeah.
This So okay, so
we'll listen to their audio here for a second and see where.
Can't stop it. I don't want to draw, so which means we'll all lose. like I can't get a draw. Like I can't, and I don't have any wins, so I can't push for a draw. No, it's not. There's zero chance I'll make it today. Like there's zero chance I can't draw, and I can't.
doesn't change anything.
So, I mean, you're gonna be. None of us are gonna make top 6. Is what I'm saying. So,
That's interesting. 'Cause I think the bubble is right around 12, so they're probably, but it might be really close because there's a bunch of people at 7 points, so it'll be really competitive at 12 points to make it.
It's just the same as him winning. So like it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and obviously Cliff is explaining this to Jason. Like Joseph and Cliff cannot take a draw, so you're letting Aiden win, and then you can do what you want with that, and then you don't actually make top cut either. So you're still playing the game. That's kind of what they're saying. Because otherwise you lose and you don't make top cut, which I think is a reasonable thing for them to do because they're not benefiting for a draw here.
Is there some deal they can make where they, because I don't know if Jason makes it with a draw, like you said.
Yeah.
Like, is there some deal they can make that convinces him to use it and yet they don't kill him?
Yeah.
That just seems like a lose-lose. I don't know. That's really hard. The point, like, this is why I was so excited about this round, but it's also so stressful because there's so much going on all the time.
Yeah. Like we're moving past this rat turn or his thing. Like later in the game, I won't swing it.
We're not gonna like you can toss the decom me all you want, right?
There's a clip.
You just can't
Okay. Jason is making a deal that he cannot get hit at all to actually die. He can lose, but he can't get hit.
Okay.
Which,
Don't shoot my board, don't shoot me.
That's, I don't know.
I didn't even see the
I feel like you need to just be careful with these kind of deals. You have to be very specific because you're not
incredibly specific.
So you have to make it tempting for Jason, but he still has to not lose the game.
Forces negation.
It's their turn.
He has to hard cast that. Yeah, it is his turn. Oh no.
No, it's on.
Oh
it's
wait,
on
this is the
Jason.
cannon flip.
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh.
Oh wait, yes I will. Floating an extra. I was going to shoot one.
That's wild.
Yep.
And nobody has anything. Joe showed something. What is it though? I think that's the real question at this point.
Okay. We'll see how this game finishes developing, and hopefully you guys can hear them okay. And you can actually still hear us too through them.
Sudden substitution.
This card.
Oh my God, Joseph.
You my forward full skill.
It's got split second.
So I'm gonna.
What a card. What a card.
Starred. All starred.
I mean, he was talking about that, with you, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. This is one of the cards that he's very proud of.
That is a wild card pick. I'm surprised he didn't take. I guess taking Tainted Pact is better than.
Because you can value Tainted Pact.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it's definitely better than taking the Force of Negation and hitting the Tainted Pact.
Yeah, because now he can do that, right?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So Joe gets to Tainted Pact. How is that going to change things?
Yep, we'll see what.
And this is still Jason's turn, correct?
This is Jason's turn. Yep.
Where's the active player thing? The active players are on plus board.
The active player fell behind you guys. Yeah, we'll see.
What does he get off Tainted Pact?
Depends on his hand.
Historical's on the other side of the board.
Yeah.
Like what is impactful here?
It could be a value Tainted Pact.
I mean, we're still not seeing Thrasis. There's still a Dranith Magistrate in play. Like, is it just removal for Dranith?
What's up?
Is it just removal for Dranith? I think it depends on the hand,
No,
like
because it's still Jason's turn.
Oh yeah.
And you don't want to. Unfortunately, you don't want to get a Dranith here because then you open the door for Jason to win.
Does he get his Bowmasters to kill Jason?
Yeah. Well, that doesn't work like that because of the deal that they made.
Well, Cliff made a deal with Jason.
Okay, I don't know.
I don't know if Joseph made a deal with Jason.
I see.
And you know one of the other two cards that I hand
Do we know any cards in Joe's hand?
We do not. The Sudden Substitution is a new card that has split second. Do you know how it reads?
You exchange control of a creature you control, or you exchange control of target creature and target spell, right? So
Yep.
like you can give them a creature in exchange for
a spell.
their spell, or you can take their creature for your spell, right?
Yep. And it's a split second, so that's happening. And you can then counter the spell that's
And
in
it's
attack.
and it's 2 blue, right? If I
Yep,
remember right, 2 blue
correct.
for an instant. Yeah, I mean that's pretty impactful when it wants to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I would consider it a little clunky, but if it works, it works.
Yeah.
And a split second is such a powerful effect.
Yeah, because you literally cannot do anything about it,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're still back on Tainted Pack, and we'll see what happens after the fact. Hopefully, again,
Yeah,
folks
this-
can hear us over the table politics. They're asking what the blue card is. We always get the long games.
Well, I mean, the last one wasn't that long, but or no, it went to time.
Yeah, it was pretty close to time. Freddy and Lua, the other casters, keep getting the 30-minute games.
Do we need to mix up the casting teams for top 16?
Yeah.
Just like
Just to break the curse.
yeah. Because so we can figure out which one of us it is. Is it you or me? I feel like you and Freddy, me and Lua, or you and Lua, me and Freddy.
We'll
And
flip
then-
coins. I'm
Yeah.
just playing Sudden. Substitution. Clear on the chat for folks. It is not my big trap. Excellent. Okay, we'll see. Ristic study. Yeah, I would still I will kill Kennen. Or I would
I
kill
think you
Kennen.
definitely kill the High-Freight Trickster.
I kill Kennen.
Really? Well, I mean, High-Freight Trickster lets you use the Seaborn Muse mana on other people's turn.
What does it matter if you have no cards?
Oh, true. And we just saw the Thoracle.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'd do, but we'll see what
How many
happens.
cards does Jason have in hand? Because I'm seeing
Tainted Pack for Tainted Pack.
it could be a clone. It's definitely not Thoracle.
Okay, so that's on the second.
Did you hold priority on the Tainted Pact to cast another Tainted Pact? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Interesting. I guess you just have to know exactly what 2 cards you're getting because you might lose one in the process.
Exactly.
That's certainly risky, but I love Tainted Pact as a tutor. I mean, it's awkward sometimes, but like if you just dig a couple of cards deep and you find some action, it's usually good enough.
Yeah, so you need to go all the way to the bottom and hope there's a clone effect, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're going for Hazel Brewmaster or something. But even Hazel Brewmaster doesn't do it because...
Well, because Thrasher's in the command zone.
Exactly.
So
unless you do it through infinite combat damage.
If you have Finale in hand.
Exactly.
Well, there's only 2
Time
creatures.
Twister.
There's only 2 creatures right now.
That's a Time Twister in.
Was that Born?
No, that was Time Twister. No, Born's still in the stack. Sorry, there was a Born upon a Wind.
Born Upon a Wind is...
He's going to grab...
from Cliffside?
Yeah, he's going to grab a Orcish Bowmaster, I guess, I would presume.
Flusterstorm.
And you don't have a flying creature, so it's
Okay, we'll see how this continues to develop.
Yeah.
Flusterstorm for the Born Upon a Wind.
You take that? No, keep going.
Keep going, okay.
Silence. Oh, Silence is pretty tempting. Silence is always a very good card.
Yeah, and then you get on top with whatever you Tainted Pact for.
Uh-huh. So that was the first Tainted
Or
Pact.
Tutor.
No, we're still going. Vamp Tutor. You could Vamp Tutor here and then guarantee the second card with the Tainted Pact.
No,
Probably
because
not
you
worth
excel.
it.
Oh, I see. Got it.
Like you just Vamp Tutor, put a card on top, and then flip it with Tainted Pact, draw a card. Flood Maw. What do you think of it in the Flood Maw?
I don't think I go for the Flood mod.
Like, what do you think about it in general?
Oh, I use Chain of Vapor still
Mhm.
because I like to bounce my own things for this
Yeah.
exact same reason, where I want to target permanents I control
Mhm.
or that I own.
Yeah.
For that reason, but that's kind of my thought.
Yeah, I know that. Well, it's legal in Standard right now, and I know that people go back and forth between Flood Maw and Unsummon, which Unsummon is like very bare bones, return target creature to your hand. It doesn't hit any non-land permanent like Flood Maw does.
Yeah.
But it allows you to hit your own creatures, which is definitely an upside if it needs to be.
So we'll see whatever happens. This turn is going for a while.
Veil of Summer. Veil of Summer is definitely a good card.
Have you done that to
King Veil of
Orcish?
Summer. Okay. Let's see. Casting Veil. Paying for Ristic. Okay. So what is this second Tainted Pact going to be for?
I'm not sure. It's just a value one.
So is this just casting Veil the draw card?
It's protection from the Orcish Bowmaster, that Time Twister that's revealed.
Okay. I mean, I think it's definitely going to be that. I imagine the Time Twister is going to be like kill Aiden and Jason, kill all of Joe's creatures. No, they also have Hexproof. Never mind. No. There's a card.
Yeah, so these were 8 in dice, I think.
Okay, so now we're on the second Tainted Pact, right? Is there anything? Oh no, that's Born on the stack.
Yeah.
No, I drew off. Yeah, you did the. No, we know,
Okay, well, looks like Born Upon a Wind has resolved. We'll see how this
Born.
See how this
Moving to
resolves.
graveyard. Are we good on Born? Or does Jason have something to say about it?
Does not look like it. Does have the mana for
Everybody's
days.
so jittery. Like they're all like touching their cards and like reaching around.
High stress environment, man.
Yeah, they have 8 minutes left in the round, and this is the last round. For
This is
potentially
likely going to be either Jason's last turn, or you're gonna have Joseph's be last turn. And unfortunately for Joseph and Cliff, right? Like, you know, you have to think about there's a clock, right? And you need to get a turn.
Yeah, no, Joe needs to get to. I guess Cliff is trying to win right now because I think he understands that he won't get another.
You have to realize that if Aiden dies, that Tainted Pact goes away as well.
True.
Okay.
So it's just supposed to be. So if Cliff dies here, is Joe supposed to take up 7 minutes? There's no way, right? Like if he's taking 7 minutes with nothing in hand, that's gotta
Well,
be.
if Time Twister is gonna resolve, right?
Is Time Twister on the stack yet?
No, just Born Upon a Wind. Which I guess maybe just used.
Yeah, I guess maybe he just draws into something. That would be rough.
But I would not be Time Twistering into Jason with a gazillion treasures and
No, this is going to
sevens.
be the bonus treasures are going to go on the stack, and he's going to draw something. So I don't think Time Twister is correct at all.
Yeah.
It also shuffles Fish, Ristic, and or I guess Fish and Wandering back in.
Yeah, I don't think I Time Twister here. I think I just wait for my turn.
Cliff also made the deal that he wouldn't kill Jason.
Correct.
So
this game is likely going to be a draw, which is
unfortunately. I mean,
I guess I shouldn't do that. It looks like it's yours. I was going to do a snap. Yeah, I'll do a and then Born just
We're killing a lot of time in the clock.
Yeah,
again, Aiden and Jason are really happy with this because they just have to draw to make it.
Mhm.
Cliff and Joseph need to start making
Joe
game
needs to
actions.
stop talking if he wants to win. Random Walsh or no. Swift reconfiguration.
Let's not get you there.
No. Opposition agent. No. Mana vaults. What is that? Soaring?
Archivist.
Oh, Archivist Dogma, yeah.
Ranger
Captain. Enlightened Tutor. Court of Calling? No. Noble Hierarch. Lostrand. Tundra.
If you can just remove that, like I've nothing. I can't do it. I can't even like. No, I mean with what you draw. Like card I have with no mana.
I don't think there's a 0 mana answer to the Seedworm Muse, right? Because you have to get like Rollick, but there's no commander out. Dispel, Mox Amber, Mystic Study, Otawara.
Yeah. We'll see what. It's a hard one to go through because all your win cons are gone.
Yeah. What is that? Is that Hullbreaker Horror?
Bats.
Oh. Oh, yeah, the split second removal spell.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything at this time, though.
He can't cast it now. I guess he gets that on tap in a second.
Yeah, take goes to his turn.
I mean, I guess it is Jason's turn, so we'll see what happens. Does Jason still get to win the game?
No, Jason's probably. I mean, Jason's happy with the draw.
They have just under 5 minutes, and could not be tighter.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see how this game continues going. It's been a fun day casting with you, Ethan.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
It's been a blast. We'll
I
turn
was
the.
definitely nervous going into this, but I don't know. I'm tired now, but
A
I'm
long
gonna-
day.
Yeah, well, we've had some long games.
Yeah, a couple of long games for us.
Uh-huh. But I mean, we're wrapping up regardless. They have to go to time at some point.
They will have to go to time, and it is unlikely with how things are looking that there will be resources available for either Joseph of Clean.
Is he destroying all the Thassa's oracles? Is that what's going to happen?
No, I don't think they're aware of the time. They have 4 minutes left in the
What are they
round.
talking about now?
Hard to read.
All I see is that they're spending time on Jason's turn.
Yeah. Maybe they're not aware of the clock.
Maybe. Are you telling?
Yeah, just to remind players of timing.
Mhm.
Because they do have some, times, and unfortunately, where they have the casting area, they don't have as much time. Freddie, somebody at the table should be reminding them how much time they have. So we'll be just a reminder for them because they are just talking about nothing. And again, Jason and Aiden are happy to just sit there and talk about nothing.
Yeah, literally.
Okay, so we'll see how this stacked develop. I actually don't even know where we're at. We're resolving a Thoracle trigger. Okay, we passed.
Okay. It passed to Joe's turn. Uh-huh.
Okay. We'll see how this games continues moving along. Joseph gets anything of his upkeep. This is going to be likely the last turn.
This is probably, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Unfortunately for Cliff, this is rough.
So Joseph needs to have.
I mean, we know he has 2 lands and bats in hand, so it's
nothing.
Yeah. So does he give Cliff the win here, or does he just let it go to time because it benefits the most people? I think is the question. Because if he tries to, I don't think there's any way he wins himself, unless he draws some crazy card.
Yeah.
Like, is there any one card out that you think he could find?
There's not. Not with Routrazes in the battlefield. Not with Draneth. Not with anything that's currently shown. So I think we're just kind of going through the motions. Unfortunately,
I mean,
as a TNT player, there's no outs you have, especially with 2 lands and a removal or wipe in your hand. The writing's more or less on the wall for you. We'll see what Cliff is able to pull up if he does get a turn.
Are we just passing through the turn?
Yeah, we just pass the turn now. We have a Kinner activation.
I mean, this is fair. I think just leave it to Cliff to see if he can win. Like, that's probably the best thing to do.
It's the best sportsmanship-wise, yeah.
Because you don't have any benefit from drawing. So if one player gets to win, that's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Because you have successfully missed on winning.
Okay, so we'll move into Cliff's turn and likely the last turn of the game.
Why is he doing stuff in this turn?
End step? It's probably at end step.
Yeah, well, this is end step. They've got a minute, so they need to resolve this fast. Okay. Colossal Sky Turtle targeting Seaborn Muse. It's channeled.
Okay, that's
is there a response for a channel ability?
Nope.
That would be
what?
Nobody's playing red except for Jason.
Okay, so this is where Cliff goes for it.
Okay.
If he has it, he's got it.
So we've got 2 players at a total of 9 life. Does Cliff just untap and there's no way he just untaps and rips the Time Twister? That's just not correct at all. He's good. Oh, with High Fair Trickster, yeah. Okay, sure.
That makes sense.
Seaborn on the stack. You need to resolve this faster. There's 20 seconds.
They do get like slight 1 minute or so.
Do they have a judge call?
Yeah, it's So we set up the streaming table for them. We give them an extra minute because I have to move them from their seat. So yeah.
Okay, so we're going to Cliff's turn.
Okay, so Cliff does get a turn. We'll see what Cliff is able to put together.
Interesting.
The Dark Horse needs to put something together here.
So I think he kills Jason and then throws.
Well, he made the deal that he can't kill Jason, right?
Oh, interesting.
Okay, we're officially at time. We'll see what happens here. The card that Jason played is Bats. I'll put it in the chat for folks.
Or that Joseph got off the. Yeah, it's what 2 black for an instant.
Yep.
Split second, destroy target creature and all creatures of the same name. Is that creature something like that?
No, it's the same toughness.
Oh, same toughness.
Yes.
Okay, so it's better than I thought.
Yeah, because if you can kill a lot of cannons, you can kill a lot of Timnas, a lot of high hate Twister.
There's a Time Twister.
Okay.
Ballsy for sure.
I mean, that kills everybody there, right?
I mean, it definitely kills Aiden and Joseph. And the question is, if Cliff can't kill Jason, what happens? Like,
I think if you can't, I think you're looking to get a Thoracle win.
I mean, there's got to be something.
Yeah.
He's activating cannon again. Sure, it makes sense.
Yep.
Is there some way to work around that? It's like there's something like destroy target creature, that player loses 1 life.
Loses 1 life. No, I don't think there is.
Would that break a deal for you? Like something that doesn't directly target you to kill you, but like
yeah,
kills you.
I think the wording was like you can't do damage to me or my board. So.
But what if it's like I'm gonna tap your mana vault?
Or, well, that would work if A, Jason didn't have like a zillion mana. B,
Oh yeah.
got another turn.
Killing you?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna Derevi your mana vault.
Yeah. I think that'd be pretty funny. Honestly, be like, okay, kudos, man. You got me.
You do the same thing with City Brass.
Yeah.
You
Tap someone to City Brass.
Tap their City Brass, put a tap trigger on the stack.
Lol. Yeah. So we got a cannon activation. What, do we hit something or we?
Anything in the chat?
No, we just Are we going to possibly get another draw?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was a draw. I mean,
Yeah.
Cliff has what is that reconfiguration on the Bowmaster?
Yes.
In response to. Okay, so that'll protect it from removal.
Yeah. We'll see
it's
how
at least
this.
something.
You're hoping for Thoracle Decon. That's kind of the only out.
Basically. Okay, so the currently stack is Time Twister, and then in response to Time Twister, Aiden cast it.
Swiftfoot.
Excuse me, Dark Ritual, and then in response, they're not really passing priority super well, but Cliff cast a Swift reconfiguration in an attempt to protect the Orcish Bowmaster, which I think is going to be risky.
I agree.
Because I think you save that for as soon as you see an actual removal spell, but then again, Bats is split second.
Split
so
second,
there's
I
not
can't
really a lot of
respond.
choice there.
Yeah.
The issue is that if he kills the Bowmaster right now, they draw.
Yeah.
Presumably, unless he has some crazy.
So Joseph's out is if there is he times twisters into like Highway Tracer and Thoracle or something like that. Or I don't even know.
Okay, so are they going with that? Is he trying to kill? I mean, he can't respond to it, so. Sure.
Okay, we got a fetch land.
Yeah.
We'll see if we get a black source or something.
I mean, probably. I mean, because it's just. Yeah, there's Bayou.
Yep.
Sure. Oh boy.
Okay, so Blats will be killing Orcish Bowmaster.
This is interesting because he's got a lot of mana tapped, or Cliff does at least. So this is kind of just gonna. He can't even Thoracle Console if he draws a bunch of stuff here.
Yeah. Actually, even just let the. Well, it would be interesting. Maybe you're if you're Joseph, you're playing for a couple outs, right? More up on a win.
Yeah, I mean, I think you let the Bowmaster trigger. I think you leave the Bowmaster around because there's.
You can always respond on top of it.
Yeah, if you hit a Flash Enabler, the triggers go on the stack.
And you don't want to use your mana right now for stuff. Cut yourself short. On
You
things.
don't know what someone else is gonna play.
Yeah.
I think Jason's saying the same thing, that it's not correct to remove it right now.
Yeah. Yeah. So Joseph's thinking Valley Flock Caller or something like that.
I mean, because High Phase already in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is complicated.
I would.
This kind of comes down to like
what's in your deck, left in your deck.
Well, it's also like there are two players here that are clearly playing for a draw. What do you do about that? Because they're going to do everything in their power to stop
anything.
Yeah. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Can you activate mana abilities in response to split second?
You can use mana abilities, yes.
Okay, so you can float mana with the Noble Hierarch.
Yeah, you could.
Okay.
But it looks like the Noble Hierarch was not targeted.
Oh, never mind.
Because it's still hanging out. Maybe just didn't see it or...
High Fae died?
Nope, Heavy's still alive.
What died then?
It was... So Exes was equal to 1. So Ragavan, Orcish Bowmaster... Oh, dear God.
Ooh.
A cannon activation
I mean, yeah, he
into...
doesn't have cards in hand.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Noble is dead.
Huh?
Noble is dead. He just put it in the graveyard.
Noble is okay.
So that was the 3 targets declared. It was Bowmaster, Noble, and Ragavan.
Okay.
So are they resolving the Time Twister? I mean, I don't think there's any good way to do this because I get the
there's
Joe,
a Pyroblast, yeah.
I get that Joe is playing to his out, but like that, this is just forcing a draw, which is not productive for him.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Jason, you Pyroblast this and you stop the turn. Like, there's nothing else, right? Again,
They just go to, they just go to time.
the draw, which is, again, this is kind of the thing we've seen all day today, which is a little tiring and
I
on
think
the
that
disappointing side, unfortunately.
today has been a very good example of how slow the cEDH meta has become.
Yeah.
It's been very dragged out and very much centered around just playing. Like, I think every single game that we've been on cast for has been going to time.
Yeah.
And like, I think that's just a really, I mean, at least in my opinion, I think it's really unhealthy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know people still enjoy it. We got really good turnout. People are still having fun playing games.
Yep.
But I think in the long run, I think it's going to burn a lot of people out.
Yeah.
And I hope that, I mean, I know WotC put out a thing that they're working on changes for February.
Okay.
I don't know how that's going to affect cEDH, but I think it's definitely going to affect casual. And hopefully we see something change. Whether that means bans, unbans, they're not changing anything yet. But in the next coming months, I do hope something changes.
Yeah. Just for the better. And even as a Didn't Francis player that enjoys mid range.
Yeah, well, you've been doing that for a lot longer than everybody else.
This is just like outrageously disgusting.
Well, and it's fun. Like when I play Rafine, like I know that I'm gonna get into these kind of games. It's fun every once in a while. It's not fun every single game. Like when every single game is taking 90 minutes. Okay, we just went to a draw here, just to confirm.
Yeah,
when every game is taking 90 minutes, it's really hard to have a good time.
And I think Chad makes a good point. Like, we also have to be faster in pacing, right?
Yeah.
Like we spent 10 minutes talking about nothing.
Yeah. No, and the downside of that being that it's much easier to make mistakes.
Yeah.
All right.
So hello, folks. We are back.
Our beautiful faces.
Raul, Ethan, Denver, Colorado, Snowy Summit 2.
Yeah, we're just gonna hop on a break right before top 16, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess final thoughts on this last game before. We finished Swiss. 5 rounds of
Are we
Swiss.
getting an interview in here from the
Probably now because
time. Okay.
Yeah, because we're closer to Swiss. The round ending.
This is a slog. I think we all expected this to be a slog. Like looking at the first couple of turns where it was just land pass, like nobody had anything going on, and it kind of just stayed that way because nobody had anything going on.
Yeah, and
it was. We watched Saris and it beat people down for 6-7 turns, and it didn't even win the game.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. Obviously, I think a draw was off for like 20 minutes or so ago, and at some point you're also playing for that too because that's your only out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, we will be taking a quick break. We're going to top 16. We'll announce top 16 here pretty soon. We'll be back with you guys on the finals. Ethan and I are going to be doing the finals.
Yeah,
for another
super exciting.
Endless game. We'll see how long that one's going to be.
Well, and it's uncapped too.
Yeah, we might be here for 3 hours.
Chat, if we're here for 3 hours, like
send help.
Please. Please send me DoorDash or something.
Look at this man. He needs to eat.
My cheeks are so gaunt.
Excellent. Thanks everybody for keeping us with us, tuning in with us. We'll be back after top 16 gets announced, and we will have Lou and Freddie commentate over top 16.
Yeah.
But with that, guys, we'll be back in a second. Thanks again for watching.
Thank you for watching, everybody.
We're live. Top 16, Freddie and Lua.
We're back. It's been quite a day. It's about almost 8 p.m. here in the snowy summit. I guess that's the best way to describe where we are in Colorado right now. And there has been quite a crazy top 16 today. A lot of diverse decks in general. We've had quite a few different types of streams going on today, from one of the longest games of the entire day to some incredibly fast pods to some draws happening on stream. But we have a really fun pod that's going to be happening for you today. And I know that we had some of our players on here earlier. We've seen the Narset deck. Did we see anything else today that's in this pod?
I believe we have Gitrog as well.
The Gitrog.
So this is
Okay.
going to be a really fun one.
Yeah. I believe they might be still resolving mulligans, but we can always check in with them as well. But yeah, it's our top 16 before you get to watch the big top 4 today, which is really exciting. These players are playing for 5K, which is pretty big.
5K.
5K. Very good.
All right, let's see how their mulligans are going.
Oh, we got some lands. All right.
We do have some lands.
So correct me for seat order. Is Jacob first with Gitrog?
No, it'll be Cody.
Cody.
Yeah, Cody will be going first and Steven will be going last. Unfortunately, there's 2 Jacobs who are named Jacob, and then there's a commander called Jacob. So
Oh, there is a commander. There's technically 3 Jacobs in this pod, you're right? So maybe we'll go for commander names. I think that might be the easiest way of going around this one, which is interesting too, because I do see the Raw in there, which is something I've been talking about with players today. There's a lot of people excited about that one, and they feel like it's a pretty new, hot cEDH tech, which is really fun to see in the finals. Oh my gosh, this Narset is also wild. I know we've both played quite a few games with Jacob before. We've talked about the experience with it. So this is a pretty fun one. We got to see a little bit of that on stream. We have Gitrog back, which is really fun. Hoping to see Gitrog do its thing. I know chat was really rooting for the frog. And then, of course, we have what is the Jacob deck?
the Jacob deck, I believe it's just a mono blue deck.
Oh, yes. Okay, I remember. I've played this against like another person before. What's his name? Jacob something. I'm gonna look this up.
Jacob something.
Jacob, not Jensen, right? That's the different thing.
Oh, Jan Jensen. Yeah, that's
That's Jan Jensen. That's different. Jacob, this one? The inspector? Hawken, like Hawkins.
I believe so. Yeah.
There we go. I've heard a few people talk about this. I think like the local meta, it seems like there's quite a few people that do play this deck. So I think there might have been more than one entered today from what I've heard.
Oh, here?
I think so. I heard a couple people saying this. So I don't know if they were entered here, but it seemed like at least a lot of people have been playing it. So there is, yes, people chatting for the frog in top 16.
Frog.
Very fun.
Yeah. Cody getting off to a Soul Ring, looks like.
Ooh.
For a start. All right, land for Narset. Seems like a lot of these players have the ability to really pop off, and there's not too much interaction within these decks. I would say Narset and Jacob probably have the most.
Yeah, I would say this is interesting as far as like colors and interaction, right? Because most of the players are playing blue, right? And Gitrog is limited to their Golgari colors. But even in mono blue, I feel like sometimes the deck can either be like really efficient or tend to struggle when it comes to things like this. So we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, a lot of time mono blue, it has the card draw with Rhystic Study and Fish and the interaction, but the win cons are one of the main things that gets drawn out.
You know what? I feel like it's kind of wild that we haven't seen a Rhystic Study or Fish yet, based on how the pods have been going today, too.
It seems like people aren't really mulling for it as much.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we do have a Jacob out on the field, which is just so funny to say.
A Jacob staring down 2 other Jacobs.
Our role player has 2 lands. Oh, we're going to take 3 life. 2 lands and a Soul Ring, which feels like a pretty good position right now. I feel like there's not a lot of rocks on the field, right? So
nope.
We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Rawl, at least his lines. I know what he does, but
we could take a look for sure. I'm not seeing too much of it, but I definitely have heard whisperings of it today, which is exciting to me. Ooh, Bergie! I'm a big Bergie fan. Love that.
Oh, you love Bergie?
Are you?
I like the horn.
I was just going to ask if you're a horn fan. Yeah, the horn is just like very underrated in my opinion, but I'd love to see a Bergie. I think that's a really smart play. Is that an Ancient Tomb? Yeah.
Hey, Mana Acceleration. Probably a rock based off of what he's doing.
Yep.
Yep.
We got Talisman. This is like fair, honest Magic, you know? People are just playing some rocks, going pretty slow with their lands. doing the thing, maybe one spell per turn.
Yeah, not really trying to push an advantage or starve people out of resources.
I guess that's also like, you have untimed rounds at this point, so maybe it's a little more relaxed and going into this as much as it is a high stakes event. You're like, okay, we can take our time with this. We're not pushing as quickly, right?
Yeah, I did forget that it was untimed, so
I know we both did. We were like, oh yeah, top 16 untimed, so. Pulling up a raw list so we can see some stuff. Oh, actually, you do
Awesome.
have the raw list if you want to pull that up too. We take an extra look and see what they're cooking with. Now, based on, I mean, it's so early to tell, but I was wondering what you are hoping to see kind of take it all today.
take it all.
Well, at least this round that we're watching right now.
True. I would say in this round, I would be rooting for Narset. I mean, there's some bias. I know these players as well, so.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's just I love that random aspect of it, just hitting all those spells instead of just going down a line.
Oh yeah, the idea that you could play such an expensive commander that's so strong on cEDH is so fun. I think the safest thing to say is we're rooting for Jacob across the board. We got
Yeah.
3 different Jacobs going on, which is really fun.
Imagine if Raw won.
Oh my god, Raw one, that would be sick. Yeah, Raw taking on the Jacobs, but I'd be happy to see really any of these players. They've been doing a fantastic job today. We do have like a little bit of lag on the stream.
It has been going for a bit. A little bit of technical difficulties, but
We are here. We're gonna keep an eye on it in case anything progresses. Hopefully it comes back into.
speaking of mana rocks, during that time we see a mana vault into a Grim Monolith into. I don't know what that was, but
Forward progression, that's what that was. We'll figure it out along the way.
okay, it looks like it's clearing up a bit.
It's
It looks like we started to clear up. Ral is out on the board. Yeah, one thing that I've noticed from Narset is, especially in the last match that he was on stream, he'll be really patient and he won't shove the Narset to make himself a threat.
Oh yeah, it's hard not to have it feel like a threat, right? With everything that it does, it's a very scary card.
And hexproof a lot of the time gets people worried because a lot of their interactions they have for creatures just doesn't work.
Yes, totally. Somebody was saying they think that that card was a resculpt, which looks very similar to the art. I can believe that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
There's the elemental token. Yep, 4 damage.
Thank you for the assist, chat, as we were trying to get everything working properly for this top 16 match. All right. What is that? Is that an Esper Sentinel?
Yes,
Okay.
it looks like it. So Esper, Signet, or Talisman.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing to play right now. Oh, okay, never mind. I take it back. I take it back entirely.
Bowmaster. Oh, that's so
This is the
unfortunate.
first Bowmasters that we've seen today. I feel like at every match that we've been at, there
I
hasn't
know.
been one.
When is this? When do I get to have this luxury playing green?
I know, truthfully, honestly. What do you think it's going to hit?
Probably the Esper Sentinel.
Right away, you think? I
Mhm.
think it's smart. Now, with how much blue at the table, how quickly do you think we're going to see a clone
A clone of this.
clone of Orcish Bowmasters to come? I guess we're not drawing like crazy cards right now, right? But it could
I
be
would
really fun.
assume that Narset and Ral really don't have too many clones, but Jacob I can see really taking advantage of this.
Oh yeah, it doesn't look like the Esper was hit.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I guess there's no other real draw engine, so the Orcish is just gonna stay there.
Yeah. maybe they find it helpful. I believe it was just at life total, so over at the raw player. Yeah.
the frog.
A frog feels pretty good, I think.
I assume that land was already sacked.
Yeah. Here's a new one though that we can sack.
Ooh, get a draw card.
Yeah. Yep. I'm wondering if Gitrog's going to be in a better position now between the two cards.
I think that it's well positioned because it's
Yeah.
kind of hard to get rid of. At least traditionally, maybe there's a couple like a bolt or something from Rel.
Right.
At most, you're gonna bounce it.
Right. It's not like anything too wild going on each opponent's sports state right now, but we're building a little bit of an engine, a little bit of a rocks have been coming out. They're doing some work. And
Yeah.
they're still an Esper Sentinel, so I don't know. Anything can happen.
Yeah, they're setting up. No time. Really get to think through everything.
Yeah.
Not rush it.
They're asking a bit about what Jacob does before passing the turn to see if they should be interacting before it. And our Jacob players being very honest about their mana and resources at this time.
Yep. 1 blue, 5 colorless. Yes.
We'll cut to them.
Yep. Untap. Draw, take a damage. If he flips it,
So it looks like a little sharing of information from Narset to Gitrog.
Seems like our players have kind of just assessed that they'll talk amongst themselves without making Jacob to be a huge threat right now. So
A lot of times players will just do that to bring awareness towards one thing to deflect away from themselves.
yes, totally. Totally get that. There's a lot of comments about Rawl should get off the field because it's very strong, and I hear ya.
Yeah, Rawl with a Bergie is pretty threatening.
Yeah.
Where's the Bergie? Oh, it's in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, sneaky.
Sneaky
Nah, I'm
Bergie.
joking. I don't think it's intentional. I'm not trying to.
You can't see this Bergie.
I actually can't right now.
Right now, yes, we cannot. As casters, we cannot see these Bergies. Bowmaster's Trigger. Where are we going to point that?
What's Rawl's toughness?
Oh, I feel like it's a 3. I might be wrong. Four? 3? 1 3, yeah.
And looking at this list, seems very red heavy.
Yes.
So that Bergie's going to get a lot of advantage.
A lot of like splash blue, which makes sense, but pretty fun. I do like that the chat says Jacob asking Jacob about the Jacob.
It's Inception. All right, we picked a good one. Yeah, I'm looking at Raw's list. It is really devoid of interaction, just looking to go pretty quick. All right, looks like they're discussing.
It's really forcing us. It's like trying to mess most people up. That's mostly what's gonna do.
I know we have free spell, but
That's the it's not this turn. That's the it's not this turn.
You got anything for that? You got anything for that?
I don't want to stop you. I can do this, and Ral's gonna die anyways. I can do this, and Ral's gonna die anyways, or you can hit the S.
Cool, little discussion between players.
It seems like a lot of discussion about this 1 damage, and we're revealing some information. Listen, I think Orcish Bowmasters is one of the most busted cards in cEDH. I think it is a card that really warps games depending on like how you're using this. And I think it's really difficult because it's a card that could just punish any player, even if you're not the one drawing all the cards or having the resources to. But it is very strong, and I understand why this conversation is happening right now too.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing Gitrog, the non-blue player, being possibly the most interactive, most influential on the board at the moment. But looks like a lot of burn spells to get rid of these pesky creatures.
Ooh, what is that?
I'm unsure. I swear, mono blue has the most random cards.
Well, it's a non-creature because it's triggering Esper Sentinel, and that's going to trigger our OBM.
Bowmaster's dead.
Oh, it did die. You're right.
Mhm.
Thank you.
No problem. Pretty sure Gitrog doesn't like that.
What are we paying into for? Is that a Flusterstorm? Oh, he said bouncing, maybe chain. Oh, they like.
It's like an Into the Flood Maw.
Ah.
I saw a lizard.
From the little sheen, we saw a lizard.
Oh no, it's chain.
Yep. Do you think they'll continue the chain? I never
I
do.
highly doubt it.
I never do, man. It's so tempting sometimes. Oh,
Oh, forcing.
forcing. Okay, really fighting over this card. I don't know what the card is.
This is pretty telling at the moment. Yeah, Gitrog or the Bowmaster's dead. Ral's pretty far away from his turn, and we have Jacob going off.
Okay, players are saying they have nothing for it.
Mhm.
Do we know what this card is? Could we maybe take a look? This mono blue non-creature art of two people. It's absolutely a great politicking card. I don't disagree.
Let's get a good look at it. Let's go Stephen Dick.
Well, it looks like it went into exile anyways.
This is odd. We have a Nadu list whenever we pull up Jacob. Which what?
In this economy, not it. We'll make sure we can get some information on that.
I believe that's the only deck we don't have information on. It must be an error on top deck.
Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah, because if not, this would be very confusing for us.
Oh, it looks like Steven has control of Raw.
Ooh. Wow. Showing the whole hand because they were asking about Jackmore's leverage. Okay. That's a hot take.
Oh, pitching the Thoracle as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you, when you're playing and you really have a point to prove, you ever show your whole hand like that? That was cool. I like that.
Yeah, I feel like I do that out of desperation when someone's gonna kill me, and I'm just like, please don't.
Yeah, I think he's really trying to prove a point with what he's got going on. Triggering Esper.
So Esper dead too.
I heard Esper, but I don't see it.
I would say that Steven's Jacob is the most commanding right now. Taking
Yeah.
control of commanders, getting rid of draw engines and things that punish them.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm assuming it's very focused on Raw as a commander for the deck, right? I would assume. So it must be a pretty rough position for them to be in right now.
Yeah, we took a good look at the list and really not a lot of blue cards, just red, having Berkey there, intending to storm off.
Awesome. Yeah, now we have some Ristic triggers, which I guess is pretty good that the OBM is gone too. Could have with the Ristic is not a bad position to be in though. Maybe a good way to get your Raw back pretty soon.
Yeah, find some sort of bounce spell or maybe even just kill it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get little questions about the Tainted Pact.
And about getting that Jacob back.
Now the frog is still here.
Yeah, the frog is still here and vibing.
Oh.
Frog is eating the land. Is that what we're doing?
Yep. Appears that float one black before.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Oh, we have a land drop here.
Cast Vampire Tutors, no passive priorities. Gap was just one. Yep. Yep. Are you intending to play? I don't know what's up with this.
It seems like there might have been a mistrigger or just going a little too fast for the trigger.
Yeah, we had a judge popping in. Seems like they got rid of the land, drew a card in upkeep wanted to vamp tutor before the other draw happened, but I don't know what was missed.
I believe it might have just been the heuristic study.
Right. I mean, I thought the vamp tutor just happened, right? I didn't see them really reaching for.
Yeah, I didn't really hear a response, but maybe they were just thinking it through. There is a lot of money on the line, so
Yeah.
players probably a little bit nervous, wanting to really optimize everything they can.
There is a lot of conversations about deck list and how Ralbusbergi is pretty scary and how players are understanding the threat level and the board state, which I think it's very hard when you have a commanding, like powerful commander on the field. And while you might be threatening, if you're not fully there, it's very hard to convince your other opponents. And you have to do it tactfully and like peacefully to be like, yes, this is threatening, but so is player 1 or 2 or 3, right?
Mhm.
So you're hearing a little bit of that kind of discussion too.
And you get that at these top 16, top 4 kind of levels where they know their lines, they know their windows to open up to. Because a
Yeah.
lot of the times some players will just stall and they get themselves too far behind because they don't want to be a threat, and then they just never be a threat.
Yeah. And it does seem like our players are still waiting on a judge call. So they're kind of just having regular table conversations about threat level, essentially. So we have a couple minutes. But if chat has any questions about the players that we're seeing today, again, I believe Gitrog was Gitrog. What was first seed again? I'm so sorry. Was it
First seed is Cody. So it'll be
Okay.
Ral, Narset, Gitrog, Jacob in that order.
perfect? A very diverse top 16 pod.
I know. I really don't see any of these commanders, and I wouldn't expect this to be the top 4.
I'm convinced Gitrog's on a comeback. I truly am. I just went to go check to see if any of our other pods finished quickly, which they did not. So we have lots of time.
Mhm.
The time is infinite, and many pods are still going.
Yeah. For those of you who don't like draw, well, there's not going to be any draws in this.
Yeah, we're
wait
not
it out,
drawing
wait to the end.
anymore.
Ral should clone Jacob. Okay. I think Gitrog just wins here. It is possible.
It is very possible.
There's still a land drop to be made. Dakmor Savage. And Gitrog is also on attack, right? Where you can sack? Is it?
Sorry, I was listening to them talking about their judge call.
Oh, you're good. Here, we should actually put that on.
Really don't think you intended to play Nadu in this event. Like, it'd be really cool, but I don't think that's what you meant to do. So technically what this should be is deck list problem. There's no world that this is deck list problem. So we're going to say no instruction. We're going to get it updated for like coverage, but you are good to continue. Thank you so much.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. Good. That's a heuristic on Vamp 2. Right.
But it seems like they're good to go to continue playing. So our judges were just checking on that. As far as Gitrog goes, as a reminder, card has Death Touch on it. At the beginning of your upkeep, you sacrifice the Gitrog unless you sacrifice a land. You can play an additional land each of your turns, and whenever one or more lands are put into your graveyard from anywhere, you draw a card. So that's what we were waiting on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so they were just.
Sylvan, Judge, we keep playing or we like to wait?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Good to continue.
sounds good.
Risk study on the stack. Trigger.
I say you pay, you're not winning.
I'm not winning. I just have something.
And we're back to Ristic Study on the stack.
It seems pretty important to counter at the moment.
Yes.
I think I agree with chat that 2 land drops also.
They seem like they're in a very good position. I would hope with the sorry, I was invested in players talking. I would hope that there is something with this draw, or else I think our Gitrog might be really close to a win. Let's see what they can get out. And also just confirming, I don't know if we said it, the players deck list is fine. We just had some kind of issue with the website, so everything's good. We're good to continue playing. Moving through their draw step and getting that card off of Vamp Tutor. All right, let's see what they got.
Right.
That's our first land. Yeah, leaving a commander. Ooh, Talon Gates.
Oh, what would you hit here?
I don't know. Maybe. Okay.
Yes.
It was like the witch card, right?
Witch Enchantress?
Yeah, witch enchantress, I think. I'm not sure.
Oh, we get to see chains again.
Chains has just really been taken over today.
I'm not sure anyone really uses their graveyard as good as Gitrog does, so
Yeah.
pretty much a complete benefit.
Yes, yes, yes. They're discussing the card, which we can cut over to if you'd like.
Sure. Yeah.
I did pay for this. I pre-ordered it.
So, in essence, what change is if you draw a card, you need to discard a card first.
You can't discard.
Your draw for turn is safe.
Yeah, except for the first draw for turn.
Yep. Specifically the draw step.
Right.
But if you don't have cards to discard,
I will say, I do agree with Chad. Keeping a Gitrog around for a full turn cycle, I feel like it's dangerous to have a commander out without any kind of like repercussions for it.
Yeah,
Like,
I
especially
feel
one
like it's
that's
gotten ignored.
Yeah. We do have our first winner though so far. We have Jason, who's going to be in the finals.
Oh,
Just
wow.
played against Evan, Aiden, and Torrance today. So first pod, just 3 more to go.
Jason really taking it out.
Yeah.
And taking out the #1 seed, Freedom Waffle, Evan.
Yeah. Yeah, Evan had a very great record at the end of the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that's the beauty of a top 16.
Truly anything can happen.
So it looks like players are just discussing how to get around chains with their heuristic studies.
Yeah, Chains is. I honestly haven't seen much of Chains until today, and I was like, wow, this has been kind of a big game warping card. So we'll see the impact it has when we pass our turn after this.
Real nice anti-meta card. Too
Yeah.
bad it's expensive, so we don't really see it too often.
Mm. Swinging our frog over there.
You think commander damage is going to be relevant? Oh, they're tracking it.
Tracking it, yeah. I mean, a 6/6 frog. I think that's a yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if he wins with commander damage, like knocks somebody out, I'm rooting for you.
Oh yeah, yeah. All my biases go out the window.
Yeah, they are tapped out now, but I mean, you have chains on the board, and
Mhm.
you've done a lot of good stuff. So we'll see where.
And you're Golgari, like most of your interactions on board.
I mean, even when I play like Boros or something, I'm very much like, oh well, you know me, I'm in Boros. Somebody else has to interact all you blue players. So I totally get it.
We got an ancient tomb. Now Ral actually could be very beneficial for Stevens Jacob.
I was curious about this too. Oh, a heuristic study of his own.
Okay, heuristic
Interesting.
studies.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, Chains is actually doing a great job of not letting anyone. I think the two heuristic players will have better card quality,
Mm-hmm.
but just not the quantity to really push wins or just
Yeah.
try to, have 5 counter spells in hand.
Ooh. Is it a wheel? It looked like a wheel of
Yeah.
misfortune for a second, but it's a regular wheel?
I believe it's a Wheel of Misfortune,
Uh.
but yeah, but the players were just discussing how it interacts with Chains.
Yeah.
Gilded Drake. Ooh.
A Gilded Drake. Yeah, that's a windfall being discarded. Okay.
We were talking
Okay.
about Tavesh stealing everything, but there's no Tavesh here. Getting all the commanders.
We're cycling, it looks like. And 2 frog draws. Frog draw, second draw for land. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we got cycling, Gilded Drake, wheels in the yard. Yeah, dredge.
All right, here we go.
If you want to maybe cut to
My draw, so the draw does not exist with dredge instead. So I will. Wait. We can respond here. I can't win. I have no mana opens. I'm just doing this to get value. before Frog goes away. That's it. And then, sorry, I have three. I'll hit a Chain Smog, LED, Grim Monolith, no lands, no draws. Second draw, I will discard Dark Blast to the first portion of deck myself of Chain Smog Sophocles, and then I will draw it. I will place draw with Dredge 3. 1, 2, 3. Polluted Delta, Elvish Reclaimer, and Light from the Loam. I hit a land. I have another Dredger in bin. I will have a Frog draw. I will replace draw with Dredge 3. 1, 2, 3.
Don't you like Gitrog players? They just cast for us.
I mean, yeah, we're just doing dredging and going through it, and it seems like quite a few cool things in the yard, but not exactly what we need. But that was pretty cool.
Yeah, really feeling the grave.
Yeah. He's saying he needs 2 creatures to win at instant speed.
Was the graveyard shuffled?
I believe so. I'm not sure off of what. Maybe the card.
Huh.
Gildrake is taking the frog.
Damn.
This Jacob said I'm gonna have every commander, and you're right. It's like Chavesh, but
Yeah, it's manual Tavesh.
yeah.
Narset, though, really one of the commanders that, similar to Gitrog, once it gets out, it's going to be very tough to go past.
So like as long as it doesn't get taken, I think it could have a really strong turn to like turn this game around for Narset for sure.
Agreed, yeah.
I was really hoping that they would be cooking with all those dredges for sure. It felt really exciting, but
Yeah, we did hear earlier that he wasn't intending to win, just going through.
right. I do believe, based on what chat said, that it might have been a shuffle titan that they hit, and that is why they're shuffling.
Okay.
We
that
missed
does
it while
make
we were
sense,
discussing other things. Thank you, chat.
What would we do without you? Appreciate it.
So we've passed after that Gildrake. I
Mhm.
really honestly don't know what Raul's going to do, if I'm being honest with you. I've had like kind of speculation on everybody else's turn, but this Raul player, I feel like, other than just having a Ristic study, it's just been kind of like floating. So I'm hoping for a big turn for them.
Mhm.
Let's see.
Oh,
LED. Paying for a Ristic study with their
Alright.
LED.
being smart.
Responsible players. We love to see it.
One floating as well, so yeah, I mean, it really just has to be try to bounce the raw, especially now that Gitrog is in a position where it can't really win
Yeah.
because the deck isn't built for it.
And get your guy back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
They're talking about rummaging.
rummaging?
Yeah.
Is that a mechanic?
I believe so. Well, I mean, just rummaging through their.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I mean, maybe. Honestly, there's so many mechanics that I wouldn't be able to tell you even if that was true.
Yeah, I thought it was similar to dredge or something.
Yeah.
Rummage.
Rummaging through the yard seems right.
The young cozy.
Yeah, young cozy little Kozlek. Sweating. Paying for the Ristic. Is that the
Tavern Scoundrel?
Yes, exactly. I was like,
Yeah.
it's like treasures.
I usually only see it in Quark, but
Yeah. Seems like a good value card. I can see it really working in Raw too. Interesting.
actually, does Rala use Quark? We might as well look.
Just a little peek, just in case.
Nope.
Secret Kark tech would be really fun. Secret Kark Sakashima. And then I would cry if that's what we had to comment.
That's what we had to commentate. You know, with Gitrog and Quark Sakashima, we're
Yeah.
just gonna leave the casting booth and let them explain.
Honestly, truly. All right, we're tapping down this ancient tomb. Come on, big money, big money. Grim Monolith. Ristics to trigger. Yeah. This is where it gets a little hard.
Yep, a little tough. One thing I've noticed is life total has been very impactful
Yes.
so far. At least on the matches that we've seen on stream, there's been a lot where someone's been down a 1 and they have to
Yeah.
get into a deal and try to survive.
We were relying on our Gitrog player getting that Gitrog damage in, and now it's been taken from them.
Hey, it could still the Gitrog could still hit the person. Yeah,
Still could, yes.
there's still hope. But I honestly don't know how Gitrog gets Gitrog back
Mm.
without killing it with like a Brolic or something.
I really player removal seems like the way.
Player removal.
I'm trying. Yeah, I truly am like. I guess like my first thing was like copy and make another Gilded Drake, but I'm like, well, we're in Golgari, so we got some Lightning Greaves out, which is always nice for a Narset player. Because why not add extra stuff on there?
Oh yeah, get that haste on there.
Yeah.
It's great to have it on the board too. You can make it as an investment. I think it's a super underrated card.
Yeah.
All right. And Narset, really just biding time, keeping a mana available.
Moving our active players. Thank you, players.
Oh,
It looks like a Simian Spirit guy went to the bin on that turn for the Ristic. Since they're drawing and discarding everything.
Due to chains.
Oh, Lotus Petal. Okay, we're cooking with mana.
We have 2 Ristics.
Yeah, actually, 2 Ristics. I think they have to just maybe let them take these. Yep. Yeah. This position, you're kind of just cooked. I mean, Gitrog is a deck that really relies on their commander, and I don't really know how you get it back here, as we've discussed previously.
Yeah. Maybe they run like a Mirage Mirror. They can copy it on the stack or something.
That'd be hot. And a player?
Yep, player removal. I think everyone wants this player removed, though.
Oh, yeah, truly,
Yeah, Steven's
yes.
in a really good position. That is true. Gitrog can be a detriment if you're not using him for the right thing.
Right. Debating of keeping it, but if you don't keep it, then it's just going to go back to this player. Then he was also arguing about the amount of mana and resources he has, but I don't know. Whoa, we did. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Would you do that play, you think?
I think in this situation I would, just because of the chains.
Right.
You're not really gaining card advantage and you're losing a land.
Right.
So eventually, yeah, you
At least Gitrog is also quite expensive to get them back out of the command zone. It's going to be quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. All right. Seems like we have an outlet here, not the infinite colorless.
Oof.
It appears, is that a Talon Gates? On
Yeah, another Talon Gates. What are we going to hit?
Yeah, it looks like almost entirely colorless mana here as well.
Yeah. Nothing for it. They say, I guess we lose, pass. Oof. Yeah.
Here we go. Power artifact.
And Jacob back out.
Okay. Looking pretty good.
It seems like a good position for them right now. Not sure where else we go from here.
Can often run into this problem sometimes with Urza as well in mono blue, having infinite mana, but not really a way to utilize it. I don't think it's a bad position here. You're already enemy number 1, so.
Yeah, it does seem they just basically asked about life totals, I guess, for attacking purposes, but they decided to go ahead and pass over to our OG RAL player, the correct RAL player.
Yeah, I feel like Steven's been playing commanders more than their owners have.
Honestly, truly, yeah. I feel like Cody's really just been going through the deck and might have something good on this turn. I'm waiting for it.
Ooh, Underworld Breach.
Okay. Everybody said yikes. Debating on paying for that Ristic, which doesn't matter. They paid. Okay.
I think this is a great time to go for this.
Yeah, honestly, I do too. A lot of our players are out of resources, tapped out. Asking to see what's in the yard. We know there's a couple wheels in there. Simian Spirit Guide.
Yeah, it seems like Narset really the only one that would have some form of interaction right now.
Right. Unless Jacob has some kind of free mana with their commander, or rather free spells with their commander out. So you still can rely on kind of rummaging through with your Ristic Study and putting things in the graveyard, right? So maybe getting something else.
Yeah, it looks like they're just assessing how dangerous it would be It does seem like it'd be pretty dangerous. Wheel of Misfortune, though, does give you the opportunity
Yeah.
to bet more because you don't have the highest life total. So
Yeah. And yeah, I think the possibility of playing Jacob is either thinking you have a better chance at another turn, or I guess you have one card in hand. So I
Mhm.
was gonna say it could be for your free interaction, but I don't think that's it.
no, well, we did just discard an island. So
Yes, yeah.
could be something else, but a lot of free interaction unless it's a pact of negation requires another card.
Yeah. I don't believe there is a Draenith out. It looks like it's a witch enchanter on that side and some rocks. I don't believe we have a Draenith out anywhere. Having a little conversations about Ristic Study, of course. Pretty. And our raw players feeling the pressure to win, so they're going for the breach win, is what they're saying, which I think is very fair in the position you're in right now. I would probably go for it too.
Yeah. At
Looking
this
at the
point,
state.
it looks like Jacob is really, or Stevens Jacob is the only one that's able to really win. Yeah,
Yeah.
power artifact, infinite mana. Looks like you're just out of colored mana.
Yeah. And Steven's literally banking on one card and having to go through.
Mhm.
Doesn't seem like Narset really has much to go through right now.
I don't believe so, but it does look like there is enough mana to really cast Narset. So if you can get past this, really get a good understanding that no one else has interaction, you might be able to swing through with Lightning Greaves.
Right. I would just be bluffing real hard right now if I was in this spot. Oof. And low card quality, or not quality, low card count from players right now.
Yep,
Not
Chains really showing the double-edged sword it can be at
Yes,
times.
Chains is a little rough too. And I feel like our RAL players Cody's really thinking about what their next steps are to make sure they don't mess it up, because this might, if they beef it this turn.
Oh, Steamkin, okay, basically another Bergie.
Ooh. Yeah, they don't have any colored mana, do they? Jacob.
Yeah, I believe not.
Really just digging for a free spell, it seems like. LED for 3 red.
Okay, seems like Rograk. Just filling the grave up.
What are we casting?
We'll have to see. Looks like there's choosing which cards to exile.
Yeah, I truly wait. I'm wondering if they're waiting for like a different interaction point, or if nobody has anything, but
I think with Breach though, if you're doing this, you're pretty much sending it.
yeah.
It's just if that is Wheel of Misfortune, that is unfortunate because I think it can be stopped pretty easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, just betting 26 life.
Asking if they can do anything else at instant speed with Gitrog. Okay.
Also, I don't have Frog, and I have to cast it for 7.
Seems like a lot of discussion over if somebody else can pull in wins or pull in other cards too.
Yeah, it seems like all the other players are really just trying to weigh their options out and see what can we do to actually stop this Underworld Breach.
Yeah, it feels like Gitrog's pretty tapped out. Feels like our Jacob player, Steven, is really just digging for any single free piece of interaction. It seems like Narsa might be tapped out too. I don't know though. I feel like Jacob Narsa might have some secret thing, but I'm holding on to high hopes for that one.
Yeah, possibly, yeah, but I think
He's been the player that's shown us the least, which is why I think there could be a possibility, but what is it called? Demand
answers.
Demand answers.
Allows draw 2, mill 2. Man, Chain's actually being a star player for this
Ristic
Underworld
Study.
Breach.
Yeah. Very interesting.
So yeah, looks like this is going to be Manual Storm. There is an LED in the grave, so I can actually check the list. I'll check the list to see if there is a Brain Freeze. Should be.
And LED back out. Really pulling for this Ristic Study. Looks like an Otawara went into the bin. Oh, so sad.
All right. We do have a brain freeze in Cody's list, so looks like that's one of the outs.
Trying to dig.
All right. Are players also concerned about the LED? Mostly just really taking their time looking through this.
I can feel the stress.
I can't too. The
Yeah.
tension.
The three Jacobs are about this chain.
Oh, it's like we just said. Yeah.
Yeah.
A Jacob's gonna win.
Yeah.
It ends up.
Rooting for the Jacobs. Also the Cody, but
Mhm. Yeah, I don't think we're making it another turn cycle.
I genuinely be surprised. I'm always here for a surprise though.
Same. Part of the reason we picked this one.
Yeah.
Interesting, quick, exciting.
A lot of options for what this pod could have been for sure. Ooh. Okay, we're going for the wheel. I wonder why that over the windfall. Is it just the resources?
Possibly. Was Windfall oh yeah, the Windfall is there.
Yeah. Pitching the lands once
Mhm.
again.
Well, actually, oh yeah, Windfall, I don't know how many cards are in hand, but there's one here,
Oh,
two
true.
here.
Correct. Yes, yes, yes. You're right. Wasn't even thinking about hands. Seeing if they can maybe blink the witch. Is that what they're talking about?
Blink the Witch. It's difficult though, because you have a shroud on it.
Yeah. Kind of looks like what the only thing he has.
We're getting some kind of tokens out.
I'm curious as to what. I guess for their numbers, for their wheel of misfortune. That's cute. I like that.
Oh,
It's
all
always
right.
difficult.
Oh,
Oh.
we got it's not collusion, but a little bit of
Players talking across the table like that. That's new for us today. Yeah, is it's a great way to play Commander and CDH. I think it's real fun too. So
Mhm. Make little alliances and then break them once you're ahead. All right, we'll
I
go to our
wonder, yeah, before I was wondering if they actually have something or if they're just trying to spread some fear amongst the table, but we can cut to them if you'd like.
Yeah. I think that it's manual storm, so you kind of have to go along with them. There's not
And
really a
hoping that,
definitive
yeah,
end.
you really gotta hope that they mess up the line too.
Yeah. Everybody good to reveal. Yep. No shot, dude. Right. You saw it. Yep. Absolutely.
Take 25.
Yep.
Takes 25 life.
Yeah, I really think you have to do that to stop this on a world breach line.
Yeah. I definitely would be like, you all owe me, and we're gonna be really nice to Get Rock for a turn cycle. That was a fun conversation. Also, I wonder if this was entirely proposed by our Jacobs. Like which one? Like it seems like our Narsa Jacob proposed doing something like this, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it is to be sus. Like I don't think they politic in a weird way to get an advantage. But if they do pass the turn, I wonder if Narsa's gonna have something cooking.
Yeah, there might have been a little deal where it's like,
Yeah.
look, I know I'm going to lose to you if
Yeah.
I'm going to take this 3 mana, 25 damage burn spell, then
Oh, the revealing hands. It looks like
Ranger Captain, I believe.
a gamble.
So there is a silence effect there.
Yeah. 7 draws and doing some dredging. Okay.
Mhm.
The same resolution. Yep. I replace my second draw with dredge 3. 1, 2, 3. Then I will. Wait. This makes this really rough.
Yeah, a lot of triggers on the stack on top. The Titans underneath all these draws because they happen first.
Yeah, because they go first. This is hard because if you really need something that's trying to go away from your bin right now, I don't even know what we could dig into right now that could help.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you could really. I don't even think you have a window to interact
Yeah.
in between. Yep, looks like it's a Dredge 21.
Looks like a bunch of lands I've just had not. And shuffling again. Okay. Players kind of discussing what we could do to get around this.
Mm-hmm.
So is Cody kind of cooked now after that wheel didn't pop off the way?
This is possible, but I think Cody picked 0. So maybe it was just kind of a bait, try to get rid of one player here.
I'm not sure.
Because 25 damage is a lot. You can just be swung at by... There's a 4/4 elemental right here.
Yeah. I will say the chat's real excited about the dredge. I'm here with you. Gitrog was really carrying the game in the beginning, and I'm hopeful that they can get back into it.
I know, every single dredge just led to the graveyard going back in and being
Right.
shuffled, so...
Not at the time that we needed to, yeah.
No.
We'll say no other pots have finished yet, so we're doing pretty good on time, I'd assume.
Looks like that's the end of Gitrog's dredging.
Mm-hmm. He said he should have been greedy, picking 17 based on the numbers. Yep. That's the hard thing about Wheel of Misfortune. Like, anybody could really choose anything. I've definitely played it in casual and been like, I'm kind of tired of this game. Choose huge number for life total, right?
Yeah, let's make it interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, looks like our players are discussing Narset at this point.
Yeah. I mean, Narset's got a great advantage as far as like life goes, but his hand's discarded, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah,
But you do get the top 4
of course.
rips
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the information that you have right here that really no one has interaction. It's just
Absolutely.
needed to fizzle.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. It really just depends on what can happen on their turn, truly.
Mm-hmm. Is this a ritual?
It seems like it.
Okay. It's an impulse draw, so from exile.
Interesting. Talisman. Not sure what that proxy is.
Not sure, but that's really the only saving grace, possibly.
Yeah. I have a trigger on that, but we're moving to our end step. I think Cody's a bit cooked at this point. But that was I think that's the time you do have to go for it, right?
Yeah, I believe so as well. Because you don't even have Ral anymore.
No. A lot of heavy breathing and sighing of how intense that turn was.
We're getting the land.
Tapping 6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Narset. Let's go.
Holistic studies.
I've been waiting for.
Oh, let's go. He's even got the graded one.
Oh, yeah, that's his baby. He's got the Narset jersey, triple sleeve Narset deck.
Damn.
Swinging Narset this way. Oh. I mean, you have to go in there, right? It's the only spot to go.
This could be.
Let's see. Extra turn, maybe?
I believe that's a Seagate restoration. So that is. You draw cards equal to the amount in your hand, but oh, that's so unfortunate.
It's a defense grid. Flood Moth.
Oh, that's pretty smart. If you're not going to win here, you might as well get rid of the Grim Monolith.
Right. They're paying for one of the Ristic Studies. Oh, not paying for a Ristic Study. Because he has no cards in hand. Ragavan in the graveyard, looks like.
I believe so, yep.
And our player, Steven, is debating if they want to discard the only card in their hand to draw a card off a Ristic Study. Okay, bouncing it back to our hand. Okay.
Cool. Power artifact does fall off. There's a fish.
Yeah, debating where the fish is happening, if it's happening.
Oh, okay. The gifted fish.
Yes.
All right.
Not the, sorry, correction. Gifted fish, not the fish we are all used to.
Damn, that's unfortunate. I mean, that's
I-
kind of the rush towards seeing Narset.
I really wanted a big hit. What is the last card there? The one that's kind of hard to see not in their hand right now. Hmm.
I believe that is Seagate Restoration.
Are they using it as a land maybe or just not doing it at all?
You have to cast it, and you draw cards equal to the number of cards in your hand.
Well, no, I'm saying the pile they're doing, are they not casting it at all?
No, I believe
Yeah.
they're not, because it's
'Cause it's
it's
not gonna
defense
do-
grid,
right.
and
Well, I wouldn't cast the defense grid. Absolutely not.
Mhm.
I just didn't know if they were trying to figure out what that other card was, but oh, that was so rough. I really wanted Narset to have a big hit there, but it is what it is.
hey, I'm glad to see Get Raw get another chance.
Yeah, I am too. I really don't know which way this game is gonna go now.
Not sure either. Looks like there's 4 mana available. Get Rog. At this point, about 7 mana, right?
Yeah,
Was killed.
it is very expensive. Because yeah, it's 5 originally.
And Dakmor Salvage was shuffled into the deck.
I will say, I think Narset might still be in the best position depending on what happens next. Praetor's Grasp on Narset. Ooh.
What do you get from the Jeskai deck? That's exact opposite colors.
Maybe something to maybe something to do something with the Gilded Drake, or maybe we are just like looking for a piece to remove from Narset's deck. I really don't know. I don't know what we're doing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, very, very confusing. You think, I mean, Gitrog really doesn't share any colors with any of these
Right, yeah.
commanders, so yeah.
Maybe just some kind of rock that will get them a little more ahead to something they have in their hand and want to do, truly.
Ancient Tomb has already been played by Jacob, I believe.
Chat, where do we think this game is heading? Who do we think's taking in this big one? Because, gotta be honest with you, my opinion's changed a lot throughout this game.
Phyllis says Vault, maybe? I could see Mana Vault, actually.
Yeah.
But I just don't know if you make it another turn.
I don't know either. Unless they have like a good piece of interaction in their hands, so they want to get a resource for it. I really don't know.
Maybe a Silence?
Mm.
Maybe you take Silence just as a safety net. Because it does beat out, there's 2, looks like 3 Storm decks. So.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not positive.
I believe the Infinite Mana was, the Grim Monolith was bounced and the Power Artifact went to the grave.
Yes.
From Stephen Jacob.
That is correct.
I would agree. Right now, it's just between Jacob and Jacob.
Jacob, and Cody. Yeah, we did see a big win present from Cody. We had a very strong Git Rock early that looked like they were cooking. Our Jacob player, not the player named Jacob, but our Steven Jacob player, really has just had a lot of advantage throughout the game and has kind of fizzled out a bit. And now that the Grim Monolith is back in their hand, I'm wondering what's going to happen next. Oh,
Looks
there it is. It's back.
Just a recast. But like we said, these life totals are starting to get a little bit low.
Yeah. Activating Jacob.
Was Narset blocked?
No, because they swung at the Gitrog, so Narset was not blocked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I wonder if that was part of their deal. Oh, put
Void
Void Order. Okay. So sad. Oh, pay 6. Flipping Jacob. To be honest with you, I don't know what the back of Jacob says, so I'm going to look at it.
Yeah, let's figure it out.
Oh, there you go. Top 8 cards.
Beat all hands so hard, Jacob. Must feel like. Yeah, and it feels like I would agree right now. It seems like Frog and Narset are doing really well, and Narset does get to go first, and it already has its board developed. Just kind of whiffed.
Yeah. At your upkeep, you exile the top card of your library face down. You may look at that card for as long as it remains exiled. Once during each of your turns, you may play a land or cast a spell from among the cards exiled with this permanent without paying its mana cost. Interesting.
Oh, it does look like there's an Amanatu's Augury.
Ooh. Spicy. A little flesh duplicate. Bunch of stuff there.
All right, land has been played. Looks like a Nykthos.
Mm. There wasn't a copy Narset? Guess they were wondering about the hexproof on Narset.
Oh yeah, hexproof and shroud.
Yeah, and Shroud, yeah.
All right, Karn the Great Creator. Actually,
Interesting. Interesting.
I would say pretty devastating to Raw at this point.
So Flush Kid has Narset. We have a Karn.
Mhm.
Is that a March?
A March?
Yeah, I'm not positive.
Okay. Talisman and the mystery card, if you guys could point it out to us.
I think it's a proxy, so I'm not positive. I would think it was like a soul ring or something, but I think they played one earlier. I'm not positive.
Yeah, there's a ton of mana available for Raw.
Yeah.
Beamkin's starting to get pretty big.
Greaves are off of the Narset.
Oh, what a smart interaction.
March is Swirling Mist, and we're not sure what the card under that was as well.
Yeah.
Personal Tutor. Okay.
Getting something from the top. Do you have any idea what they would get?
I really don't know, to be honest with you. They've been doing so many wacky things with the deck, and I really applaud them for it because it's a very creative. Very creative. I really feel for these Ristic Study players who thought they were going to be drawing throughout this game and have just been discarding and hoping for a better hand.
I don't know. I'm pretty happy to see Chains really put it in work.
It's really cool to see. I don't disagree with you.
It seems like they're conversing about it. We'll go over to them for a bit.
If I do that on this chains, why didn't I just
Or how?
There was so the Karn animated them with its plus ability.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Oh.
So it became an artifact creature and fell off.
Got it. Okay. Clarified. Thank you.
But does cost 0, so it really was just take that off, I guess.
Seems like we're really searching for getting through that personal tutor. I'm very curious as to what this card is.
Actually, now that I think about it, every single deck here is really just manual storm.
Kind of,
Yeah, actually.
Oh, man. Do you think Jacob's going to try and go through something? What are we rolling for?
Odds are taking 1 damage.
Not sure where am I missing the damage from? Trying to see if we can get through. Okay.
Okay. I wonder how useful this Tatfish is going to be.
I don't know. Watch it win the game.
Oh, I would love that.
Isn't it expropriate? I don't know. But Raw's on the other side, and that's pretty cool.
Yep, Raw. The most it's done. Oh, it looks like there's a little bit of a discussion. Here, we'll go over to that.
Okay. I have a RAL on 4 though, which.
I believe that was a pretty big error on Steven Jacobs because whenever something flips or transforms, it goes back under its owner's control.
Oh.
And passing the turnover. Oh.
Ooh. Very interesting. Listen, Planeswalker's got a lot of words, so I'm going to try and read what the other side of this says real quick to myself.
Yeah, we're commander players. We don't know what planeswalkers are.
I'm super, I don't know if Cody's in the best position, but I'm super curious to see what's going to happen now.
I think Cody was in a terrible position and now actually has a pretty decent chance at winning.
Yeah.
Again, like we said, Chain's really putting in the work. Card quantity is really down, so you're really just hoping to hit those draws off the top.
they're talking about shooting a lightning greaves because it's a 2/2 creature, but it's until next turn. So interesting conversation.
Yeah, and shooting Greaves at this point, Narset has made it a turn cycle, so it's not like it needs haste.
But I don't want them to because I want Narset to pop off and do a big flip because I love me a big flip. Big Altali player, Kinnan player, Paka Holden player. I want to see it.
I can't wait to see. All right, looks like we're -2ing with Raw.
I mean, yeah, I think it's just a big get those life totals down so you can progress your board at this point if you're not having anything.
That's why I think Narset is in even better position. 32 life points.
I truly think Narset could just have it on their turn. I think Steven was close, or we felt pretty close with what was going on, and that was just a mistake on their part.
Yeah, just an oversight of
Yeah.
dumping all your mana into flipping it and then having it go to your opponent.
Honestly, though, I get it. It's 9 p.m. We've been here for 12 hours. You know what I mean? Playing games all day. Sometimes it just slips the mind. That's
Yeah.
all right.
Still not unwinnable.
No. Yeah, there's still some time. Unless Narset flips 3 extra turn spells.
Man, a 3/3 flyer is pretty good right now.
And we're chumping. Okay. No blockers leaves you really open for. Or wait, do we have a blocker? We have just our commander, right? No, and a Narset. We have a Narset and a commander. Never mind.
Mhm.
So we can block the Narset. Okay.
I believe the Gitrog cannot block it though.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, looks like just ramping, setting up.
I think that's pretty fair for where we're at. I see a good amount of untapped mana from a raw player though, so maybe they have some interaction they want to use.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a good flip here. A lot of the times having 2 creatures to block the Narset, really get past that first strike. Even if you get an extra turn spell, you're going to be pretty screwed.
He's asking if they'll block because first strike will kill it.
Yep, just what let's go over.
Fabled to combat any effects?
Do your way.
Oh my god.
We got an
Nexus of Fate.
Is it a time warp and a Nexus of Fate?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
And the other Narset is that? Or what is the first one?
I'm not sure what the first one is, but I'm pretty sure these 2 extra turn spells are.
I think I said 2 extra turns, right? And we got
Yep. Wow, I'm calling it out.
Maybe I might have said 3, but
So this does shuffle back in.
Right. The thing that is nice is, unfortunately for our Get Raw player, it looks like they will be getting hit again to get these extra turns. However, Narset is going to be pretty squishy against some of the other cards that are there. So really trying to figure out how we can get through and get that win in is important right now.
Oh yeah, I believe any kind of removal spell just to remove a single creature.
Yeah. Jacob Narset is a very nice dude. I would agree, chat.
Oh yeah, great guy.
You know what? All the Jacobs are great, and Cody, you're great too.
You get to join the club.
You could join unofficial code or unofficial Jacob. 3 turns.
Was that other one an extra turn spell?
Oh, those are for I don't know what that is, but yeah, we have 3 extra turns that are happening.
Maybe Rise of the Eldrazi?
That
could have been it. Yeah, I agree with you, Orc.
And they're not losing any life to anything, right? On their there's no like mana vaults or anything, so they're not worried about life totals as much right now.
Yeah, I think the only thing is Rhystic Study, but I really don't know how you're gonna get there.
Matt, well, the chains will go away, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, Expropriate's here. Okay.
Ooh, and Amanatu.
Yep. I'm pretty sure this is it.
Yeah, Steven did have a copy of Narset. That is what they did.
Go.
Yeah. Okay, good. Nope. I will for a turn. It's turn of permanence. Yeah, I know.
turns.
Yeah, it seems like this expropriate, unless you just want to give extra turns, you end up taking one of these creatures that's able to block Narset, and you're
Yeah, you really just gotta go in for it.
we
Yeah.
hear the same thing reiterated.
Yeah.
There's another Narset. Yeah. So I have to keep all three of them because Narset kills one.
Yeah.
No matter what. Yeah. So you can have return for me.
So permanent. I'll take it.
That was good.
Jesus.
The fish actually is coming in clutch.
They were talking about their 3 blockers and what they would have to take from Narset, and the fish might actually buy Cody some time.
Amanatu's Augury.
I love this card.
Mm-hmm.
Exiling our top 8. Let's see what we hit.
I'm pretty sure it's fine
I
at
think
this
that's
point.
fine, yeah. One Ring, Volk, City of Traders.
Nice City of Traders.
Oh, Grand Abolisher. Greaves is still a creature until their turn, they're saying. City of Traders. Okay, exiling some lands.
Yeah, I think with this Grand Abolisher,
Yeah, I mean,
at
that's
this
pretty good.
point.
Is that Tithe? What is this card? Smothering Tithe? Yep.
Good eye, good eye.
I just can't read what's under the One Ring, but I think it might be an Enlightened Tutor. Maybe?
It does look like it looks like the book art
Yeah.
with the hand.
And I just don't know what's on top of the One Ring now. We'll see. They're exiling it. Okay. Not relevant.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
They're asking the judge about the card.
Oh, it looks like we're having a discussion on the modal side, so it is a modal card.
One Ring feels pretty good right now.
Very true. Expropriate. Was it 3 extra turns that they ended up giving?
Well, now, yeah, now we're at 5 based on that little die.
Oh,
Yeah. Enlightened Tutoring. I mean, it feels pretty much like Jacob's gonna have this. I really think it depends on like if these Ristics can draw into something, but I feel like he's gonna have so much card advantage that it might not matter, period.
and if this is a Grand Abolisher, I think it's just
Yeah.
it's just toast at this point. Because you do get how many more hits? So there's 6. You get about 6 more.
Yeah.
With the life totals that we have right now, 6 and 12.
Chat, you're cracking me up with the Jacob songs right now.
Best expropriate ever. Yeah, I've never really seen expropriate give someone 3 extra turns, but I really think you need to. You take away chains, then One Ring goes crazy, take
Yeah.
away a blocker.
I mean, this is pretty spicy. I think this is a good a pod to pick for sure. Great job on that one. What is it?
Yeah, we'll listen into it.
Yeah, you're right. I can't cast that. I apologize. Jace has to. I will pass my next turn. Is that good? Yep. Oh, I can't tap One Ring. I can just kill you in the next
There's that car now. You can't tap it anyways.
Ah, fair. I will. Sorry, I didn't announce the protection. We got too late.
You do not need to.
Okay. Yep. That's good. I'll draw this. Yep. I'll go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll cast a 1 more. You did.
Pass on it. Yep.
I will play a land.
One with the multiverse, so another free spell as
Yeah.
well.
Pretty good. This is the kind of gameplay that makes me go, ooh, maybe I should be playing Narset again.
I know, I feel like I'm playing standard in Arena, just reanimating Omniscience and one with the multiverse.
It's just so fun. Being at the receiving end, man, this is rough though, I will say.
Yeah. It's pretty hopeless. Even though it's non-deterministic, it's pretty determined.
Right, you really got to get through it.
we have
Mindbreak
to
Trap,
walk the Aeon?
Intuition. Yeah, walking against you.
Yep.
Ooh, all right.
All right. Steamkin is out. Looks like Tavern Scoundrel's a 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just one more creature to get rid of, and
And then
we're
you're pretty good there.
pretty home free.
As much as we feel like this is definitely this Jacob's game for sure, it's been really fun to go through everything.
A lot of back and forth. A lot of I didn't realize so many people were gonna exchange commanders, steal things,
Yeah.
like limit each other. We said this was gonna be a very interactive pod, and ended up being.
Yeah. I believe he just casted and countered his own intuition, so his Mind Blade Trap would go into his graveyard instead. Interesting.
Don't know the reasoning. Maybe just doing it to
Playing
do
it
it at this
safe?
point. Yeah.
Yeah, who knows?
Our players just discussing what they can really do out of this position.
Yeah.
Grand Abolisher.
It is really hard because besides the Grand Abolisher, there are 5 extra turns. The Karn is like turning off, the artifact stuff, the one rank, etc. But I don't really know if that matters. Oh, is that temporal?
Yep, from a miracle.
Oh, I love a miracle.
Yeah, the rest of the table is gonna need one, but I don't think it's coming.
Yeah. No, I definitely think it's a smarter place to keep a Mind Blade Trap in your graveyard just in case rather than the exile. I don't disagree with that at all. Just cleaning up the board a little bit to let us know that the cards aren't tapped for mana.
There are some stacks restrictions on the board.
I love me some stacks. All right. Our Gitrog player.
It's an
Arcane Signet. Mental Misstep.
Force and
Soul Ray.
Okay, our first whiff, but you got 5 more.
Yeah. Now the chains will be gone though.
That is true, but there's a Grand Abolisher now. I
Yep.
think it really just does help Narset.
I couldn't agree more. And now Narset will have more space because their board state is running out of room. Oh, giving that cradle back. City's a Trader playing a command tower. Always good. Oh, and Smothering Tithe is there. That is true. We are drawing, so we getting Smothering Tithe. We were very lost in the sauce in there, chat. There's so much happening on this board state.
Oh yeah, there's a ton.
Yeah.
Now, does Chains actually replace the draw?
It was giving them the draw, and then they would have to discard, I think is what was happening. Oh,
Possibly.
all
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
There we go. Conceding because I think it's written on the walls here.
Yep.
Wow, that was a great game.
Yeah, what an interesting top 16.
This was a very interesting pod. Wow.
Pretty nice too. There is no time on this, but this did take about 74 minutes.
Yeah.
To finish.
All right, let's cut back to us and then we can figure out what's gonna happen next. I'm gonna assume that we'll probably have an interview portion, right? Because we do have 2 other pods still going. We did mention Jason took that first win earlier, and now one of our Jacobs made it to the finals. We have 2 more pods going. I'm not sure how long it's going to be because these are untimed rounds. But we definitely will most likely do some interview stuff. How'd you feel about that round?
Oh, I thought it was exciting. I'm so glad I picked this, and it was mid-range. It felt like it was still part of the meta where people were going with it, but you really got to see how these off-meta decks try to attack that angle when they're not as good as Timna Thrass.
And I really think all of them showcased pretty well. Like obviously some of them got knocked out a bit later, but there was a really strong start for Gitrog. Jacob, a deck that I've never really seen other than once at a tournament, really pulling through with just mono blue. And then Cody with the Raw deck was really cooking, almost took the win. Narsec just got the absolute advantage in that round, and that was fantastic to watch. So we're going to go for a short break, get somebody to hopefully talk to.
Yep, I believe we did talk to Jacob
earlier.
Yeah. Narset Jacob.
Yeah, Narset Jacob.
So you probably hear from him again. It looks like everyone really likes Narset Jacobs. So
Yeah.
no harm in having him on again.
Yep.
If you're gonna keep winning.
Very, very good.
All right. We'll see you.
In-
I guess we won't because there's one last one.
Well, I will be here if we're interviewing, so you will see me, but Freddie will be out, and then after that I'll be out. So say bye to Freddie because he's been great to cast with today. It's been really fun.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it.
And
Thank you
he's
very
also
much.
been, by the way, setting up the stream table and helping over there. So he's been working hard all day. So thanks, Freddie.
Appreciate it. Thank you for coming along too, helping
worries.
me out. All right. We'll bring it over to Jacob.
Chat. We've got Jacob here again. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, how are you?
You were part of the triple Jacob pod. I don't know if you noticed that when you sat down right away.
No, I
but
did not know that. That's funny.
we were thrilled about so many Jacobs. You were here earlier today for what round?
I was here for round 3, after round 3.
Round 3. Okay. So we did see you a little bit earlier today. You have a lot of supporters in the chat.
That's awesome.
They were saying great things about you, not only about you, but about Narset and how excited they were to see Narset in these final pod. And also, it was such a diverse and like different off meta kind of pod. I will say it made me want to play Narset. I was really rooting for it after the, which we'll get into your plays and everything in a second, but after the breach attempt to win, the conversation you had, we also want to talk about because that was incredible. So tell me a little bit about Narset and why this is kind of like your go-to deck.
Oh, I've been playing Narset since 2016. That's when I started playing, was in cons. I was like, oh, I love this. I just love the commander. It's like, it protects itself. It itself is a win con.
Powerful.
I'm a big gambling man. I just like gambling.
Exactly the same thing. I said, I love a deck that does like big flips, like something like a Tali or Kin Winota, something like this. So you have the gambling effect. You're in great colors. I think Jessica's always like a very strong ability, like array of colors rather. And always it is fun seeing you play that triple sleeved high Narset, big slab Narset deck. It's always fun to see. Can you tell us a little bit about what kind of hand you kept for us?
So my hand was just a lot of mana.
Yeah.
And 2 pieces of interaction to stop Ralph from winning.
That's pretty good to me. I mean, Narset needs a lot of mana to get going.
Cody's my friend.
Yeah.
I have played many games with him on Ralph, and you lose to it if you're not careful.
Yeah. And I think that's a good politicking advantage too, to kind of be like, I see this deck all the time. I know a bit about it, right? Versus like if you're not familiar with the actual Jacob deck, not the Jacob pilots, right? And for us, we were kind of trying to piece together some stuff from what we've seen, right? So I think that is a great advantage to have. Something that off the gate, it felt like you were a little behind with just like some mana pieces, but I don't think that's the truth. I think it looks like you're more behind, but you're a very patient player.
Yes.
Yeah.
Narset's all about timing.
Yeah.
Like you time it correctly and it turns the corner so fast they don't expect it.
Yes. And a big turning point in the game was during Cody's Underworld Breach portion where we seen you reaching over the board to have a conversation, which I'm only assuming is about that life total for the Yeah. Did you also let him know about swinging with Narset, or did you just?
So I noticed the Wheel of Misfortune in his yard.
Yeah.
And before he got casted, I was like, I told the guys, like, I whispered, like, we need to pay as much life as possible. He gets this wheel, we lose.
Yeah.
Because it gives him 7 more cards in the yard.
Right.
And we paid just enough so he doesn't wheel.
Right.
And then we got a way to stop him.
Yeah, that was intense. And I also think that Gitrog was like really ahead at one point. Jacob was doing something crazy as well at that point, getting everybody's commanders, kind of going hard, having a copy of your own commander too.
Yeah.
And then Raul was just cooking. So it was like a very intense pot. And I think he waited for the perfect opportunity. Like we believe that the Raul player waited for the right opportunity to go for the breach because I felt like everybody was tapped out.
Yeah.
That really just flipped the game. That whole conversation, getting back to your turn, playing the Narset. Oh my gosh, it was great. Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a good time.
Yeah.
And then congrats to them. They worked hard to get there.
They were great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like a very like the politicking was like very respectful. It seemed like everybody was like invested in what they were doing and trying to make as smart of a decision as they could too. What was a big highlight for you? Because I think the first Narset flip was kind of a whiff, right?
Yes.
And we were worried about it, but I was like, Jacob, he's gonna come back, and there's gonna be like 2 or 3 extra turn spells, and there was on the second one, which was great to see too. So
the cool thing about Jacob is you're like, not Jacob, Narset, I could be like, oh, I might win, I might not, and like it's a gamble.
Yeah.
That's why I love the deck.
It's truly a gamble. How do you kind of navigate when you do hit a whiff on something like that?
Oh, I just go like, what a whiff really does for the deck? It just puts the target off you.
Yeah, I agree.
They're like, oh, he's not doing anything.
Yep.
And they just leave you alone.
Yeah, as a big Winota pilot too, I would say that is. Oh, guys, I whiffed. I guess I can really do.
I'm sorry, I had to pass.
Yeah. I will say some people were questioning the My Break Trap in the graveyard, but we're assuming for breach things or have it.
I did it for breaching, and then I remember, oh, he has my breach.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I did that.
It's so good. Yeah, I guess, was there any moments in your game that were like your favorite of this top 16? Because you're going into the finals now, which is even more exciting, even though it's 9:30.
I think my favorite thing is that everyone should do a pregame talk.
Yeah.
Like I was like, hey guys, we know Raul wins the quickest here. We need to keep interaction, and we all did.
Yeah.
We stopped Raul for like 4 turns, then we all get to play our game.
Yeah. And it was a really, like, honestly, for a stream game, it was nice to kind of see every deck doing its thing. Again, a little bit more off meta. So it was really nice to see them kind of flourish and do what they need to do. Obviously, yours did it the best, which is why you're sitting here, but that was really fun too.
Yeah.
Anything that you're looking forward to or nervous about going into the finals? I mean, we're almost there, so.
No, I'm not really nervous. I just want to say something like, hey, if you just gotta be confident when you play.
Yeah.
You gotta believe you can win, and you'll win. And that's what I tell myself.
You're so sweet coming out here with positive messages to make everybody feel good, which is great because the whole chat has just been kind of rooting for you during that, which is really, really awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching you play the finals. Did you play Snowy Mountain or so?
Yes, I top 4 last time too.
Whoa, okay, so we're gonna try and go for the whole thing.
Now we gotta win this time.
Okay. Yeah.
I want to shout out to the Narset Discord too. They
Yes.
support. There's so much support. They like give me new cards to test, and it's a great time.
Did you test anything new this weekend?
Yes, I was testing Staff of Completion.
How was it?
It's really good.
Yeah.
Because I play all the silence effects like Defense Grid and Teferi, and the first ability blows up your own permanent. So if you don't win, I'm like, oh, I can blow it up, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
I guess the other thing too was the chains doing anything for you? Like
No, change was really actually helping me.
Yeah, I figured as much because it
I
didn't
was
look like
like,
it.
oh, they can't draw interaction to stop me.
Literally flipping into their thing. I was like, this would stress me so much out, especially when you have no cards in hand or one card in hand.
Yeah.
So you're really just playing with everything revealed. I thought that was a very interesting game. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for sitting with us, Jacob. I'm so excited to watch you in the finals. I think we still have 2 pods going, so I'm not sure where we want to leave off here. We're gonna take a little break, showcase some gameplay, some stuff from the channel in the meantime, and then we'll be back for the finals. Good luck.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
See you win the whole. So exciting.
Dude.
What's up? Another episode of Nameless cEDH gameplay. I'm Freddy, joined by Roll.
How's it going, everybody? We've got a cool cEDH gameplay coming for you guys. We're still joined by the co-owners of Fabled Events. They're hosting a 5K cEDH tournament tomorrow. We hope to see you guys there. Freddy and I will be there doing some commentary, and it will be a really excited event. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into the commanders and opening hands.
Alright, so we have Sylvan returning on Selvala. I'm going to be playing Liberator. Joseph is going to be playing Timna Thrasios. And Luca is going to be playing Malcolm Vile Smasher. Sylvan ended up keeping a hand with a turn 1 Elf and an Ancient Tomb to ramp out a Karn on turn 2. I ended up keeping a hand of 7 with a lot of Mana Acceleration, Mishra's Workshop, and some stacks pieces. Joseph kept a hand with a turn 2 Ristic Study if he needs, and some tutors and survival. Luca ended up mulling to 4, but keeping a turn 1 play with Ragavan and a little bit of ramp in the Talisman.
Oh boy, this game's gonna be a long one. 2 stacks decks. Yeesh. But TNT is here to represent and to win. Let's go, Joseph. Now we have a special message from our friends from Fabled Events.
Hi, I'm Luca, one of the co-owners of Fabled Events.
And I'm Sylvan, another one of the co-owners of Fabled Events.
On February 1st, we are hosting Snowy Summit 2 in Denver, Colorado. Our top deck page is linked in the description.
We're looking forward to seeing everyone there for a day of competitive Magic with great personalities such as Freedom Waffle and Comedian.
Cool. Don't forget to sign up for the Snowy Summit happening tomorrow. We hope to see you guys there. Second, the MTG Basics crew is hosting a charity tournament happening on February 8th. All entry money will be donated to the Trevor Project. We'll leave the top deck information in the description down below. And as always, if you have any commanders or strategy you want us to play, don't forget to leave them in the comment section down below and we'll try to incorporate them into our gameplays. Don't forget to drop a like, a sub, or a comment. But with that, let's go ahead and jump into the game.
All right, keeping on 5. Any pre-games?
Nope, no pre-games.
Nope. Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, you as well.
A Forest and an Elvish Mystic, and pass the turn.
Couldn't have been that cool.
Go to the Mishra's Workshop.
Oh no. Oh, okay.
Manifold Key.
Oh crap.
Floating. Thorn of the Amethyst.
Oh.
Pester.
Scalding Tarn. Wow, I can't believe we're like, it's Thorn of Amethyst.
Gonna fetch and cast a Petal for 1. Underground Sea and pay 1 for a Lotus Petal. Pass the turn.
Drop a turn. I play a Verdant Catacombs and pass.
Untap and keep draw. Ancient Tomb. Okay, so all on the stack, floating colorless. Pass the turn.
Awesome. I'll untap. Thespian Stage. Land for turn.
Pass turn.
Drop a turn. Hiya! Castle Lotho. Fetch on the end step. Sounds good. Undersea Sewers from the Verdant Catacombs. I have a Surveil trigger. Arid Mace stuff. Perfect.
Yeah.
Go to my turn.
Yep.
Untap, upkeep, draw. Bloodstained Lair is my land for turn. I'm going to activate it. Fetch. Volcanic Island. Ragavan.
Yep.
And I'm going to pass the turn.
Yep. Untap, upkeep, draw. Kinker Bloom on the stack. Super. ETB Sabala trigger. Sounds like Teamer on the stack.
Trigger. ETB for his greatest Savala draw trigger. I would like to pass the turn.
Oh my god. No. On your end step, I would like to pay 3, flash in Liberator.
What? Who could have seen it coming?
Tap me. Upkeep, draw. Gaia Reach Sanitarium. Pass the turn.
I'm sad I don't get to play that card in this deck.
Ah, Soul Ring. Brutal. Pass of the turn. Untap. Oh.
We missed it.
That's okay. We miss it all the time. Upkeep. Draw for turn. Counter souls, and I'm going to name pirates. Malcolm, Keen-Eye Navigator. I have a Ragavan trigger and a Malcolm trigger, which will make me 2 treasures, and I will exile an Esper Sentinel. Cast that by paying 1 mana.
It's like a pass.
Congratulations. I'm gonna pass the turn.
Untap, upkeep, draw.
Yep.
A shy on the stack. Shit.
That's really, really bad.
Cast a Rug of Smothering.
Yeah.
Trigger. Tiger's Liberator.
That is something.
ETB Savala trigger. Yep. Cool card. Defend Horn Elves on the stack. Lotho trigger.
Oh hell yeah. Good.
I will take 2.
Yep.
Oriole Druid.
Rug.
3. Cordex equals 1 on the stack.
Esper Sentinel trigger. Yep. Draw a card. I have nothing to say.
Now there's a rug trigger. Let the rug trigger resolve. And then respond.
Yeah. Trigger Esper Sentinel. Lotho trigger. Rug trigger.
Rug. I'll just shuffle my library and pass the turn.
Untap, upkeep, draw. Bird of Saga. Land for turn. Shortest turns ever. Pass.
Untap. Upkeep, draw.
Heuristics of the game.
Trigger Esper Sentinel.
You got it, buddy.
Rug.
Take 1.
Okay, go to my turn. Yep. We have anything on the outset? Wait. Checking. Oh, nope. Okay. Untap.
Yeah, probably not with a door now.
Upkeep. Draw. Shock Watery Grave. Move to combat. 2, it's Sylvan in the air. Ragavan at Joseph.
I will declare no blockers.
Yep. A Ragavan trigger, which exiles Devoted Druid, makes me a treasure. And then I have 2 Malcolm triggers. A Mox Amber, Ristic Study trigger, you may draw.
Oh, heck yeah. Rug of Smothering trigger.
Good old Rug.
Ow. Heuristic Study. 2 triggers.
Cast a Koldotha Forge Master.
Jesus Christ. Heuristic Study trigger.
Okay.
Rug of Smothering trigger.
Smothered.
And my Rug of Smothering trigger where I'm going to lose 2 life.
Then my Ristic Social Fire.
Yeah. Pass. Go ahead.
We untap the draw. Karn on the stat. Ristic Study trigger. Ristic Study trigger. Esper trigger.
Esper. Whose triggers are first? Mine first? Script?
Rug. Pay Esper. Pay Ristic.
My Ristic. Then I'm gonna respond to his Ristic. Bowmaster, another Ristic, and Rug. I'm not gonna pay for Ristics, Eddie.
Pay for Rug?
Yeah, I'll pay for with my life. I'm shooting for no one else.
Okay. Now I have a Ristic study trigger. Drop.
Card.
I will absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Now there's a Rug or Smothering trigger here.
Yeah, I'll pick one. Plus Karn. I would like to hit a treasure. I'm gonna play land for turn. Bridgeworks battle. I would like to have my Ashaya get +2/+2 and fight an Orcish Bowmaster.
Triggers. Trigger Ristic study.
Trigger Rug.
Your draw from Ristic is fine.
Go draw a card. Both on top of Ristic.
Lotho is fine.
Yep. Ristic.
You got it.
Trigger Bowmaster.
Yep.
And kill another elf.
Sure. Yep. Second spell? Yes?
Yeah.
I pass.
Dope. Kill Bowmaster. Momentous Downfall. Sacking Ashaya.
Trigger Ristics.
Trigger.
Rug. Ristic. You're good to draw. And then I will take 3. Draw 12 gain or draw 10, gain 10.
Yep.
Channel Beseiju. Target Kudolth the Forge Master. To go to clean up.
Cool.
I pitch a forest and a gemstone caverns.
Untap. Upkeep. Draw. Trigger Urza Saga.
Yes, sir.
City of Traders. Land for turn. I'll make myself a construct.
Yeah.
Sorcerer Speed Construct.
Heck yeah.
6.
Yep.
Selvala Trigger.
Yep.
Let's draw a card. A Sensei's Divine Touch.
Triggeristic.
Trigger.
Costs 2.
Oh, yes, my bad.
Flipping.
I won't pay.
Okay. Draw 1 from Esper Sentinel. Draw 1 from Mystic Study.
Sounds like Karn's not playing.
Rug. Lose 1 life. Go to combat.
Yep.
Let's send Liberator in the air at Karn. It's a 3/4.
Declare no blocks. Unable to do so.
Pass turn.
Mana goes away first. Ready for the gas.
Exotic question.
Okay.
Carpet of Flowers. Trigger.
Rug.
Lose a life. Yep, you guys got it. Second main phase.
Yeah.
I'd like to target Luca on my
1, 2, 3.
trigger.
3 mana for Carpet of Flowers.
3 black mana for a demonic tutor.
Have a trigger.
Rug.
Draw card.
I love the trigger actions. I'm gonna move to instant. I'm gonna discard a Grim Monolith, Mana Vault, Cut Soul, Survival.
Draw for turn. City Grass is my land for trigger. Let's swing Ragavan here and Malcolm at Sylvan.
Hiya! Cavern Souls.
Okay. Triggers to make treasures. I'm gonna make 1, 2, 3 more treasures. I'm going to end step. Discarding Grinding Station, Talisman, Chromox.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Pass.
Draw for turn. Hiya. Uptick Karn. I will target the Moxamber this time.
No, my Moxamber.
I know. A Shifting Woodlands land for turn. We put an activation of Shifting Woodlands on the stack, targeting my Ashaya. Invigorate Ashaya. I would like to pay the alternate cost of you gain 3 life.
Rug.
And Rug.
and the Rod.
I'm gonna lose 1 life. No. I'll pay for Esper. And pay for Ristic. Your Ristic is fine. Ouch. Titania's Acolyte on the stack.
Trigger.
Rug.
Pay for Ristic. All of your stuff is fine. And then I'll lose 2. Gain 12, draw 12. It's an all around.
Damn it.
Rug.
Ristic.
Draw's fine. Draw's fine. I will take 3.
Yep.
Hiya!
Okay. 1 for the tax.
Trigger! Pay with
Rug.
Pay with the Cavern Soul.
I'll respond to triggers. Veil of Summer.
Rug.
Draw good.
Rug should be 4, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Veil of Summer?
It's gonna be passed on by me.
Sure. I lose 1 from the Rug of Slytherin as well.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I'll draw off the Ristic.
Go to clean up. Pitch a Dryad Arbor, a Forest, a Snow-Covered Forest, a Birds of Paradise, a Titania Song, a
Jesus Christ.
Root Maze, an Emergent Zone, a Wandering Archaic, and a lovely Allosaurus Shepherd.
Tap, upkeep, draw. Trigger, Urza Saga, with it on the stack. I'd like to make another construct.
Please do.
Get to search.
Yep.
It's expedition map.
Yep.
Versus cave. Trigger City of Traders.
Yep.
To go to combat. Construct and Liberator at you, Sylvan.
Why?
Jump in the construct, and I will take three.
This is why such a place they call it Rift. I agree.
Past turn. Untap. In my upkeep.
Cast a Worldly Tutor for 2 mana.
2 triggers. Okay, I'll draw 2
Rug.
cards. Draw 1 card. Draw 2 cards.
Worldly Tutor! Reveal this Orcish Bowmasters and draw it for turn. Carpet of Flowers trigger, in which I will target Luca up to this line. Orcish Bowmasters, triggering Lotho.
Trigger.
I pass out these triggers. Got it, and then I have a Lotho trigger. ETB. Target card.
Okay.
Yep. Mockingbird, X is 1.
Trigger with 6
Pass for a trigger rug.
Dope. Draw card.
Now on draw Bowmaster trigger. Hiya. It's gonna be a
Bowmaster 2.
Bowmaster ATB. Yeah. Target rug. Rug? Swing at Karn. Yeah, no box.
Karn is dead.
Cross turn.
Discarding hand size.
Discard 2 lands, Flood of Strandberg. Okay.
Untap, upkeep, draw.
Yeah.
Another island for your convenience.
Oh, hell yeah.
Calling a week. Sacrificing Work Army.
Triggeristic.
Don't care. You can draw.
Rug.
Rug.
Get rugged, idiot.
Exile Simian Spirit Guide from my hand for red mana.
Yeah.
Overload a Rit.
Triggers. Rug.
Yeah.
Draw first.
Bounce. Yep. This is the Mock Tutor.
Liberator.
Triggeristic Study.
You may draw.
Okay, draw card.
Sensei's Divine Top.
As per trigger and Ristic Study trigger. Draw 1 card. Draw 2.
You activate top, and then look at the top. Grab Digger's Cage.
That does hurt. Okay, I have a Ristic Study trigger.
Go ahead.
Draw card. A Demonic Tutor back on the stack. Pass priority. Yep. Cast that Glenhorn.
Pass priority.
Buccaneer uncounterably.
Pass priority.
Yep. Pass.
Okay, let's move to combat. Malcolm at Sylvan. Let's do Ragavan and Glinthorn at Joseph.
Pass priority. Pass priority. Take damage.
Triggers. So we will flip the top card of your library, make a treasure.
Good.
Yay, nice tropical island there. I have Malcolm triggers to make 2 more treasures. Still in combat, I'm going to activate Glinthorn's ability, paying 2 treasures, discarding a card. I will discard a talisman, a trigger to have all my opponents lose 1 life. Creates 3 Malcolm triggers, where I create 3 treasure tokens, and then I draw a card from Glinthorn Buccaneer.
Yep.
Then I'm going to do this repeatedly to drain you and kill you. So I'm going to net treasures each time until Joseph's dead. Then I'm going to go even until Sylvan's dead. Now I'm going to net even on mana and then kill Sylvan. So do this 10 times to kill Sylvan. In response to the last one, I'm going to crack a treasure. That's a Vampiric Tutor.
Sounds good.
Good on Vamp.
Draw a card.
Sounds good.
Okay, now everyone is dead.
Second main phase.
Diabolic Intent. Sacrificing Ragavan. The Thoughtless Oracle.
What?
ETB on the stack.
Question Torpor Orb.
Cast a Demonic Consultation.
What?
I'll activate top.
What are we naming?
You are already.
Yeah, I know I'm already dead. What card are we naming?
Exile my library.
GG.
Oracle ETB. Win the game.
GG. Wow. And we get to look
Maybe
at the top
kept
4 cards?
Broken. No, you would have just found another way.
Do you both? Oh my god, do you really do both? Do you look and then?
Yes.
Oh my god, I hate that card. Why is it worded? It's not even scribed.
Treasures of Smothering Tithe.
Fairy trigger.
Yeah.
So in response to the fairy trigger, Vamp Tutor.
Trigger Ristic Study.
Ristic and Mystic.
Timna Thrasios, and Nate playing Najila, who kept an opening hand with a little bit of tutors along with ways to draw in Fairy Mastermind. Jonah kept a hand of 5, turn 1 Esper Sentinel, Mox Opal, and a way to get it online through Imperial Seal. Raul kept a hand that we do not know, but it's TNT, so probably just a land, dork, and then some tutor to get Seedborn. And Nate kept a hand consisting of a bunch of tutors, a silence, and a Ristic Study.
My hand was so good, I didn't want to bless everybody with it. I actually forgot to take a picture of my hand. Awkward. Before we jump into the game, a few housekeeping items to take care of. First, our friends over at Fabled Events are hosting a 5k cEDH tournament on February 1st. We'll leave the top deck information in the description down below. Second, the MTG Basics crew is hosting a charity event on February 8th. All entry money will be donated to the Trevor Project. We'll also be leaving that information in the description down below. We hope to see you guys there and get a good turnout. And lastly, if you have any commanders or strategy you want us to play, don't forget to leave them in the comment section down below, and we will try to cooperate as much as we can. Don't forget to drop a like, a sub, or comment. It helps with the channel, it helps the channel grow. But with that, let's go ahead and jump into the game.
Any pre-games?
Nope.
None here.
Good luck, have fun.
Look, have fun.
GOHF. Play this Forbidden Orchard?
Yep.
Tab, you guys are all running green.
And I
you
don't-
can have a spirit and play this Esper Sentinel. Pass.
Log Salmon, you can draw. Thank you. Log Salmon, I'm going to discard Emergence Zone. Mytterium Forest. Tap 2 for Trasios, the boy. Then I'm going to play Mox Amber. I'm good to pass.
I will draw. I will play a bad land, tap for a black, and play the boy, Deathray Shaman.
Nice.
I'll pass.
Draw. Woodset Thief. Fetch. Thundra.
Yep.
Play Esper No.
Too good.
Cast a Lotus Petal.
Esper?
You can have it.
Yes.
Pass the turn.
One tap. Draw. Mantower. Imperial Seal?
Trigger Esper.
You can draw.
I'll draw.
I will put this card on top.
Yep.
Pass the turn.
Hey, this stayed around.
This channel.
Not bleeder.
Still right 25% of the time.
Listen, shock. What we're going to tap 2 for Timna of the girl. Gonna punchies. Then I'm gonna swing passes your way.
Take 1.
And I will trigger Timna, lose a life, and draw a card. 5 cards in hand. I'm good to pass.
I will untap, upkeep, and draw. 1 Tundra. I would like to activate Deathray Shaman and exile a land from Raul's graveyard. We'll go blue, black, blue for a Ristic Study.
Aspers.
Draw it up. Live your dream. I'm good to pass the turn.
Draw. Strand. I will fetch. Tropical Island. I'll go to combat.
No.
Esper No at Jonah.
I have a chance to do something legendary, but I won't do it.
I passed it.
I'll try that again, though. Drop chance. Golden turn?
Yep.
Fetch. I will reveal this Tundra.
Nice.
You can have another spirit, Nate.
Oh boy, I have 2 spirits.
Play this Ristic Study.
Oh, jeez.
Can I draw 1 card?
Absolutely.
I pass priority on Ristic Study.
I pass on the Ristic Study.
Ristic is fine.
Cool. I
I'm not
will
editing.
move. Not bad. We're gonna go 1 here. Yep. And then I'll pass.
Oh, dear.
They're brawling.
We did it again.
Hey.
Draw.
Drop the comment what turn we're on.
All right, Funchies. Timna, Jonah tries to video. We'll gain 2 and draw 2.
Respond to that trigger. Cast a Fairy Mastermind.
Sure.
Won't pay for either Ristic.
Draw 2 cards.
Draw.
Yep. Let's get this game super cursed. Casting.
Ristic Study.
Ristic Study.
Can I draw a card?
Everybody can draw.
Can I draw 2 cards?
You can draw 2 cards.
I'm gonna
there's
get
a-
2 triggers and a
Yeah.
Esper Three.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Cool. I'm gonna tap 1 and I'm gonna play a noble card.
Draw?
Yeah.
All right, draw.
To pass.
Untap, upkeep, draw. 1 City of Brizas. Demonic Tutor?
Yes.
Trigger. Draw.
1, 2.
I get my Fairy.
Demonic Tutor?
Yep.
Pass.
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 Cool. I will go get this card. I would like to move to end step.
End step. Assimilating Tutor.
Trigger Ristic Study.
Won't pay for any. I'll get Raul's Fairy.
Yep.
I already got John.
And you'll get 1 from me.
Yep. Playing Tutor.
Yep.
Reveal.
All right, moving back to discard. Let's discard a Brain Freeze and a Flooded Strand. You are now the active player.
Draw.
Yep.
Like what should.
Yep.
Dark Ritual.
Triggers.
Won't pay for any of them.
I'll draw.
I draw 1 from Fairy.
Yep.
Smelling Tech. Won't pay for any of that. 2 fairies from row 1. Good.
Sure.
Okay. I will go to combat. 3 at Jonah.
Yep.
Go to discard. Carpet, Arcane Signet, land.
Drop string.
Do you pay 2?
I do not. Go crazy. I'll play a Mox Diamond.
Trigger Esper.
Go crazy.
Ristic Study triggers, but I'll respond to the triggers. It's the Ristic triggers. I'm gonna deli roll like Fairy Mastermind.
Triggers.
I was gonna say there's triggers.
I mean,
draw 2.
Yeah.
And the Fairy trigger.
Yeah, because you're gonna
Draw
draw
my Fairy.
anyways.
Draw
Draw
mine.
Esper.
Yeah, then I'll...
And then do any of you
Treasure.
pay for that?
No.
No.
Swan Song, the Deadly Rollick.
Asper Ristic.
Ristic.
Stink.
pay for any of them.
Okay.
So, and you pay for any of the treasures,
No.
and then I get 2 more fairy triggers, right?
Yeah. One more.
We're back to Risk Studies next. I guess we'll draw cards.
Sure, draw cards.
And I get 2 more treasures.
Verdant is being discarded.
Seems good.
Blue. Let me play this Mr.
Oh,
Car.
Jesus Christ. Trigger.
You guys got it.
Draw my card.
I'm past. I'm good. More.
Ooh, pass to gamble.
Trigger is sick.
Yep, you got it.
Gamble? Pass.
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 Cool. But going here, yeah, let's see how many we have. We'll shuffle these up. Roll like a D50 or something. No, that's a discard one.
Right, what big one?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
We can roll 3d8.
Sure, do it.
Wait, what's 1?
1.
18.
Yep.
I mean 17.
Yep.
18 reroll.
Well, we can't possibly get one though.
What do you mean?
Like we cannot.
Oh, that's right.
1, 2, or 3.
Roll a D20 and we reroll.
Yeah.
So Alright, this one's gone. Mystical toughest for a black dark red.
Trigger is exciting.
You guys have got it. Use 3 black. This have another spirit. Nate, pass smothering tide. That's your answer to mastermind.
Trigger risk study.
Yeah, you guys got it. Let's get rid of some of that interaction. Cool. If that's good, I will let a strength.
Yep.
I will go to discard.
No effects on it, step.
No effects.
Or discard. I'm
Okay.
gonna cast Mystical Tutor.
Triggers.
You all can draw.
Then I'll make 2 treasures off smothering tide.
Fairy trigger.
Yeah.
So in response to the fairy trigger, Vamp Tutor.
Trigger risk study.
You're sticking mystic.
Yeah, you can draw.
You guys aren't paying for your No. Sure. Yeah.
No.
Vamp Tutor good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
Goes on top.
Yep. And then you have the
Draw from Fairy Mastermind.
Yep.
Response to the Mystical Tutor.
Yep.
Okay.
Attempt to cast Sonic Rift for Overload.
Triggers.
Yeah, you can have it.
2.
Draw 1.
Draw 1.
Make 4 treasures.
I'll make 2 treasures. I'll show you a pact on that.
Triggers, which you can respond to. Yeah.
I'll let the triggers resolve.
Okay.
I can get my treasures.
Yeah, I'll get to
I pass priority on pack.
I pass on pact.
pack is fine. Mystical Tutor.
I'll respond. No flash in this orchestra master.
Oh, that's game.
Heuristic triggers.
Yep, risk excited trigger.
2 treasures.
Yep.
Fine. I'll pack. I'll force it draw. I'll pack.
Yeah.
I won't pay for any of them.
Okay. I'll draw 2. Draw 1.
I'll make 3 treasures.
I'll make 2 treasures. Cast a miscast. Ooh. Triggers? Yeah, I'm not paying. So I don't like trigger.
I'll make
Draw
2
I'll make
treasures.
2 treasures.
I'll pay for miscasts.
Back to back.
Yep.
On tuition.
There. Trigger risk study.
Yeah, triggers. Draw.
Make 2 treasures.
Make 2 treasures.
I pass priority intuition.
Yeah, pass.
Who are you targeting?
It's gonna be you.
Alright, yeah, that's fine.
There you go.
Mind Break, Silence, Final Fortune. I'm okay just giving the Mind Break.
Sure. From the intuition, you give you a mind break.
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna go to discard.
Well, this is still on the stack.
Well, yeah.
There's a mystical.
Oh yeah, this is
Okay.
This is countered. Back to your mystical tutor. Yeah.
Is that good?
I pass.
Okay. Quarter Calling.
Cool. I'll go to discard. I'm gonna discard Gemstone Mine, Ragged Van, Watery Grave, Badlands, Windswept Heath, Felwar Stone, Simian Spirit Guide, Scribland, Bloodstained Mire, Mnemonic Betrayal, Toxic Deluge, and a Wish Call.
It is my turn.
Cool. Yeah.
Nice. Good draw. You guys can make your treasures.
Woo.
Punchies. Flower Birds at Nate, Tibna at Vu, Trasius at Jonah.
Cool. No blocks.
No effects.
No.
I will lose a life and draw 3 cards. Yes, your treasures are good.
And your
Fairy Mastermind.
You gonna pay for that?
No.
I really wish I got him fast mana in his hand. That would have been pretty sick. Hidden Wonder Prodigy.
Bunch of triggers.
First, you can draw.
I'll draw.
Current Assaults, Naming Human. Ranger Captain of Eos.
Ristic.
I'll draw.
Draw.
Treasures of Fairy Mastermind.
And then I'll make 2 more treasures off your Fairy Mastermind. I pass on Ranger.
I pass on Stranger.
Yep, I pass.
Okay, well, I did not think that was gonna resolve. There's a TV search. Is that good?
Yeah.
Yep.
Reveal Esper?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I'll pop the Ranger.
Show me your silence, too. I'll pass.
I'm gonna cast Court of Calling. I'll do X is equal to 8.
There's a Risk Excited trigger on that.
Oh yeah, you have it.
Yeah, all these triggers.
5 treasures.
I'll pass on the cord.
I pay Trickster from Cord.
Yep.
Response to the sack, I'm gonna cast Phyrexia Metamorph.
Ristic triggers.
Do I pay here? Do I have enough?
Yep. Yes, you have enough.
Alright, I'll pay for how many?
3 total. Yep.
I'll respond, I guess. I'll pat target cannon.
Oh, very nice. Trigger Ristic Study.
Yep. Want them to draw.
Get treasures.
I'll make 2 treasures.
White. Cast a Silence.
Yeah. Triggers.
Draw the cards.
Draw 3. I'll make 1, and then you have a Fairy Mastermind trigger off me.
Gotcha.
And me too, I
And-
think. I passed on silence.
Ran Arbiter.
Ristic?
Ristic Study trigger.
Pay for 3 of them.
Back of Negation.
Ristic Study
Draw
triggers. Alright, good. Alright.
Yep.
Gonna cast Finale for 8.
Trigger Ristic Study.
Pay the 3 Ristics.
There's a fish.
Won't be the fish.
Cast a Fortune Negation.
Targeting Finale.
Yep.
Trigger Ristic Study.
Not paying.
Overhaul. 2 more treasures. Force is fine. Back to the silence. Cast Demonic Tutor.
Trigger.
Pay for the 3 of them.
Draw off the fish.
Yeah.
Pass on Demonic.
Yeah, pass.
Sponsor Science. Mockingbird for 2.
Ristic Studies on a red blast targeting the cannon.
Ristic Study trigger.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll draw.
Make some treasures.
Make 2 more treasures.
Why am I hitting to be gone, bro? I mean, I'll show you the mind break. Targeting the whole stack.
Yo, can I draw a card?
Including your silence?
Not including
Yes.
silence.
The whole stat.
Trigger.
I think it's these 2.
Yeah, these 2.
I'll draw.
That's 3 treasures. Play silence.
There it is.
Trigger.
I'll pay for yours.
Okay.
And then I can draw 2.
Yeah, you can draw 2.
Gotta draw.
And then I'll get 3 treasures.
Silence. I'll misstep that silence.
The silence is gonna stop him from doing anything else.
But still just leaves you.
That leaves you with flash and
That's
ability to win. So
Ristic Study trigger.
I'm not paying for Ristics.
That's fine. Silence is counted.
Back on mind break.
Dispel it.
Trigger Ristic Study.
Absolutely.
2 green. I'm good to let mind break get countered.
Red Bellmental Blast.
I pass running.
Pass.
Pass.
Cool.
Cannon is dead.
Only a Mockingbird. Is that good?
Yeah.
I'll have it be Thrasios.
Okay. Silence in the sack.
Back to silence. I am passing on silence.
I'll pass priority.
Cast a bar upon 1.
Trigger Ristic Study.
You guys got it.
Cast a silence.
Oh my god, bro. Sakes.
3 triggers.
Yeah, you got him.
Draw 3.
Draw.
4 treasures.
Or cast a force as well.
2 Ristic triggers.
Yep, absolutely.
Red blast.
Trigger.
Trigger.
All deflecting swat. But yeah, you guys got it. Sure, there's no other blue spells on the stack except my force of will. So yeah, it's gonna target my force 6.
Back to silence.
I pass.
Mind trap.
There it is. We draw.
What am targeting?
Yeah, it's gonna be your silence. I think it's the whole stack.
This is born.
Not the born.
Okay.
Ristic Study.
Yeah.
Draw. Passing.
Yes.
Passing.
I pass.
Back on board.
Back on board.
Show you a force of will.
Boo.
Boo.
Ristic.
Yeah.
I'll respond to my trigger.
Psych.
With that tutor.
No, bummer. Except trigger.
2 Ristics.
Yeah, you guys.
Mental misstep.
Hey.
Ristic study triggers.
Yeah, sure. Draw cards.
3 treasures.
We're too deep.
We don't have to be.
We are. Oh, fierce.
Trigger Ristic Study.
Go crazy.
Pass on Fierce.
I'm good to pass on fierce.
Good offer draw.
I'll accept.
I'll pay 2 I. I'll mental misstep. You have very tutor.
Ristic.
Draw.
Ooh. Draw 2.
We're back on the misstep.
That's what I'm talking.
Trigger. Side trigger.
Okay, this time.
We got it.
Pass on this one. I have to pass on this one.
Good on Swan Song.
Back to the vamp tutor.
Search.
Sounds good to me. You got your vamp too, right?
Got the vamp tutor. Yep.
It's on top.
To the.
Force on one.
Well, we're back to the Ristic.
Oh yeah, so
trigger.
these resolve the draws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'll
Draw.
make 4 treasures.
And then am I drawing off the Ristic as well?
Yeah.
Back to force of will on.
More up on a win.
Off fluster.
Can I draw a card?
I
Can I
paid,
draw a card?
I paid for those.
Alright, Storm Trigger, is that good?
Yeah, all targets copy of force.
Oh yeah, I have nothing to say.
I have nothing to say.
Back to Born.
Born.
I'll respond to Born's my time to shine. Flash in Atraxa.
Exciting.
I'll pay for 3. It's just a value Atraxa.
Yeah, for sure. I believe that. Sure, yeah. Given tricks.
Yay.
Alright, trigger.
I'm gonna swords your high fate tricks.
Trigger.
I'll make my treasures.
Alright, I'll do
Fairy Mastermind. Everyone draws a card. I get 3. I'm gonna cast Mean Betrayal. And I'll pay for the 3 of them, except the Remora.
I just pay for the remora too.
That's true. How much is the Remora? 4.
7 and 4.
Demonic Consultation. Not paying for sticks.
Draw a card.
Make me treasures. Becomes fine.
Cool. I'll name Pyroblast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, let's see. This is so poetic. There we go.
How many cards you have?
Has to Pyroblast.
Targeting.
Yeah, targeting the mean bet, I guess. There's stick triggers.
Draw.
Yeah.
Make 2 response. I'm gonna activate Fairy Mastermind.
Draw a card?
Yep.
Yep.
Treasure.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna do it again.
Sounds good. A respond. Aurora targeting the Fairy Mastermind.
Respond. I'll activate Fairy Mastermind.
I'll overload a Psych Rift.
2 cards. I'll activate it again.
Boo.
So yeah, alright. So those on the stack, I'll activate it again. And then I'll activate it one more time.
Jeez.
I only get 2 back this time.
It was fun while it lasted.
Back on the Demonic Betrayal. I want to cast a Crab Rod.
Let's go.
Emergent Zone.
It's a really good turn.
It gives me a trigger to draw.
I think that's fine.
Okay. Oh, I'll sacrifice. I'm sorry. I should have done this for the casting cloud. Reveal a mana confluence. I am going to. That would be pretty fun if I had Born. But I don't. Last. Demonic Consultation.
Can I draw a card?
Yeah, draw.
I pass on Decon.
I pass on Decon.
Let's name Fierce Guardianship. 5, 6. I'm absolutely sure you can beat up Fierce, but I'm just gonna need to work for it. Boy, what kills me is me going those absolute ass.
Bro.
Wow.
Nice.
I feel like we've been here.
Wow. Hey, I just did that. Feels good.
I'll reveal the Fierce and I will put the Fierce on the stack, targeting the Demonic Betrayal.
Can I draw a card?
You can draw.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll activate Fairy Mastermind.
Draw 1 card.
I will activate it again.
Okay.
I'll activate it again.
I'm dead. We flew too close to the sun.
I'm good to let Betrayal resolve.
Brain freeze and then fastness.
Oh yeah, sure. Sure is fine too.
Yeah.
Either way.
Either way, yeah.
Players right now.
Second from the bottom.
DJ Vin.
Oh, GG's.
Yeah.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this card. Okay, you ready? All right.
Each gameplay. I'm not Freddy, and I'm joined by Not Raul.
Hello, everybody. I am not Raul, and I don't know what else to say other than we got some spicy gameplay coming for you guys. Let's jump right into it.
Let's do it.
The opening hands and commanders. So we have Nate on Najila, our guest Kevin on Sakashima and Kodama, our guest Cliff on Timna Thrasios, and Joseph on Timna Thrasios. Nate kept a hand with a little bit of interaction, a tutor, and a Ristic. Kevin kept a hand with a couple lands, a Nissa, and a Worldly Tutor. Cliff kept a hand with a couple of artifacts and a Ranger Captain of Eos. And Joseph also kept a hand with a bunch of artifacts and some more ramp.
So much Timna Thrasios. Oh my goodness gracious. I love it. Before we jump into the game, don't forget to drop a like, a sub, or a comment. It really helps with the algorithm and it helps the channel grow. Also, if you have any commanders or strategy you want us to play, please feel free to drop them down in the comment section down below. But with that, let's go ahead and jump into the game.
Heidi ho, everybody. Just kidding. Does anybody have any pre-games? No pre-games. Sweet. Good luck and have fun.
Good luck.
Draw this magic card. Wow. I will go Scrubland, Lotus Petal, Demonic Tutor.
Sure. Yep. Cool. 2 mana crypt.
All right, I'm gonna grab this card with the Demonic Tutor, and I am good to pass the turn.
Untap, upkeep, draw for turn. We'll go Burton Catacombs. I'll crack this. I'll get a drop island, and I'll pass turn.
Fire.
Untap, upkeep, draw.
After later.
Land martial arts.
Top deck.
I will get a Scrubland. Soaring.
Sounds good.
Coercion.
Dang, son. Yep.
Pass turn.
Wow, TNT is the greatest deck.
Play a Mox Act. This card is Scrubland. I'll cast a Mox Opal.
Yes.
Cast a Bird's Paradise. If that's good, I'm just gonna pass.
I will untap, upkeep, and draw. Soul Ring.
Yep, cool.
Tarnished Citadel. I would like to take 3, tapping this for blue. Tap this for 2. 1, Ristic Study.
I will respond.
Oh no.
Tap this for green. I will cast a Worldly Tutor. I'll reveal a Fanatic Bonus.
Good on Ristic.
I'm good to pass thy turn.
I will untap. I will upkeep. I'll draw. Yavimaikas, land for turn. I'll tap for a green and a colorless, and I will cast the Fanatic of Ronas.
Trigger. Can I draw a card?
You may draw a card. I'll ship the turn.
Untap, upkeep, drop turn, 2, 3.
Ristic Study.
Heck yeah. Pass him.
Passing.
I'll pass on it. Have fun.
I will go ahead and do the thing.
It's unfortunate for him.
Draw a card. Pass turn.
Upkeep, drop. Shock and Breeding. 2 mana for an Arcane Signet.
Ristic Study.
You may draw.
I'll draw 1 card.
Imperial Seal. Paying for Ristic Study.
We'll reveal this card off of Imperial Seal. Now tap for one more. I'll cast a Deathrite Shaman.
Can I draw a card?
Let me draw.
I will draw one magic card.
I will pass.
Upkeep, draw for turn. I'd like to play a Scalding Tarn. Fetch. I'm gonna reveal a Taiga.
Might be a Chad Nauseum.
A Chad Nauseum? Maybe after this. Cast a Calling Ritual.
I have no interaction, but I'm going to tap my Spell Stone for a mana or a green.
All right. This is going to resolve.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 mana for you, Nate.
Let's use 2 black and this for red. Take 3. Cast a Najila.
Najila's good.
Oh, I like them.
Bro.
Are you serious?
I mean, it's such a tempo. It's such a tempo with the Mystico.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. I'll pass the turn.
Untap, upkeep. He'd be a good card. Draw. Island, land for turn. I'll cast a Nissa.
Ristic.
He's gonna draw.
I'll draw 1 magic card.
I'll move through the faces. Ship the turn.
Keep. I'll take a damage from Marine. Up is for 2 to get 2. Go through 1, 2. Here's that problem. It's in the play tapped.
Oh, we talked about that.
Yeah, we did.
Not great.
Pass it.
Untap, upkeep, draw, cast fish. You may draw. I pass the turn.
Arid Mesa. Go to combat. Trigger Najila, make a warrior. I would like to swing these over at Joseph. It is a total of 3 commander and 1 warrior. Fellwar Stone.
Trigger.
Draw.
Wee.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fetch. You'll respawn. Sheesh.
Position agent. You just gotta hop out. Yeah. You just gotta resist that trigger.
Can I draw a card?
Yes, you go.
At least they're at that.
Yep. I have no response to Oppo.
I will reveal Savannah.
Sure.
Oppo. You can go under Oppo.
I will sad boy and pass.
Untap. Upkeep, draw. Giant Arbor, land for turn. Hop. Nissa trigger. I will float a green mana. No, I'll float a blue. I'll go blue and this blue, and I will cast this Obero Breeze Caller.
Ristic Study.
I'll pay for it.
Yo, what's up, everyone? Right now, we're just waiting to get into the top 4. Should be coming up pretty soon. Stick around for it. Be right back. We're back. Let's get to the round. Okay, they need to set it up. But right now, just resolving mulligans. See you in a bit.
No.
Go.
Oh, is this live already?
It's not on.
It is. That's the current round. This live.
Oh.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Raul and Ethan here, joining you for the finals. We're kind of somewhat skipped a couple steps, but nonetheless,
let's get high.
Let's get hard.
We finally
After hours and hours of streaming, we did it.
It's 10:20. Yeah.
Hello, Chad. I hope you're having a great time. We're having a great time. Let us know if you can hear us okay. But yeah, let's go ahead and listen to what we got going on. You want to walk us through the decks, Ethan?
Yeah, so we've seen a couple of these before already. We saw Jacob play Narset a couple. I don't know. Have you seen him on stream? Yeah, he was on.
Narset, Jacob? He just won the last game.
We've seen him on stream twice actually.
Yep.
Yeah. Super explosive deck. Like it, as far as decks go that are just going to win out of nowhere, Narset is just like inevitable sometimes, because I mean, all it takes is you cast your commander, give her haste, go to combat. She's hexproof and usually uncounterable, and all of a sudden there's like omniscience or like 3 extra turns or something off the top, and you're probably losing.
Yep, 100%.
Jason, we've seen him a couple times as well. Tim Necrom, good old grindy pile of 4-color cards. Logan is playing Glarb today.
We still have seen. Oh my goodness, I did the thing. I press. Oh, never mind. We did it. We're still here.
You're good? Yeah. I mean, Glarb is a new player to the cEDH game. I mean, coming out of Bloomborough, and just grindy soul type pile. But you have the option to do like Doomsday or all kinds of cool stuff with the graveyard. And it combos with Valley Floodcaller too, because you get to do any kind of Valley Floodcaller loops. Also let you untap Glarb in the process, so you just surveil a bunch of cards. Really cool effect. And then lastly, you have Jesse playing TNT, which kind of similar to TNK is going to be grindy 4-color pile. In this case, with more creature combos, and yeah, resulting in most likely Thassa's Oracle.
Awesome. I think all 4 players are Colorado-based local players. I think 3 of them are from our current or from our store that we usually go. So it's kind of cool that we've seen them throughout the day and made it this far, because top 4, it's not nothing.
Yeah.
Out of 128 players, it's not nothing.
I mean, there's a lot on the line here.
Yep. I think first place will walk with $1,500, and then I think everybody else will get. I think it's close to $500. I think I put it on the chats at some point.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So it's quite a bit of money. They're still resolving mulligans. Yeah, I think with Narset on the play, are you going for a fast mana if you're Jacob? Get Narset out as soon as possible, percent of wins ASAP.
I think this is the kind of game where he's just going to pick a spot because there's going to be so much going on that like just going for Narset as fast as possible probably gets her countered. Versus if we saw like what happened in the other game where he ended up drawing on stream.
Yep.
I think it was round 3.
Okay.
Where he kind of just held it until he was totally ready, and then by the time people realized that Narset was coming down, it was a little too late. I mean, he didn't end up getting there that time, but if he had hit, say, a couple extra turns, he would have just won on the spot.
Exactly.
So yeah, just like being very precise and picking your spot, I think is probably the way to go about this because everybody else is going to be sitting back and taking their time as well. You can rush into and try and get under them, but I think it's probably just not worth it because at a certain point, they're going to have enough interaction to stop you from getting away with it immediately.
No, I think that's a good way to put it. And then the other decks are obviously going to be pretty grindy, right? I don't imagine any of them are going to be pumping out to win.
I mean, I could see, like, I think Jason won his pod very quickly in the semis.
That is correct. He did have a reverse Thoracle.
So it's not out of the question. We can definitely see it, but I think it wouldn't. It's not likely. It's possible. It's not likely.
Yeah,
I think is the way I would look at it. And that's the case for any of these decks, though. They all have the option to just have the perfect hand with a combo and something in hand, and maybe a piece of protection or two, and like nobody else has protection. That can happen. It's just not likely.
Yep.
More likely than not, we're gonna be sitting here for 3 hours, just like suffering.
Oh no, this is gonna be a quick game. It's gonna be 10 minutes in and out.
Oh yeah, I would be very surprised. Pleasantly surprised, actually. No, I like hanging out.
I welcome it. I welcome it. We've been casting for I think close to 13 hours at this point. 13.5.
Yeah, I mean, I've been having a lot of fun hanging out here and just like watching gameplay. It's like getting to watch a YouTube video just in real time and just discuss.
Talking with friends about it.
Yeah, except we can't skip forward when it gets boring.
Can't skip this 10 minutes of Ristic study.
Yeah, and it's not very well edited either. Like there's not they didn't cut through the steps to get through all the play. It's just watching every single second of every hand wave. But we're here for it, you know?
We are here for it. So we will be, hopefully resolving mulligans at some point today.
Eventually. They're pretty chatty.
Yeah. They're having a good time.
So this is not a timed round. So again, we might be here for a while if they decide to go long.
Yeah, that is very true. Ethan, we'll see.
Do you have any questions in the chat? What's going on?
Let's see. Let's see. Super Grinder, is someone going to keep a turbo hand? What do you think?
I mean, like I said, I would be surprised. I could see it, but I think this is more likely to be the kind of game where people are ready to settle in and just, I don't know, play the long game because that's what everybody else is going to be doing. That's what they have to kind of agree with until they see their opening.
Yeah. And then one of the chats is asking, what are our early guesses for winners?
Ooh,
we're starting with the pregame, but what's your early guess?
I've been really impressed with Logan's play recently. I mean, I think these are all very, very talented players. I mean, Jacob and Jason, I know Jason can talk his way out of basically anything, and Jacob is also a very strong political player with the option to just go for a win. I don't know Jesse, but it seemed like he just played a good game, and TNT does the thing sometimes. Yep. So I don't know. I can't really decide.
Yep.
Who are you?
For me, so I'm a TNT loyalist, to be honest with you. But I also know that Gemstone Caverns is a trap card, and it has like 0%. It has like a 7% win rate when I track it. So I am going to put my money on Jason. I think he's been itching for a big win recently, and I think this might be it.
Yeah, I mean, I think last I remember is you won Iron Lion like either earlier this year or late last year.
Yeah.
But I don't know if anything super recent.
No, well, he's been itching for like one of these like huge tournaments, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like what is that turn 1? Is that a demonic tutor? Okay, so we're going for the Ristic.
C for sure. We heard that.
Is he demonic tutoring for fish or Ristic study?
Okay, so it is demonic tutor. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's the mystical archives.
And then there's a Simian spirit guide with a fish. So
okay, perfect. Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, demonic tutor. Where are you getting? Ristic or fish?
Does he have a fast mana to play a fish? If he does,
Ancient Doom next turn. Ancient Doom for Ristic Study.
True. That is very
Or Soul Ring,
reasonable.
right?
Yeah.
You play Soul Ring,
Land, Soul Ring, Ristic Study. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would do it.
And that's pretty strong. Turn 2.
Ristic Study is a pretty strong card.
Yeah. So of the races,
someone say a little too strong of a card.
I think that card needs to be banned.
No, I would be interested to see what everybody else kept because they took their time mulliganing, and I think everybody is aware with how like intense this game is going to be.
Yeah.
I would hope that everyone is prepared to have kept a good hand.
And honestly, Garp can also use wind too. Like left on check.
Yeah.
It's also its own value engine. Okay, and there we go.
Okay, so we got a land Chromox. Chromox good. I like that Chromox art.
That's pretty hard. Ooh. That's Sylvan Library? Heck yeah.
Sylvan Library. That's a card you don't see
That's a
too
pretty
often
cool card.
anymore. I mean, definitely a little sketchy with Orcish Bowmasters around. But as far as like quote unquote turbo and assault type, that's pretty turbo.
Mm-hmm.
Like Sylvan Library is not a calm collected card. It's probably that you're going to be taking 4 or 8 damage a turn.
Yeah. You're using your life as a resource essentially to draw some cards.
Mhm.
On the slowish side, back when it was, it used to be really not as good because of Dockside.
Mhm.
Because it's an enchantment and then, you have to like untap and then you lose 4 life per card kind of thing.
Mhm.
But now with this lower meta,
Yeah.
might start seeing some more play.
Oh, we're seeing Narset already. Off the LED.
Okay.
Narset off the LED. In response. Let's see. What do people have?
Did we use Seeming Spirit Guide or something?
It looks LED.
LED.
Land LED. What is that?
Narset, okay. Wow. That's really strong.
Narset resolved. Wow.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
turn 2 Narset.
I mean,
on the play.
Either they have something, or I take back what I said about anybody keeping a turbo hand, because that is quite a turbo hand.
That is pretty strong.
I like to think of LED as like, I'm gonna go all in my commander, but like that is like a commander you can go all in on for sure. Because I mean, hexproof makes it so much easier. Someone could have a toxic deluge, but besides that, what else? What other board wipes really hit it at this point in the game? Like, is anybody still playing Dam?
I'm trying to think of Dam, and you have to do 4 mana for the Dam.
Oh yeah,
because you can't target it.
Mana Crypt.
You silence that upkeep.
Mana Crypt.
Mana Crypt.
No, silence would help, I think.
Upkeep, although looks like one of the players that can cast it is tapped out for it, but they'll get to
What did
untap.
Jason play?
I think that's an Esper Sentinel and a Mockingbird copy
Okay,
as
so
an
double
Esper
Esper
Sentinel.
Sentinel.
Yeah, which is
I mean,
really
it's pretty
strong.
good against Narset. You at least get some card draw out of the flips.
If everything goes horribly, right? You're gambling. If you're Jacob, you're gambling right now, right?
Oh yeah, he could just win. So we'll see. Okay, so we saw Lotus Petal. Jason drew some cards. Glark's coming out.
Were you setting up where just
maybe Logan has a fierce guardianship that he's protecting. I mean, I could see that for sure.
Yep.
Just because otherwise Glarb is a little awkward in this situation.
Yep. Could get a Member Trap from the top.
Yeah, true. Or Force of Will.
Yep.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of things that Glarb enables. It is definitely pretty committal to put a 3 mana into your commander. Mox Amber. Okay, Mox Amber solves a lot of problems there.
Yeah.
That's just an extra.
So that's pretty good.
Mana
So
available.
I think hopefully he's got some interaction and Logan's able to kind of stop the Narset, right?
What's that?
That's a symmetry something where essentially everybody tutors.
Scheming Symmetry.
Scheming
Yeah.
Symmetry. Yep.
Okay, so 2 people tutor.
Yep.
So he's having Jason top deck tutor and he's top deck tutoring. So he can put a Force of Will something on top of his library.
Yep.
That would probably make sense.
And you give Jason a tutor though for that? I would have given the TNT player for a silence. or
Yeah,
something.
probably, because Jason already has 2 Esper Sentinels. That's a little sketchy. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Scheming Symmetry, but I see the uses. I almost always see it in combination with Opposition Agent, just because you get to
tutor
4 mana, take 2 cards.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty strong.
It is. It's also good with like a Bolas Citadel, but that's barely played anymore, like in the current environment. So, but it makes sense with Glarb too, because you can just cast the card off the top, so you don't really care about top deck tutoring. And then Jason's gonna get his off the Esper Sentinel if TNT lets him draw a card. Okay, so Jason was trying to show Logan a card without showing the rest of the table, and
Oops, sorry
ba-
about that.
yeah. So basically, as Sylvan said, that Logan, as the owner of the spell, needs to resolve his search first, but Jason can kind of just say like, "Oh, I found this card. Oh, I'm gonna put it on top of my library in a second," and they can kind of count that as showing, even though his search should technically still be in progress.
Yeah.
It works out.
Okay. We'll see how this tutor. What are you tutoring for?
If I'm Jason, we're just countering things that come off of Narset, I think. I mean,
No.
I don't think you have a way to remove Narset on the board. Like, are you running an edict? Like, there's no way. There's no like traditional.
It has to be like a toxic, but Jason doesn't run.
No, there's
wipes.
there's not going to be like traditional removal. I think
No.
it's just going to be interacting with the spells that come off the top, which, as we know, could include a number of counter spells.
Yep.
So, it really just depends.
We'll see what Jesse's able to do in his turn.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the active player card? Oh man, the active player card has not moved at all this game. Oh no. Oh, you're so close to the active player card. You're so close to the active player card. There's Shredder. Okay, we're just setting up.
Shredder is a card.
We're just hoping Jacob whiffs. That is the name of the plan.
If you're the other 3 players, for sure, because that's a mess to deal with. I mean, I think Jason's getting the Narset.
Yep.
I mean, because he can block it. The thing with Narset is an attack trigger, first of all.
Yep.
And it's got hexproof, so it doesn't. Blocking it doesn't really matter. I mean, if you can't kill Narset, she's got first strike.
Yeah.
So
she's hard to kill.
So say like Jason has the double S%. I mean, yeah, Narset's a 3/2, but first strike just deals with that. She's a pain.
See how
I don't know.
where we'll
my favorite answer is delayed blast fireball.
Delayed blast fireball. That's a good answer.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't
instant speed 2 damage.
Yeah, to everything.
Yeah. Okay, so Jason has his tutored card in hand.
Yep. So maybe a mind break trap or
and then
Force
this
of
is
Will.
the surveil, or not the surveil. The what's the word that
Dirt Shredder is combined.
Connive.
Yep.
So it's going to draw discard. Discarding Neoform. Okay.
Yep.
Discarding Neoform.
Okay.
Interesting.
Not a fan of Neoform on TNT, but it depends. You have to build your deck around it, right? Because you don't want to sacrifice your dorks, and because of what we've been talking about today.
Okay, so the active player.
There it is.
Card removed. I think Sylvan noticed. Imperial Seal. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Neoform is a very powerful effect.
Yeah,
but I can see what you mean with it. You have to know exactly what you want to get with it.
And it's telegraphed what you're getting, right? If you're sacrificing a dork, here comes Storacle, here comes the
I've thought about trying to play Tassiger again.
Oh, really?
I mean, because it makes use of Neoform Eldritch Evolution so well.
Yeah, I agree.
Like you can just slam some big creature just out of
Birthing
nowhere.
Pod.
Yeah. Although, and I mean, Tassiger's also an infinite mana outlet. Although at the same time, like, it's just kind of awkward to get going sometimes. I don't know.
It can be really slow, right?
Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's just a slow format, so maybe it's time to try.
Maybe it's not Tassiger, maybe I can't come back. It is a spice.
I mean, because Tassiger itself does a lot, and it's often 1 mana. So
yeah, you're correct. Often, because you can delve, right?
Like, is it worth running like a package with like 6 and some other like stuff, or is that a little too?
That might be. I think you're running Razaketh and maybe like.
Well, not. I don't think it gets Razaketh. It's usually
Razaketh.
Hullbreaker Horror, because it's.
There's a couple lines you can do with Tassiger.
You can do Neoform into Skull of the Lost Trove into Brood Lord or Razaketh.
Sure.
Or Eldritch Evil can directly get one of the two.
Yep.
But I mean, Hullbreaker Horror I think is the main
also a good one
because
too.
it's a 7. You can get it with Neoform directly off of Tassiger because Tassiger's 6.
Okay, here's a couple.
What do we get?
A whiff. Only 2. Mind Desire and a Talisman.
Mind's Desire is interesting. I mean, let's see. So you probably want to play Talisman first.
Yeah, Talisman first. Get 2.
Get the Storm up. Mind's Desire can do a lot. Mind's Desire could just hit something crazy.
You're going to feed Jason 2 cards. That might be also equally scary.
I mean, yeah, Jason's gotten 6 cards in this turn cycle.
Yeah, that's really strong.
One card in hand.
One card in hand.
That was a rough flip.
Yeah.
Simian Spirit Guide in hand. Okay, so paying for both
Yep.
Espers.
That's good.
Okay, so one Storm Trigger. Mind's Desire is a total of 2 copies. Well, so
Yep,
the
there's a
original
Storm
and then a
copy.
copy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I bought a joint in the yard.
Oh, okay. What do you think of Ledger Shredder?
I used to love it a lot.
Mhm.
I used to run it a lot. I think it might be better now,
Mhm.
because of all the, the Border Dream being such a strong card, the
Yeah.
format right now, with Trasios, Team and Trasios. I currently don't run it just because the list is pretty tight,
Mhm.
but I can see an argument for it. Currently, that it's a good card, and it looks to me like Jess is kind of setting up as well.
Let's see what comes off of the
Mind Desire,
Mind Desire.
two Mind Desires.
Okay.
Okay.
So there was the Scry at the bottom, so they do need a shuffle for the Mind's Desire, just to make sure it's fully randomized. I feel bad because the Narset deck is triple sleeved.
Oh,
It's
yes,
so
it is.
tall.
Hey,
It's like
Jacob's loves and pride. The attendance for this event was 128 players. It was a fully capped
yeah,
event.
maximum
capped
capacity.
event.
Well, and then we had 3 or 4 people hanging out on the
Yeah.
wait list, and I don't think I think one of them got a spot.
Yep, that's it. So it was a really good turnout
and
by
then
Fabled events.
Other Mind's Desire. Let's see this. So the first one's a land. I think it was the Rockface Village or whichever the haste one is.
Okay, so that's a whiff. Oh no,
He can
Jacob.
play the land, so he hit the first one.
Yep.
Um,
You're right. So not a full whiff.
Do you think the devoted route was what was gotten off of the Imperial Seal?
I think it was probably Hazel's Brewmaster.
Okay, so you probably already had devoted route in hand.
I think so. What is this card?
Beacon of Tomorrows, I think.
Beacon of Tomorrow.
I think it's the extra turn that shuffles in.
Yep.
Oh, someone has a SWAT right now.
Ooh,
all right, it's
spicy.
but I don't think it's possible. Targeting Jacob. Yep, sure. Let's see. Force
the will. Yep.
Pitching something for that. Pitching mean bet. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay. I mean that makes sense.
No, it's one of the viable ones, right?
Hmm?
I mean, yeah, I think this game's going for a little bit.
Well, I think
quicker.
maybe it's pretty good in a long game.
Yeah, but I think they're trying to. It looks to me like they're trying to end this game because Narsa is just a ticking time bomb.
True. The longer Nurse gets to stick around, the faster they lose.
Yeah. So
Mana vaults,
yep.
sure.
Not lands or
no lands and like 6 cards. That's
no lands.
Or
Okay.
Yeah, I think Jason got the Force of Will off the tutor. I mean, that would make the most sense.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Because I think they both realized, and like, if that resolved, they were most likely still losing.
Yeah.
Like,
super dead.
Mhm.
I guess Zillion dead.
because Narcis's exponential oftentimes. It's like, I'm going to flip one extra turn.
3
and then,
extra turns.
yeah, and then you get 3 more, and each of those can flip into more extra turns. You're just expanding into this web of like, I'm going to take a total of 10 extra turns in the next 10 minutes. Like,
No, I agree.
and all of a sudden, it's Enter the Infinite, and his deck is in his hands.
So, who do you think's ahead? Because we've seen Jesse be a little sneaky, not to call be like sneaky player, but
again-
he's like slowly moving his value.
I actually agree. I think Jacob had his window, and everybody was kind of prepared for it. I mean, if it comes back to him, I could see him winning again in his turn. I mean, it's just going to keep presenting win attempts.
Yeah, every turn.
But from what it looks like, I would say Jesse is in a pretty good spot. Jason is in a like control-y position, but we'll see how that works out. Logan is kind of just hanging out. I don't know. He seems like he's got some value going on, but nothing.
Well, we might be setting up as well, right? Is this Adnos mana? 1, 2, 3.
Is it a Nas deck? I don't think so, right?
You're right. It does. It runs huge spells. So you're correct.
Yeah, no, it's not Nas.
It could be slowly setting up, holding up a lot of interaction, just getting the Sobel trigger value. So
Mhm.
kind of,
I can see that.
some interaction up, and just getting some value later on.
They're working hard to keep the active player token working.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, let's see. Does Jesse have something to present a win here?
Let's see. Does TNT come? Sorry, does Stratus come out?
This is 5 mana.
This is 2 mana.
Well, 5 mana total on board.
Oh, sure.
What is it, 2?
Okay.
Oh, are we getting Timna?
Timna. Okay,
so
we're in
we're not
Timna.
losing yet.
Okay.
Ledger Shredder, good Timna attacker.
Ledger Shredder is a great attacker. You're correct.
I mean, it's a 3/5 right now, right?
Yep. It's a big boy, big butt too. Start pressuring some life totals. Okay, it looks like Logan's list is late game oriented, so that means they got a lot of early game interaction to make sure they get there.
Makes sense. I mean, I think that's just Glarb in a nutshell. Like, there's some turbo stuff you can do with the deck, like Doomsday, but ultimately you're not in the colors to go super fast. Like, I mean, black can have some speed, but
with rituals and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think that the speed is at least a little bit red dependent, but maybe I'm just delusional.
Maybe it's the Elnilix.
Bob, and look at Roxai.
Oh,
Did you go fast?
I wonder how many Roxas there were here today.
I didn't see a single one when I was walking around.
Really?
I mean, we can go check in the list. This was like a turbo devoid pod. I mean, think about how many TNTs we saw.
We saw like a zillion TNTs.
I think we saw 9, like something like that, like some like ridiculous number over 4 games.
There used to be only 1.
Yeah. Well, that's the power of banning the good red card.
Yeah.
Because round 1 there was 1 or 2, or I think it was 1 in round 1, right?
There was, I think that we've seen a TNT almost every single game we've played.
Oh yeah, we've seen a TNT every game.
Almost every single one that we have casted.
Oh yeah,
I think we've seen a TNT.
It's crazy how much the deck has grown in popularity in the past 6 months.
Yeah,
I mean, I think people were just prepared to play it again, but
yeah,
they just needed a little push of like, why would I play red anymore? Like,
yeah,
Breach is still good. It's just you can just do other stuff, and it's the new thing.
Yeah, I saw on the top 16. Obviously, we didn't showcase that one. There was a team in Targo.
Yeah, so Torrance we used to be Team Nadargo buddies for a long time. Because I picked that deck up and then we ran into each other at Iron Lion in Colorado Springs, and like we kind of were like bonded over like, holy crap, like you play this deck too? That's crazy. Like I've never met anybody else that plays Tim Nadargo because it's such a random partner pairing. Grand Arbiter, Augustin, Mental Misstep. What is that?
All runes. That's an extra turn, and then a bunch of counter spells. Okay, and then he's got counter spells. Okay, so we actually got to another one of Jacob's turn, which is crazy. We got
Grand
there.
Arbiter is crazy in this deck.
Yeah, it'll get exiled because of the Narset, but it is pretty good.
Yeah, it's a bummer that he can't cast it, but I mean, we saw what happened last time he was on stream. It's like it just can be like a mini defense grid.
Exactly.
True. This is what we're talking about. The Allrun's Epiphany needs to be countered, presumably. We have to keep in mind there's a Mental Misstep and a Flusterstorm in exile.
Which is really strong.
Yeah. I mean, you can definitely get around those, but
Storm count's only 1 right now.
I mean, yeah, it's the Allrun's Epiphany is the only thing on the stack.
So I think there might be the only one of the odds I see is Silence.
Well, I get hit by Mental Misstep.
Correct. You're right.
I mean, I think. How much mana do people have available? I think Logan has a lot of mana, so Logan could just
Mind Break
show a counter
or something.
We're getting the Glarb activation to Surveil too. I'll look for a response. Because, for example, like a Forcible right now would just work because Flusterstorm would be 3 copies, and you can just tap the Mana Vault and pay for it.
Yep. So Forcible would be good. Mental Misstep set to that, and then Flusterstorm doesn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then you can also pitch cast it off the top with Glarb.
Yep. No, this makes sense.
Do you have anything else in the chat in the meantime?
We see, is Glarb in play? Yes, it is.
Yes, Glarb is in play, and it has been around for a turn cycle. He is not summoning sick, as you can see.
He's moving along. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what Logan's able to do. There's a Fierce.
Guardianship.
That's
Yeah,
pretty good.
That's a pretty good answer. Like I said, I think that's what I thought he was holding up.
Yeah, that makes sense. That was heads up play by Logan. Definitely able to, not, keep some interaction up.
Yeah, that's rough. Of all the counter spells, the 2 that don't interact very positively. I mean, Jacob has 1 card in hand. It could be another piece of interaction. Jason saying that, why do I keep giving you information if you're not going to let me draw? It's like, well, I mean, sure. That's certainly a choice.
That's certainly a choice. Yeah. Okay. So you can definitely
the
cast.
Storm is gonna be 2, and then plus the Flusterstorm.
So 3.
So 3 copies total. Logan is asking
Well,
Jacob
taking,
not to fight over this because he wants to have mana up for
your
Jason, which I
Jason.
think is
Yeah.
pretty valid. Look at how much the double Esper Sentinels have drawn.
Yeah.
Interesting. What do you think of that? So Jacob is asking, Jesse is proposing that Jacob cast the Flusterstorm and then holds priority in Fluster or Mental Missteps, one of the Fluster copies, because that would not only put both spells in the graveyard, but it would help Logan not have to pay for as many things.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair.
I mean, you can just always put the Flusterstorm on your own in your own.
You just have
spell.
your Flusterstorm target your own like copy.
Exactly.
If you really want to cast a spell and not do anything with
exactly.
it, sure.
Just put them all on the same thing.
Hmm.
Okay.
Logan is totally adamant that he's not tapping the mana vault.
That makes sense.
I think that is probably the correct way to approach it, because this is mana vault is such a weird card that you can't really get out of it once it's tapped. I mean, you can pay the mana and untap it, but like I had a casual game actually just right before this where someone played their Derevi and then tapped my mana vault, and I was so annoyed because like what if I had played what I paid that for nothing, and now it's just gonna be damaging the rest of the game.
Every turn's like no. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Logan is.
He's making a good point, right? So can you summarize what he's kind of telling Jacob?
Should we just turn on the table audio as well?
Yeah, we'll turn it on just so folks can hear, because they're making some really good points here. But in recap, essentially, Logan knows that Jason has counter spells in hand, and he doesn't want to tap out because he's scared that Jason is going to percent win, and they're going to not have enough mana to stop him.
Well, see here we see Jason deflecting it onto the Sylvan Library as well, which I don't think is that scary, but.
I don't understand why you're putting additional counters on your spell's going to get countered. Give me a reason.
I don't think Jacob cast the Fluster. I mean, it's not going to do anything. It would just waste mana.
Yeah.
Which I think that's one of those situations where you just have to know that like not to push.
Yep.
Because the push is pointless besides just like a spite.
Yeah, it's just like King making Jason. Obviously, Jason's completely happy with this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that the turn's passed, he's doing something. I'm just saying that I'm on the back foot.
Okay, so we're seeing.
Uh-oh.
What?
Cameron Assault's naming human.
Oh.
Is it Stemna?
Maybe.
I don't think it's Stemna. You don't tap out unless you have fears.
Yeah.
What is this?
What is that?
Thoracle?
What? Not with the gemstone caverns.
Yeah, you're right.
Is that Arcane Signet?
It looks like it's Arcane Signet.
Yeah, I think that's the secret like Arcane Signet.
It's like, oh, what is this card? Okay.
Like it's the space looking one.
We'll meet them right back since they're no longer politicking. Yep, it is an Arcane Signet. How's the chat doing tonight? 10:52 p.m. here in Denver, Colorado.
Oh my gosh, it's already been half an hour.
It's already... Time goes by fast when you're having a lot of fun.
Hey, I mean, we get to watch the turns go around and the Narset whiffs, and then we keep going. I guess they have been whiffs. It's like,
They're having quite a bit of whiffs, right?
These counter magic. It's just not as definitive as he'd probably want.
It's unfortunate that Flusterstorm's goal is gone. Sorry, Flusterstorm is gone for Jacob, because that is a huge counter spell for him to protect his counter extra turn spells.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate that it had to be in that spot where Glarb had an untapped mana vault and more mana. Like he just hasn't done anything with his mana, so it's just Flusterstorm is really awkward there, and that's a factor of the spell.
For sure. So we're just on Jason's turn. Nothing much has developed or happened.
Yeah, so we're seeing.
Okay, looks like
he's looking at Crom.
Are we casting Crom? 1, 2, 3.
Are they just gonna keep holding up mana and letting Jacob attack?
Yeah.
I mean, I could see
So
that.
keep pass, yep. Okay. So we're back to Glarpstorm.
Okay. Do you think we're gonna settle into a grind, or is it just gonna be still? Like,
I think we're.
are they all gonna be back on the back foot, like
Yeah.
Narset?
To me, if I was playing right now, I'd be trying to win as soon as possible because Narset is the taking time bomb. Once you find removal for it, there's nothing you can do about this.
I mean, I think it's just a matter of like how many counter spells does Jacob have to fight through in the process because Narset is. I mean, as we saw, it's like no matter what Narset flips, he can just lose to a counter spell. Like
correct. Yeah. So Logan's looking, at Silver Lavery. Am I keeping these cards? Where am I at? How far am I away from winning the game? Jason has like a zillion cards in hand, right? Like, oof, how many cards am I really taking here?
So did Logan just keep one or two?
He kept an extra one, lost 4 life.
Okay. Sounds good. 1 extra card in hand for Logan.
And then Glarp can always play lands too, so the setup is really great.
Sounds good. Yeah. Oh, that is a really good reason to use Seven Library. Just put the cards back and then decide what you're gonna do with Glarb. Makes sense.
Yeah. There, James on the chat asking us, who do we think is ahead?
I think I would be most afraid of Jason right now. Just because I don't know. I feel like he ends up like laughing and like trying to like direct. He does a lot of misdirection when he plays.
Yep.
So it's a lot of like, I'm not the threat. I'm not the threat. I'm not the threat. He's got 2 Esper Sentinels and mana open. So that's the kind of situation where I would be afraid of Jason just like having something on his turn.
I would imagine he has 7 cards in hand too, right?
Oh yeah, and in a Cavernous Souls on human. That's like that is
and mana.
You're in a bad spot, presumably. Jacob is doing well in terms of having. I mean, Narset's just out. So like you said, Narset can just do the Narset thing sometimes, but they're at risk of
Shapeshifter.
Ooh, is that gonna be a Narset? Please,
please be a Narset.
Jacob with the round of applause. Let's see.
Yeah,
okay.
Not a Narset.
We've got a second Narset on the board. How is that gonna work?
That's pretty good.
I mean, worst case scenario, it's a Narset blocker.
It is a Narset blocker, and with Glarb, you can set up the Narsets to do a lot of damage.
True. I mean, there's not nearly as bad as Jacob's list. I mean, he's not going to hit some like 10 mana win the game spell, but it'll certainly do a lot.
We'll see what Jess is able to do here with TNT. Combat first.
Yeah. And then we just have TNT doing Tymna stuff.
Tymna stuff. I usually rely a lot on the Trashers plan because that's just how my play style. But that's a good thing that I love about Tymna Trashers decks. Every Tymna Trashers deck is built different based on the play style of that player, and that's really cool.
Yeah, I do miss playing Tymna.
Tymna Largo.
That's Although I will say, if somehow Yawgmoth's Bargain gets unbanned, I will go back to that deck.
Buddy, I think
that would make Turbo fun.
That would, yeah. Well, we're at what's the green enchantment?
Think about this. Academy Rector on the board. Cast Dargo, sacking Academy Rector. Academy Rector Death Trigger on the stack. Get Yawgmoth's Bargain, put it into play. What are you gonna counter? There's a Yawgmoth's Bargain in play.
Yeah, I mean,
you can counter the Academy Rector, obviously, but like that just sounds so cool.
That is a good point. I think
you can also do that with Necropotence, but like Bargain's so much cooler and it's so much more effective than Necro.
Yeah.
But not to the degree that it should be banned.
Okay. So we don't think Ethan's a hard not believer that the card should be banned?
Well, no. It's more that I think Bargain is like in a world where it's already hard to play Turbo.
Yeah.
I don't think Bargain is that far off from Necropotence, but in that it draws cards. I mean, yes, you can use it as a control piece because you can draw cards whenever. You're still skipping your draw step. You don't have the discard clause, but you get hit by Bowmasters and some other Tithe and stuff. So it is balanced out by the rest of the format. Like, so I would argue that the draw hate that's already in the format would suffice. I don't know. I was just looking at the ban list the other day, and there's definitely some cards that can easily be unbanned, and I think there's some ones that have like arguments. I mean, we saw that with the whole cEDH committee catastrophe mess. Yeah,
For sure.
Hopefully, now that Watsy's in charge, they have the wherewithal to go ahead and re-examine some of the bans. Just, I mean, like biorhythm.
Like biorhythm. Yeah. Cursor Crufix make everything worse. More flash speed.
Just unban Flash at that point.
Yeah, just unban Flash at that point.
Let me do Flash Atali. That sounds funny.
Yeah. Finale X is equal to 4.
That's Hazel's Brewmaster.
That's Hazel's Brewmaster.
I love Jason's politics style sometimes. Do you want to lose? Then don't. It's like, okay.
You can also do it at instant speed too, by the way. He's got an
Yeah.
E-zone on the battlefield.
Oh, that is scary.
But he's tapping out for different things.
Yeah. That's the one thing I'm jealous of. I like the green decks, the land packages are so like
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Very hard to interact with, right?
For real. Well, like, and there's all kinds of good tech lands in the format right now. Like, you can just get Cradle, obviously, but you can get Talon Gates. You can get maybe so E-Zone there, or like if you're playing, you can do Alchemist Refuge instead if you want to do repeatable E-Zone. Like, there's all kinds of options. You can get what's it called, the green one that you can turn into something in the graveyard.
Okay. Yeah, agree.
You know what I'm talking about? The one Delirium.
Delirium, yeah, the Delirium ones, and then sometimes you can even use shifting
you don't know.
woodland.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Shifting woodland, yeah.
Yeah.
I've turned my shifting woodland into Crown of Bolsters when I used to play it on my deck.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty spice. It's like, oh no, my Crown of Bolster got countered. Oh shucks.
Yeah.
What am I ever going to do?
See, I found a bad version of that, but it's a little bit more vulnerable. I found a card called what's it called? Likeness Looter. It's
Okay.
blue-black for a 1/1 flyer.
Okay.
You can tap to loot, but then I can also pay X to become a copy of a creature in a graveyard with mana value X.
Ooh. Okay.
The only issue is you activate it for 2, and they just remove it in response.
Oh, wow, bummer. Bummer.
So it's like it could be really good, but it's not.
But it's not. Okay. So what we got here? We got Tally
Okay, so you
being
got
played.
Talion in play. Okay, so they it sounds like Jason's deal was convincing, and they didn't end up getting Hazel's Brewmaster to try and win. But Talion is still a decent draw engine. I mean, it's at least a long-term threat if people are playing
It's
the
a long
game.
time. And people's life totals are getting a little bit low. We're getting close to halfway to their lives.
I will say I doubt that it does much against Narset. I don't think that Talion
Nope.
named like 8 or
Nope.
whatever we're gonna see out of Narset here.
We're back to another one. All right, let's go. Is it
Let's
this one?
see, Are they did this time? Grand Abolisher,
Gravel,
Chromox, Jessica's Will,
Another
Searest.
whip.
That is rough.
That is 3 whips in a row. That is 12 cards.
I guess the first 2 were not bad. They each hit an extra turn spell. They just weren't well supported.
Yeah.
Because he has no cards in hand. He can't like protect his
For
win
sure.
at all. I mean, J-Will is still a good card.
1, 2, 3. Yep. Go to combat.
Okay. So is he gonna cast Jessica's Will?
He needs to go through combat first. So
Yeah,
which
yeah.
we're past, I guess, at this point.
Jessica's Will in Narset seems interesting because you don't know whether or not you're able to cast the spells you flip.
Yeah.
I mean, it can be good value.
Sensei
You could
stuff.
like hit some lands and stuff, but at the same time, you could just hit the spells that you want to be flipping, and then all of a sudden they're gone.
Yeah. I like the scroll rack. When I used to play in our set, scroll rack could sometimes help me.
That makes sense. You just like choose what you put on top.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. J-Will targeting Jason, sure.
Yep. Probably has
Not,
a
not
zillion
being for
cards.
percent, letting him pick up some more cards.
Yeah. Yikes. All the scary things. See how many cards Jason has in hard.
I can't tell. There's a lot.
A zillion.
Is he casting the Chromox though? Probably not. I think he's only got one card in hand.
Yeah.
Probably don't want to put the Chromox down for nothing.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what happens.
Okay, so Jason is reciprocating Logan's determination not to tap his mana vault, so therefore he will not get involved in countering the spell. Sure. I don't think they lose here, but I think that is certainly a
Exile
decision
3
to
cards. How much blue sources are there available? So I see 1, 2. Okay, so there's 2 blue sources for an extra turn. And just a gazillion mana.
make. I think it's gonna make 8, 9,
9. Oh,
9 red. That's a significant amount of red mana. Let's see the 3 cards. Okay, they were just confirming that there was some confusion about whether or not the spell got cast or not. Okay, so we're seeing Jace Wilder Mysteries, the
one of the haters.
That's the one that kind of doubles as a Thoracle win con for.
Yep,
Anything
as
Infinite.
I won. Because if you draw
Um,
it with an anti-library, you win the game. I believe that's the wording on it.
Yes,
Gaze
and then it
Golden.
can plus to draw as well.
Mhm.
And then a Soul Ring, and then a land. I can't tell what land it is. It's very shiny.
It's
Is it a
either
Scalding Tarn?
polluted Delta or Misty Rim or Flooded Strand from the original Zendikar.
Fancy.
Original? No, it wasn't. It was
Expeditions.
Expeditions, the original expeditions, the OG expeditions, which people were used to murder for.
Yeah, I mean they're still super expensive.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Unfortunately, the second round was not quite as desirable.
Yeah. If you're Min or Jacob, do you fetch here? Because do you want to reset your deck? Because I guess that doesn't really matter. Because sorry, I was thinking
It's all
Kinnan.
random.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all random already. So never mind. You just want to thin it out anyway. So that makes sense. Right.
Yeah, so the Soul Ring is going to cause the Ledger Shredder to connive.
Yep.
I don't think that's the end of the world. But he got a Hollow
No.
Fountain off the fetch land.
Yeah. A pretty
This-
hell fountain.
This is tense so far. Mr. Luca, do you have any comments for the game? Okay, so we're still. I think he's gonna have to leave Jason exile unless he wants to, because I guess he has red to cast it.
Yeah.
Do you think he cast Jace? Maybe, right?
I
Just a-
think so. 1, 2, 3 blue sources. That's usually what it costs, right?
yeah, I think it's 3 and a colorless.
I mean, you're not keeping your mana up anyways, right? You're not interacting. You're just putting 6 in this in the stack and just. Hoping.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. It's definitely a maybe. I mean, I think Jace might just get punched. Is the issue? So you're spending blue mana for nothing.
So for,
Maybe,
he's gonna die by the ledger shredder essentially.
because there's no blocker. So like if people just feel like putting
Sure.
attackers on Jace, then the Jace will die. Specifically, Ledger Shredder would do a lot of damage. Is that a?
Did the Chromebooks get played? No, that's a Soul Ring.
Yes, that's Soul Ring is the yellow circle, and then into what rock is that? Is that a talisman?
Blue. What is this? Oh, an extra turn spell. Okay.
From hand.
From hand.
What card is this? Where's?
It's part of the Water Bell. It's one of the extra turn spells. Path of Water Bell?
Let's see it. Let me pull it up. Come on. Water Veil.
Okay. Looks like that got
Part the Water
exiled.
Veil is 4 green or 4 blue for a sorcery from Battle for Zendikar. Take an extra turn after this one, exile part the Water Veil. Then it has Awaken 6, so you can cast it for 6 blue. And so if you cast it for its Awaken cost, you can put 6 counters on a land.
Oh my goodness gracious.
And punch someone with a 6/6 land.
No, it's a blocker too.
That's just a pretty solid extra turn spell. Oh, it's so cheap. Wow.
So cheap.
No, it's like $1.
You can go
Like
buy
50 cents. That's crazy. I feel like almost all the extra turn spells are really expensive, but
a lot of them have been reprinted in Circularis as of late. As anything WotC does, just reprints everything to the ground.
well, I think that one is on the list, which makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it's also that it exiles itself. Like the really desirable ones just are the ones that stick around. You can just keep casting them over and over.
For sure. Okay. So it is now Jason's. We're going to Jason's turn here.
Did the part the Water Veil get countered?
He got Mind Break trapped.
Okay, makes sense. So we've seen 3 different counter spells used on Jacob's extra turn spells.
Yeah, that's what happens when you play one at a time.
He's just going to keep just throwing them out there, and people are going to have to keep drawing counters because otherwise they lose. At the same
Yeah.
time, Jason has quite a few cards in hand. So we will see. He'll be up to 9 cards in hand going into his turn.
We'll see what Jason's able to do on his turn here.
Then we also Swift reconfigurations in the graveyard. Okay.
Is it no go?
Talon was found off of the cord, correct?
No.
Or was it just in hand? So
The
the
court's
cord's in hand.
Finale of
Or
Devastation.
finale, yeah.
Yeah. And
Oh,
we're still
boy. Finale Devastation for Hazel's Brewmaster is still just
Intuition.
ominous. Intuition. That is a scary spell. Okay. Are we not casting Intuition, or are we
He's thinking about
putting
it.
down?
Okay.
Jesse and Jason just trading
Oh,
cards.
that's pretty good.
Okay, Valley Flood Caller is also quite scary.
We got talent triggers. We got and leisure trigger as well. Okay. Resolve the leisure trigger. We'll move to this card here soon.
I'm receiving insider information that Glarb's entire hand is interaction,
Oh,
which
nice.
makes a lot of sense. He's kind of just hanging out.
Very nice. Very nice.
So we'll see
Oh,
how
is that what is this? Imperial Seal?
Yes.
Imperial
That's the-
Seal. Imperial Seal.
Okay, there's a misstep.
Oh,
Makes
there's
sense.
mental misstep on the Imperial Seal. Oh, that's pretty good.
I mean, yeah, that's probably pretty valid.
Esper. Yeah. Okay. So that's gonna counter that.
Presumably, I mean, it's going to trigger the Esper Sentinel first.
Quite a bit.
Unfortunately,
That's a lot of mana.
Double
That's-
Esper Sentinel will
Sorry,
do
not a
that.
lot of mana. That's a lot of card draw. Those double Esper Sentinels turn 1. Turn 2 is pretty strong. Holy cow.
One of them has flying.
One of them has flying. Ooh.
The flying Esper Sentinel. No, I think that's pretty valid countering the Imperial Seal just because that could just be win.
Yeah, it could be a tutor, right?
I mean,
they show the intuition in hand, right?
Yeah, there's intuition in hand. There's a flood call on the battlefield already. Like that's going to be very hard to stop.
Yeah.
Sylvan clearing up the stack a little bit that they're on the mental misstep.
We're trying to just clear up the stack and just move along, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, players have been playing for 13 hours. We're getting close to the 14-hour mark here for some of these players.
We're seeing, what is that?
You know, Tyre, what is another mental misstep?
Okay,
Secret
mental
layer.
misstep on the mental misstep.
Yep. So he really needs his tutor. What do you think he's okay?
I think he probably has some thoughts.
Grand
that
Abolisher
he's-
maybe or something?
Yeah, it could be finding Grand Abolisher with Osses in hand. I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
Especially at flash speed, that's just really hard to stop.
Yeah. Grand Abolisher is only, I think Valley Flow is only non creature spells.
Yeah.
Right?
But you still just get to go to your main phase, put Grand Abolisher on the stack, and then if people want to fight over it, you can flash it on top. Okay, so Imp Seal is resolving.
Is he getting Smothering Tide?
Maybe. Is that what they agreed on?
I'm not sure.
Can never tell.
Hard to tell. We'll see what Jason gets here from the tutor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Okay, so
Smothering Tide.
he said he's getting Smothered Tithe, and I guess he is getting Smothered Tithe. Just to back himself up. I mean, this doesn't have to be revealed, but he's just making
Oh,
sure.
he's setting up, right? We've already seen this story be told.
Oh,
before,
yeah.
Right?
It's going to be a turn. I mean, he's got a Blood Caller in hand. He probably just needs the mana.
Mm-hmm.
And probably just plays the Smothering Tithe, passes, and then on someone else's turn, whenever he feels like he'll have the mana to go ahead and attempt to win.
And just win. We've kind of seen this before, so And with this Sylvan Library, that's going to trigger it. Like the Legislator, that's going to trigger it.
Yeah, I think Glarb might have to start declining the Sylvan Library triggers because that's going to be a lot of treasures very quickly. Does your app track commander damage?
Does my app? No. The answer is no. The app does not.
I mean, I don't know how worried they are about Narset commander damage, but I mean, it could be relevant eventually.
I mean, if you're dying.
Can we just talk about the fact that Jacob is playing Narset in a slab? He's got a graded Narset out there.
And he's just playing with it.
Yeah, it's not in a sleeve. It's just in a plastic slab.
Hey, man.
I think it's a 9.5. That's pretty good. Not quite a 10.
When you're passionate, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how much he cares about Narset.
Yeah.
I wonder if his wife's jealous.
I'll have to ask him. Okay, so yep, just playing this Smothering Tide. That's what Jason's doing.
Combat question in the chat.
Let's say James mentioned that they should reprint everything into the ground. They don't gain secondary market value and it creates more accessibility. Lucky for us, in our format, we can proxy everything we want.
True. I mean, people
makes it very
people definitely choose not to. In many cases, like when you look at Jason's deck, it's crazy looking. Not to mention Sylvan's expensive pile of green cards for Savala. There's so many people that have so much money in their decks. But then that half of the cEDH population definitely props up the people that just want to proxy things because ultimately people are still spending money. It's just distributed unevenly.
Yeah.
And that's not because they have to. That's just by choice. Some people want expensive stuff. Like I only spend money on one deck, and my op deck is not fully. It's not fully real. I'm not buying a real Chains of Mephistopheles. No way. There's no way I'm putting four digits on a card that I only play because I think it's funny. But like I still like the fact that I got the Secret Lair bundle for the Frazier Mox Opal. Like the old border one. Yeah, so
nice.
I've got the full set of old border etched rocks.
That's nice. That's really cool.
Like I got the foil chrome mox, everything. Yeah. So I put value in those, but besides that, if I might just try something, there's no way I'm spending money on it.
Okay.
At least not just as an experiment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like moving us along, we have the Sylvan Library trigger, and then that will obviously trigger Smothering Tide. We'll see. Looks like we are. Okay.
Okay, so Logan's just picking the full 8.
Yep.
Just acknowledging that Jason's going to make 3 treasures off of Sylvan Library regardless. That seems reasonable. I mean, there's not much you can do. There's still a Valley Flood Caller in play. I mean, they need to deal with that. I would expect to see some removal on the Flood Caller just to kind of calm things down.
Because that is going to get out of control, right?
Yes, that is just gonna be like whenever Jason feels like he has his Esper Sentinels to draw enough cards and the Smothering Tide has made enough mana, he'll just go for it.
Yeah, and that makes 100% sense to me. Oh, we forgot about the Narset, which
there is a
Logan's about to swing with. What a wild game!
Oh yeah, there is a copy of Narset. Let's see what happens here. Did they get a real one? Did Jacob just have like an extra
Jacob
one on
has
it?
like 5 of them. I'm
makes
sure.
sense. No, what are the odds he actually hits something good? I mean, it could just be
Doomsday Piles.
I don't think it cracks Doomsday because
I guess at this point,
like not ineffective. I mean, like yeah, it XLs 4 cards. You could get the top of the deck down to Thoracle, I guess, if you really wanted to.
I'm going to pull up some deck lists and look at what Logan's working with at this point. The players will not be able to check the bot, so we can just fully disclose what's going on. And check chat. Oh, what happened?
There's flipping for Narset. So we see Birds of Paradise. I heard Calling Ritual.
Okay, so there's some Bane of Progress tech there.
Bane of Progress?
Yep.
That's a card.
That is a card.
Okay, so I see, yeah, so Calling Ritual's in the pile. Birds of Paradise. What are the other 2? I can't see.
Yeah, Calling Ritual.
2 other creatures. So the only one they can cast is Calling Ritual.
Which is not bad here.
It's unfortunate with the rocks that he's got in play. I mean, they would eat the Chrome Mox and the Mana Vault as well as the Sylvan Library.
Gets rid of the Esper Sentinels.
And the Amber. It eats the Esper Sentinels. It gets rid of all the treasures. So if Logan wants to attempt to win, this is a pretty good way to attempt to win. It gets rid of all the Tymna Thrasios Dorks. I would guess it makes like 10 to 15 mana right now.
I wouldn't cast it because you're going to take out the TNT player, and then we're still.
Well, TNT's threatening win on that.
Sure. So. I mean, you can just say don't do anything, right? Just play Thrasios, pass.
I think my thing is it kind of deals with Jason to actually I take that back. Because there's the Valley Flood Collar doesn't get hit. It eats the treasures, but it doesn't stop the Smothering Tithe either. So they'd have to have removal for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Logan is floating the Vault and the Amber. It sounds like he might be wanting
It
to
looks like
cast
he's
the
going
Culling
for
Ritual.
this.
Culling Ritual is a heck of a card. That like
Okay.
Why did our quality drop?
Lag. Hello. Sorry, folks. Not sure what's going on. Okay, it's kind of clearing up a little bit. It looks like we're
Okay, so
casting the
we are
Culling
casting the Culling
Ritual.
Ritual for free.
No, they have to pay for it. Oh no, it's for free.
It's off Narset.
Yeah. You're right. You're right.
Because there is a Narset in play. Why is their audio doubled?
I think they're just repeating themselves.
Okay.
Okay. So Culling Ritual.
Are you hearing it doubled?
Huh?
Oh, never mind. I think it's back. No, we're back. Sylvan is very insistent that they need to get along with it. I appreciate it because the Culling Ritual is on the stack and everybody's arguing, and luckily the head judge Sylvan is very insistent on them deciding whether or not they're passing priority, because that is something they do need to do. Yeah, this for TNT, this eats everything besides Talion and Timna.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think I mean, I understand it, but I'm still concerned about the Narset. I mean, concerned about the Narset for forever.
So the issue here is that Jason can just, whenever he feels like he can just throw out intuition, and that and a breach pile is just instant speed with Flood Collar. So I mean, I think this is just gonna be hard because I assume TNT doesn't want to have to deal with this at the same time. I think they're just like when we were asking about
Daily Relic
the
Glarbs.
Is he rollicking Glarb or is he rollicking? I would hope he would rollick the Flood Collar. Like
I would think so too.
Yeah, Logan is trying to get him to target the Flood Collar, which I think is totally correct in this situation.
I agree.
Because, I mean, yeah, you can spite play and hit Glarb, but I don't think Glarb itself is winning here. It's Jason's trying to get it to survive as much as possible.
Yep. So we're just clearing up the getting some
sorry sat there for a second, guys. We're trying to listen in. And basically, what's happening is that in response to the Culling Ritual, the Timothy Thrasios player really wants to Deadly Relic something. And I think they were initially planning to hit Glarb, and now everybody is just arguing.
It would be funny to turn their audio on, but let's just keep it for us because.
Okay, so Jason's going to Chain of Vapor his Valley Flood Caller if the Relic goes at it, which I think is a fair use of Chain of Vapor at this point because. Okay, so the Relic will be targeting the Flood Caller, which I think is correct.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's probably makes sense.
You cannot leave Jason with that.
Instant speed with the Gazillion cards.
I mean, having to flash it back in response to Culling Ritual is the issue.
Yep. Oh my god, I'm just throwing so many cards.
Yeah, so he's going to get the cards off of Esper. In response to the Culling Ritual, he's just going to crack the treasures to recast the Flood Caller, which
that makes sense.
Is unfortunate.
Chain of Vapor?
Yeah, Chain of Vapor in hand. I have reason to believe that Glarb has an Abrupt Decay, which could be very interesting in response to the Chain of Vapor, just to get that the Flood Caller out of here.
Okay. Just based on mana and what's available. How many cards do you think Logan might have in hands? It's so hard to keep track of, like, just with Sylvan Library draws and
yeah, whoa. We just entered an alternate dimension for a second.
We just got like the Spider-Verse treatment.
We got glorped. Yeah. This is definitely a pivotal point because Culling Ritual is a very powerful card. It depends on whether Logan has something to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure
Like
Jason's deep in the tank trying to figure out the best way to interact with this.
Okay, we'll see how this board develops.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jacob. Jacob just said we can't have another 2-hour game. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really want to go home. It's half an hour drive home for me. I need
Ethan needs to go home, and you're volunteering somewhere tomorrow, right?
in the afternoon. I got
In the afternoon, okay.
I'm fine. I'll get enough sleep. Yeah, it gets exiled. Okay.
It gets exiled. Okay.
That was surprising. Culling ritual on the stack. Now what? Jason no longer has the ability to flash in all of his non-creature spells. Is probably holding like 1 piece of protection for whatever he wants to do on his turn. So and decided that was probably not the best thing to protect because who knows what other counter spells are out there in hands.
Yeah.
I think TNT has like 1 card in hand. So this is gonna be a rough blow, but I think he's willing to make the sacrifice, it sounds like. I don't know. What do you think? If you're in his position playing Tim the Thrasios and you get hit with a Culling Ritual, like
it slides out.
I mean, like you're just in a bad spot, but you still have Tim and Talion.
Yeah, I mean you're in an okay spot, but I still feel like you're losing. You're not winning the game unless he gets delayed a lot, right? You need a lot of turns to rebuild, in my opinion, as a Tim the Thrasios player.
Yeah.
And you're losing all your dorks. You're losing Layer Shredder. You're losing Thrasios. Like everything's not going the way that you want it to go.
I wonder if this actually just opens up the window for Jacob to get a real Narset swinging.
Narset hit.
Because, I mean, unless Logan wins right now.
Yeah.
Jason's going to fight over this for sure, based on how things are looking.
We'll start. Let's just listen in, see what's going on.
Yeah, I agree.
What are you looking for black? Or there's black. It's right there. I'm not okay.
Yeah, you have arcane. You tap arcane.
Sorry. Pick your mana. Alright. What mana are you floating? 1 blue so far.
We have colored dice.
I'm black.
So that's a treasure down.
Yes. I'll change that in a second. Sorry. I'd like to represent it.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Another? Yes. Gee, that's starting to look like a particular set of spells.
We can't cast anything.
We're just so awake right now. We're so awake.
Oh, we're here. Yeah, that's right.
Intuition.
It was at my end step, right?
No, I'm next. I get to go. Maybe.
No way. There's no way Clark Plus just appear through this. It makes no sense.
Sorry?
There's no way you peer through this. There's no way
He's saying he doesn't think you're gonna cast Peer into the Abyss.
I don't run that card.
I don't expect you to. Yeah.
you cast off Clark though.
That's very cool. However,
dude, this guy loves when the mana symbols on
he's
the card just go all the way across the
That card's incredible. 8? So what are you pairing Narset with for next weekend?
Oh no, I'm not playing Narset.
Something different.
It's not good enough.
I know.
It's not.
Not. It's too slow.
Crazy.
Bro, there's so many more broken options for that.
I already have it.
Did you look at
Slicer, John Arenicus.
Fuck, Slicer.
Slicer, John Arenicus.
Wait,
What else are we doing besides floating mana?
Nothing else.
So, we have repass priority.
Wait.
Still resolving calling.
Let's count this for F3.
Jason has been in the tank.
Culling Ritual has finally resolved. We did it.
Wow. That's a reason to play green and black, I will say.
It's a good card.
4, 5.
Okay.
I don't know. I hope they come up with some like crazy Jund commander that does more than like Corval does a lot. It's just that like it's really hard to do stuff with Corval without Dockside.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Logan would tell me like, oh yeah, you should play like the version of Corval that I have with like squandered resources and some other stuff because it makes a bunch of mana and like triggers Corval by sacking lands.
Is it good?
I don't know. I've never played it.
Okay.
But like, green black has some good tools.
That is true. Okay, so we are have a lot of mana floating from Logan.
Yes.
What do we do? What are we doing with this, Logan?
Logan has like how many cards in hand?
What is that? A Sylvan Library tab? What is that? Or is that what is Stab by Narset?
4 more? Yes.
So that looks like the Sylvan Library that should
I
be
can't
destroyed,
tell.
right?
Sylvan Library should be gone.
Do 2 more here.
Someone said, Ski says, Calling Ritual is the new dog's hat.
I mean, I guess.
4 mana though.
Yeah. Not as easy to tutor either.
Oh, what the heck? So that was not a Calling Ritual, that was something else. Sorry, that was not a Sylvan Library, that was something else. Okay.
Oh, yeah, Sylvan Library's gone.
Okay.
Okay.
What does the chat think? How are you guys feeling? This game has what are you all thinking? Who's ahead? Let us know in the chat.
I think this is kind of playing out like Demonic Tutor. That is a lot of mana with a Demonic Tutor.
Yep.
Yeah. This is gonna be interesting because I think Jason's probably a little bit annoyed. We'll go see if he's willing to commit resources to stopping other people's winning attempts. Orcish Bowmaster is a card.
Okay.
Eating the Talon trigger is kind of nice. Put some damage on Logan, presumably.
No, it's gonna be on
Timna.
Oh, Timna.
Or
Yep.
he's gonna face.
The Italian does 2 damage to me when I cast it.
No, I'm saying, are you going to face with that?
Yeah.
Because he's a 14. Okay, cool. Draw.
Are we good to resolve talent?
Okay, so the Bowmaster also itself triggers Talon, unfortunately.
I'm okay to resolve the time trigger from Bowmaster itself.
Nope.
Talent trigger from Bowmaster's here.
Looks like we got some Jacob lovers in the chat. Got some Jacob Min. So yep, some more Jacob. Jacob folks in the chat.
Jacob's just hanging out.
Jacob's just chilling, right?
He's got a couple lands and an Narset.
He's gambling.
I guess. I mean, like I said, if Logan doesn't win here, I don't know what Jesse's doing. Maybe we could see a bunch of ramp out and then a win, but like I don't think it's very likely. And then Jacob can kind of just swing.
Yep.
We see.
And see what happens.
Yeah. We'll see. I don't know. I'm definitely not surprised by the way it's going, but I'm more interested than I thought I'd be.
Yeah, it's more of a a different kind of grind, right? If you
It's
will.
definitely more back and forth than it could have been. It could have been just like everybody hanging out drawing cards, but they've kind of condensed it down to everybody being back. The Calling Rituals reset things enough that we're in a slightly more stressful situation than it probably could have been. Like, well, maybe not stressful, but it's more active. Like, they're not just like passively hanging out, watching each other draw cards and drawing cards.
Exactly. So as things are happening here and here, you know,
Smelling Tithe is a ridiculous magic card.
Is one. It sure is.
As we already know. I think Chad would agree that Smelling Tithe is absolutely insane. It's funny that the card was just not super playable like a year ago.
Oh, now it's super busted.
Oh no, now it's like just like a centerpiece.
Mm-hmm.
I think every game that we've watched Jason, he just grabs Smothering Tithe, and it makes sense. I mean, the card does a lot.
There's Delirolic on Tally. It makes me think they're going for some sort of win here, right?
I mean, it could also be just, was that off the top or was it from hand?
Hand.
Interesting. I mean, maybe, because Logan's pretty low life.
Yeah.
To the point where Talion could represent a lot of cards and life loss.
Which, you know, critically, right, there was some smart ball taken by Logan, right, in the sense that, hey,
okay,
don't
we
kill my Glar.
abrupt decay on the Bowmasters.
Oh, wow, they're all the removal.
Yeah. I called it. Chain of Effort targeting the Bowmasters. That's probably pretty smart. Jason has enough mana to be able to recast it in a second.
We going for some sort of wheel effect here?
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised.
So there's still Demonic Tutor, right? Like,
He has 2 right here. Bro, I don't have the mana for it.
You do. Look at him. He's going out.
6.
Yeah, this is gonna be.
Assess the word, please. Yeah, I don't care. That's fine. You can change.
Okay. Chain bounces Bowmasters. He's gonna copy it. Doesn't sound like it. Okay.
maybe it's a wheel that we're going for here.
I don't know. I don't think Glarb is much of a wheel deck, but it might be.
Let's see what kind of sorcerers we got here. What are we worried about the Bowmaster?
Doesn't seem like anything significant.
No, if I'm tutoring, there's like Benomic Betrayal is pretty good.
I mean, Meanbet's just I don't know. There's enough tutors in the graveyards that Meanbet probably gets there.
Yeah, and fast mana too because everything got
Isn't there an extra turn in the graveyard as well?
There's a lot of things in the graveyard, but there's also just all the fast mana too, right? That got destroyed.
Yeah, no, meme bet would actually be crazy now that I think about it. Not a lot of blue mana available from Glarb though.
No, well, all the lands, everything's on tap, right? And then we see two floating, 7 green, 6 black.
Mm-hmm.
So that's quite a bit of mana.
Well, because he floated blue, yeah, before blowing up his own rocks.
Yep.
Makes sense.
No, this is a 1/2 punch, right? Calling Ritual into Wing Betrayal.
Mm-hmm. That is a crazy combination of cards.
No, he's not a bad plan. No, he's pushing here. There's no way.
Consecrated Sphinx on this board would be wacky for sure. We've already seen that card go crazy today, but well, actually, I take it back. We've seen that card once today. It promptly disappeared.
Disappeared.
Because there was that one interaction where Freedom Waffle said he wanted to draw interaction, and then played a Mystical More and then a Consphinx, and we were all like, "What?"
What?
I mean, yes, that'll draw interaction, but okay. That is a lot of cards. Demonic Tutors on the stack. Are we getting a Flusterstorm out of Jason? Is that what's happening? No.
Obviously, I don't I don't have another tutor. You have priority with demonic.
Okay. Looks like Demonic Tutor is going to resolve, so we'll see.
Okay, I hope Logan has the foresight to grab a meme bet, although it could be very vulnerable to whatever Jason has in hand.
How many counterspells do we think Logan has?
I guess probably 1 or 2 at this point. We've seen Misstep for sure. I think that's about it. I don't know what else we've seen.
No,
Go.
why am I incentivized to kill you? I'm an 11. There's literally Jacob in play. He has a Nars set. He's gonna play
Thank you, Jesse.
That is definitely a first. I don't think I've ever seen a game where 2 different players have Nart set and Last Master.
Yeah.
I mean, so far it's been okay for Logan for sure. I mean, getting to play out a Calling Ritual is very decent.
No, it was really strong.
Was that his next card on top of the library? I think so, right?
What's
It
up?
was the first card flipped.
Yeah.
So he probably put it on top anyway.
Yeah.
So, like you were saying about setting it up with Glarb, probably what happened.
I think it's fair. Well, actually, so he had Glarb, right? And I think he's Rebel. Is Glarb tapped yet or no? Oh, never mind. Glarb is not tarp. Do you do Doomsday piles with right now? Is that a play?
Right now, this instant? Like, are you like in general or in this point in the
at this
game?
instant right now? Is this wrong?
I don't know, I'm really bad at playing Doomsday. I've tried and I just can't. I don't know. I don't have like the mental fortitude to say I'm going to get myself 5 cards and get rid of the rest.
Well, good for us. We don't have to think about it because it's on the deck.
Okay, because I know I definitely saw a different Glardos on Doomsday today, and I know that's a bit of a controversial difference between the lists. Like, there are enough Glarb builds, like some of them are on Reanimator stuff, some of them are on Doomsday. There's all kinds of different things. I assume this is kind of just like a Sultai mid-range pile. We've kind of seen that there's a little bit of stuff going on, a little bit of spice, but otherwise, yeah, I mean, tutors and value engines and such.
Yeah. So we're here to think about, like, locally we can hear to them. We can
Yeah.
hear the players kind of politic and see what
Again,
going through
I
their mind.
agree that I think he should try for meme bet because
I feel like there's enough there to be good,
Hmm?
right? I feel like there has to be enough there to be win.
No, yeah, I do think meme bet wins because the Demonic Tutor will be in the graveyard.
Yeah.
And there'll be like 3 or 4 counter spells.
A gazillion counter spells.
Yeah.
All the fast mana from Jacob,
There's
including LED.
Imperial Seal, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
So like meme bet wins for sure. It's just a question of can you get to it. Yeah, I don't know. That would be probably correct. I don't know if Logan's gonna see it. Let's see.
Let's see.
Maybe maybe he sees something better. There's certainly things that he probably could tell that make more sense. I guess we'll find out in a second.
Okay. Let's see what's going on here. What do you guys think, Chad? What's your bet? Take a bet before they're finished shuffling. Let us know what you're thinking. Seems like, oh, a lot of people are writing.
If you lose, you have to donate a channel membership. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
He's not kidding. I'm just kidding. We still have laps here at MTG Basics.
Okay, we've got a card.
They did not decide to split their fully play in the game for both points, for cash, for everything.
I think that was a Jacob decision. It sounded like he's very adamant that he just wanted to play.
Yeah.
Like just for the sake of playing.
I respect it.
Yeah. I mean, I assume Jason would definitely be willing to split it, and I have no idea what Jesse's motivation is. I think Logan would probably want to play, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, we're still shuffling here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our bets are on meme bet that was found off the DT. We'll see if that's the case here in a second.
What am I gonna do?
I don't know. I don't know. But I guess we're about to find out.
Did you get the One Ring?
Surely not.
You're not casting this to just straight up win the game afterwards, are you? How do I do that?
One Ring is an interesting pick. It seems really slow.
Maybe Jason showed him like a zillion counterspells, right? So he knows, Logan knows that it's not going to resolve. I would have got a Cyclonic Rift. Overloaded Cyclonic Rift.
I mean, it wouldn't resolve. You're spending 7 mana just for nothing.
Well, I would just say, hey, like Narset still can win the game here.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? That's
true. And then
refresh.
They're not losing that much. The Culling Ritual took a lot out of the game. You're losing, what, Timna, Smothering Tithe, and Narset are getting bounced.
Yeah.
Which it seems like a pretty reasonable deal.
Just reset the board and just add 50 more minutes to this game. Okay, so look
What
like
are we at now? Okay.
Well, what time did this game started? Do we remember?
Started 10:30.
Okay.
Like that.
It's only going
We
on.
started like 10:30, and then we are currently at 11:40.
Okay. So 100 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen more. Come on,
We're
guys.
taking time. We're taking time. They're all searching for things.
Is that graveyards or is that tokens that they're looking through there?
I think that's tokens.
Yeah, that looks exactly. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Bowler.
Do we have any predictions? Wait.
Sorry, I think they can't hear us when they have the. Can you guys hear us on chat when we have the audio playing? Because otherwise we're just talking to ourselves, and that would be awkward. Let us know. They can't hear us. Oh, bummer. We've been talking for a long time. Dang. We made some jokes. We made some more jokes.
I was saying that I was hoping that Logan was getting meme bet. And
I too was talking about that for the longest time.
Yeah.
That's a bummer. So you can't hear us when you can hear us when their audio's live? Okay, perfect. Thanks, guys and girls.
Y'all.
And everybody watching us in this beautiful snowy summit that's being hosted by Fabled Events, our partners in crimes. Huge shout out to the guys that put together a successful event.
Can we get a word quickly from one of the founders of this mighty tournament, Luca?
Everyone, I'm Luca. One of the founders of Fabled Events. This top 4 is crazy. I just want to go home. I'm so tired. There's no idea how long I've been up, and I just want to sleep.
That is Luca, aka Zephyr EX, one of the 3 founding members of Fabled Events, and he looks quite tired. So I agree with his assessment of his. You look tired this morning when we got here. Like, you've had dark circles the entire day.
He didn't actually know because he found out with the Seville. I mean, he just wins with my Devoted Druid and Swift, right?
Yeah.
Because that lets him use any mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good day for folks. People are saying, hi, Luca. Hello. Yeah.
You guys were so nice.
Okay, so now what else is being put on the stack? We're putting a... Oh, is that Mitro? Heck yeah, that's me, Mitro. We did it. We did it, Ethan. Oh, yeah.
Mnemonic Betrayal is insane in this board. Like in this, with the amount of fast mana and the tutors in the graveyards, that is just I win. Like,
I can't cast a spell without us.
Jesse's representing meme or MBT in hand, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you mean how? I'm gonna draw 2 cards on my turn.
We're not gonna get another turn because he'll just pay for it.
Right, but if you put a spell on the stack, he can't pay for it because we're at 8.
Do you see 6,
7, 8, 9, 10?
10?
Yeah. Then what?
goes to 9.
Ooh,
goes to 9,
Flusterstorm.
Has 1
Pay
mana.
for 10. Has
LED.
0 mana.
There's LED in my yard.
Yeah, so we're kind of just figuring out.
Okay, so can you put the
Yeah,
Joseph
this
Sack?
is a crazy meme bet. Like we just saw Calling Ritual eat all the
I can put the
rocks,
OVM in play, right?
and
Yeah.
there's a Bowmaster in play or in Jason's hand, but it's not really stop anything because there's just tutors and rocks. And that's all you really need when it really comes down to
that's a
it.
spell?
Yep.
Yeah.
just
It's
remember.
just an opposition agent or some kind
Get
of
enough that I will
flashed in
absolutely throw
Stony
a Fluster
Silence
Sword deck
effect.
this
Like
game.
that's a pretty good way to end the game if it doesn't get countered.
Give you at least 1 treasure, probably 2, because I'm swinging that this way.
We have to make Jacob agree that he won't swing Narset on his turn, or else we just die to Narset.
I don't think he's gonna agree to that.
Okay, then we just die here.
We don't have to die here. If you just cast
Jason
spells.
is
We're
finally
not gonna get another turn.
Some good politicking here. Let's just kind of listen in.
Yeah, going back and forth because this is definitely a pivotal point. Like they're,
He's whiffed so far.
Yeah.
Like, we can draw some cards. Like, you're gonna get some mana.
You have
I think Jesse is insistent on getting to the next turn, but I don't think that's like possible, or at least it's not likely. Like, do we know what they're showing in hand?
No, it's infinite mana. You can just take my turn spells and his mind desire.
Yeah. Jacob is correct in that like Logan just can play his extra turn spells in the graveyard as well.
Yeah.
Makes no
Like
sense. This is the finals. Why would I do that? I swing. If I whiff, I whiff.
You give me an extra turn to play this game.
Hmm.
Otherwise, we just die right now.
oh yeah, and we do know that Jesse has the finale in hand to get Hazel's Brewmaster.
My only intention right now is making
So
my next turn.
I can see why he would want to draw some cards. He doesn't have Thrax, he doesn't have a lot of mana, but he could just push the I win button, and I think that's why he wants to try and get another turn.
Yeah.
Do you have 2 spells?
I'm making an argument. I'm making. Yes, I have 2 spells.
What's funny is I think everybody should know that. I don't know if they remember, but they did see the finale. They talked him down from it.
Yeah.
Jason like said, "I will counter the finale, and it won't work." Like 3 or 4 turns ago, right? That was a while ago.
Yeah.
At least it feels like 3 or 4 turns
And
ago.
the whiffs, and the whiffs have been extra turn spells that could counter. Like, that's way worse than just with
one ring. I'm locked.
Yeah. He also can't win
I don't
one ring.
care. I can't win through one ring.
Jacob doesn't have a single way to win through the one ring. That's interesting.
I would imagine there's like brain freeze lines, but is that
That
target?
targets, that
Yeah.
targets.
So no.
No.
Because Jace is gone too.
He's just gonna keep. Yeah, the Jace being gone matters a lot. I think. It's interesting he doesn't play an other way to get around it, but I mean maybe that just makes sense. Yeah.
This is my only deal I'm presenting to you, otherwise I'm passing.
There's got to be like.
I've got a mystical
I guess you wouldn't play. I guess the first thing that comes to my mind is Alchemist Gambit, but you lose the game if you do that.
Yeah.
Do you know what the spell does? The cleave extra turn red. So it's normally red 1 for a sorcery, but you can also cleave it for like blue red and 4 or something like that. It's like 7 mana extra turn. But it says you take an extra turn, damage during that extra turn damage can't be prevented.
Ooh.
Which gets through one ring protection. And then in the cleave brackets it says you lose the game at the end of the turn. So normally if you cast it for 3 you lose the game. It's like Final Fortune.
Interesting.
But if you cast it for 7 you just take extra turn. And then exile. And that's modern Ruby Storm tech for you.
Interesting. I didn't know that was a card.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a bulk rare.
Yeah, it is. But it's funny because when the One Ring was the thing in Modern, you could cast that. Go to your so you could cast that from your sideboard, and you can cast empty the Warrens for a bunch of goblins.
Yeah.
Next turn, they can still have 1 protection. You go to your next turn, the goblins can attack. Turn them sideways.
Oh,
Damage
there you
can
go.
red, and they die.
Huh.
Is
We do know Jason still has intuition. That is true.
Yep.
That is very scary.
I can, but I'm only going to agree if.
Yep, you have 3 counter spells. I can't let you set up your breach line.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a
Can't
good
swing
call.
Narset next turn.
Right.
Jacob just told Jason that you have to get counter spells. You cannot set up a breach line, which I think is just like putting that foot down there is gotta be correct because we do know that there's definitely ways that Jason could just win.
Yeah.
I know it's my priority.
This is hard.
Because I think that's also like the problem with this, right? Is that he just never mind. It's fine. It's fine.
Let's see what happens here.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine.
Don't you just when you're going to tap into it, right? We all use all our resources.
I'm agreeing to get 3 counters. I don't want to lose the game.
Want to lose the game? Nobody wants to lose the game.
I want to lose the game.
Oh, I lost the game. Darn.
You're thinking about the game. You already lost to it.
Yeah. Oh,
Chat, you're thinking about the game. You lost.
everybody lost. We all lost the game. Okay, so we're just thinking about the intuition that's on the stack right now.
I think it's too late for that.
Blind obedience is an interesting call for Jacob. I think that would make sense
I don't want to.
as like an alternate win line.
No, no.
I feel like he had it at one point, but he might have taken it out. I don't know. I think that, and that's the thing that Shorkai and some of these other like white blue piles do is they just like put a blind obedience pile together and then
you go from there.
Extort everybody out. I mean,
To death, yeah. I
that
mean,
would work, but like
that works. That's a by the way, we just made a lot of people love the game. Sorry, chat.
Sounds great.
You're coming down with me.
Okay. So intuition here is out there.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Yeah. So, is Logan gonna try and stop this?
Kind of suppose. So we know there's a fluster storm that will stop them in betrayal too, right? That's what it sounds like.
That Logan has?
No.
Or that
Jesse has a real fluster storm.
Interesting. I think because yeah, there's just enough mana for what it sounded like. It really depends on what Logan has, because I think if you're Logan, depending on the counter spells, you let the intuition resolve, and then you have more cards in graveyard for bet. But
also true. If you're
but it
thinking
depends on
that
what he gets. If if it's like some counter spell that you can't actually stop, then oops, you lose.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm thinking if that's allowable. I'm good with you, like, thinking. I mean, this is a pivotal moment in the game, Jason. Just not using the mean. It's right there.
No, I mean, like,
we cast a demonic consultation.
Whoa. Storm 10.
Let's double check. Is Migrate Trap online?
Yes. It's been online for a while. The storm is 10.
Yeah.
How many cards do you have?
2. Wait, have I cast 2 spells?
I mean, your Chain of Vapor, Bowmasters, and Intuition. So,
Yes. Okay. I pass on.
sorry, you have 2 cards in hand? Is Oracle in your yard?
It is.
Okay. Is it in your hand?
What are you naming with the console?
The politics of cEDH. Oh, we got a decon. Okay.
Consult in response. That is a choice.
Well,
I'm throwing away my 1-card combo to get 3 counter spells, so we don't lose.
Logan consulted in response to the intuition. That do you know? Did you say what he named?
We don't know yet. It's on the stack.
That is balls.
Do you have to name something once on the stack?
When consult resolves.
Okay, so he's got it in hand.
Opposition agent would be crazy.
That's
No, but he then his meme gets flusterstorm. Oh well, no, then he just eats the intuition.
Yeah.
No. Ooh.
Okay.
I mean,
Would tab me.
No, just hit the meme bet. Take a gamble on. If he has Thor, he has Thor.
But I should let that resolve first.
Yeah.
Let's see.
ooh.
I mean, like, you lose the meme bet either way, right?
I mean, he only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Well,
7,
no,
8,
no,
9
no,
mana.
no. Here's what's gonna
I
happen.
can get them both.
Here's what's gonna happen.
Okay, let's listen into these politics.
You don't have
Yeah.
Flash right now. I don't think
Okay, thanks, Chad.
It's 11, right?
About the decon, it's upon resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
don't declare it on cast. You declare it on resolution.
I
I thought
play
he
that
had said something about what he was named.
Yeah, we're delirious. We're delirious.
I do think naming opposition agent would be fun. That would
Mind break. That's a great.
either mind break trap or opposition agent, because if you have opposition agent, you just completely
No, I think decon makes sense.
well
Sorry,
so,
Oppo.
so if you name Oppo, then they just fluster the intuition instead.
But then the meme betrayal resolves.
Okay, I'm fine. You're saying let this resolve. Okay.
Yeah, that works.
I think they could split the fluster so that it hits both. Because it'd be 3 to cast the Oppo, he'd be down to 5 mana. You can put 3 of the Fluster.
But then you can cast everything, right? Like everything will like you can pay for things, right? Because you have mana if you split it.
I want to see.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Is like I think there are exactly enough Flusterstorm copies that like if Logan spent the 3 on the opposition agent,
yeah,
he would be low enough that even if the mean bet gets countered, the Flusterstorm can also hit the intuition, just get them both off the stack.
Are there Cavern of Souls in this deck? There is.
For sure. Cool.
So that would be unfortunate.
That would be kind of reluctive, unfortunately.
But the,
Like, you're
the
right.
issue is that how are they going to deal with the fact that either Jesse has a win in hand or Narset just gets to go do whatever.
I don't think Jesse has a win in hand. He's got 1 card, and one of them is a Flusterstorm. Sorry, he's got 2 cards, one of them is a Flusterstorm, and I think the other one's Finale Devastation.
Yeah, I think that's actually exactly what it is. And he's got 4 mana, right?
4 mana, so X equals 2 does nothing.
Yeah.
Something that answers Oracle with this.
He's probably playing Trashes next turn and hoping to God he can make a land drop and hopefully X is equal to 6 the following turn.
Yeah. Nope.
So X is equal to 4 with
Yeah.
Finale.
I don't think he gets him a turn.
No.
I think this board state is too crazy right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, this is the kind of thing where I'm as much as it's really fun to play through. I'm glad we're just over here hanging out watching because this is stressful. Like, I'm trying to stay really excited and like energized, but this is just like mentally draining because there's so many hoops you have to jump through to do everything here.
Yep.
Like,
and again, we're getting close to the point where players have been playing for 14 hours.
Oh, yeah.
right?
I'm sorry, Sylvan.
There's a reason that sometimes I'm fine just turning my brain off and turning on because playing on because like I only have to think like a couple times a game.
Yeah. Looks like Decon. I wonder how long this turn is too, because this turn is being a long one too.
It would be interesting to see like a clock for each turn.
Yeah, I mean like a little chess clock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Looks like the chat is thinking he's either gonna get Flusterstorm or Mindbreak Trap.
Mm-hmm. I think Mindbreak Trap would make sense. You don't tap yourself out of any mana.
Yeah.
So you can still
For
pay
the Flusterstorm.
You can still pay for the Flusterstorm.
That means you have win in hand, or you need everything you need is in your your opponent's graveyards.
Yes. Yes and no. I mean, you are risking exiling a bunch of win cons, which then you might just not be able to get anything with your tutors.
Yep.
So it really depends. Is he playing Praetor's Grasp?
Let's find out.
Yeah, I'll pass on demonic.
Sorry, someone's doing a welfare check on me to make sure I'm still alive because
I think you are alive, right?
I am alive. Chad. Hopefully,
yeah.
are they running
Is he playing Praetor's Grasp?
They are not running Praetor's Grasp.
Okay, because I would think Praetor's Grasp would be a pretty good and
Wait,
like
maybe you go for like a make your own breach at home.
maybe.
We'll see. Okay.
What did you name?
Oh, we missed it.
Uh-oh.
Bummer.
Chat, what do you name?
What do you name, chat?
Sorry.
There it is. Okay.
Okay, so it was Thassa's Oracle was named with consult.
Wow, that's the best decon I've ever seen.
That's interesting.
Top. It was number 7.
That is
wild.
I mean, that's both good and bad.
No way.
Does he have Tainted Pact in hand then? Is that what's happening? If he has Tainted Pact in hand, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Because they're back to Intuition. Intuition grabs a counter spell.
Intuition's on the stack. It's his priority, sorry.
Oh, sorry guys, you can't hear more else.
At this point, I think you should fire off your Flusterstorm.
Who's more interesting, the table or us? Don't answer that because you'll hurt our feelings.
Chat, do you like me? Do you love me?
Don't listen. I'll let it go.
You have Thorco in hand.
It's your priority.
I'll let it go.
Well,
Show you my hand.
You let what go?
I'll
Okay.
Show your hand, sure.
Bro,
I'll take that.
literally don't do
Why would
that.
I counter that?
Okay, looks like we finally
we're
decided to show
showing
some
cards.
cards.
Jason's just done.
My answer is because I bluffed on this card.
Got it. Okay.
Is that acceptable?
Yeah, that's fair.
Not yet.
Okay.
We bluffed and countered.
Just kind of hanging out. This has been one of the longest turns we've seen. Actually, no, I've seen longer.
Right now.
I need to
We saw.
Then you should just say yours.
Yeah, same.
We've seen end steps longer than this.
No.
Yeah.
This is on the
We've
stack.
seen end steps longer than that.
Actually,
Okay.
yeah. You counter.
We were discussing where did
I'm saying
that
this.
that end step
Well,
was
I
I
mean,
mean,
going.
if it's gonna pass,
count.
I'm gonna say for this. It's the same argument. If I'm going fast,
So save it. and let him have intuition.
No.
Why not?
Why are we letting him have intuition?
He's gonna get interaction.
Yeah, I'm getting 3 counter spells. I literally shook hands with Jacob.
He's not attacking. What if I want to win the game?
That's the Then we just keep up interaction.
Okay.
We good?
Looks like we were talking about some priority bowling ongoing. Yeah, maybe.
I think it sounds like they're arguing over who gets to counter this.
Yep.
Yeah, I already shook. So I won't count. I won't attack.
This is a meme trail that, and I think Logan only has 2 cards in hand more than being Torkoal.
Oh,
And then-
okay. So that'll be. Is it just Thoracle Tainted Pact?
Yeah.
Probably.
No, it might be like, well, Logan showed Jesse that hand, which unfortunately we did not get a chance to see. Okay, intuition, we finally did it.
Intuition resolving. Okay.
3 counter spells.
3.
Oh, Vin is now attacking, and I am paying these dang smothering dice triggers.
What do you want?
Okay.
Do we see a Jacob win now?
No, because he's not attacking. They made a deal where
They made that deal.
they made the
Okay.
deal. The deal did happen. So the deal was for folks just to
For
catch them up.
1 turn, don't attack, right?
Say that
Or
again?
was it for
Just
1
turn?
turn?
Not attacks. Yeah.
I mean, that's.
I actually gave. I
might
make him
like,
use the
shut
pack of
him out of the
negation.
game.
What is that? Does Red Blast count?
Just to tap out.
This literally says counter target spell on it.
I gave him packs, so he had to pay for it. But that's just me because I'm
Not a
mean.
counter spell, then
Mhm.
I don't know what a counter spell is.
Kind of a half-ass one. It's a removal.
It also hits all the blue stuff that he does.
I'm not attacking.
Fair enough.
Take pack.
You think packed, or should I
You
give?
can't- you
He
can't-
targeted me,
there's
right?
no mana.
Oh, you targeted me. Totally.
Yeah, I targeted Min
My
because
bad.
we're making this agreement.
Fair enough.
so.
Yep. Cool.
Now he has to tap out on his
Interesting.
turn. Fair enough.
I mean, I guess that's probably fair. I mean, assuming that Jesse doesn't win here, maybe it comes down to what you said, where he gets a turn to set up, and then Jacob's not attacking. Jason has to pay for his pact, and then it comes back to Logan, which he's kind of either he has Thoracle Tainted Pact or he's just out of gas. We'll see.
Yep.
You're trying to have me bully him?
Because there's still a Flusterstorm known on the
You're not
table.
wrong about that.
There is a Flusterstorm that's been
Has it and he doesn't.
presumably there's a
I'm
Flusterstorm.
sure. Not known. There's a Flusterstorm that's been implied.
Yeah, very heavily.
I can't let you have 3 counter spell. It at least protects his turn.
Okay.
It literally protects his turn. There's no way.
I know that.
If he wants to let Logan win, he lets Logan win. That's fine.
That seems risky for me.
You're still taking me home, right?
I think it depends.
Oh, good.
I don't know if Chad heard that, but Logan's giving Jason a ride home. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
That's gotta be funny.
It's funny. The judge was
That was kind of
pause,
like
pause.
yeah.
I can't take the risk that he just.
No, like, or you just have
It's always funny when like people that are together all do really well in the event they ended up playing against each other. That was like at the Iron Line Invitational when I was
I don't want your devoted druid
split
in the
second
yard.
decided to go and I stayed with Jacob, Jason, and Tyler, and then ended up playing against Jason in top 16.
Oh no.
It's like oh okay. Well, and then Jacob, Jason, and Tyler all made top 16, and I was the only one that didn't. They all made top 4. I mean,
Oh no. Bummer. Okay.
did Jason win that one? I don't remember.
Yeah. No, I don't remember. I think Min did.
Hmm. We could probably find it.
Yeah. Okay, what's the chat saying? If there is not a Flusterstorm that calls for fighting in the parking lot. Okay. Okay. That's a thought. That's a thought. We'll probably back that up.
If this was just a lie, there was no Flusterstorm the entire time, and is he gonna just make Jason use the pack? Like,
I want folks to know we've been in this same step of the game for 40 minutes.
It's been 40 minutes.
Probably to be close to 40 minutes.
Oh,
We've been in this meme betrayal fight discussion.
I mean, the stream's at 9 hours and 40 minutes, so we've only got 2 more hours that we can go before the stream needs to restart.
None of my stuff
Okay.
gets screwed up with it.
2.5.
I get to make it to my turn and I actually take the pack.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm not attacking. So
Okay,
go.
let's find out what the chat is saying here.
Hacked on me.
Okay. I have not been watching one.
Hey, is that Punchy in the chat?
We're here.
Butchkov, good to see you.
How does Glarf have an actual Narset? It's a clone, I believe. Yes, I did. We did do like an over 2.5 or so hour game today. That was something. My voice is already giving out, unfortunately. I don't know if you can hear it.
Okay, so Punchy. So to clarify, so this game is still going because they have had a counterspell for Narset every turn. Jason has presented some threats, but hasn't really followed through anything. Jesse has been convinced not to do anything by Jason by just handing him counterspells, like don't do it. The game has been rolled back a bunch because, well, not literally, but like Logan resolved a culling ritual that ate like the majority of the stuff on the board, and then has put a meme bet on the stack. That is pretty good. And yeah, here we are. They are fighting over resolving a meme bet that will get all of the rocks hit by culling ritual as well as multiple tutors and other win cons. As far as the actual Narset, it is a clone of Narset. It's just that Jacob is very dedicated to playing Narset and just happens to have multiple copies on him at all times. So he gave him a real Narset, which we all know it's a clone. It's just funny.
Yeah, we're here for the he's and ha-has.
Well, you can't. Well, it's 4 or higher off the top, right? So you can't cast cons or can't back off the top. Typically, Fluster Storm, 13 copies at meme bet.
Yes.
Okay, looks
I mean,
like the Fluster Storm is real.
There is a real Flusterstorm. That's crazy. We were starting to doubt it.
Actually, how much mana do you have? I don't have enough. Put some here.
I'm saying
I don't have the words to express what I'm trying to say.
I can give you the option to
I want
let
him
this
to
get
pay
countered.
for a pack trigger.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So
Are you gonna let him counter me bet? Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, okay, so Logan's trying to convince Jesse to only counter his stuff if he's going to hit it with
the rest here.
with
Then
the
you can choose to pay and let that get countered.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, and to be fair for the people tuning in, there's been 3 combats for Narset that have more or less whiffed. Or
Yeah, Jacob's hit like 2 extra turn spells and they both gotten countered. He hit J-Will and then found another extra turn spell and that got countered, and it's just
and it was a turn 2 Narset.
Yeah, no, this was Narset off of an LED on turn 2. It's just been really unfortunate and people have had interaction, but I think if it comes back to his turn, he probably has a pretty good chance of just winning.
But I think there's a deal where he will not be attacking, so that's kind of where we're at in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Narset is just unlucky.
Logan, are you
It is what it is.
Yeah.
I don't.
More deals are being made. I can't even.
Continuous.
He's saying that
The
if
continuous
I counter
deals.
this with these, the pact is going to not resolve, and he won't have a pact trigger to pay.
Look, I really just. If this resolves.
This value
So-
betrayal is
so
a hard
it-
sell.
Okay, so no, he wants Jesse to put all of the copies on the MBT.
I never lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I can take this.
Okay. I bluff, but I don't lie.
Where are the Fluster Storm targets?
12 and 1.
It should be the other way around. If he wants the pact trigger to resolve, he just need to put everything on the MBT. Counter the MBT.
Right.
The pact resolves.
You want the pack trigger.
Yep.
I need. Jesse can't take.
I can't take the risk because okay, look, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Tap me out. Tap me out. Exactly. I will pay.
You'll
And
pay
then
for
I'll
the meme.
just let it go.
You'll pay for the
I'll
meme
cast
bet?
his LED so it
okay,
doesn't have
okay. So
LED.
if I put 9 here and 3
No,
and
bro,
4 here.
there's no way.
the hoops that they're jumping through the math. Oh my gosh.
This game is funny. Hopefully you guys can hear this as much as we can because this is just hilarious.
This is absurd. They're going back and forth like, how are we distributing the Flusterstorm copies? Ah.
Oh yeah.
Like, not to actually make fun of them, but this is just semantics at a certain point. I mean, I guess it will come down to potentially changing the outcome of the game because if Jason has to pay for a pack trigger, it will affect his turn a lot.
Yep.
He does still have a Smothering Tithe. So they have to pay for the Smothering Tithe triggers, otherwise he will still have to pay for pact.
Yep.
Or he will have the mana to pay for pact very easily.
Yeah.
And then the pack
Yeah.
goes, right?
Yeah.
He's saying it wouldn't if I put them on here.
Yeah, because this resolves first.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying now?
13 here.
Yep.
13 here.
Yep. Yep. Hopefully this game ends in 2 hours.
They
by the
figured
way.
out what Logan wanted to do. Okay, 13 Flusterstorm targets, 13 Flusterstorm copies targeting the meme bet. Or the Mindbreak Trap. Sure. Pact resolves, countering Mnemonic Betrayal.
That way he gets the pact
We did it. We're finally ending this turn, maybe.
Maybe.
No, that didn't resolve.
It didn't.
Yeah, it got pacted.
We did it.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
So done.
Hallelujah.
It was that freaking whatever.
Mad political skills wasted on cEDH.
Well, you don't get politics in other versions of Magic. I guess you could say play something else, but like, you're not gonna be playing Modern and getting political. Like,
Maybe like political, like IRL political.
yeah, I'm gonna go run for Congress because I play commander of EDH.
Hey. You gotta
My
pile
op skills will carry me to be the next president in 20 years.
Right. Let's mute this. You guys, I guess, on the chat, do you guys want us to keep their audio open, or do you want us to just close it? I don't know how much of it you can hear or not. Again, my
One
voice
for
is
open,
giving
two
out.
for closed.
Well, Jason's a pack share. He's not winning, so we're okay.
Historical man.
Rhetorical mana, they say.
I feel like I did something, but I didn't.
Chad, you're funny. Okay.
cEDH War Crimes.
Is that Mystic Remora?
Yep.
That's right. Heck yeah. Why not? Why not?
What is it?
Mystic Remora.
Sure. Kind of late, but yeah. It's something. Did I tell you about the 3 crazy ob flips I had?
Yeah, let's hear. I mean, we're just seeing a fish be played. Why not?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm like.
If we were talking about War Crimes in cEDH, though, I got 3 triggers, flipped chains, Blood Chief Ascension, and mana barbs.
Okay, looks like definitely the chat wants to hear the chat, so we'll leave it on.
Okay. Okay, there is the finale. What
Finale
is the mana on the
for-
finale? It's
Bloom
for
Tender.
2 for Bloom Tender. Okay.
4 mana? Yeah.
Yeah, 4 mana total.
He does want
Random
chain
boss
stasis.
roll.
We need to use
Oh, uh-oh. Random boss your pass. Oops.
Would you like the Oracle text of chain stasis? I'm so excited.
Is there chain stasis? Who's playing chain stasis?
Wait, what?
What's happening?
What?
Huh? He's like, oh, this is it's on this tab. We got it ready. We're ready for chain stasis. Here you go. Here is the Oracle text of chain stasis from whom?
Wait, I need to look this card up.
What is happening here?
What the heck? Chain stasis. 1 mana blue instant. Tap or untap target creature. Whenever any player uses chain stasis to tap or untap a creature, that controller may pay 2 and a blue to use chain stasis to tap or untap any creature. So it's like a chain of vapor, but tapping things. Okay, sure.
Interesting.
Funky.
We're giving.
That's the power of Homelands cards, you know?
Yeah, we're giving Jason a lot of cards too, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, not cards, but mana.
Yeah, well, people aren't paying for the Smothering Tide, like they said. He's not gonna have any issues with his pact negation trigger.
Yeah, he's gonna be quite fine.
I keep blinking out. It just combos with Gloom Tender or Faber Elder so long as I have a permanent of all my colors.
Oh, I see. Jason, do you have one in hand?
Jason, do we have win in hand?
I'm paying for packs. What
We see the One Ring, we see DRC.
Orcish Master, Ristic
Jessica's
Study.
Will. Is that Jessica's Will?
It's a Ristic Study.
Oh.
Yes, let's count my mana. Pay 5 for pact, mystical tutor for 1. I have 2 mana. I don't even have a land in my hand. I just showed you that.
Just pick a pack trigger and pass turn.
Okay. So funky game.
Sorry.
Okay, so Jacob followed through with not attacking.
So next
makes
turn.
sense.
Next.
Yeah, I mean it has to get all the way back around.
At some point.
He did make the deal that he wouldn't attack in order for them to stop the mnemonic betrayal.
Hopefully this next turn rotation won't last an hour.
I mean, I assume Logan's probably going to attempt something again in this turn.
I think he's only got 1 card in hand.
Well, it's Thassa's Oracle.
Oh, it is Oracle?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, we know that.
Oh, you're right.
And he can draw a couple cards after surveilling, so it's not unlikely that he finds a way to hit Tainted Pact or a tutor. But then again, do you want to just raw Oracle Tainted Pact on this board?
Yeah. I imagine people don't have interaction at this point.
I mean, I guess they
more
just
or less.
draw Jason's board. They think the only mystery is what does Jacob have in hand, because I don't think Jesse has much and he's tapped out.
Yeah. Jesse tapped out for a fish because he's hoping he's gonna get another turn. Logan is going to draw what 3 cards in the next turn, right? 2 from Ring and then
Surveil 2.
So that's pretty good. Oh.
I mean, Jason has a One Ring just hanging out.
Oh, DRD.
Bro, we don't have to. Go ahead.
Anyways, yes, like I was saying, hopefully the game ends within the next 2 hours. Otherwise, the stream will actually cut off.
That would suck.
That would suck because we even planned around it. What is the stat saying? Who is everyone rooting for? Jonah.
Ooh.
Who is this chat rooting for at this point? Who are you rooting for?
Oh.
Who's know you least? Just kidding. We're not like that.
Yeah, we're impartial. We're impartial. If I sound biased at all, I'm not. I promise.
So we got some people saying Jacob on the chat, man again.
He drew. This is dumb. What am I supposed to do? Not make the trigger?
No, this is dumb. No, because you made me not attack, and now you're winning. This is dumb. This is why I'm frustrated. You cannot go for win here. I honored my deal.
Oh, you missed
I
something?
literally paid for my pack. That was the
No, I honor my deal. I swear to you, this is stupid.
You did say.
I
literally.
I literally
Okay.
wanted another turn. Like
you go. No, I honor my deal. You go for it.
I'm kind of with.
Yeah. I could have attacked and won the game.
It's literally because you guys don't want to lose. You did say you were. I literally told him.
I mean, yes, it's because I don't want to lose.
Because none of us want to lose.
I think if you pass here, you're still in great shape.
I think you're fine.
I think this is one of those things where the CDH politics really get to people. I think, like, whether or not Jacob can actually hold Jason to not winning the game is totally.
That's like really unsportsmanship.
I don't know. They like.
I look at this broken.
I think people are just so tired at this point that they really they will do anything to get the moral leverage that they need to win, or like get another turn.
Opportunity to go
Yeah.
But you talk like you weren't gonna make an attempt at winning the game.
I didn't until you drew off your Remora twice. It's not my fault you drew twice off of Remora.
Okay, some interesting politicking going on.
You see what I'm saying here?
My eyes
See
are
what
crossed.
some I don't know what folks in the chat think. We're all just kind of listening in along. I think
I doubt that. I highly doubt
I think a couple, from a perspective, just our own biased perspective, right? Like it is.
Yeah.
It is.
If you do this next time, like I don't.
I think so. I think there was just a little miscommunication with like
Yeah.
they thought
Like,
that they
it-
made the deal that they would interact, assuming Jason didn't try and win.
Yeah.
But that wasn't clearly communicated, or like.
And also, like to be fair to Jason, just for impartially, is he didn't have the mana until Jesse decided to play the fish and then drew cards of it from the smothering time, right?
Mhm, mhm.
And the hands have been basically revealed at this point, right?
Yeah, people know it was in his hand.
Yeah. So, that's just our take. We'll see what comes out of this. To each their own kind of thing. Obviously, I can understand the frustrations of the other players too, because I guess the sense of the deal was that you're not going to win either, right? Because I'm not attacking with Narset or whatever. We'll see what comes out of it.
Why do you think this is not honoring your deal? I literally said
I literally did not go for a win because you asked me to. But you go for a win here. It's like it feels like a backhand to my face.
What I did was we stopped Logan, right? And I'm paying for my pack.
There is a judge.
That wasn't the deal that you talked about.
Does it not feel like a backhand to my face because I didn't go for a win?
There's been a judge standing of the whole thing. It's just not. This is not a matter that a judge will clear up because there's not anything in the rules that says they can or can't honor a deal. You can.
Well, I think they're more so like slow play because this game's taking a long time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Arguably, yeah, you can make an argument for slow play for sure.
Or also, like you can just do the thing and pass, and
even work here?
We just
all players get $750.
Yeah, choose to go to draw. But also, you could just draw. You could just pass the turn, and be in the driver's seat. Like.
And make this game take 3 more hours.
Like pass the turn, you get zillions mana.
Yeah, we'll see what comes out of this. We're just gonna listen into them because this is just kind of how the game will be decided. Either ends now.
The finals as a draw and split 750. That is what players would like to do.
The one wins.
We can keep playing the game.
I'm tired. I got a life to live.
It's just done.
Got a life to live.
We did just hit midnight, by the way.
We're currently resolving Mystical Tutor.
It's on the
Is that
side.
where we kind of-
Yeah,
okay.
Magic words are making a game
It
actually.
just feels like a backhand to my face.
It is.
Yeah, literally like, oh, I won't go for the win, but you can go for the win. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
you can do it. I just never trust you again in these situations. I'll be like, yo, you lied.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Here we see the.
Just the result of just deals and just so politicking. It is what it is. Oh, we can only talk about it so much. What is the chat thing? What are you guys thinking here?
Just take the draw.
See, some people say win the game. Some people say don't trust your opponents. Does never serve players wilding. Okay. Okay.
Bro, you know there is no way we're beating Jake.
Never trust your opponents.
I'm gonna
Okay.
have some interaction.
Okay.
I also might just like
So
try
I'm
to
gonna need you to advance the goal. Please. Alright, I'm gonna go in.
But I have cards. Like I'm not just sitting over here doing nothing. We got. There's no force will in here. There's no force negation in here.
If people are just
no
tuning in,
mind here. Like, I'm not
the
just like
pay cutout for the 5K is 1,500 for first place, 500 for second through fourth, and then I think top 16 got 175 bucks.
And then the judges clarified that if they decide to split here, it would be $750 per person.
Yeah. Yeah.
or offer a split and see what everyone says.
Yeah, just, I'm literally like, yeah, it's just draw. Yeah, it's not a big deal. I think we all played well, and I want to win.
Yeah.
Right. Jason.
Same.
You can't.
Jason,
You can't.
I think that goes without saying. I really do.
No, you can win, but like,
We all
in the
recognize
future,
you have the ability to
know,
win.
like,
You win against us all the time. It's not a big deal.
You're the only one here I haven't played a bunch.
So the other players are kind of not bowling, but you know, like, hey man,
Okay,
bruh.
I will say, real talk. I do think this is just a shitty part of CDH that like I think people should get out of the habit of. Like, it really sucks when it like becomes a moral high ground issue. They're like, oh, I'm never gonna make a deal with you again because you're being a bad person when you decide to
blind splits. I'm
not.
going to collect them. If I get a single no split, we are going to continue, and I'm going.
Like, they're taking a vote on the
Who has
split right now.
priority.
And that's
We're going to keep going.
Okay, so yeah, the judge has spoken. Moving this along.
it's like I don't know. It's just it's hard to take the game seriously when it comes so much down to people's personalities and like arguing with each other instead of just playing the game.
It doesn't need to be a 2-day thing. It already kind of is. I've been here since 8 o'clock. I've been sitting in this
I don't know.
chair. I'm pretty sure my
like
back is molded a certain way.
this is as much as I hate to say it, I think this is an example of why people will like have a hard time taking cEDH seriously as a competitive format. Like, it's super fun to watch, but if it comes down to like the end result is people getting
draw.
people getting butthurt, like what the heck? Like, I mean, if Jason was being like inappropriate, then that like, in like making deals that he didn't plan to uphold, that sucks. But it's not something he's like not allowed to do.
I would like to collect the others.
Yeah. So we'll see what folks are thinking after this.
Sorry,
Mhm.
I have that. Cool. I have received at least one no split.
Okay, so we're putting the mystical tutor back on the stack, and we're moving along.
Yes.
You have to.
So we've resolved triggers on top of
gonna let
mystical
that go.
tutor. Mystical tutor is on the stack. I believe.
They have not
already-
resolved the
yes,
fish trigger, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to let that go. But
Show me the interaction. Otherwise, I just go for it. We'll lose.
okay, fine. If you want to go for it, if you want to send that, that's good. You can have that.
Yeah, dude.
If you want to go back on it, that's totally fine.
You want to win that bad? Go for it.
I don't think I'm going back on any deal.
You absolutely are.
But
But that doesn't matter. That's not like a rules thing.
That's not a rule thing.
Yeah,
No.
it's
It's
just
your
like 3 people that play with you all the time.
It's your character, bro. It's what you want to do.
There's a little bit of bowling here, and I know, knock it off. I would, if I were, I'd just knock it off. But the technicality of the deal, that at least that I remember at some point an hour or so ago, and I'm being a little dramatic, was that, you know, intuition, pay for pact. That's the only way I'm interacting, right? So. So we'll see what happens. So there's a mystical tutor on the stack, and we'll go from there.
I mean, yeah, because this will just be consoles, and then.
Okay, so they're not splitting it. They're moving along.
I don't think we would have gotten that reaction if someone had held on to a piece of interaction.
Yeah, I don't think there is. You get 2 draws, right, from the fish. You get 1 draw from the fish.
This is 1 draw from the fish off of.
Yeah.
I think they said they already resolved the fish on the mystical tutor.
Yep.
So it'll just be the draw and consult, and if he hits a piece of interaction, he hits a piece of interaction. They know that Jason doesn't have anything. I don't think, right? So
yeah, I guess you're fair. I think rightly being pointed that we've been playing for like 2 hours or so. We're getting 2.5 hours close to again our luck. And if we wanted to use that on a draw.
Yeah, if they drew here. Okay.
Yeah.
You have smothering type.
Okay, we'll see what he gets with the mystical tutor. Wheel of Fortune. That's pretty hot. Oh, we all lost the game again. Gosh darn it. So yep, Wheel of Fortune.
Wheel of Fortune. Okay. Was that actually what he wanted, or is that just
I don't know.
a concession to? 'Cause I guess he still has Bowmasters in hand, right?
Say it again.
I think we know he still has Bowmasters in hand, right? Because he Chain of Vapored it back.
Oh, sure. You're right.
So we got Bowmasters and Smelting Tithe, which he can only cast the wheel. I don't know what. I'm confused now. Is this? Did he feel guilty and therefore?
Yes, because Will. Okay. So, what is happening?
He didn't do the right foot. I thought he would too. So it's fine.
Yeah, I'll choose not to draw.
I hope this isn't because he felt pressured by the rest of the table.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess I should. I guess I should draw because you get 5 red in the wheel, right?
So he has other additional colors after. I'm going
So,
to either way.
just because the wheel helps with Orcish Bowmaster.
Look at one other color.
Right? So he wants that extra treasure to cast Orcish Bowmaster, and I don't know if the other players are going to catch that.
Mm-hmm. Well, because that would at least kill Logan. They couldn't kill the rest of the table necessarily, though.
You stop him here.
I'm gonna draw.
Yeah. Okay, so now he has mana from Orcish Bowmaster.
Yeah.
So, yep. So now it's Orc and Orcish Bowmaster and Wheel of Fortune mana.
I mean, that doesn't kill the table, but it'll certainly be impactful. Let me see where we go from there.
Notably,
I see your graveyard.
Logan has
Same as last year's deck.
Logan has protection from the One Ring.
Mm-hmm.
So the 21 damage are either going at Jacob or Jesse.
Interesting.
Got a little chilly in here. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Well, yeah, that's what Lua was complaining about the entire time.
It just got now I got a little cold here.
Or maybe not complaining, but I think she was just tired.
It was just cold, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a Bowmaster like we talked about.
Yep. And obviously that treasure that we saw was the reason the Bowmaster came in.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean.
That's not it. Pop. Tender. Yes.
Bloom Tender, it goes down. Okay, let's see this Wheel of Fortune.
So you're going for that?
This is that old man.
Really?
Am I winning on this turn?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna miss your trigger.
Sure. Smothering Tide trigger.
You can have it.
Okay. Everything got a little more serious here.
Ooh. Now what? Treasure and a red floating. He's probably holding the force for a second when you draw a blue card.
Oh. Okay. Definitely. Unfortunately, the atmosphere's gotten more quieter.
Yeah, like that was just weird. I swear Jason had Thoracle in hand. I didn't see it specifically, but like,
I thought they said he had win in hand.
Yeah.
I didn't want to, but
One ring trigger.
yeah, you see that? You see him go.
that's just weird. Like,
Judge,
That's the
looked at
that's the
top.
bottom card.
Yeah, I did not see that one.
Okay.
okay, we had just a card get slipped,
And then
like
Narcissus.
accident.
Yep. Okay.
There's that thing.
But Sylvan should be watching. I think he should be okay.
Yep. We are in Denver, Colorado. We're currently in downtown Denver.
Yeah. The Curtis Hotel.
Curtis Hotel. Okay.
Bro and I are hiding away in a little room off to the side, like
We're
down
in-
the hall.
Yeah. Okay, so now it's back to Logan's turn. We'll see if we get another meme betrayal saga. So we had the meme betrayal saga, then we had the the backstab, not going your deal saga. We'll see what this next turn.
I'm so confused.
Season
I'm
3
so confused,
of
man.
this game is.
Chad, I'm sorry if I'm slowing down a little bit. It's been a long day. I swear I've still got some energy, but
That's a word.
Holy cow.
Now these combined, it's like a guy's screw.
Would you comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't trade. I don't know. What's
I don't
the
think
first
it'd be 30 minutes without talking. It's just
Same.
I would argue that like unlike what people say, like, oh, the other I think the biggest example to use like, oh, the Japanese CEDH scene doesn't use any politics.
Really?
That's the whole argument that like, oh, they just play the game. I think the politics is what makes the game interesting. I don't know about you, but like,
Okay, so that's that Imperial Duel is gonna resolve. Hey, he's got Thoracle, Imperial Seal, draws with the One Ring, and 2 counterspells.
Mm-hmm.
That's a line. That's a win right there.
What do you mean? He wins right now.
He wins right now. Yeah. Yep. That's a win. That's a game.
You do not pay for.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that is a crazy Narset flip. Okay.
Master trigger and tide trigger.
Okay.
Ping Logan.
Well, I think we have a winner, unless some other stuff happens, because a double protected Thoracle console is pretty good.
Yeah.
Draw a card. Oh, if you want to draw a card, we can try to kill him.
Yeah. We assigned combat damage, right? We were at 15, we're down to 12.
Yeah.
It's 4 life, draw a card. You get treasure. I'll draw a card. You get treasure. Do you want it? Draw. Dog it. Yes. Yep.
Logan goes to 8 off Orcish Bowmaster after Jacob decides to draw a card with.
I think there's
Staff
not
of
going to be
Completion.
8 spells, so he's going to draw 2 cards. So it's 2 more Orcish Bowmasters.
Mhm.
Thoracle's 1, Tainted Packs 1 more, so that's 3.
Mhm.
That's not quite enough.
Yeah. That yeah. Again, that was like because it's what force negation forcible, right? In the
Yeah, Force of Will, Nation, Force of
That's
and you can cast both of them for free.
that's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, this game is so. It is my opinion that this game is more or less done. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I expected to end on Jason's turn, then he cast a wheel instead of anything else. Well, I mean, I guess he expected the wheel to resolve and not get hit with a surprise force wheel. But here we are. Yeah, I hope people are entertained. I'm a little confused, but I have a good time.
Yep, 2 more.
Logan's down to 4. There should be a Tainted Pact in hand, presumably.
And you are going to be casting at least 1 more from Mr. Gamora. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not
Tainted Pact.
Fish.
Trigger. And the game's gonna have
Did Jesse hit interaction? Let's see.
Cool. Like to resolve Tainted Pact.
Looks like the game has come to an end.
For what it's worth, I'll stop.
Interesting.
Here. I'll put this card into my hand. Yep. So let's
Okay. Looks like that wraps it all, guys.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
unless there's a way to
drop
drop.
Thoracle trigger on the stack. Do they have anything for the Thoracle trigger? Good game.
That's it.
Well, thank you for coming, everybody.
Congratulations to Logan. We'll probably do a quick interview with Logan.
Yeah.
Unless he doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, actually, I'll go ask right now.
Yeah, we'll do that. I'll stay here.
I'll
Talk
go
to
after
people.
Or should I?
You go for it. Just see if he wants to.
All right.
Just come back. So yeah, folks, let me know what you all think. This is a game that happened. It's done.
Yeah, sure.
It is a game. Logan won with good old Taz's Oracle. I'll go back to my.
Also.
Hello, everybody. Oops. Hello, everybody. I am Raul. I am seeing if Logan wants to do an interview. That was a game. I'm tired. Everybody's tired. Hope everybody had a fun time here at Snowy Summit too. It was a great pleasure to be here with most of you guys throughout the day. I had fun. There were a lot of games. There were a lot of long games. My voice hurts. It was a fun interactive games of this meta. and we'll see if Logan wants to do a quick interview. If he doesn't, then that's okay. We'll call it here. But yeah, I don't know. Any thoughts? Last thoughts here. What's chat think? Sorry, what was that? Yes. Are they? Is he coming? Is he coming? Okay. Cool. Yeah. So Logan will be coming here for a quick interview. Hey, Ethan, come back. Ethan, you do the interview. So we'll set up for the interview. Huh? Yeah, I'll do that. Um, for folks so they can listen to Ethan here. Don't once you finish the interview, we'll do a few last words
Yeah,
here.
if you have any questions for Logan, put them in the chat, and
Yeah.
I'll make sure to ask them. We're probably gonna go pretty quick just because we have to clean things up, so we're not staying too late. But yeah,
He deserves, he deserves his, he deserves his minute of glory. So yeah, we will be. I'm gonna step away. Ethan's gonna talk to you guys for a second. Yeah. Here you go. Thank you. Don't close that for you to finish.
sorry.
Don't like.
Oh boy. I just say that I'm exhausted. This has been such a long day, especially starting out with that crazy, like 70-minute overtime waffle game. Like my brain is so fried, and yet we made it. This was a crazy day, and I'm glad everybody was able to show up. We started bright and early this morning. At the player meeting was supposed to be at 10:30, and it's now we just passed 12:30. So that is a whole 14 hours of Commander that has just passed. And wow, okay, craziness. Waffle's a nice guy, but when he decides to go for a win attempt on someone on top of someone else's flash win attempt in an end step, that's just not not conducive to a short game. Like I hope that if Raul updates their uploads a vlog of this tournament that we get to, or the VOD for this tournament that we get to see, like I think Lua took a picture of just how crazy the stack got, because it was stretching. If this was Jason's playmat, or if this was Waffle's playmat and Jason's playmat was next to it, it was stretching like a playmat and a half, like 30 or 40 cards. Like I don't know if everybody was here for that, but that was just crazy. Mrs. Doan, Logan will be here in a second, whenever he is free from everybody else in the other room. He was not on Doomsday. We checked, but I do have his list up. Is Logan on his way over? Okay. Hmm. Slogan. 14 hours later, we're finally here. Yeah. Your wife's in the chat, by the way. How's it going, everybody? Let me switch this over. May I present to you the winner of Snowy Summit 2, Mr. Logan.
Howdy.
Done.
Here's
So I've
the
got some questions in the chat.
Go for it.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling right now? Because this has been a very, very long day. That was a very, very long game.
Yeah, honestly, I just feel a little burnout, but otherwise good. I feel like we made
That last turn was, what's a good word? Contentious, maybe? I don't know. That was like that. Just
yeah, I didn't feel like super comfortable putting in my input on it because I
Yeah.
didn't really have any opinion on the whole deal making thing. And
That's
at that
fair.
point, I had, I guess we can just get into it. I had Thassa's Oracle and Auto War in my hand,
Mhm.
and I was like, I don't know if this wheel resolves or if it doesn't. Like, I'll just Auto War the tithe.
Yeah,
and hope
yeah.
that nothing happens. But I don't know. I guess it turned out. So
I guess. I mean, I was surprised to see Jason get the wheel. I mean, I don't know if you saw that coming or like.
I didn't. There's no way.
I thought he just had the Oracle Console in hand
For sure.
because that nobody had anything for that.
Yeah.
But yet here we are.
Autowire doesn't deal with that. So
some questions from the chat. What's your favorite spicy tech in your Glarb list?
So yeah, the card I put in, and I've been debating just like kind of back and forth on the entire time was Bane of Progress.
Bane of Progress. I did see that in your list. That is a card.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did it come up at all today?
Cast it 3 times. Nothing in the semifinals or finals.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, in Swiss, it's a killer.
Is it just supposed to like clear up all the advantage engines and?
Yeah, I mean, like looking at my list, I run 11 artifacts, and the only one I don't want to lose is the One Ring, and obviously that doesn't die to Bane of Progress.
True, Indestructible is pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of hedging a bet on using Glarb as the engine and just slowly outvaluing people with that, and I'd rather, I mean. It's kind of meta call for today too. Like I knew Freedom Waffle was gonna be here. I listened to him on his ethos with copying with Clever Impersonator and Mirror Maid and all that stuff. And I'm like, man, if there's only one card that just got rid of all that stuff,
yeah,
and yeah,
it does a pretty good job.
Yeah, it does. So I kind of hedged my bet on like maybe some more enchantment and artifact removal.
Yeah, well, because we were thinking during the games like the meta today was so grindy.
Yeah.
Like I don't think we saw a single copy of Roxy. I don't know if you saw one. I didn't.
No.
I didn't see a single. We saw like what an Obnix list that made top 16. We saw a Tim Nadargo that made top 16.
Yeah.
I don't think there were many other turbo decks. It was kind of just everybody's playing some multicolor pile.
Yeah.
And that is what led to Roll and I sitting here for like 2.5 hours. Like,
yeah. I knew it was gonna be grindy. I think Denver's kind of turbo averse. So I went in with the game plan of be as consistent as possible. Don't play any cards that are too spiky. Like obviously you have to run those big spells, but I think like most people's question is like why I'm not running Doomsday. I think it's a very spiky card, and
I think Doomsday is really hard to get to work exactly how you want it. Like it's really strong when it works, but
obviously, yeah. I mean, it wins the game, right? Basically, if it resolves correctly.
Wait, let me transition that real quick. Sorry, I forgot to put your name tag up. Yeah. What made you choose Glarb? Like of the other like blue, green, black plus.
I mean, I'm not a Sultai player. I actually came from Roxai. Did okay in the charity tournament with Roxai, and I felt like I was kind of got everything I needed to out of that deck, everything I could. Glarb just felt really consistent, and when I'm like looking at mulligans, if I don't have an early Ristic or an early Fish, I can go for a copy enchantment or something like that. And if I can't do that, I'm mulling down to like 5 or 4. I think a turn 2 Glarb is pretty acceptable, and that's really, really easy to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, I agree.
I'm really big. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
good.
I'm really big on like the consistency wins games thing, and trying to just constantly do something meaningful while just going like, I don't know, maybe I'll just sit on my counter spells and kind of like look to the table to see like how we permit other people to do things.
Mhm.
And then if the board gets too out of hand, you sweep the board with, one of the enchantment sweepers or Band of Progress, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Someone else in the chat asked where you got your shirt.
This is a 511 shirt. I kind of like their Hawaiian shirts. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else? I think so. Roel and I definitely talked a lot about the whole like flash speed prevalence, and we definitely saw that a lot today, where there was a lot of games where it came down to everybody has some kind of board, and all of a sudden someone's committing to something, someone else decides, oh, I'm just gonna win on top.
Yeah.
And like, did that come up a lot in your games? We didn't see that much in this past game. We did see the Valley Flood Caller
Mhm.
for a second, but what do you think?
I think Flash is much easier to control, and especially from like a 1v3 perspective,
Mhm.
if there's limited Ristics or limited Smothering Ties, or if those things don't really exist, you can kind of control when Flash happens.
Mhm.
I mean, just like looking at the board after I Culling Writ, I look to my left, and the TNT player has an E zone and one other land and nothing else.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, I have the Flash situation under control.
Yeah.
So that's kind of I'm seeing it less and less because of the playstyle of the deck, and kind of like trying to actively combat it.
Mhm.
But I mean, obviously, yeah, if there's unchecked Ristic studies, Flash is king.
Yeah, someone's gonna just do something on top.
Yeah, exactly.
Your Thoracle, your console has resolved. Your Thoracle's on the stack. Someone
Yeah.
else is gonna flash something in.
Right.
Some other questions. Someone was asking if you use the word spiky.
Yeah.
Like, as in meaning high variance or like aggressive. Because if I think of like a spike, it's usually a very competitive player. But I think
Mhm.
everybody here plays at a very high level, very competitively.
Yeah, I'm honestly like I haven't played Magic especially competitively for very long.
Mhm.
So maybe I'm using the terminology incorrectly. I use the term spiky as to describe a card as like a card that at its heights is extremely good.
Yeah. So like sharp point.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, if I have a Doomsday in my hand and I don't have like my necessary things for Gush or whatever, that card is like dead to me. It's like I think it's like, oh man, this is a flex slot. I don't want this.
Mhm.
you know?
Or yeah, and then Doomsday also comes with the caveat that it's either very much like win the game or get blown out. Like there's not a whole lot in between. There's no such thing as a value Doomsday.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, I don't know. If you set your Doomsday pile up wrong, you're having a bad time.
Yeah, for sure.
Do we have anything else? So- I think someone jokingly asked, "How'd you manage to win top 4 with a deck that only draws the game?"
Yeah, I think I know who that is. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I kind of like a friend of mine. He was here today. He plays Shorkai a lot. I think Shorkai is exceptionally good at drawing the game,
Mhm.
and enforcing draws. And I don't think there's really anything inherently wrong with that. Obviously, it can win games too. I
Mhm.
mean, I lost to Hane on Shorkai, so
Yeah.
But I took a little bit of inspiration from that. Kind of focus on the One Ring, focus on like the grind and like untap kind of thing. I'm able to resolve a Seaboard Muse because I don't have Thrasios. I don't have
Mhm.
Kinnan. I don't have anything like that where
You're just untapping your Glarb and surveilling it.
untapping my Glarb and untapping all my lands. And like,
Mhm.
I'm just going to sit there and go, okay, well, I'm just going to like look at the top of my library, and, that was kind of my plan. So.
Nice. Okay, I think we're about out of time.
For
but
sure.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much for coming.
Yeah, thanks for hosting.
Yeah.
Thanks to everyone here. It was obviously a great event. Looking forward to the next one.
Congrats on the win, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. All right.
Yep, you got it. Goodbye to people.
Yeah. Okay.
Oops, that's
Yeah.
okay. Don't go about that name.
Whatever.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
We're here at the end of the really long day. We appreciate everybody. Congratulations to Logan again. Thanks for Snowy Summit for hosting this great event, and Fabled Events. Sorry. Thank you for Fabled Events for hosting this great event. It was a really good turnout, really good event, and we really look forward to future events.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and end the stream. Thanks you, everybody. Have a wonderful morning, and we'll catch you next time.
Good night. Oh boy.